18 years have passed since I traversed into the realm of fantasy, devoid of spiritual roots or any extraordinary abilities. However, my wife was discovered to possess a sacred-grade spiritual root and was subsequently taken into the Holy Land. Initially, I harbored hopes of sharing in her glory, yet to my dismay, the first act she undertook upon entering the Holy Land was to abandon her husband and child. At this juncture, a system presented itself, offering immense benefits, 1,000,000-fold, if I were to bind with a partner. Since you have chosen to forsake your family, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. Chapter 97. Nian descends to the mortal realm, celestial realm, Qingfeng sect. Hupoguo raised his leg and, in but a few breaths, arrived at the back mountain of the Qingfeng sect. The stability of the celestial realm has increased, rendering even the celestial kings unable to shatter the void, let alone create a paradise. Soon, Hupoguo arrived before a cave dwelling and softly spoke, Nian, come forth and meet your master. Within the cave, a young man clad in red with long hair was deep in meditation, surrounded by a dense aura of laws, indicating he had entered the true immortal realm. As Hupoguo's voice reached his ears, the young man slowly opened his eyes. He was Nian, the third senior brother of Qingyu. Master, what is your command? Nian said, raising his hand to seal the cave's restrictions before approaching Hupoguo with a slight bow, his tone respectful. Your junior brother has encountered some troubles in the heavenly Saint continent. It seems there are interferences from the celestial realm. You are to descend and assist him in resolving these issues, Hupoguo stated directly. Junior brother, you say? I understand. Upon hearing his junior brother's name, Nian took a moment to recall him, as it had been quite a while since they last met. Moreover, he had been in the mortal realm for a full 25,000 years, so his memory was understandably faint. Despite their lack of familiarity, as a fellow disciple, Nian felt it was his duty to assist, especially since it was a command from his master. After receiving the order, he set off towards the first heaven. Once Nian departed, Hupoguo did not linger and returned to his own cave to prepare for a breakthrough into the later stages of Celestial King. After the Qingfeng Holy Land disseminated the news, it wasn't long before all the notable factions across the Heavenly Saint continent became aware of the situation. However, they deemed there to be no suspense. The Wandao Academy could never hope to rival the Qingfeng Holy Land, given the vast disparity in strength. Within the ancient Holy Land, the elders gathered, looking toward Yi Wushuang with inquiries. Master, should we intervene in this matter? Their ancient Holy Land had some ties with the Wandao Academy, but the Qingfeng Holy Land was powerful. If they intervened recklessly, it could lead to dire consequences. Yet, Yi Wushuang displayed a hint of confidence and replied, intervene. It is our duty to see this matter through. But master, is it wise to offend the Qingfeng Holy Land over a mere Wandao Academy? One elder expressed concern. Yi Wushuang scoffed, wise. Tell me, what is wisdom? I can inform you that the Wandao Academy was once where our Holy Son received his teachings. Is that not sufficient reason? Moreover, do not blame me for not forewarning you. That esteemed individual has already declared his intent to protect the Wandao Academy. Does that still not seem wise? Following Yi Wushuang's words, an eerie silence enveloped the room, with all the elders rendered speechless. Eventually, the Grand Elder of the ancient Holy Land regained composure and declared, we must intervene. How dare they act against a place where our Holy Son was taught? It is a blatant disregard for our ancient Holy Land. If we neglect this matter, will we not be the subject of ridicule, deemed inferior to Qingfeng Holy Land? We must act. Master, I propose we mobilize all our forces to support the Wandao Academy immediately. They were acutely aware of their Holy Son's talent, having cultivated to the peak of the Emperor realm before the age of 20. Such talent was indeed more terrifying than that of their founding ancestors. Clinging to the Holy Son's coattails would surely lead the ancient Holy Land to a new era of glory. Not to mention the Holy Son's father, a true terror in his own right, for he had cultivated such a young emperor. Observing the elders' fervent reactions, Yi Wushuang felt satisfied. Everything was proceeding as he had anticipated. Very well, let us all set forth to the Wandao Academy, Yi Wushuang proclaimed, raising his hand in rallying call. Simultaneously, within the ancient Wood Holy Land, after Gu Feng's speech, the elders promptly demanded to assist the Wandao Academy. Master, the Qingfeng Holy Land is brazenly bullying the Wandao Academy. This is the moment for us to uphold justice. Indeed, Master, supporting the Wandao Academy is an act of righteousness. Then let us depart at once. Upon learning that Yi Wushuang had led a substantial force from the ancient Holy Land, Gu Feng did not hesitate and promptly rallied the formidable warriors of the ancient Wood Holy Land towards the Wandao Academy. Meanwhile, those factions who had previously suffered the loss of their ancestors at the hands of Fu Qitian gathered their strength and hastened towards the Wandao Academy. Without their ancestors' protection, they could only rely on the Qingfeng Holy Land. Otherwise, their annihilation would not be far off. Inside the Wandao Academy, seeing that there was still time before the date mentioned by the Qingfeng Holy Land, Lu Xunxian instructed his son and daughter to commence their cultivation. Elder, do you truly have confidence? Su Ruoshan expressed concern, for although Lu Xunxian was likely a celestial king, the Qingfeng Holy Land also had its share of celestial kings, and in considerable numbers. In response, Lu Xunxian maintained a calm demeanor, exuding an air of supreme confidence. The question of confidence should not be directed at me, but at the Qingfeng Holy Land. With that, Lu Xunxian turned to rest. Su Ruoshan remained rooted in place, astonished by Lu Xunxian's words, clearly shaken. Yet, since Lu Xunxian had spoken thus, he had no choice but to place his trust in him, hoping that the Wandao Academy had not made a grave error in judgment. Before long, a day had passed. After spending some time, Sun Yin finally arrived at the Ascension node. This should be the place. Sun Yin did not ascend from the heavenly Saint continent, but from another lower realm to the celestial realm, subsequently joining the Qingfeng sect. Upon reaching the Ascension node, Sun Yin could not descend into the celestial realm directly due to his true immortal cultivation. He produced a celestial treasure and donned it. His aura then plummeted from the true immortal realm until it stabilized at the peak of the Saint Emperor level. However, this was merely a preliminary step. With a wave of his hand, several array flags soared into the air, hovering in place. Next, Sun Yin performed hand seals, channeling immense celestial power into the array flags, which began to emit a radiant blue light. In due course, a dark spatial passageway appeared before Sun Yin, leading to the heavenly Saint continent. Chapter 98. Sun Yin's unexplainable sense of unease. Had someone descended from the heavens? Or was it a member of the Qingfeng Holy Land? At the moment Sun Yin set up the formation, Lu Xunxian opened his eyes, his profound gaze piercing through boundless realms to observe the celestial realm above. Upon sighting Sun Yin, the aura emanating from him revealed to Lu Xunxian that he hailed from the Qingfeng Holy Land. However, Lu Xunxian paid little heed to this. For even if Sun Yin suppressed his cultivation, he was merely an existence that could be easily vanquished with a mere glance, even at the level of a true immortal. Moreover, with the measures he had placed upon Fu Qitian, there was no need for him to fear Sun Yin. Before long, Sun Yin traversed the spatial passage and descended upon the heavenly Saint continent. Oddly, he felt an unsettling sensation, as though someone were spying on him. As soon as he arrived at the heavenly Saint continent, Sun Yin furrowed his brow in confusion. Nevertheless, he dismissed it as a figment of his imagination. After all, he was in the mid-stage of true immortality. Who could possibly peer into his being? Upon his arrival, Sun Yin closed his eyes and, through a moment of contemplation, swiftly accessed the memories of a core formation practitioner. The Qingfeng Holy Land should lie in that direction. He then gazed towards the central region, tearing through the void as he hastened towards the Qingfeng Holy Land. Shortly thereafter, he arrived before the gates of the Qingfeng Holy Land. Is this the branch of our Qingfeng sect in the mortal realm? It appears somewhat unremarkable. Upon witnessing the Qingfeng Holy Land, Sun Yin couldn't help but frown, a hint of disdain crossing his features. Yet, he did not dwell on it for long, as his purpose was merely to assist his junior brother with a predicament, and he would not linger in the heavenly Saint continent. Junior brother, come out to see me. Sun Yin's voice resonated throughout the entirety of the Qingfeng Holy Land. Within the holy grounds, the elders furrowed their brows upon hearing his words, though a flicker of joy flashed across Qin Mufeng's face as he swiftly rose. Adopting a serious tone, everyone, come with me to welcome our third senior brother. Initially taken aback by Qin Mufeng's words, the elders of the Qingfeng Holy Land quickly regained their composure, their faces also lighting up with excitement. Soon, they witnessed Qin Mufeng leading the assembly of elders to stand before Sun Yin. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the disciples, Qin Mufeng joyfully embraced Sun Yin. Third senior brother. It has been so long. In stark contrast to Qin Mufeng's warmth, Sun Yin's demeanor remained somewhat aloof as he replied in a flat tone, Junior brother, let us first attend to the pressing matters at hand. Qin Mufeng was momentarily taken aback, a hint of embarrassment surfacing on his face, yet he quickly responded, of course. Third senior brother, please follow me. With that, Qin Mufeng and the elders encircled Sun Yin, ushering him into the Qingfeng Holy Land. The disciples observed this scene with astonishment. They had never heard of the Holy Master having a senior brother. The Holy Master was already at the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor stage, which meant his senior brother must be at least at the immortal level. With this thought, a thrilling excitement stirred within them. For this could very well be their only lifetime opportunity to encounter an immortal. However, Qin Mufeng paid little heed to the thoughts of his disciples. After escorting Sun Yin into the sacred hall, He was about to introduce the elders when he noticed Nian frowning slightly. Junior brother, since we are discussing serious matters, it would be best if outsiders were not present, he remarked. The surrounding elders were momentarily taken aback, but soon one of them spoke up. Your Holiness, we shall take our leave. In no time, the elders dispersed, leaving only Qin Mufeng and Nian within the sacred hall. Seeing the situation unfold, Nian waved his hand to establish a barrier within the hall to prevent any prying eyes before he finally spoke. Junior brother, recount to me everything that has transpired. And remember, there must be no concealment whatsoever. Recognizing the gravity in the demeanor of his third senior brother, Qin Mufeng understood the necessity for transparency and promptly relayed all that had occurred. Soon, after absorbing the entirety of the circumstances, Nian fell into a contemplative silence. For some reason, a vague sense of unease lingered in his heart. Nevertheless, he quickly shook his head, dismissing the feeling. After all, he was a true immortal. How could a lower realm pose a threat to his existence? Although there might be celestial beings from the immortal realm intervening, he did not believe that they would be formidable opponents for his backing, the Qingfeng sect. Very well, let us not delay. We shall proceed directly to the Wan Dao Academy and capture the one behind this, Nian declared, eager to retrieve Fu Qitian. However, he was halted by Qin Mufeng. With a serious expression, Qin Mufeng shook his head, saying, Third senior brother, I acknowledge your formidable strength, yet it would be prudent to deliberate this matter further. With celestial forces involved, it is best to allow other powerful beings from the Tianshan continent to probe the situation first, and only act once clarity is achieved. Upon hearing this, a pensive look crossed Nian's face. After a considerable pause, he acquiesced. One must not fear 1,000 uncertainties. After all, we are ancient beings who have lived for 200,000 years, and caution is paramount. Very well, then I shall leave the arrangements to you, junior brother. Just call upon me when needed. Indeed. Would you like to rest here in the Qingfeng sacred land for 2 days? And then we shall head to the Wan Dao Academy together? Qin Mufeng invited. Seeing this, Nian readily agreed. Once he had settled his third senior brother, Qin Mufeng gathered the elders once more, speaking with a grave tone. In 2 days, at the Wan Dao Academy, all shall heed my third senior brother's commands. Understood. Your Holiness, the elders of the Qingfeng sacred land replied, their faces alight with excitement. They knew that the Holy Master had descended from above, and it was evident that his third senior brother must be a being of at least the immortal realm. Though full power could not be unleashed in the Tianshan continent, he would certainly be several times stronger than an ordinary peak Holy Emperor. Thus, it could be said that the matter concerning the Wan Dao Academy was already secure. Just then, a figure approached from the distance, stopping before Qin Mufeng. Your Holiness, Gu Tianxing said with a slight bow, his tone courteous. What brings you here, Gu Tianxing? Gu Tianxing felt a sense of curiosity as he engaged in seclusion and cultivation, intending to make further progress before entering the Tian'an secret realm. However, he was taken aback by the unexpected summons from the Holy Master. My senior brother has descended from the celestial realm and will reside in our Qingfeng Holy Land for a period. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation during this time, feel free to consult my third senior brother. Qin Mufeng spoke earnestly. His third senior brother was at least a true immortal, possessing insights into power that far surpassed their own capabilities. With the guidance of his senior brother, Gu Tianxing could save considerable time and effort. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianxing's eyes lit up. He was currently contemplating how to break through to the Saint Emperor realm before the Grand Saint competition, aiming to secure the top position and subsequently propose to Feng Qingyu. The Holy Master's words clearly presented him with an excellent opportunity. Yes, thank you, Holy Master. Gu Tianxing quickly cupped his hands, his voice filled with excitement. Qin Mufeng waved his hand dismissively, his tone remaining serious. You need only focus on your cultivation and ascend to the celestial realm as soon as possible. Indeed, I will diligently cultivate and not disappoint your expectations, Holy Master. Chapter 99. The Battle of the Three Great Holy Lands, Part 1. In the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed. Outside the Wan Dao Academy, numerous formidable beings had gathered. Among those observed by Su Ruoshan, there were no fewer than 50 Saint Emperors, not to mention those of the Saint Monarch rank. Witnessing this scene, the teachers of Wan Dao Academy kindly urged the students to leave first, as the ensuing matters did not concern them. However, it was evident that the powerful factions would not allow their departure. For who could say whether it might sow the seeds of future calamity? Once upon a time, in the Tianshan continent, a Saint King had permitted his enemies' families to depart, only to find that one of them had, within a mere millennium, ascended to the pinnacle of Saint Kings and sought vengeance with great ferocity. Since then, occurrences of leaving potential threats behind had become rare, with most opting for complete eradication. Stop. No one is allowed to enter or exit Wan Dao Academy. Those who defy this order shall face death without mercy. A peaked Saint Monarch stepped forward, blocking the students attempting to leave. The students were intimidated by his overwhelming aura, rooted in place and unable to move. At that moment, Su Ruishan descended from the sky, effortlessly subduing the peaked Saint Monarch with a single palm strike. Anyone who dares to obstruct their departure today shall stand against me. You may test that if you wish. Su Ruishan declared, his expression as cold as ice, his tone frigid. In an instant, the powerful beings present were struck with awe, daring not to intervene, merely watching as the students of Wandao Academy left. After all, the members of Qingfeng Holy Land had yet to arrive, and they were utterly powerless in the face of Su Ruishan's formidable presence. Just then, a colossal flying vessel approached from the distance, soon landing atop Wandao Academy. The vessel bore a massive character for desolate. The gathered powers looked upon the vessel with confusion, for they remembered that the ancient desolate Holy Land had a tenuous relationship with the Qingfeng Holy Land. Could it be that the ancient desolate Holy Land was coming for Wandao Academy? In the next instant, Yi Wushuang appeared directly before Su Ruishan, shielding him behind her. She then turned her gaze towards the multitude surrounding the Wandao Academy, speaking with a grave tone. I have heard that you intend to make a move against the Wandao Academy. This matter is intolerable for my ancient sacred land. Should anyone dare to act against the Wandao Academy, they must first confront my ancient sacred land. As Yi Wushuang concluded her statement, the leaders of the surrounding factions were momentarily dumbfounded. Su Ruishan, too, was taken aback, unable to fathom any connection between the Wandao Academy and the ancient sacred land. Sensing Su Ruishan's confusion, Yi Wushuang turned to him, displaying a gentle smile. Director Su, there is no need for concern. The holy son of my ancient sacred land once studied at your Wandao Academy. Out of both sentiment and reason, I am obliged to assist your academy. Understanding dawned upon Su Ruishan, yet curiosity lingered in his heart. To be a student of the holy son of the ancient sacred land must indicate exceptional talent. He wondered which student of the academy it might be. Meanwhile, the expressions of the surrounding powerhouses darkened upon hearing her words. The ancient sacred land and the Qingfeng sacred land were evenly matched in strength, and with the involvement of the ancient sacred land, the situation today seemed unlikely to reach a peaceful resolution. At that moment, a colossal flying vessel approached from afar, soon landing atop the Wandao Academy, emblazoned with the insignia of the ancient with sacred land. As the crowd pondered the purpose of the ancient with sacred land's arrival, Gu Feng stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yi Wushuang, and glared at the gathered powerhouses. Today, my ancient with sacred land will safeguard the Wandao Academy. Should you choose to oppose it, you shall be at odds with my ancient with sacred land. If any of you are unconvinced, feel free to step forward and test your mettle. As Gu Feng finished speaking, the flying vessel of the ancient with sacred land rapidly diminished in size, and its formidable warriors surged forth to shield the Wandao Academy. The warriors of the ancient sacred land mirrored this action. In an instant, the tide of the situation shifted. The combined might of the Empyrean-level powerhouses from both sacred lands numbered no less than 30, not to mention the formidable celestial weapons at their disposal. It was evident to all present that they would not stand a chance against such overwhelming power. Gu Shangzhuyu, Su Ruishan questioned, perplexed. If the ancient sacred land could justify their support for the Wandao Academy by citing the Holy Sun's previous studies there, then what of the ancient with sacred land? Director Su, there is no need for concern. The Holy Maiden of my ancient with sacred land also studied at your Wandao Academy. Thus we shall protect it today. Gu Feng turned to Su Ruishan, his expression conveying that all was under control. At this revelation, Su Ruishan was left speechless, a thought flickering through his mind. He swallowed hard and tentatively inquired, Yi Shengzhu, Gu Shengzhu. Could it be that the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of your two sacred lands are Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun? In Su Ruishan's view, the only individuals at the Wandao Academy who met this criterion were indeed those two prodigies. In response, both Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng nodded in affirmation. It appears Director Su is aware of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden. This simplifies matters greatly. Upon realizing that it was indeed Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, Su Ruishan finally exhaled in relief. With the support of two prominent sacred grounds, even if the esteemed Lu could not withstand the onslaught, he would remain unscathed. Surrounding him, the formidable beings exhibited a hint of retreat. They had initially dared to act against Wandao Academy only because of the backing from Qingfeng's sacred ground. However, now that Wandao Academy was shielded by two sacred grounds, could they truly conquer it? Just as they contemplated withdrawal, two figures suddenly appeared before Wandao Academy. Upon recognizing the newcomers, they rushed forward as if grasping onto a lifeline, addressing them eagerly. Senior Qin. The arrivals were none other than Qin Mufeng and Sun Yan. Initially, Qin Mufeng intended to lead the elders of Qingfeng's sacred ground. However, he was halted by Sun Yin. Sun Yin believed that in the vast expanse of the Tianshan continent, no one posed a threat to him, and the elders of Qing Feng's sacred ground would merely hinder their progress. Thus, he decided to bring Qin Mufeng along instead. Qin Mufeng, harboring confidence in his third senior brother, complied with his wishes and accompanied him. Yet upon their arrival, witnessing the two sacred grounds safeguarding Wandao Academy, Qin Mufeng's expression darkened. He stepped forward, his tone icy. Yi Wushuang, Gu Feng, this matter does not concern your sacred grounds, does it? Kindly step aside at once. Although both Gumu's sacred ground and Huanggu's sacred ground were sacred entities, they differed from Qing Feng's sacred ground. Only through the collaboration of the two sacred grounds could they stand as adversaries to Qing Feng's sacred ground. To avoid unnecessary complications, Qin Mufeng did not intend to engage with the two sacred grounds, provided they willingly yielded. You expect me to yield? That would be quite the affront to Huanggu's sacred ground. Yi Wushuang did not back down. This was an excellent opportunity to curry favor with that esteemed individual, and he would not let it slip by. Gu Feng echoed his sentiments. Today, Gumu's sacred ground shall protect Wandao Academy. Should your Qing Feng sacred ground insist on attacking, Gumu's sacred ground would not hesitate to engage in battle. Upon hearing this, Qin Mufeng's expression darkened considerably. Just as he was about to speak again, Sun Yin stepped forward to halt him. Upon seeing Sun Yin, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng's expressions shifted dramatically, clearly recognizing his identity. Yi Wushuang, Gu Feng, do you presume to speak on behalf of your celestial sect? If so, I would not hesitate to eradicate you. Sun Yin sneered, though his demeanor remained assertive. A weight of seriousness began to settle within him. Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng were both prodigies gilded by descent from the celestial realm, and should Gumu's sect ally with Huanggu's sect, Qing Feng's sect might not necessarily prevail. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he was not inclined to engage with these two sacred grounds. Naturally, we can. Feel free to test your mettle. Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng responded without hesitation. Elder Lu is undoubtedly a formidable celestial king, and his progeny possess terrifying talents. Should the principal sects of the celestial realm become aware of this, they would undoubtedly extend their utmost protection. You all, under such circumstances, I shall take you down. As for the myriad Dao Academy, there is no way the principal sects of the celestial realm would choose to oppose my Qing Feng sect for the sake of such a minor institution. Junior brother, engage. With that, Sun Yin took the initiative, directing his attention towards the powerful figures of the two great sacred lands. If he could merely delay them, it would afford his junior brother the time necessary to seize the myriad Dao Academy. Qin Mufeng discerned his senior brother's intentions, and, though his expression darkened, he knew that there was no retreat now that the arrow was on the bowstring. He bellowed, everyone, follow my lead. The powerful factions that had gathered around the myriad Dao Academy also wore grim expressions, yet they had no choice but to rally behind Qin Mufeng. Meanwhile, Qin Mufeng discreetly contacted the elders of the sacred lands, for the changing circumstances necessitated their support. Within the myriad Dao Academy, Fu Qitian stood respectfully beside Lu Xunxian, inquiring, Master, should I intervene now? Go forth and eliminate them, Lu Xunxian commanded. The sudden shift in circumstances did not deter his resolve. From the beginning, his intentions were clear. Any faction daring to assault the myriad Dao Academy would be met with merciless reprisal. Upon receiving the order, Fu Qitian surged towards Sun Yin. Sensing the latter's formidable strength, he promptly activated the Dream Return to Antiquity talisman, elevating his power to the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor realm. Daddy, can we go out and give those villains a good beating? The two youngsters, observing the battle outside the academy, felt an urge to participate, having never experienced actual combat despite their growth. Particularly, Lu Xiaoyao, whose ancient holy body was forged through battle, yearned for a thrilling fight. Go forth, but be cautious. Lu Xunxian replied, not hindering their enthusiasm. He knew these foes posed no threat to his children, and it presented an excellent opportunity for them to hone their skills. Perhaps they could even break through to the Saint King realm during this conflict. Outside the academy, Sun Yin had a clear objective. With a sweeping gesture, countless array flags soared from his inner world, swiftly forming a grand formation that enveloped the powerful figures of the two sacred lands. Although Sun Yin was a true celestial powerhouse, his cultivation had been constrained to the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor realm. He was far from an ordinary opponent at that level. What? Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng's expressions shifted dramatically, clearly taken aback by the unexpected might Sun Yin displayed. Capturing them in an instant. Everyone, attack the formation together, Yi Wushuang commanded, stepping forward. The trapped powerful figures wasted no time in unleashing their various techniques. Yet when their attacks struck the formation, they vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Witnessing this, Sun Yin chuckled coldly. This is a celestial formation. Unless you possess the strength of a celestial being, it is utterly impossible for you to break through. Upon uttering those words, Xunxian surged towards Wandao Academy, his next target being Fu Qitian. Capturing Fu Qitian would undoubtedly unveil the mastermind behind the scenes. However, at that moment, a chilling glimmer assailed Xunxian, leaving him no time for contemplation as he instinctively sidestepped. A streak of sword energy swept past him, leaving a cut upon his garment. Who dares? Xunxian's expression darkened. Had it been an ordinary peak Holy Emperor, that strike would have sufficed to slay him. Did you not seek me? Here I am. In an instant, Fu Qitian materialized before Xunxian, causing Qin Mufeng's countenance to shift dramatically. The peak of the Holy Emperor. How could this be? Had he not just recently ascended to the Holy Emperor level? It was astonishing that within less than a decade, Fu Qitian had surged through 3 minor realms to attain the peak of the Holy Emperor, a feat that seemed utterly impossible even in the celestial realm. Upon recognizing Fu Qitian, Xunxian's expression turned grim. Even he had taken a full 8,000 years to progress from the early stage of Holy Emperor to its peak. Yet this individual had accomplished it in under 10 years. Such prodigious talent was terrifying. If allowed to flourish, it would undoubtedly lead to calamity. Xunxian's singular thought was that this individual could not be permitted to survive. With that thought solidified, Xunxian acted first, aiming to incapacitate Fu Qitian, perhaps even gleaning the secret behind such rapid ascension from him. Fu Qitian had remained vigilant, for his master had informed him that Xunxian was a mid-stage true immortal who had descended upon the celestial holy continent, a force to be reckoned with. Therefore, the moment Xunxian made his move, Fu Qitian shattered a jade talisman, invoking the domain spoken of by his master. In an instant, all present were drawn into Fu Qitian's domain, their realm suppressed to the late stage of Holy Emperor. As Xunxian sensed the alteration in his own realm, disbelief flooded his face. What? He was a mid-stage true immortal, yet now his realm was suppressed to the peak of Holy Emperor. How could it be further diminished to the late stage of Holy Emperor? In defiance of fate, Xunxian removed the artifact suppressing his realm. However, as he did so, his aura remained unchanged, still at the late stage of Holy Emperor. Realizing that nothing had altered, Xunxian's expression shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to Qin Mufeng and shouted, "Junior brother, flee. This individual is formidable." Chapter 101. The Battle of the Three Great Holy Lands. Part 2. Reality had proven to Xunxian that Fu Qitian was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, with Xunxian currently at a lower minor realm than Fu Qitian, he could not ascertain whether Fu Qitian possessed other hidden tactics. Thus, the wisest course of action was to retreat and summon their master to address the situation. As previously mentioned, Qin Mufeng considered Xunxian his superior. So upon hearing his brother's words, he wasted no time in turning to escape. Yet, to his utter astonishment, he discovered that an invisible formation had surrounded them unbeknownst to him. What? Xunxian had also sensed this, his expression now one of even greater shock. For the formation they were ensnared within transcended his understanding. This was undoubtedly a celestial formation. This, of course, originates from the hand of Lu Xunxian. If you allow me to escape, how will my son and daughter join forces? You shall accept your fate. Lu Xunxian sat in the Grandmaster's chair, his fingertips weaving a stream of celestial power, silently arranging a celestial formation. Not to mention Xunxian. Even an immortal emperor or immortal sovereign would find it impossible to breach this array. As if foreseeing his own demise, Xunxian ceased his flight, abruptly halting and casting a troubled glance at Fu Qitian. He spoke, "Esteemed friend, how about we end this matter here? My Qingfeng sect is willing to offer an apology. I hope the esteemed elder behind you will show mercy and spare my life." The presence of such a formidable formation laid without his awareness indicated that even if he regained his true immortal cultivation, he would stand no chance against his opponent. Fu Qitian, in front of him, appeared to be at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm, but it was evident that a more powerful figure loomed behind him. Leave none alive. A thought from Lu Xunxian transmitted a message directly into Fu Qitian's mind. With Lu Xunxian's command, Fu Qitian lunged forward once more, his sights set on Xunxian. Witnessing this, Xunxian's complexion darkened, fully aware of his adversary's intent. In that case, let us perish together. With that, Xunxian charged towards Fu Qitian. Although his cultivation was suppressed to the later stage of the Saint Emperor realm, he believed that his combat instincts could bridge this slight gap. However, with a mere stroke of his sword, Xunxian was cleaved in two by Fu Qitian. Qin Mufeng's pupils constricted at this sight, astonished that his senior brother could be slain with a single strike. Fortunately, in the next moment, Xunxian reappeared, albeit with a pallid visage. His heart was filled with shock. He had been dispatched in a single move. Were it not for the life-preserving talisman bestowed by his master, he might have truly met his end. Through this battle, Xunxian recognized the disparity between himself and his opponent. Brute force was futile. Go. He waved his hand, unleashing countless radiant golden talismans from his inner world, which soared towards Fu Qitian, exploding upon nearing him. These talismans were Su Nian's hidden treasures, each possessing the terrifying power capable of vanquishing a peak immortal. At this juncture, he sought not to defeat Fu Qitian, but merely to delay his advance. Junior brother, we must flee. Our only option now is to breach the formation and escape. He had considered contacting his master directly. As a true immortal, he did not need a messaging array to reach his sect. However, given that his opponent had set up the formation and showed no fear of Qingfeng's sect, it was likely he would be unable to establish contact. Thus, Su Nian's sole choice was to dismantle this array. Since his adversary could construct such a formation in such a short span, it likely wasn't overly formidable. With his skills as a low-grade array master, he believed he could at least create an opening to facilitate their escape. As for other powerful forces, he could hardly attend to his own safety, let alone carry them along. Soon, Su Nian brought Qin moving to the edge of the grand formation, extending his hand to feel a formidable barrier. Observing this, he promptly retrieved a long, conical celestial treasure specifically designed to counter formations. After infusing it with celestial energy, the long cone erupted in a blaze of golden light and charged towards the formation. With great anticipation, the long cone struck the formation with tremendous force. However, the expected outcome did not materialize. Instead, the long cone shattered instantly, and the sudden backlash left Su Nian pale, causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood. What? At that moment, Fu Qitian had already emerged from the onslaught of the celestial explosion talisman, swiftly positioning himself behind Su Nian. Ling Tian slash. Fu Qitian uttered with a quiet intensity, and with a single stroke of his sword, he cleaved Su Nian and Qin Mufeng in two. Meanwhile, within the Qingfeng sect of the celestial realm, Hu Poguo, who was immersed in closed-door cultivation to break through to the celestial king realm, suddenly opened his eyes. Who dares to harm my disciple? He sensed the restriction placed upon Su Nian being activated and, in the next instant, he rushed towards the first heaven. Simultaneously, before the Wandao Academy, with Fu Qitian's sword strike, Qin Mufeng's soul was obliterated, while Su Nian, due to his mid-stage true celestial strength, managed to survive the lethal blow. Senior, spare my life. I am willing to submit to you. I beg you, please spare me. In this moment, Su Nian finally grasped the essence of fear. Such a display of power surpassed anything he had ever encountered, even beyond what a celestial king might possess. The more formidable the being, the greater their fear of death, let alone someone like Su Nian. Yet, Fu Qitian had received orders to eliminate Su Nian and would not be swayed by his pleas. I'm afraid it is better for you to die, Fu Qitian replied, and with that, he struck down once more, ending Su Nian's life. Until his last breath, Su Nian could not fathom that such terrifying beings existed within the humble Tianshan continent. In the celestial realm, Hu Poguo's figure abruptly halted, his expression contorted with rage. Damn it! Who dares to kill my disciple? It was known that Su Nian was his painstakingly nurtured disciple, and now he had perished within the Tianshan continent. Moreover, he also sensed the demise of Qin Mufeng simultaneously. To lose two cherished disciples in a single day was a bitter blow for Hu Poguo. Yet, he did not allow his fury to cloud his judgment. The audacity to attack his two disciples implied that the perpetrator did not fear the Qingfeng sect. He could not believe his disciples would have failed to mention the name of the Qingfeng sect. Thus, the one who had slain his disciples was either a reckless fool or possessed a confidence to match. This matter requires careful deliberation. Hu Poguo's expression darkened, but ultimately, he refrained from heading directly to the Tianshan continent. If this were a trap aimed at him, his arrival would only lead him to a perilous snare. Chapter 102, The Battle of the Three Sacred Lands, and, what a pity, they did not come. At Wandao Academy, Lu Xunxian raised his gaze. Peering across the endless expanse towards Hu Poguo's direction, his tone tinged with disappointment. However, he did not pay much heed to it. If Hu Poguo came, it would save him some effort. If not, he could simply annihilate the entire Qingfeng sect when he brought his son and daughter to the celestial realm. From the very beginning, Lu Xunxian had no intention of sparing the Qingfeng sect. Although the sect had not offended him directly, the Qingfeng sacred land had crossed him. If he were to destroy the Qingfeng sacred land, the Qingfeng sect would undoubtedly seek retribution. Therefore, rather than waiting for the Qingfeng sect to come after him, it was far more prudent for him to eradicate them first. Shaking his head, Lu Xunxian chose not to dwell on these thoughts and redirected his attention to the battlefield. As the formidable figures from the Qingfeng sacred land grew anxious following the fall of Qin Mufeng and Su Nian, they hastily pleaded for mercy from Yi Wushuang and the others. Holy Master Yi, we were coerced and misled by the Qingfeng sacred land. Please, spare us. Holy Master Yi, we beg you, We are willing to do whatever it takes. Just let us live. Witnessing the desperate pleas of the powerful figures kneeling before them, Yi Wushuang and the other strong beings hesitated. However, at that moment, Fu Qitian appeared before them, speaking in a calm tone. The master has decreed that once a choice is made, one must bear the corresponding consequences. Had we been the weaker ones today, do you think they would have shown us mercy? Without waiting for Yi Wushuang's response, Fu Qitian resumed his onslaught, each strike claiming multiple lives. Yi Wushuang and the others did not hesitate for long. They resumed their attacks. After all, they were seasoned veterans in the cultivation world, well aware of the harsh realities at play. Soon, all the formidable figures who had assaulted Wandao Academy were slain. The surrounding area was soaked in blood, the overwhelming aura of it potent enough to potentially nurture a celestial demon. Thank you, dear friends. Were it not for your assistance, Wandao Academy would have faced dire straits today. Su Ruishan expressed sincerely to the powerful figures of the two sacred lands. Noticing this, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng waved their hands dismissively. Friend Su, do not mention it. We merely acted in accordance with our duty. If you do not mind, shall we forge an alliance from this day forth to share both fortunes and misfortunes? At this suggestion, Su Ruishan's eyes brightened. An alliance with the two sacred lands would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to Wandao Academy. Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. In that case, I thank both holy masters. Well then, since the matter is settled, we shall take our leave. Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng understood the importance of departing swiftly. They knew that if Lu Xunxian perceived their presence as a mere favor, it would be unwise. Thus, they quickly left, as if they had never been there. When Su Ruishan turned to look for Fu Qitian, he found that Fu Qitian had already returned to Lu Xunxian's side, having seemingly vanished from the scene. Please disperse for now. I shall express my gratitude to Senior Lu. Fu Qitian addressed the teachers beside him. Given their considerable efforts in the preceding battle, Su Ruishan intended to reward them handsomely after acknowledging Lu Xunxian's contributions. Once the teachers had departed, Su Ruishan made his way to Lu Xunxian's residence. Within the estate, Fu Qitian had already returned to report. Master, these are the spoils acquired from Qin Mufeng and that immortal. Fu Qitian revealed the items obtained from Su Nian and Qin Mufeng. As for the other possessions, since Lu Xunxian had spoken, he refrained from taking them and instead entrusted them to the two great sacred lands as a gesture of goodwill. Observing the items in Fu Qitian's hands, Lu Xunxian did not accept them. With a calm demeanor, he instructed, deliver these to the Qingfeng's sacred land and quietly hand them over to Feng Qingyu. During this time, Lu Xunxian had come to several realizations. Since Feng Qingyu was heartless, it would be prudent to regard her as a mere tool. If he were to bestow upon her the accumulated wealth of a mid-tier true immortal and a peak saint emperor, it would surely yield considerable returns. Upon hearing this, Fu Qitian was somewhat taken aback, clearly not expecting that the items would be given to Feng Qingyu. However, as a competent servant, he understood the boundaries of inquiry and thus refrained from asking further questions. Following the receipt of his orders, Fu Qitian set off towards the Qingfeng's sacred land. Not long after Fu Qitian's departure, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyan returned, their voices brimming with excitement. Father, did you see how formidable we were just now? Indeed. My Xiaoyao and Qingyan are the most formidable, Lu Xunxian replied with satisfaction. He had witnessed his children's performances. They had not sought out weak opponents, but had engaged challengers at the early stage of the Saint King realm, successfully overcoming their adversaries after some sacrifice. Consequently, Lu Xunxian deemed their performances commendable. Having received the affirmation they sought from their father, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun's faces blossomed with joy. At that moment, Su Ruishan's figure appeared outside the estate. Senior, may I enter? Come in. Lu Xunxian granted permission, allowing Su Ruishan to enter. Upon entering, Su Ruishan bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Senior Lu. Had it not been for your intervention, the Wandao Academy would surely have faced calamity today. There is no need for such formalities. I have already stated that this matter arose due to my involvement, and I shall take responsibility, Lu Xunxian replied in a calm tone, an invisible force lifting Su Ruishan to his feet. Once upright, Su Ruishan's face was filled with gratitude. However, after contemplating something, a hint of hesitation crossed his expression before he inquired. Senior Lu, may I ask your feelings regarding the child Qinxue? What feelings? The feelings of a mentor and disciple? Lu Xunxian's brow furrowed slightly. He discerned the implication behind Su Ruishan's words, but preferred not to respond. Su Ruishan was momentarily taken aback, preparing to articulate a response when he noticed Lu Xunxian gesturing dismissively. Old Su, as Wandao Academy is currently occupied with significant matters. If there is nothing of utmost importance, you may take your leave for now. Upon hearing this, Su Ruishan realized that Lu Xunxian was not inclined to respond, and could only let out a sigh. I understand, esteemed senior. With that, Su Ruoshan departed, recognizing that he could only assist with Luo Qianxue to this extent. Continuing further might yield adverse effects, so it is best to let things unfold naturally. Chapter 103. The Outrage of the Sect Within the Ancient Holy Land. Upon returning, Yi Wushuang immediately summoned the elders without hesitation. Esteemed colleagues, today marks the establishment of enmity between our ancient Holy Land and the Qingfeng Holy Land. We must exercise caution henceforth. Yi Wushuang's expression was grave as he spoke. Although one Qin Mufeng had perished, the strength of Qingfeng Holy Land remained formidable, and he did not wish to falter in treacherous waters. However, Yi Wushuang swiftly shifted his tone, adding, "Yet, there is no need for excessive worry regarding Qingfeng Holy Land. Our immediate concern lies with the Qingfeng sect in the Immortal Realm. They are unlikely to let this matter rest." Yi Wushuang had discerned Su Nian's true identity and understood that the Qingfeng sect would not simply overlook this incident. Nevertheless, with Lu Xunxian's support and the relatively strong position of their own sect, he did not believe that the Qingfeng sect would pose a significant threat to them. Moreover, he had recently received news that the sect leader was in seclusion, striving to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. Should he succeed, they would have no reason to fear the Qingfeng sect. Upon hearing this, the elders present wore solemn expressions. However, with a strong figure to rely upon, they felt less inclined to worry excessively. In the ancient Holy Land, the situation mirrored that of the ancient Holy Land. Upon learning of the developments, they were not overly concerned, as they held absolute confidence in Lu Xunxian. Meanwhile, within the Qingfeng Holy Land, an elder guarding the Soul Hall was meditating with closed eyes. However, upon sensing something amiss, he opened his eyes and gazed at the Soul Mountain before him. This was the place where the Qingfeng Holy Land monitored the status of each disciple. Within the sect, from the sect master to the outer disciples, everyone was required to leave their soul lamp on the Soul Mountain for the Holy Land to observe their conditions. Just as the elder assumed that a disciple had perished, his pupils trembled upon witnessing something, rendering him momentarily speechless. Once he regained his composure, he shouted, "This is dire. The sect master has fallen." Before long, the elders of the Qingfeng Holy Land gathered before the Soul Mountain, their gazes fixed on the most prominent soul lamp atop the mountain. At that moment, the lamp had extinguished, casting an air of desolation. The expressions of the gathered elders were grim, clearly taken aback by the unexpected demise of their sect master. Curse it! Even the sect master's senior brother could not protect him? And as for that senior brother, he is likely in peril as well. What shall we do now? Since they have dealt with both the sect master and his senior brother, it seems we, the Qingfeng Holy Land, may not stand a chance. Our immediate priority is to contact the main sect above and inform them of this situation, leaving it to them to resolve. The elders wore grim expressions, and soon devised a resolution. Before long, they arrived at the communication array. The Grand Elder of the Qingfeng Sacred Land stepped confidently into the center of the formation. With but a glance, 5 venerable emperors approached the perimeter, channeling their spiritual energy to activate the array. Meanwhile, within the Qingfeng sect, the furious Hu Pogu had returned. Upon his arrival, he made his way directly to the sect master's cave dwelling. "Master, Hu Pogu seeks an audience," he announced. By the time he reached the entrance, he had regained his composure, though his countenance remained troubled. He respectfully clasped his hands before the cave, fully aware of his status as a mid-stage immortal king. In contrast to the sect master, a peak immortal king, making it clear that he could not act presumptuously. Upon his words, the cave's restrictions lifted, revealing an aged voice from within. "Enter." With the invitation granted, Hu Pogu stepped inside. The cave dwelling of the Qingfeng sect's master was surprisingly austere, lacking the grandeur one might expect from a peak immortal king. In the center, an elderly figure was hunched on the ground, appearing devoid of vitality. It was only when Hu Pogu approached that the elder slowly rose, his appearance shifting until he transformed into a remarkably youthful man. He was none other than the sect master, the formidable Gu Daoyuan. "Elder Hu, what brings you to me?" he inquired. "Master, our branch on the heavenly sacred continent has encountered a dire situation. Both my third disciple and junior disciple have perished there." Although Hu Pogu spoke with an unsettling calm, his eyes betrayed his fury. His tranquility was merely a facade. At this revelation, Gu Daoyuan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated trouble befalling their branch in the lower realm, nor that anyone would dare to slay Hu Pogu's disciples. "Rest assured, Elder Hu, I shall investigate this matter thoroughly and ensure accountability," he assured. Recognizing that the implications extended beyond Hu Pogu's personal grievance, a failure to address this issue would bring disgrace upon the Qingfeng sect itself. Thus, with a decisive command from Gu Daoyuan, the elders of the Qingfeng sect soon gathered within the grand hall. Upon his arrival, the elders took their seats with solemn expressions, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation underscored by their master's tone. As Gu Daoyuan settled into his position of authority, the Grand Elder could no longer contain himself and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Master, what has transpired?" Noting the Grand Elder's question, Gu Daoyuan let out a cold snort and replied icily, "I am sure you are all curious why I have summoned you here. I will not beat around the bush. Recently, our branch in the lower realm was attacked, an elder whose 2 disciples were killed. Yet, it is inconceivable that mere mortals in the lower realm could pose a threat to elder whose disciples. Thus, I suspect this incident to be the work of hostile forces intent on undermining our Qingfeng sect." As Gu Daoyuan's words fell, the elders present suddenly rose in unison, their voices brimming with indignation. "What? How dare anyone lay hands on our Qingfeng sect? This is outrageous. Although they are merely a branch sect, such actions are tantamount to a direct affront to us. Sect Master, I implore you to address this matter with utmost seriousness. Whoever is behind this must pay the price." Observing the elders' reactions, a satisfied expression crept onto Gu Daoyuan's face as he waved his hand to silence them, before continuing. "The reason I summoned you all here is to resolve this issue. I plan to appoint 3 elders from our Qingfeng sect to handle this matter with full authority. Regardless of who is behind this, they shall pay a bloody price." "Excellent." The elders responded in loud agreement, entirely unaware of the terrifying existence they were about to face. Chapter 104. The meeting of the 2 great powers within the ancient sacred land. 5 ancestors gathered. "Thank you for your presence." Yi Wushuang addressed the 5 Saint Emperor-level ancestors earnestly, as the 5 ancestors infused their power into the communication array. Yi Wushuang's spirit was transmitted to the ancient sect in the immortal realm. At the ancient sect, as the communication array was reactivated, the elders of the sect swiftly arrived. Upon seeing Yi Wushuang, one of the elders stepped forward and inquired, "Young Master Yi, may I ask the purpose of your visit?" The elder's tone revealed a certain connection with Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang promptly clasped his hands in greeting and, after exchanging pleasantries, solemnly recounted the events that had transpired at the Wandao Academy, including the likelihood that Lu Xunxian was a formidable figure at the Immortal King level. As Yi Wushuang finished speaking, the expressions of the elders from the ancient sect grew grave, clearly aware of the seriousness of the situation. "Ah, young Master Yi, we currently have no means to resolve this matter. You should be aware that the sect master is in seclusion, striving to break through to the Immortal Emperor level." One elder replied, "And what of my master?" Yi Wushuang hastily inquired, thinking of his mentor. "Your master left the sect shortly after your descent, stating he would embark on a journey to seek breakthroughs to the Immortal Emperor realm before returning." Yi Wushuang's mentor was the Grand Elder of the ancient sect, a terrifying existence at the late Immortal King stage. Hearing about his mentor's expedition, Yi Wushuang couldn't help but smile wryly, but soon his expression turned serious as he stated, "I understand. Yet I believe Elder Lu should possess the means to resolve this issue. My purpose in ascending to this realm is to request that the main sect prevent members of the Qingfeng sect from descending. This task is not insurmountable, given your account. It seems the Gumu sect is also involved. We shall join forces with them. No matter the situation, the Qingfeng sect will have to give us some face." The second elder of the ancient sect said confidently, "Then I must rely on you," Yi Wushuang replied, and with that, he promptly severed the communication, returning to the Tianxin continent. After Yi Wushuang's departure, the elders of the ancient sect exchanged knowing smiles, evidently surprised at the existence of such formidable powers within the Tianxin continent. However, in the present moment, Yi Wushuang has already waded into this murky water, and the ancient sect can only choose to accompany him to the end. After all, the ancient sect has never betrayed its disciples for the sake of its own interests. I am now heading to the ancient Wood sect to discuss countermeasures with them. Until my return, you must not act rashly." The second elder turned to the elders of the ancient sect, his expression serious. The elders naturally nodded in agreement, watching as the second elder hurried towards the direction of the ancient Wood sect. At this moment, within the ancient Wood sect, "What? You have slain Hupoga's 3rd disciple and junior disciple?" Before the communication array, upon learning of the deaths of both disciples in the lower realm, the expressions of the elders in the ancient Wood sect changed dramatically. They were well aware of Hupoga's temperament, and this matter would likely not end well. Although the ancient Wood sect did not fear Hupogu, the formidable Qingfeng sect behind him was not to be underestimated. As the elders simmered with anger, Gu Feng hastily continued, "But Senior Lu is a celestial king. Moreover, the ancient sacred land is also involved in this matter." Upon hearing Gu Feng's words, a profound silence enveloped the elders present. They were astonished that such a mighty celestial king could exist within the humble heavenly saint continent, and equally shocked that the ancient sect would choose to intervene. At this moment, a stern-looking elder turned to Gu Feng with a serious expression. "Gu Shizhi, are you certain that the other party is a celestial king?" Replying to Uncle Su, "I am certain." The other party was able to create a stable spatial passage within our ancient with sacred land and the ancient sacred land without relying on any external means. I can think of no other power capable of such a feat besides a celestial king, Gu Feng recounted, carefully reflecting on the events of that day to confirm his suspicions. Even a peak true immortal would be affected by the laws of the lower realm and would not be able to showcase their true strength. Only by breaking through to the celestial king level and possessing true spirit could one escape the influence of the lower realm's laws. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression shifted contemplatively, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. In that case, this matter shall be handled by our ancient Wood sect. Rest assured, the sect master has recently entered seclusion and is likely to break through to the celestial emperor realm soon. At that time, the Qingfeng sect will be of little concern. Furthermore, since you mentioned that the ancient sect is also involved, if our ancient Wood sect and the ancient sect unite, the Qingfeng sect must reconsider whether they are a match for us. He was Su Fengyuan, the grand elder of the ancient Wood sect, a superpower at the late stage of the celestial king, naturally possessing the confidence to make such a declaration. Seeing Su Fengyuan's agreement, Gu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Su, for your agreement. I shall take my leave now. With that, Gu Feng severed the connection to the communication array, his consciousness returning to his physical form. After Gu Feng departed, the ease on Su Fengyuan's face vanished, replaced by a heavy gravity. After all, while the words sounded light, he would naturally feel tense until certainty was achieved. Just then, a disciple hurriedly rushed in from outside. Esteemed elders, a celestial king has arrived from the outside, claiming to be the second elder of the ancient sect. What? That fellow has come? Su Fengyuan expressed surprise. He was not unfamiliar with the second elder of the ancient sect, yet he was curious as to why Zheng Guhuan would make an appearance. However, recalling what Gu Feng had mentioned earlier, Su Fengyuan soon understood that the visitor was likely here regarding matters concerning the Qingfeng sect. With this thought in mind, Su Fengyuan waved his hand and instructed, "Bring Zheng Guhuan to the reception hall." Following the command, the disciple hurriedly departed to notify Zheng Guhuan. Once the disciple had left, Su Fengyuan turned to the other elders and gestured, "You need not concern yourselves with this matter. I shall handle it." "Yes, Grand Elder," the elders replied solemnly. Their expressions grave, yet they ultimately acquiesced, placing their trust in Su Fengyuan. After addressing the elders, Su Fengyuan made his way to the reception hall. The reception hall was an area specially designated by the ancient Wood sect to accommodate esteemed guests. Upon arriving, Su Fengyuan did not have to wait long before the earlier disciple entered with Zheng Guhuan in tow. After ushering Zheng Guhuan inside, the disciple exited, leaving only Su Fengyuan and Zheng Guhuan in the hall. Chapter 105. Taoist Lord Taoist Zheng. It has been quite some time, Su Fengyuan greeted warmly, rising with a smile as Zheng Guhuan approached. It was evident from Su Fengyuan's cordial tone that there existed some rapport between them. However, Zheng Guhuan wore a serious expression, lacking any enthusiasm, and waved his hand, saying, "Taoist Su, you must already be aware of my purpose for coming, so I shall refrain from idle chatter. How do you intend to address the situation with the Qingfeng sect?" Seeing Zheng Guhuan's straightforwardness, Su Fengyuan's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. "Since you have stated it so plainly, I shall also be direct. My current plan is for our two sects to form an alliance. Only in this way can we contend effectively with the Qingfeng sect. Although both the ancient Wood sect and the ancient sect possessed peak celestial kings, their combined strength was required to match that of the Qingfeng sect. While they could hold their own in one-on-one combat, they would need to be wary of being overwhelmed in a group confrontation." Upon hearing this, Zheng Guhuan nodded. "I have the same intention." As representatives of their respective sects, the two soon reached a consensus, solidifying the alliance between their two formidable forces. After concluding their discussions, Zheng Guhuan, reflecting on the matter of Lu Xunxian, inquired with a solemn expression, "What is your perspective on that celestial king from the Tianshan continent, Taoist Su?" In response, Su Fengyuan's expression turned serious as he pondered briefly before speaking. "As long as they harbor no ill will towards our ancient Wood sect and the ancient sect, and considering their offspring are our holy sons and daughters from the lower realms, we may attempt to engage with them. However, when it comes to determining which celestial king aligns with whom, that will depend on our respective capabilities." As he spoke, a sense of competitive spirit emanated from Su Fengyuan, and Zheng Guhuan was equally resolute. After all, a celestial king was a rare and invaluable asset for their factions. If they could win such an ally, it would be most advantageous. Within the Qingfeng sacred land, as Feng Qingyu was in seclusion, she received a message from her master, instructing her to proceed to the holy temple. The gravity in her master's tone stirred an unsettling feeling within her. Without further ado, she dispelled the restrictions of her cave dwelling and set off towards the temple. However, upon stepping outside her abode, she was momentarily taken aback by an unexpected sight. There, lying on the ground, was a storage ring, emanating a captivating silvery glow. Who could have left this storage ring at the entrance to my cave? Her initial response was not to claim the ring, but rather to scan her surroundings with a wary gaze. After all, having practiced cultivation for a considerable time, she was well aware that fortune rarely fell from the sky. Yet, after a prolonged silence, with no signs of danger, she turned her attention back to the ring, a look of determination crossing her face. What if, against all odds, fortune truly had smiled upon her? As she held the ring in her palm, her spirit probed it thoroughly, revealing no restrictions. However, upon glimpsing the contents within, her breath caught in her throat, and without hesitation, she stowed the ring away. She recognized it as belonging to her sect's leader. Why on earth is the leader's storage ring here? A grim expression washed over her. If her master and the elders were to discover this, she would be irreparably tainted, even if she were to leap into the yellow river to cleanse herself. Caught in a dilemma over whether to return the ring, she ultimately dismissed the thought. If there had been restrictions, she would have refrained from touching it. But with none present, it was akin to an unclaimed object. To claim it was merely human nature. After securing the ring, Feng Qingyu resumed her journey towards the Holy Temple. Ding! Congratulations to Feng Qingyu for acquiring the essence of a pinnacle Saint Emperor. With billions of shares of the essence now allocated to the host. Ding! Congratulations to Feng Qingyu for acquiring the essence of a mid-level true immortal. With billions of shares of the essence now allocated to the host. Would you like to synthesize? Within the myriad of the academy. As Feng Qingyu accepted the storage ring, the system's voice chimed in. Have I received it? Synthesize it for me. Xunxian gazed at the billions of shares of essence, choosing synthesis without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the essence of a pinnacle immortal emperor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the essence of a mid-level Dao sovereign. As the system's announcements concluded, the resources within the storage ring significantly diminished. However, upon hearing the system's voice, Xunxian's expression grew solemn, prompting him to inquire, System, what realm is a Dao sovereign? Yet, the system remained silent, only responding during the feedback process. Realizing this, Xunxian ceased to rely on the system, pondering the true nature of the Dao sovereign realm. According to the nature of this system, the true celestial realm is the second level behind the Holy Emperor, and it is presumed that the Dao sovereign represents the second level following the celestial emperor as well. However, it remains uncertain what realm the Dao sovereign occupied prior, or if there are further realms beyond. Soon, Xunxian deduced that the Dao sovereign should indeed be the second level following the celestial emperor. Yet he was still oblivious to the existence of any additional realms beyond the Dao sovereign. It was suggested that he might directly seize the essence of a celestial sovereign and discreetly hand it over to Feng Qingyu for testing. Nevertheless, as previously mentioned, Xunxian was profoundly principled. Had he not possessed a legitimate reason, he would never contemplate appropriating another's possessions. Thus, shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts, recognizing that his current strength was already sufficient. At that moment, Fu Qitian returned hastily. Master, I have fulfilled my duty. Very well, then let us return. Xunxian responded with a nod, subsequently turning to Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyan beside him. In an instant, the surrounding scenery transformed back to the ancient with sacred land. Following this, barring any unforeseen events, they would await the opening of the Tiannan secret realm, participate in the grand tournament of the celestial saints, and thereafter ascend to the celestial realm. Within the sacred hall of the Qingfeng's sacred land, Feng Qingyu arrived in haste. Master, what has transpired? She inquired, casting a concerned glance at Lin Chongkong, who bore a grave expression. Although she had formed a rough hypothesis in her mind, the appearance of the Holy Lord's storage ring in her possession, devoid of any soul restrictions, suggested that he had likely encountered misfortune. Lin Chongkong, his demeanor somber and voice tinged with melancholy, replied, The Holy Lord has fallen. What? The Holy Lord has fallen? Who is responsible for his demise? In this vast Tianxian continent, who possesses the capability to slay the Holy Lord? Although Feng Qingyu had her suspicions, she was still taken aback upon hearing the confirmation. After all, the Holy Lord was a peak existence of the Holy Emperor, a formidable figure in the Tianxian continent. The entity capable of taking the Holy Lord's life must be extraordinarily fearsome. Chapter 106. Lin Chongtian's journey of cultivation. I do not know. Even the Holy Lord's third senior brother has perished. The reason I summoned you today is that the ancestors are about to contact the main sect of the upper realm to discuss countermeasures. Lin Chongkong shook his head, gazing towards the distant communication array. With the assistance of 5 ancestors, Elder Rin Tianfeng's soul had already been transmitted to the main sect of the upper realm. Amidst the anxious anticipation of all present, the communication array was soon severed, and Ren Tianfeng's soul returned. Elder, what is the situation? Lin Chongkong inquired urgently upon witnessing this. However, Ren Tianfeng's expression was grim, and after a prolonged silence, he sighed. The main sect of the upper realm has advised us to act discreetly for the time being. They suspect that there are numerous complexities behind this incident. They will send someone down to assume the Holy Lord's position only after this matter is resolved. As Ren Tianfeng's words settled, the expressions of the assembled powerful figures from the sacred land darkened significantly. Who could tell how long it would take to resolve this issue? 10 years? 100 years? Or perhaps even 1,000 years? By that time, it was likely that the Qingfeng sacred land would have long been forgotten by the main sect of the upper realm. Nevertheless, they found themselves in a state of helplessness. With the fall of the Sage Lord, the Qingfeng Holy Land had suddenly become the weakest among the 5 great holy lands, compelling them to adopt a more discreet approach. Soon after, the revered emperors present dispersed, instructing their disciples to act with utmost caution. The news of the Sage Lord's demise could not be concealed for long. It was better to disclose the truth than to allow the disciples to discover it themselves. Once the other elders had departed, Feng Qingyu remembered something and hurriedly inquired, Master, will our Qingfeng Holy Land still participate in the Tiannan Secret Realm event in half a month and the Tianshan Grand Competition in 9 years? Previously, I hesitated to assert that we could secure a position in the top 10 of the Grand Competition, but now, with the foundation provided by the Sage Lord, I am confident that I can break through to the Sage King realm before the event. It is quite rare to find a Sage King under 500 years old in the Tianshan continent, so achieving a top 10 ranking should be within reach. Of course we will participate. Our Qingfeng Holy Land may be adopting a low profile, but that does not imply that we shall relinquish our opportunities. Lin Chongkong replied without hesitation. Both events were of significant importance to them. While maintaining a low profile was prudent, it did not mean they would surrender their chances. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief and promptly turned to leave. She needed to prepare herself to shine brilliantly in the Tiannan Secret Realm in half a month. In the Celestial Realm, within the Jade Emperor sect, Lin Zhongtian stood before the Jade Emperor, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your care during this time. I must embark on my journey to seek experience. The enchanting Wanhua fairy stood beside him. The Jade Emperor sighed at this, asking, Lin, my friend, is it truly impossible for you to stay a little longer with us at the Jade Emperor sect? Regrettably, my master has commanded me to establish a force in the Celestial Realm, and I must resolve matters swiftly, Lin Zhongtian replied, his demeanor grave. Though remaining at the Jade Emperor sect would inevitably lead to his eventual breakthrough to the Celestial Emperor realm, the timeline for such progress was uncertain. Conversely, venturing out to hone his skills and engage in battles with formidable opponents would accelerate his growth and lead him to a swifter breakthrough. As for the notion of battling the Jade Emperor, Lin Zhongtian had considered it, but ultimately dismissed the idea. The disparity in their strengths was too vast, and their familiarity would hinder the potential for a truly exhilarating confrontation. Thus, only those of similar or slightly superior realms could truly catalyze his latent potential, enabling him to become stronger and achieve breakthroughs sooner. Acknowledging the situation, the Jade Emperor realized he could not force Lin Zhongtian to remain. However, just before Lin was about to depart, the Jade Emperor spoke with a serious expression, My friend, should you encounter any troubles in your travels, you may invoke my name. It may help to alleviate some of your difficulties. After all, the Jade Emperor was a peak celestial emperor with a certain level of renown in the celestial realm, capable of intimidating many. Lin Zhongtian nodded in agreement to this. Although he yearned to grow stronger, he was not a fool. He understood when to rely on human connections and when to depend on his own abilities. Watching Lin Zhongtian depart, the Jade Emperor could not help but let out a sigh. At that moment, Yu Baichuan appeared before the Jade Emperor, his expression somewhat grave. Old ancestor, trouble looms. The Bounty Association has issued a reward for the king of 10,000 heathens, with a staggering sum of 8,000 superior-grade celestial liquid. They are certainly swift in their actions, directly placing a bounty. The Jade Emperor snorted coldly, his countenance darkening. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the Bounty Association, a force reputed to be capable of slaying even celestial emperors, provided the reward was substantial enough. The elder had only just ascended to the rank of celestial emperor, and now the situation had become rather precarious. However, he soon found a semblance of relief. While the Bounty Association boasted of its ability to eliminate celestial emperors, this was contingent upon the reward being sufficiently enticing. The trio of the heavy water celestial emperor were merely in the early stages of celestial emperor rank. It was likely that offering 8,000 superior-grade celestial liquid as a bounty was the extent of their capabilities, let alone the prospect of targeting a celestial emperor. To his knowledge, the highest bounty ever accepted by the Bounty Association was for the assassination of a late-stage celestial sovereign, and even that reward was astronomically high, reaching an astonishing 10 million superior-grade celestial liquid, an amount that even 100,000 heavy water celestial emperors could not afford. Never mind, this matter need not concern us. Let Lin Daoyu handle it himself. The Jade Emperor waved his hand dismissively, opting to remain uninvolved. In his view, Lu Sun was a celestial emperor of great prowess, and as the servant of a celestial emperor, Lin Chongtian must possess many valuable items. Once the Bounty Association discovered the erroneous intelligence, it was likely that the ones who would suffer would be the heavy water celestial emperor and his companions. As for human connections, he merely spoke in jest. Lin Chongtian would surely not resort to leveraging his reputation for mere bluster. Not long after departing from the Jade Emperor sect, Lin Chongtian took a moment to rest within a domain city alongside the Flower Fairy. Brother Tian, what are your plans now? After settling in, the Flower Fairy, Hua Ryu, inquired, her demeanor still revolving around Lin Chongtian, despite her own superior cultivation. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chongtian contemplated briefly before articulating his intentions. My master has tasked me with establishing a faction in the celestial realm. Given this, the immediate priority is to select a suitable blessed land. However, I am uncertain whether my master desires the creation of a sect, a force akin to the Bounty Association, or a clandestine intelligence organization like the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Moreover, while undertaking this task, we must remain discreet and cautious, as the threat posed by the heavy water celestial emperor and his allies has yet to be resolved. As he spoke, Lin Chongtian's tone grew increasingly somber. Clearly, until the issue concerning the heavy water celestial emperor and others was resolved, his heart felt as though it were burdened by an immense weight, heavy and oppressive in nature. Chapter 107. The opening of the southern secret realm, yet unbeknownst to Lin Chongtian and Hua Ryu. The moment they stepped into the celestial domain city, their whereabouts were detected by the Bounty Association. Although the Bounty Association operated primarily as a reward system, its intelligence capabilities rivaled those of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. It could be said that within the celestial realm's domain cities, the Bounty Association had its hidden operatives embedded throughout. In the City of Celestial Stars, within the branch of the Celestial Reward Society, there exists a certain intrigue. Has the illustrious 10,000 Heavy Celestial King appeared before me? If so, I shall personally escort him on his journey. A youth with flowing azure hair sits by the window, gazing out at the opulent cityscape, while beside him stands an envoy from the Celestial Reward Society, delivering a report. He is none other than Xunxian, the branch leader of the Celestial Reward Society in the City of Celestial Stars, a formidable figure at the late stage of the Celestial King realm. The Celestial Reward Society has the ability to issue bounties, while its members can also undertake these bounties. However, they will invariably retain a 20% commission. Xunxian is acutely aware of the immense power possessed by the 10,000 Heavy Celestial King. Had he not fallen, he would not have dared accept such a task. However, given that the 10,000 Heavy Celestial King has only recently recovered from his fall, he likely has not even regained full strength in the Celestial King realm. Despite the presence of the 10,000 Flowers Fairy by his side, who is merely at the mid-stage of the Celestial King realm, their combined strength would still be insufficient to challenge him. Branch leader Lin Zhongtian is currently within the city. It is unlikely that the esteemed Celestial Star Elder will permit us to engage in conflict here, the envoy cautiously reminded. The Lord of the City of Celestial Stars is a Celestial Emperor who has established a rule forbidding any combat within the city. To violate this decree would mean enmity with him, resulting in expulsion from the city. Upon hearing this, a flicker of caution crossed Xunxian's face, yet he spoke resolutely. The Celestial Reward Society need not concern itself with a mere Celestial Emperor. If he possesses the capability, let him speak to my father. Indeed, Xunxian's lineage is equally remarkable. His father is a Celestial Emperor at the late stage, while the Celestial Emperor of the City of Celestial Stars is only at the mid-stage. It is reasonable to presume that he would refrain from taking action against Xunxian, especially considering the backing of the Celestial Reward Society. With this thought, Xunxian raised his hand slightly and inquired, "Then, where is Lin Zhongtian now?" In response to the branch leader, according to intelligence, Lin Zhongtian is currently at the Bellflower Tavern. However, there are reports that several Celestial Kings are hastening towards his location. The envoy replied, "Humph, they wish to claim my bounty. Let us see if their strength is sufficient." Xunxian scoffed, then promptly made his way towards the Bellflower Tavern. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. Across the divine sacred continent, various factions are stirring restlessly, drawn by the multitude of opportunities within the Tian secret realm. It is no exaggeration to say that it could easily aid a cultivator in defying fate. Within the sacred Maple Sanctuary, Feng Qingyu took a deep breath, feeling the stability of her ascension to the Emperor realm. I hope this Tian secret realm brings me unexpected surprises, she mused, as an intangible aura began to emanate from her, heralding the imminent birth of her own sacred resonance. Yet, it is worth noting that Feng Qingyu has only just broken through to the Emperor realm. Yet she can achieve such a level of mastery, highlighting her extraordinary talent. However, upon emerging from her seclusion and encountering Gu Tianxing, Feng Qingyu fell silent. She sensed that Gu Tianxing's realm had solidified at the mid-stage of the Sacred King realm. I am not angry. I am not envious. There are disparities among individuals. She reassured herself, finally managing to stabilize her mental state. How could one possibly compare oneself to the Son of God? The Son possesses divine spiritual roots, while I am merely of saintly caliber. Furthermore, the Son has devoted far more time to cultivation than I have. It is only reasonable that he is slightly more formidable. Qingyu, let us proceed. I shall accompany you to the entrance of the secret realm, declared Gu Tianxing, his visage adorned with a self-assuredly charming smile as he gazed at Feng Qingyu. Unbeknownst to him, a barely perceptible look of disdain flitted across Feng Qingyu's face. Out of respect for Gu Tianxing's status, she refrained from declining and nodded in agreement. Before long, accompanied by Gu Tianxing, they arrived before the disciples' square of the sacred land, where a considerable number of disciples had already gathered. Counting them, including themselves, there were precisely 80 individuals present. For the Qingfeng sacred land had a limited quota of only 80. Shortly after Feng Qingyu's arrival, Su Nan and his 3 companions approached her. Congratulations, junior sister, on your breakthrough to the imperial realm. As they spoke, a hint of envy was evident on Su Nan's countenance. For Feng Qingyu had achieved such a feat at a remarkably young age. It is worth noting that they had all reached the imperial realm at nearly a century of age. Yet, this was entirely understandable. How could divine spiritual roots possibly be compared to saintly ones? Greetings, esteemed seniors, Feng Qingyu replied with a respectful bow. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Chongkong ascended into the air, surveying the assembly of disciples. Without further ado, he summoned the spirit vessel. As the vessel materialized, the disciples swiftly boarded and set off towards the Tian secret realm. The Tian secret realm, located at the juncture of the central continent and the southern region, is thus named. As the opening of the Tian secret realm drew near, various factions with available quotas across the Tianxin continent began to mobilize towards its direction. Naturally, among them were several wandering cultivators. Some prodigies, unwilling to be constrained by sects, voluntarily chose to remain as solitary practitioners. Yet this did not imply that their talents were inferior. In the northern desert, after a period of time, the Sand Emperor finally regained his standing as a holy emperor. Upon his restoration, an envoy hurriedly appeared before him. My lord, the Tian secret realm is about to open. Yes, I am aware, replied the Sand Emperor with a wave of his hand, promptly dispatching a message. Before long, a peak holy monarch arrived, who was none other than his trusted aide. The Sand Envoy, take me, along with 20 talented individuals from the Sand Pavilion, to the Tian secret realm. Yes, my lord, the Sand Envoy acknowledged with a nod. The Sand Pavilion, under the aegis of the Sand Emperor, boasted numerous prodigies. Coupled with the Sand Emperor's formidable power, the Sand Pavilion was granted 20 quotas each time the Tian secret realm opened. Similarly, the Extreme Void Palace in the Western Heavens enjoyed the same privilege. Palace Master. The elders of the Extreme Void Palace approached the Extreme Void Emperor, eager to discuss matters regarding the Tian secret realm. However, the Extreme Void Emperor, having anticipated their arrival, raised his hand to halt them and spoke. I am already aware of this matter. You may handle it as you see fit. Additionally, I will soon enter seclusion to strive for the celestial realm, and prior to that, I shall select a new palace master for the Extreme Void Palace. As the Supreme Emperor of the Extreme Void concluded his words, all the elders present in the Extreme Void Hall were momentarily taken aback, only to be subsequently filled with immense excitement. If the Supreme Emperor ascended to the celestial realm, would it not imply that their Extreme Void Hall would soon possess a formidable ally in the heavens? However, one elder, contemplating a thought, hesitantly inquired, but, esteemed Hall Master, has the situation in the country of Aurora been resolved? Upon hearing this elder's question, the others turned their gazes towards the Supreme Emperor. For the mission of the Extreme Void Hall has always been to suppress the spatial rift in the country of Aurora, preventing the holy land of Tiansheng from being ravaged by spatial storms. Previous Hall Masters had perished while attempting to stabilize the spatial rift in the country of Aurora, which is why they were concerned. If Xunxian were to ascend, could they truly secure the rift? Understanding their apprehensions, Xunxian did not conceal the earlier matters and waved his hand, declaring, there is no need for concern. The spatial rift within the country of Aurora has been stabilized, and will remain so for at least 100,000 years. At this proclamation, the elders of the extreme void hall were left in a state of disbelief, fully aware of the difficulties posed by the rift, which had historically erupted every 10,000 years with increasing ferocity. Recent upheavals had even caused the Supreme Emperor to feel the pressure. Seemingly struck by a thought, one elder ventured to ask, "So, Hall Master, have you made advancements in your mastery of spatial techniques?" Each Hall Master of the extreme void hall was a prodigy who comprehended the laws of space, enabling them to manipulate formations to stabilize the rift. It was now evident that the Supreme Emperor had significantly progressed in this regard, as the stabilization of the rift for a century was no small feat yet. For Xunxian, he believed he could completely mend the spatial rift. However, he deemed it unnecessary, as maintaining the rift preserved the essence of the country of Aurora and allowed the cultivators of the Holy Land to comprehend the laws of space. Furthermore, repairing the rift would require far more mental exertion than merely stabilizing it, a burden he was unwilling to bear. "No, it is not my doing, but rather the intervention of a formidable being. I suspect this individual is not from the Holy Land, but rather a powerful entity who has descended from the celestial realm for exploration. Otherwise, their ability to stabilize the spatial passage remains inexplicable." Xingqiankong's expression grew grave as he recalled that day, his heart still racing with trepidation. Unless this being was a celestial power, he could conceive of no other explanation. Though he remained exceedingly humble and did not consider himself the foremost among mortals beneath the celestial beings, he acknowledged that within the realm of the Holy Emperor, few could rival him. It was evident that his utmost efforts, combined with the aid of formations, were insufficient to resolve the spatial rift, while this being had merely lifted a hand to secure it for at least 100,000 years, indicating their strength far surpassed that of a mere Holy Emperor. Upon hearing this, all the elders were rendered speechless, clearly unable to fathom how such an event could transpire within their extreme void hall. Yet, Xingqiankong dismissed the thought with a wave of his hand. In conclusion, the affairs within the hall shall be entrusted to you. As for the position of the Hall Master, I will address it before my ascension. Yes, Hall Master. As Xingqiankong entered seclusion, the elders of the extreme void hall remained profoundly astonished. After all, the ability to descend to the mortal realm and effortlessly resolve the spatial fissures that had plagued their hall for several 100,000 years indicated that the individual must be at least above the true immortal level. At this moment, within the ancient wood sacred land, "Senior, do you think you should personally escort the Holy Maiden and Holy Son?" Gu Feng and Yi Wushuang stood before Lu Xunxian with an ingratiating demeanor, inquiring. Their true intention was to allow Lu Xunxian to make an appearance before the other factions, while simultaneously showcasing the emergence of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden. However, Lu Xunxian merely waved his hand, stating, "You may take them." It would be absurd for him to accompany them. How could he enter himself? If they saw him following along, it would be impossible for them to concentrate on their own training. Upon hearing this, although Gu Feng and the others felt somewhat disappointed, it was nonetheless within expectations. "In that case, Senior, we shall take our leave." Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun were filled with eagerness. Over time, both their appearances and temperaments had matured significantly, allowing them to stand independently. Beside Lu Xiaoyao stood Wu Nan and his companions, who were equally exhilarated, considering that the Tiannan secret realm was a place they would never have accessed without the support of Lu Xiaoyao. "Father, we are heading off. Please ensure your safety at home," Lu Qingyun said before leaving with Gu Feng, planting a kiss on Lu Xunxian's cheek. "All right, I shall be cautious. And you must also take care within the secret realm." Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun nodded in response, before being escorted away by Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng. This time, Lu Xunxian had made multiple preparations, even removing Lu Xiaoyao's 12th grade spirit armor, providing him instead with a 9th grade spirit armor that matched his current level. This was justified under the notion that over-reliance on external objects would hinder true growth and transformation into a man. As for Lu Qingyun, what trials would a girl require? Lu Xunxian could not bear the thought of his precious child being harmed, thus he retained her spirit armor. In response, Lu Xiaoyao raised serious objections, but Lu Xunxian adeptly persuaded him, stating that a brother should protect his sister. Would he truly allow her to be injured? Successfully swaying Lu Xiaoyao, he eventually accepted the arrangement. After their departure, Lu Xunxian lifted his gaze towards the distant direction of the Tiannan secret realm, pondering whether the realm would detect the presence of an additional individual. Ultimately, he decided to alter his appearance. After much contemplation, Lu Xunxian resolved to enter as a loose cultivator. After all, as he maintained, he was a person of strict adherence to rules, and naturally, he would abide by them. After all, there were no regulations prohibiting a loose cultivator under 30 from reaching the pinnacle of the Sacred King level, right? With this thought, Lu Xunxian's visage transformed, swiftly becoming that of an exceedingly youthful and unremarkable young man. Even the realm within him had transformed into the pinnacle of a Saint King. After accomplishing this, Lu Xunxian finally descended, arriving before the spatial passageway to the heavenly South Secret Realm. At that moment, a magnificent spatial gate had materialized in the sky at the juncture of the central domain and the southern wilderness, intricately adorned with countless exquisite patterns, radiating an aura of profound Dao. However, the gate remained closed, requiring the passage of time before it could be opened. Upon reaching the heavenly South Secret Realm, he found numerous wandering cultivators and disciples of various sects already awaiting the opening of the realm, for it was they who anticipated its commencement, not the other way around. Lu Xunxian paid them no heed and withdrew to a corner to cultivate quietly. Though he possessed the power to directly open the spatial gate, he adhered to his principles, believing it prudent to follow the established rules. Chapter 109. Entering the heavenly South Secret Realm. As Lu Xunxian waited, he sensed a disturbance and opened his eyes to find two maidens approaching him. "Hello, may I inquire if you are also alone?" one of the girls timidly asked. Gazing at Lu Xunxian, with a slight furrow of his brow, Lu Xunxian refrained from responding directly and countered with a question. "What is it that you seek?" "Ahem. Would you like to join us in forming a party to enter the heavenly South Secret Realm together?" The other girl, hands placed firmly on her hips, regarded him with an air of condescension. This attitude irked Lu Xunxian, and without hesitation, he declined. "I apologize, but I have no intention of teaming up with anyone. If there is nothing further, you may leave." Upon receiving his dismissive reply, the second girl prepared to speak, but the first one restrained her, saying, "All right, Xiao. Since he has no interest, we shall not press the matter." With that, she forcibly led her companion away. Lu Xunxian paid them no mind. Despite their impressive achievement of reaching the Saint King realm at merely 300 years of age, he regarded them as inconsequential. Moreover, he discerned that their approach was likely motivated by ulterior motives. His decision not to eliminate them was an act of great mercy. In the distance, the two maidens halted, and the one who had spoken last expressed her indignation towards the first. "Xiaoi, why did you stop me? Offering him the chance to join us is nothing short of a monumental favor." The girl named Xiao glared, her frustration evident. Xiaoi, however, shook her head. "Xiao, since he is unwilling, we must not insist. Furthermore, it is unwise to disclose our whereabouts to too many, as our families may send someone to retrieve us if they learn of our presence." At her words, Xiao fell silent. They were not mere wandering cultivators, but members of the Zhao family from the Eastern Domain, a family governed by a saint emperor. The girl named Xiaoi was the princess of the Zhao family, Zhao Xiaoi, and beside her stood her close friend, the young lady of the Su family, Su Xiao. Both possessed remarkable talents and noble status, yet their families intended to force them into arranged marriages, given their status as daughters. Zhao Xiaoi and Su Ro were unwilling to let their fates be predetermined, thus they resolved to escape. Coincidentally, the opening of the Tian secret realm presented itself, and the two devised a plan to masquerade as wandering cultivators to gain entry, should they obtain some fortuitous opportunities within the realm and ascend to the Saint Emperor level. Perhaps they could evade the shackles of arranged marriage. However, accustomed to being attended to, Su Ro was reluctant to venture into the Tian secret realm alone. After all, the realm would be accessible for a duration of 5 years. Upon arriving at the outskirts, her gaze fell upon Lu Xunxian, whose unremarkable appearance made him an ideal candidate for a servant. Little did she expect that Lu Xunxian would reject the invitation of two striking beauties, a slight that infuriated her. Zhao Xiaoi managed to calm Su Ro, yet her curiosity compelled her to glance in Lu Xunxian's direction. For some reason, she sensed an aura of stories surrounding him. Dismissing her thoughts, she decided that if fate allowed, they would meet again. Before long, several spiritual vessels appeared in the sky, all belonging to various influential factions accompanied by their disciples. Among them, Lu Xunxian noticed his son and daughter, but they would not recognize him, for he had undergone a transformation, both in appearance and essence. He also spotted Feng Qingyu, but paid her little heed. In addition to the 3 major sacred grounds, the vessels from the other 2, the Thunder Sacred Ground and the Celestial Light Sacred Ground, arrived. This time, there were indeed numerous promising talents from the Tianxin continent. Lu Xunxian mused to himself, sensing that the overall strength of the cultivators entering the Tian secret realm was formidable, with many being at the Saint King level. At that moment, 5 figures materialized in midair, representing the leaders of the 5 sacred grounds. The quota for wandering cultivators remained as before. They would engage in combat until only 300 remained to enter the Tian secret realm. "Surrender is an option," Yi Wushuang declared, gesturing grandly to conjure a colossal arena in the air. The expressions of the wandering cultivators grew grave, Yet they charged into the arena without hesitation, Xunxian included. Within the confines of the arena, thousands of wandering cultivators soon gathered, their strengths ranging from the Emperor level to the Saint King level. Among them, Xunxian stood out. For only a handful among the thousands possessed the prowess to reach the pinnacle of the Saint King realm. He paid little mind to the others, settling into a corner. Meanwhile, the remaining wandering cultivators wasted no time, engaging fiercely in battle the moment they stepped onto the arena. The numbers of the wandering cultivators dwindled at a perceivable rate. Outside the arena, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng observed the fierce contest. This batch of wandering cultivators is rather impressive. There are so many Saint Kings, Yi Wushuang remarked. A hint of surprise in her tone, noting that the number was more than double that of the previous gathering. If their talents were commendable, perhaps they could be recruited into their respective factions after the conclusion of the Tian'an secret realm. In the arena, Zhao Xiaoi and Su Rou continuously evaded one another. Although they were both at the Saint King level, they were merely in the mid-stage of this realm and had no fondness for bloodshed, thus wishing to refrain from participating in the conflict. A day later, the number of loose cultivators on the platform sharply diminished, and with the fall of the 301st participant, the arena vanished. At that moment, the portal to the Heavenly South secret realm above opened. Observing this, the qualified loose cultivators and disciples from various factions rushed into the secret realm. Xunxian, however, lagged slightly behind. Upon arriving at the portal, he felt a tinge of curiosity about whether his elevated cultivation would prevent him from entering the realm. Yet, reality proved Xunxian's worries to be unfounded. The Heavenly South secret realm was merely a lower realm secret, lacking the authority to obstruct a celestial emperor like Xunxian, thus allowing him to enter without hindrance. The environment within the Heavenly South secret realm was quite similar to the outside world, but if one were to highlight a difference, it would be the significantly denser spiritual energy within. Xunxian did not enter solely for the opportunities the secret realm offered. His primary intention was to train his son and daughter. With this thought, he merely focused his mind, pinpointing the location of his children. With another step, he found himself 1,000 miles away, standing before his son and daughter. However, Xunxian chose to conceal himself in the shadows, observing them quietly. Chapter 110. Spring Breeze. Celestial Sovereign of the Heavenly South secret realm is a random domain. Unless one enters hand in hand, they will be teleported to any location within the realm. Lu Xiaoyao and his companions, however, had held hands upon entry, which allowed them to arrive together. Once inside, the disciples from the ancient Holy Land turned to Lu Xiaoyao, respectfully inquiring, "Holy Son, do you have any plans?" Although they were all at the Saint King level and Lu Xiaoyao was merely at the Imperial level prior to entering, Yi Wushuang had repeatedly emphasized that everything should be led by Lu Xiaoyao. Furthermore, Lu Xiaoyao's remarkable talent, having reached the Imperial level before the age of 20, certainly warranted their allegiance. As Lu Xiaoyao surveyed his surroundings, he waved his hand decisively and declared, "What other plan could there be? We seize. We take whatever we see." Hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words, one disciple hesitated and spoke, "Holy Son, that might not be appropriate. If word gets out, what will become of our reputation?" "You are correct," Lu Xiaoyao replied, prompting a sigh of relief from the disciples of both the ancient Holy Land and the ancient Wood Holy Land. However, to their astonishment, Lu Xiaoyao continued with a startling suggestion, "In that case, let us disguise ourselves, ensuring we do not reveal our identities." At this statement, silence enveloped the group. Lu Xiaoyao furrowed his brow and inquired, "What? Do you have any objections?" "And no, none at all," the disciples quickly responded, realizing they dared not voice any dissent. Since the Holy Son had spoken, they could do naught but comply. They hoped that the Holy Lord would not punish them should he find out. Soon, under the leadership of Lu Xiaoyao, the disciples of the two sacred lands disguised themselves, rendering it impossible to identify the identities of the archaic sacred land and the ancient Wood sacred land. Only then did Lu Xiaoyao wave his hand grandly, his tone filled with fervor, proclaiming, "Follow your elder brother." With that, he led a throng of disciples into a grand and audacious plunder within the southern secret realm. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xunxian broke into a cold sweat, clearly taken aback by his son's audacity. However, he refrained from voicing any objections. After all, in the realm of cultivation, seizing resources was commonplace, provided it did not involve arson or murder. What surprised him, however, was the abundance of treasures within the southern secret realm, including even the legacies of celestial sovereigns, indicating that he had underestimated the heavenly saint continent. At that moment, Feng Qingyu and her companions also entered the southern secret realm. Naturally, at Feng Qingyu's insistence, Gu Tianxing chose not to accompany them, but opted for solitary exploration. Upon entering the southern secret realm, Feng Qingyu and her group turned their attention to Su Nan. as their master had instructed them to heed Su Nan's guidance prior to their arrival. Having previously ventured into the southern secret realm, Su Nan was indeed qualified to lead them. With a grave expression, Su Nan surveyed his surroundings and, upon realizing they were in a dense mountainous forest, gestured to set up a defensive formation. After all, the southern secret realm was fraught with dangers, including formidable beasts of the Saint King and Saint Emperor rank. The realm was abundant in heavenly materials and earthly treasures, while the legacies of mighty beings were of paramount importance to them. Su Nan spoke slowly. The southern secret realm is a domain of celestial mysteries, distinct from other realms. Some powerful beings, before their demise, may enter the southern secret realm and leave behind their legacies at random. Among these are the legacies of Saint Emperors and Saint Kings. The last time I entered the southern secret realm, I unexpectedly acquired the legacy of a Saint Emperor, which enabled me to break through to the peak of the Saint King realm in such a short span. Hearing this, the fourth disciple, Li Mu, wore a puzzled expression and inquired, might the senior brother have any methods to seek out the legacies of powerful beings? Su Nan, however, could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. Finding the legacies of powerful beings is no simple task. I possess no effective means. We should focus on honing our skills within the secret realm. Perhaps fortune will favor us. Seeing this, the others wore expressions of resignation, acknowledging that they could only leave their fates to chance. Meanwhile, Xunxian had only a fraction of his attention on his son and daughter, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the center of the southern secret realm. In his perception, the legacy of the celestial sovereign was located here. The celestial sovereign's legacy should prove beneficial. I shall acquire it, Xunxian mused to himself, justifying his rightful entrance into the southern secret realm for cultivation. The next moment, he stepped into the towering Mount Tontian situated within the central region of the southern secret realm. The space within was expansive, resembling a small world. Upon entering, Xunxian immediately sensed a formidable force of restriction surging towards him, seemingly intent on expelling him. Humph, merely a minor celestial sovereign. And you dare to attempt to expel me? Xunxian snorted coldly, and in an instant, the binding force shattered, revealing a spatial rift before him. Taking a step forward, Xunxian entered the realm of inheritance. Upon entering this space, he was enveloped in darkness, save for a distant light. Within that illumination sat an elderly man, his eyes shut tight, meditating upon an immaculate white floor. With a mere thought, Xunxian transformed the pitch-black void into brilliance. The elder then opened his eyes, stood up, and sighed as he gazed at Xunxian, subsequently clasping his hands in greeting. Junior Feng pays his respects to the senior. Xunxian merely raised his hand, gesturing for the elder to continue. Senior, with your profound cultivation, you must surely find my inheritance unworthy. Feng, the celestial sovereign, wore a helpless expression, utterly unprepared for the presence of such a formidable being drawn by his humble legacy. Before his demise, his cultivation had reached the mid-tier of celestial sovereigns. Although he could no longer claim that status, few celestial sovereigns could so effortlessly access his realm of inheritance. Thus, it could be said that Xunxian's cultivation was undoubtedly comparable to his own prior to his fall. Perhaps he was on the verge of transcending that very threshold. Whether I deem it worthy is not my concern. Since I am here, you shall surrender your inheritance, he declared. Feng's legacy was one matter. Yet Xunxian harbored another inquiry. He wished to understand why Feng had perished and why his legacy now resided in the heavenly sacred continent. For, logically speaking, celestial sovereigns possessed boundless lifespans and immense power, making their demise exceedingly rare. Even in death, their legacies should have remained within the celestial realm. Upon hearing Xunxian's demand for his inheritance, Feng sighed in resignation, and a tempestuous aura emanated from his being. Senior, I can willingly hand over my inheritance, but I beseech you to grant me one request. Should you refuse, I would rather perish alongside you than relinquish my legacy. Chapter 111, a glitch? Let us hear it first. Xunxian did not acquiesce immediately, but instead inquired. Seeing no alternative, Feng articulated his plea. I hope you can aid me in eliminating a celestial sovereign, for he once ambushed me, leading to my demise. If you can avenge me, I shall gladly surrender my inheritance with both hands. Speak his name, and should I encounter him, I will effortlessly deal with him, Xunxian replied. Recognizing the task as no great burden, merely a minor celestial sovereign to be dispatched with ease. Upon hearing Xunxian's agreement, Feng's countenance brightened. Yet he suddenly recalled something and hastily added, I implore you, senior, to swear an oath by the heavenly laws. Should you be unable, I would rather destroy my inheritance. At his words, Xunxian's expression darkened. You are becoming rather presumptuous. With that, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Feng, rendering him incapable of even self-destruction. Until this moment, The Spring Breeze Immortal truly comprehended the prowess of Xunxian. This was not the strength one would expect from an immortal sovereign. You are an immortal emperor. Do you regret it? Alas, regret is futile now. Xunxian's expression remained placid as he extended his hand, drawing the Spring Breeze Immortal before him, subsequently delving frantically into the depths of the immortal's memories. After this was accomplished, the Spring Breeze Immortal was left utterly shattered. Through the memories, Xunxian discerned that the immortal's nemesis was a being known as the Sea God, an immortal sovereign of moderate strength, only at the latter stages of sovereignty. Should they cross paths, it would be a simple matter to eliminate them. Xunxian mused, for having acquired the legacy of the Spring Breeze Immortal, it was only natural to take action. A small orb of light gently floated before Xunxian, containing the entirety of the Spring Breeze Immortal's inner world, encapsulating all his resources. After some contemplation, Xunxian crushed the orb, extracting its contents into his storage ring. Indeed, he intended to bestow all these treasures upon Feng Qingyu in exchange for greater rewards. Once the essence of the Spring Breeze Immortal was secured within the storage ring, Xunxian pondered how best to present it to Feng Qingyu. Currently, she was traveling in the company of Nian and the others, making it somewhat challenging to ensure she received it alone. A scheme was needed to separate Feng Qingyu from their group. At that moment, Feng Qingyu suddenly sneezed, her expression tinged with confusion. After all, one of her stature should not typically succumb to such a phenomenon. Junior sister, is something the matter? Nian inquired with concern. It's nothing, Feng Qingyu replied, shaking her head before shifting the topic to her surroundings. Eldest senior brother, where do you think we should head next? Upon Feng Qingyu's inquiry, Nian surveyed the area and quickly formulated a plan. Let us proceed east. There lies a great mountain. Based on my years of cultivation experience, opportunities often dwell atop mountains. This was not mere conjecture from Nian, as he had once received the legacy of a sacred emperor on such a peak. Seeing this, Nian and the others expressed no dissent, readily agreeing and setting off towards the eastern mountain. However, at that moment, Feng Qingyu sensed something amiss, and in the next instant, her perception of the world around her drastically shifted. Eldest senior brother, everyone, as she sought the figures of her companions, she was met with the stark realization that she was utterly alone. Instantly, her vigilance heightened, and she prepared to summon a celestial talisman from her storage ring. Yet, before she could react, the surroundings reverted to their prior state, and her companions turned at her call, curiosity etched upon their faces. Junior sister, what is it? Feng Qingyu hesitated, but ultimately chose not to disclose the earlier occurrence. It's nothing. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. After all, if something truly had transpired, eldest senior brother and the others would have sensed it. It is likely that I am simply fatigued from my cultivation, resulting in a mirage. Meanwhile, in the distance, Xunxian regarded the storage ring in his hand, a knowing expression gracing his face. It appears that as long as the items are entrusted to Feng Qingyu, the system's feedback mechanism is triggered, regardless of her acceptance. Ding! Detected that Feng Qingyu has obtained a portion of the mid-stage Immortal Sovereign's essence, and the host has received feedback of 1 trillion portions of mid-stage Immortal Sovereign's essence. It was not merely an illusion experienced by Feng Qingyu. Instead, Xunxian had directly paused time within the Heavenly South Secret Realm, approached Feng Qingyu, presented the legacy of the Spring Breeze Immortal Sovereign to her, and then retrieved it. As anticipated, once the items are placed in Feng Qingyu's hands, even if they are taken back, the host still receives feedback from the system. Unbeknownst to him, he seemed to have uncovered an extraordinary bug. System, synthesize for me. The mid-stage Immortal Sovereign's essence was evidently inadequate for him at this moment. Thus, he opted to synthesize a more advanced essence of a formidable being. Ding! Synthesis completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a portion of the Peak Ancestor's legacy. The Ancestor? What a formidable realm that must be. Xunxian mused, regrettably. Even within the memories of the Spring Breeze Immortal Sovereign, there was no understanding of the realms above the Immortal Emperor. He would have to wait until he ventured to the Immortal Realm. Perhaps he would visit the Qilin clan. Considering he had taken a Qilin as his steed, given the Qilin clan's esteemed reputation, they would surely be unable to resist lending a hand, at which point he would have a legitimate reason to act. At that moment, Xunxian sensed something and turned his gaze toward the northern end of the Heavenly South Secret Realm, where his son and daughter were engaged in their trials. With a single thought, he found himself hovering above a canyon. Below, disciples from the ancient Holy Land and the ancient Wood Holy Land were engaged in a fierce battle against a horde of demonic beasts. Saint son, Saint daughter, you must leave. We will hold them back, one disciple at the peak of the Holy King realm said gravely, stepping before Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. Currently, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun were merely at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, while the demonic beasts before them were primarily at the Holy King level. Naturally, they were unwilling to let Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu join the fray. Should anything happen, they would certainly face dire consequences upon their return. Yet Lu Xiaoyao, with a serious expression, responded earnestly, "What nonsense are you speaking? You are all my subordinates. How could I abandon my companions and flee? Fear not. The demonic beasts before us cannot harm this saint's son. Watch closely as I demonstrate how to slay these beasts." With that, Lu Xiaoyao unsheathed his top-tier spiritual sword and plunged recklessly into the swarm of demonic beasts. Seeing this, Lu Qingyu hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 112. Trials from Lu Xunxian. As Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu took action, the expressions of the disciples from the two major holy lands were filled with concern. After all, if anything were to go awry with these two young masters, their return would undoubtedly result in severe repercussions from the Holy Lord. However, upon witnessing Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu moving through the surroundings as if in an uninhabited realm, where even the most common early-stage Saint Kings could not withstand a single strike from them, a sigh of relief finally escaped. Indeed, one can hardly fathom the strength of those destined to become saints. In the shadows, Lu Xunxian observed this scene with satisfaction. Yet his gaze soon shifted towards the depths of the gorge, while Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu remained oblivious. Lu Xunxian's keen eyes discerned the presence of several Saint Emperor-grade beasts lurking there. Should they choose to engage, they could effortlessly annihilate all present Saint Kings. Even Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu would face perilous odds. Should he allow them to train against such foes? Lu Xunxian pondered silently. Yet he ultimately refrained from summoning the Saint Emperor beasts in full force. Instead, he orchestrated their emergence one by one as offerings. With a mere snap of his fingers, he commanded the 9 Saint Emperor beasts. In the next moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the gorge, causing the Saint King disciples present to pale in terror and hurriedly position themselves in front of Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu for protection. Saint Son and Saint Daughter, be cautious. It is a Saint Emperor-grade beast. Lu Xiaoyao's expression grew grave, for he had yet to confront a Saint Emperor and was uncertain of the outcome. Observing the surrounding Saint King beasts, he noted that they trembled and knelt in fear, evidently overwhelmed by an instinctual suppression from their bloodlines. As Lu Xiaoyao and the others braced themselves, a swift flash of yellow erupted from the depths of the gorge, arriving before Lu Xiaoyao in an instant. Delivering a ferocious claw strike towards him. Saint Son, be careful. The disciples of the ancient sacred land turned pale, but faced with such a terrifying disparity in strength, they found themselves powerless to intervene, helplessly watching as the yellow thunder-swift tiger's claw descended upon Lu Xiaoyao. With a resounding crash, Lu Xiaoyao was sent hurtling away, his 10th-grade spiritual armor shattering upon impact. Yet, apart from a paler complexion, he appeared largely unscathed. Everyone, form the formation. The disciples of the ancient sacred land acted without hesitation, beginning to establish a battle array. Prior to their entry, Yi Wushuang had imparted to them a combined attack formation. With merely 30 Saint King cultivators, they could unleash this formation capable of slaying a Saint Emperor, while typically, they would not fear an ordinary Saint Emperor beast. The one controlled by Lu Xunxian posed a different challenge, leaving them no opportunity to complete their formation. Get away from me. The Saint Emperor beast roared furiously, moving with lightning speed, sending each disciple of the sacred land flying as it appeared before them. Those struck by the Saint Emperor beast collapsed, rendered incapable of further combat. Nonetheless, Lu Xunxian had no intention of claiming their lives. He merely incapacitated them, preventing them from continuing the fight. Xiaoyao, do not blame your father. This is the only way to awaken your true potential, Lu Xunxian thought gravely. The ancient sacred body could only break through amidst the razor's edge of life and death, through relentless battles, which explained his rigorous methods. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiaoyao, the affection bestowed upon him by his loving father was the source of his current predicament. Within him, a heavy gravity weighed down his heart, for the oppressive aura emanating from the Holy Emperor's demonic beast was overwhelmingly formidable. Yet, rather than succumbing to fear, he felt an exhilarating surge of battle intent, a fervor unique to the primal sacred body. Rising to his feet, Lu Xiaoyao positioned himself in front of the poised Lu Qingyu, his tone resolute and grave. Sister, leave this to me. This is my battle. But brother. Lu Qingyu's face was etched with concern, clearly doubting Lu Xiaoyao's chances. Nevertheless, he simply waved her off, summoning forth his 10th-grade spirit sword, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon the Holy Emperor's great beast. Today, I will use you to ascend to the sacred king realm. With that declaration, Lu Xiaoyao charged fiercely at the Holy Emperor's great beast. Be careful, Holy Son. The two disciples of the sacred land, incapacitated on the ground, wore expressions of urgent alarm. Yet their battle capabilities had been rendered null by the strike of the thunder-swift tiger, leaving them helplessly watching as Lu Xiaoyao engaged in fierce combat. Clearly, Lu Xiaoyao was no match for the thunder-swift tiger, and his injuries were visibly worsening. This sight only heightened the anxiety of the disciples, who strained to rise. In the distance, were it not for Lu Xiaoyao's repeated insistence that Lu Qingyun refrain from intervening, she would have already lost her composure. Nonetheless, she remained in a state of agitation, prepared to act at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao, locked in combat with the thunder-swift tiger, found himself enveloped in an extraordinarily profound state. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: to fight unceasingly. As the battle with the thunder-swift tiger raged on, the bottleneck constraining him began to loosen, and soon, as dark clouds churned above the canyon, it signified Lu Xiaoyao's breakthrough to the sacred king realm. Witnessing this transformation, the disciples of the primal sacred land were filled with awe, utterly astonished that the Holy Sun could achieve such a feat amidst a battle with such a terrifying beast. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed their minds. Would the Holy Emperor's great beast permit the Holy Sun to surpass his limits? At that moment, a terrifying bolt of heavenly thunder descended, striking down the thunder-swift tiger. All present were rendered speechless by the spectacle, completely unprepared for such a divine intervention that obliterated the beast. Although Lu Xiaoyao shared in the confusion, he recognized that now was not the time for pondering. He had to concentrate on overcoming the tribulation. The unseen hand behind this intervention was none other than Lu Xunxian, who, having achieved his objective, deemed the thunder-swift tiger unnecessary. Indeed, the primal sacred body demonstrated a swifter path to breakthrough through combat. Lu Xunxian gazed with satisfaction upon Lu Xiaoyao, enveloped in his tribulation, secretly contemplating the need to orchestrate more life and death battles for his son, all while ensuring Lu Xiaoyao remained oblivious to his machinations, lest he fail to unleash his true potential. As for his daughter, Lu Xunxian had no intention of applying the same rigorous training regimen. Recognizing that a girl should not be subjected to such violence, a steady path of cultivation and breakthroughs would suffice. In no time, under the purifying ordeal of the lightning tribulation, Lu Xiaoyao successfully ascended to the sacred king realm. Chapter 113. The Legacy of the Secret Realm. Congratulations to the Holy Sun for breaking through to the Holy King. After Lu Xiaoyao ascended to the rank of Holy King, the disciples who had previously lost their ability to fight had regained their strength and gathered before him to offer their congratulations. Simultaneously, they were filled with envy. For the Holy Sun was merely in his teens, yet had achieved such a remarkable breakthrough. In their own youth, they had not even reached the stage of Dan formation. In a humble demeanor, Lu Xiaoyao maintained an air of modesty, although a hint of pride lingered at the corners of his mouth. "Brother, are you all right?" Lu Qingyun approached Lu Xiaoyao, her face etched with concern. "I'm fine, just a minor issue. If I were to face that demon emperor again, I could easily crush him," Lu Xiaoyao replied, waving his hand dismissively. At that moment, a disciple voiced his confusion. Logically, a holy emperor-level demon should not fall so easily. Furthermore, why did it hold back when it clearly had the means to eliminate the Holy Sun? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the disciples grew serious, as they contemplated the implications of this situation. However, after some analysis, Lu Xiaoyao offered an explanation. "It may be the arrogance of the Huang Lei Sun Hu clan. After all, I am merely a peak emperor realm cultivator. It is also possible that it was toying with me. Nonetheless, what matters is that I am alive. And it is not." Seeing Lu Xiaoyao's conviction, the disciples began to concur with his reasoning, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. At that moment, a voice resonated within the minds of all the cultivators who had entered the Tian and secret realm. "If you seek to become my successor, proceed to the far north of the secret realm. The legacy shall be unveiled in 7 days." Who is speaking? Lu Xiaoyao's expression grew grave as he turned to the surrounding disciples, who mirrored his serious demeanor. "Holy Sun, did you hear that too?" "Indeed. It seems you all have heard it. In that case, let us make our way there," Lu Xiaoyao replied, his enthusiasm palpable. However, some expressed their concerns. A few disciples, who had previously ventured into the Tian and secret realm, stepped forward to advise caution. "Holy Sun, if we all heard it, there may be deceit afoot. Should we not exercise caution?" "Not at all. We have over 150 holy kings here. What is there to fear? If you choose not to join, I shall go alone," Lu Xiaoyao stated with unwavering determination. The remaining disciples sighed in resignation, ultimately agreeing to accompany him. In the shadows, Lu Xunxian gazed toward the far north of the secret realm, where the entrance to the legacy had already manifested, murmuring to himself, "Very well, let him undergo this trial. Next time, he shall be more prudent." With that, Lu Xunxian approached the entrance to the legacy, waiting in silence. As the voice echoed throughout the Tian and secret realm, all the cultivators who caught wind of the news were instantly stirred with excitement. This was a legacy of great power, and to obtain it would truly be a chance to alter their fates. Consequently, in a flurry, All the cultivators rushed toward the far north. The southern secret realm is boundlessly vast. Even for a saintly king cultivator, traversing from the extreme south to the extreme north would require several days. Leaving no room for delay. Elder brother, let us hasten. Upon learning of the significant inheritance, Feng Qingyu felt an undeniable thrill within her heart, as though she glimpsed an opportunity to break through to the saintly king realm. However, Nian wore a grave expression. With his extensive experience, he understood that nothing comes without a price in this world. This situation likely harbored some deceit, and if they ventured forth recklessly, trouble could easily ensue. Nian spoke slowly, and Luan nodded in agreement, while Feng Qingyu and her companions appeared anxious. But elder brother, what if that powerful being seeks to select a suitable candidate for the inheritance? If we do not go, and someone else seizes it, what then? Nian's expression grew complicated, and after a lengthy pause, he finally sighed in resignation. Very well, if that is the case, we shall proceed. But remember, we must exercise utmost caution. Understood, Feng Qingyu and the others responded earnestly, aware that the path of cultivation is fraught with peril, necessitating the utmost vigilance. Before the gate of inheritance, Xunxian sat beneath a great tree, his eyes closed, awaiting the opening of the gate. During these 7 days, Xunxian observed countless cultivators approaching the gate, yet as it had yet to open, they remained outside in anticipation. To his surprise, the 2 young girls from earlier returned to him once more. Hello, it's good to see you again, one of them said, approaching Su Ro with a familiar demeanor. Xunxian frowned slightly and inquired, do you have business with me? No, we simply wanted to get acquainted. May I ask your name? Su Ro replied, sitting beside Xunxian as if they were old friends. Xunxian sighed in exasperation, I've tolerated you two for long enough. Must you bring trouble upon my head? Just as he spoke, a group of saintly king cultivators approached from afar, quickly surrounding Xunxian. You have taken what belongs to me. Hand it over at once and become my woman, or else do not blame me for being ruthless. The leader, a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged man in garish red, glared at Xunxian, or more precisely, at Su Ro, with murderous intent. Observing this scene, Zhao Xiaoi instinctively positioned herself in front of Su Ro and urged Xunxian. This is not your concern, you should leave. Turning to Su Ro, her tone grew urgent. Xiao, quickly surrender the item, or they will truly resort to violence. Why should we return it? We fought hard to obtain it. The matter began when Zhao Xiaoi and Su Ro, shortly after entering the secret realm, discovered an 11th grade spirit herb, the Butian Gua, in a large lake. Consuming it would elevate a spirit root below the supreme grade by 1 level, potentially reaching the supreme grade. This matter, of course, holds little significance for Zhao Xiaoi and Su Ro, as both possess celestial grade spiritual roots. However, the value of the Butian Gua is undeniable. If sold, it would yield resources sufficient for them to ascend to the realm of the Saint Emperor. Naturally, any place rich in heavenly materials and earthly treasures harbors accompanying demonic beasts, and the guardian of the Butian Gua is a devouring celestial king-level beast known as the Swallowing Toad. Zhao Xiaoi and Su Ro exerted tremendous effort to subdue the Swallowing Toad, only to be met by a throng of cultivators eager to seize the Butian Gua. Su Ro, unwilling to comply, resolutely took Zhao Xiaoi and fled, leading to the current predicament. Chapter 114. Accepting a servant humph. I care not for whose possession it is. Simply hand it over to me. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Moreover, you should inquire outside. Who does not know of the illustrious name of my Luantian sect? For one such as me, the Holy Sun, to offer you the opportunity to become my women is already a tremendous favor. The red-robed youth at the forefront snorted disdainfully, his tone brimming with arrogance. The Luantian sect stands among the few formidable forces in the entire Tianxin continent, possessing a holy emperor. Furthermore, due to the recent endeavors of the mid-stage holy emperor ancestor of the Luantian sect, who sought to break through to the later stage, he did not involve himself in the affairs of the southern wilderness. Thus, the Luantian sect is currently regarded as one of the most powerful factions in the Tianxin continent, second only to the 5 great sacred lands. As the holy son of Luantian sect, Jiang Tianxing naturally possesses the entitlement to act with such hubris. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Xiaoi and Su Ro's expressions darkened. Just as Su Ro contemplated surrendering the Butian Gua, a voice filled with exasperation emerged from the side, belonging to Xunxian. I must ask you, could you refrain from disturbing my rest? It is time for me to sleep. Within the secret realm, day and night alternate, and darkness had fallen. Although Xunxian no longer required rest, the distinction between resting and not resting remained. With Xunxian's utterance, Zhao Xiaoi finally realized he was still present and grew anxious. Why haven't you left? This place is perilous. Yet before Xunxian could respond, Jiang Tianqing let out a cold laugh. How intriguing, rather than flee upon seeing me. You dare to speak? He then commanded, you three, incapacitate him for me. The Luan Tian sect boasts 20 slots, apart from Jiang Tianqing and 10 core disciples. The remaining 9 were all disciples elevated to the Celestial King realm by the sect master through formidable means, tasked specifically with safeguarding Jiang Tianqing's safety. With Jiang Tianqing's command, the instructed disciples charged towards Lu Xunxian. At that moment, Lu Xunxian's cultivation was evident. He stood at the pinnacle of the Celestial King realm. Jiang Tianqing believed that with 3 disciples dispatched, subduing Lu Xunxian would be effortless. However, he did not anticipate that in an instant, Lu Xunxian would summon a 9th-grade spiritual sword from his storage ring, swiftly dispatching the 3 disciples. The turn of events unfolded so rapidly that no one could react in time. By the time they regained their composure, Jiang Tianqing's complexion had turned pale, and his heart quaked with fear. Who exactly are you? According to reason, there should be no one of your caliber in the Tiansheng continent. Who I am is of little consequence. Since you have taken action against me, you shall meet your demise. However, I must clarify that I am a disciple of the Luantian sect, and you cannot act rashly. Jiang Tianqing intended to feign submission, hoping that once they were outside, the elders of the sect would deal with Lu Xunxian. Yet, he did not anticipate that Lu Xunxian would show no fear at all. In the moment his thoughts settled, the spiritual sword surged towards the disciples of the Luantian sect. The expressions of the Luantian sect disciples changed dramatically as they desperately attempted to defend against the flying sword. But it was as if the sword traversed a void, claiming the life of each disciple it passed. Soon, all disciples of the Luantian sect, including Jiang Tiansheng, had perished. The surrounding cultivators were equally astonished, their faces reflecting their shock as they gazed upon the scene. Clearly, they recognized Jiang Tianqing's identity and were utterly amazed that someone dared to slay him. Could it be that he was a member of one of the 5 great sacred lands? Otherwise, how could anyone be so unafraid of the Luantian sect's retribution? Zhao Xiaoyi and Su Rou were left speechless, utterly unprepared for Lu Xunxian's immense strength. Once they regained their senses, Zhao Xiaoyi's expression shifted dramatically as she turned to Lu Xunxian and urgently spoke. You must flee. I will take care of this matter. If the Luantian sect learns of your involvement, you will face certain death. Oh, and what of you? Lu Xunxian asked with a playful glint in his eye, directing his gaze towards Zhao Xiaoyi. Given his current strength, he could discern that the force backing Zhao Xiaoyi was not trivial, while it may not rival the Luantian sect. It was certainly enough to instill a sense of caution in them. I am of the Zhao family from the eastern domain. The Luantian sect would not dare to strike me down, Zhao Xiaoyi confessed through gritted teeth, ultimately revealing her identity. Yet, Lu Xunxian merely shook his head. I, Lu Xunxian, take full responsibility for my actions. Since it is I who has slain them, I shall not deny it. As for you, since you have intentionally lured them here, you shall become my servant for a millennium. Upon saying this, Lu Xunxian turned towards Su Rou and, with a snap of his fingers, inscribed a mark upon her soul. It was absurd to think one could exploit him without facing any repercussions. The swiftness of his actions left the 2 women momentarily stunned. Once they regained their composure, Su Rou felt a surge of panic and instinctively attempted to erase the mark from her soul. However, in that fleeting moment, an overwhelming pain akin to having her body torn apart coursed through her, prompting a cry of anguish to escape her lips. As a close friend, Zhao Xiaoyi felt a pang of compassion at this sight. Suppressing her fear of Lu Xunxian, she stepped forward and implored, Esteemed elder, I beg of you, please spare Su Rou. She did not act with malicious intent. Not intentional. She should have perceived Jiang Tianqing's extraordinary nature. To lure him here deliberately suggests a desire to incite chaos. I am merely a humble peak saint king. Had I been crippled by Jiang Tianqing, no one would have spoken on my behalf. I have shown considerable mercy. Otherwise, she would not serve as a slave for a millennium, but would have been killed outright. Lu Xunxian scoffed, and indeed, this could be considered an act of great mercy on his part. Observing this, Zhao Xiaoyi sighed in resignation. Her gaze filled with sympathy as she looked at Su Rou. She has done her utmost, and if blame is to be assigned, it can only be attributed to Su Rou's unfortunate fate. Yet Zhao Xiaoyi remains unaware that being able to serve as a servant to Lu Xunxian is undoubtedly a stroke of luck that Su Rou has earned over countless lifetimes. After contemplating something, Zhao Xiaoyi gritted her teeth and turned to Lu Xunxian, pleading, Senior, I currently have nowhere to go. Might I accompany you? Originally, she had left home alongside Su Rou, but now that Su Rou has become Lu Xunxian's servant, she could not fathom a better alternative, and thus mustered the audacity to stay by his side. Of course, she had her own considerations. If she remained close to Lu Xunxian, should the Chaos Heaven sect seek vengeance, her family's name could provide some protection. She could not allow Lu Xunxian to suffer unwarranted misfortune due to her presence. Lu Xunxian regarded Zhao Xiaoi and did not refuse. He nodded in acquiescence. Having someone to assist him in handling affairs would indeed be most beneficial. After a considerable time, the excruciating pain finally subsided. Su Rou, with indignation, rose from the ground. Although her gaze towards Lu Xunxian was still filled with resentment, she dared not entertain any rebellious thoughts, for she wished to avoid experiencing that torment once more. So, have you become obedient? Lu Xunxian inquired, his eyes betraying no emotion. I have indeed become obedient. Su Rou has met her master. Su Rou replied through gritted teeth, casting a venomous glare at Lu Xunxian. He chose to remain silent. After all, no one in servitude would display a carefree demeanor. Meanwhile, observing the arrival of various cultivators, Zhao Xiaoi curiously asked, Senior, have you also come for the inheritance of this great being? It was evident to her that most cultivators within the secret realm had learned of the news regarding a powerful inheritance in the extreme northern lands. In response, Lu Xunxian shook his head, saying, Not quite. I merely observe, but I advise you to refrain from wading into these murky waters. Taken aback by Lu Xunxian's enigmatic words, Zhao Xiaoi quickly formed a bold hypothesis. Does what you say imply that you perceive some underlying issues with this inheritance? At this, she decisively chose to trust Lu Xunxian, for she was acutely aware of her own talents and had merely come to observe the spectacle. Before long, Feng Qingyu and others arrived at the entrance of the inheritance. Lu Xunxian noticed them, but in his transformed state, Feng Qingyu failed to recognize him. There are so many people, Feng Qingyu remarked, her expression grave. As many cultivators present were at the Saint King realm, with only a few at the emperor level, such as disciples from her formidable faction. Junior sister, you must exercise caution. You have yet to break through to the emperor realm, making it difficult to seize this great inheritance, Su Nian advised. Feng Qingyu was aware of this and nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, a figure rushed in from the distance, landing directly before Feng Qingyu. Qingyu, how have you fared in the secret realm during this time? The newcomer was none other than Gu Tiansheng, who, despite having entered the realm, remained in the mid-stage of the Saint King realm. Nonetheless, it is quite normal. Possessing a divine root does not guarantee an immediate ascendance to godhood. However, the Holy Son should exercise caution, for this legacy may prove elusive. Feng Qingyu slightly bowed, her tone imbued with reverence. Rest assured, this legacy will be mine, without fail. Upon hearing this, Gu Tiansheng radiated an aura of unwavering confidence. This legacy was destined to be his. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao led the disciples of the two great sacred lands in a grand procession to the threshold of the legacy. Naturally, they had shed their disguises, ensuring that the robbed cultivators did not recognize their true identities. Boss, this legacy may be difficult to seize. We must prepare ourselves. Wu Wan remarked gravely as she approached Lu Xiaoyao. During their time alongside him, Wu Wan and her companions had undoubtedly reaped numerous benefits, and now, all four had transcended to the Earth realm. While they may not rival Lu Xiaoyao's formidable prowess, they were undeniably formidable compared to ordinary individuals. In response, Lu Xiaoyao waved his hand, exuding an air of a formidable leader. Fear not, if this legacy does not belong to me, I shall ensure it becomes mine. Our esteemed leader is truly wise. Wu Wan and her companions lavished him with praise, for Lu Xiaoyao had never let them down since their acquaintance began. In the distance, Lu Xunxian shook his head in exasperation, pressing his forehead. He had not anticipated that Lu Xiaoyao would behave in such a manner. Nevertheless, he thought, what can one expect from my son? Yet, this troublesome habit must be corrected over time. Soon, all the Saint Kings within the Heavenly South secret realm gathered before the threshold of the legacy. Almost simultaneously, the legacy gate erupted with a powerful force, drawing in cultivators from a radius of 100 miles. Humph! Lu Xunxian merely snorted, and the force seemed to bypass him and the two women, Zhao Xiaoi and Su Rou, preventing their entry into the legacy space. Observing this scene, Zhao Xiaoi swallowed hard, suppressing her astonishment, and cautiously inquired, Senior, may I ask what realm you inhabit? Su Rou perked up her ears beside her. If Lu Xunxian was not formidable, she would ensure her family disciplined him thoroughly once they emerged. What realm do I occupy? You need only know that throughout the entire Tianshan continent, none can rival me, Lu Xunxian replied, a hint of resignation in his voice. After all, since he embarked on his cultivation journey, no one had bested him. Although he was currently only at the initial stage of the Immortal Emperor, he did not believe anyone in the immortal realm could stand against him. Even in this nascent stage, with mastery over 3,000 laws and an unfathomable combat prowess, even the peak immortal emperors would not be his match. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoi was momentarily taken aback. For some reason, her Her subconscious assured her that Lu Xunxian spoke the truth. An intense curiosity blossomed within her regarding Lu Xunxian, for he appeared remarkably youthful. What experiences could have forged such strength within him? Meanwhile, Su Ro laughed heartily, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. How could it be? The celestial continent is teeming with hidden talents, with nearly 100 holy emperors among the 5 great sacred lands. Not to mention those at the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor realm wielding divine artifacts. How could there be anyone on the entire celestial continent who could rival you? Silence. Lu Xunxian cast a glance at Su Ro, and in an instant, she fell silent, unable to utter another word. Senior, what should we do now? Shall we enter directly? Zhao Xiaoyi inquired curiously, gazing at the already sealed inheritance space. She recalled Lu Xunxian's earlier words, that they came not solely for the secret realm, but also for something beyond it. With a mere thought, the scene within the inheritance space appeared before them. After witnessing this display, Zhao Xiaoyi and Su Ro were utterly convinced that Lu Xunxian's words were true. It seemed that no one on the entire celestial continent could stand against him. After all, such a feat was likely beyond even a holy emperor's capabilities. Once they entered the inheritance secret realm, all individuals were gathered into a vast, empty space. Their expressions were grave, clearly taken aback by the unexpected absorption into the inheritance space. It was shrouded in darkness, with light only illuminating the area surrounding the cultivators. At that moment, one cultivator made a discovery and exclaimed, "Look!" As the words were spoken, countless tiny specks of light emerged from the surrounding darkness, rapidly coalescing above them into the form of an elder with a long white beard. Upon seeing him, a sense of reverence filled the hearts of all present, compelling them to kneel involuntarily. The elder, witnessing this scene, waved his hand with satisfaction and helped everyone to their feet. With a kindly demeanor, he spoke. "Welcome to receive my inheritance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the true machine Immortal King." Chapter 116, Ascending the Celestial Ladder. What? An Immortal King? Instantly, the cultivators within the inheritance space erupted in excitement. It is known that an Immortal King is an immensely powerful being beyond their reach. To receive the Immortal King's inheritance would surely guarantee ascension, if not to the rank of Immortal King, at least to a higher realm. Silence. At this moment, the true machine Immortal King's brow furrowed, and the moment his words fell, the cultivators immediately quieted down. Seeing this, the Immortal King spoke again. "My inheritance has but one requirement. Only those with exceptional talent may partake. Only the most gifted prodigies are worthy of becoming my successors." As the Immortal King finished speaking, Gu Tianxing among the crowd displayed a proud expression. If even he, with his divine root, could not inherit from the elder, who else could? However, Gu Tianxing was unaware that upon seeing him, the true machine Immortal King had already excluded him from consideration. The reason was simple. The Immortal King discerned that Gu Tianxing bore the protection of an Immortal King himself. To choose him would be a futile endeavor. In the next moment, the true machine Immortal King raised his hand, and a powerful tremor reverberated throughout the inheritance space. Behind the true mechanism Celestial King, a long staircase emerged, seemingly sculpted from a single piece of white jade. This magnificent structure was known as the Celestial Ascension Stairway, capable of assessing the talents of those who stepped upon it. The greater the innate ability, the easier the ascent. I shall grant you but 7 days. After this period, the one who ascends the highest shall inherit my legacy," announced the Celestial King. At his command, the assembled cultivators surged towards the Celestial Ascension Stairway without hesitation. The moment they set foot upon its steps, they felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. However, this pressure posed no threat to those of exceptional talent. Only those of lesser abilities displayed grave expressions. Among the climbers, Gu Tianxing quickly surpassed the others with alarming speed, soon finding himself at the forefront. With his remarkable aptitude, he thought the Celestial King's legacy was within his grasp. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted drastically as he noticed 2 figures surpassing him, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu. What? There are indeed individuals of greater talent than this holy son. I cannot allow them to remain. Gu Tianxing's face darkened with murderous intent. He would not permit anyone to outshine him. However, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu paid him no mind. Lu Xiaoyao turned to his sister with an eager expression. "Sister, shall we compete to see whose talent is superior?" "Of course, brother. I won't let you in easily," Lu Qingyu replied, her interest piqued. This was not mere rivalry. It was an excellent opportunity to test their abilities. Seeing his sister dash ahead, Lu Xiaoyao felt a surge of urgency. "You're cheating. Wait for me." Behind them, Gu Tianxing watched their sudden acceleration, his expression growing increasingly grim as his resolve to eliminate them hardened. In this southern celestial secret realm, he believed no one could thwart him. Following Gu Tianxing was Feng Qingyu, who, for reasons unknown, felt an inexplicable familiarity towards the two figures, though she could not discern its source. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought, her expression turning serious. Initially, she believed she could seize the Celestial King's opportunity through her own talent, or at worst, allow Gu Tianxing to claim it and then take it from him. After all, Gu Tianxing was compliant with her wishes, a simple phrase, "For your own good, you are still young and cannot resist, give it to me, and seek another path. I merely wish to grow stronger by your side," would suffice to sway him. Yet now, she was taken aback to find not one but two individuals with talents surpassing Gu Tianxing's. In that moment, her heart mirrored Gu Tianxing's, filled with a strong desire to seize the inheritance from them. After all, this was the Southern Celestial Secret Realm, where death was a common occurrence. Even prodigies had met their demise within its depths. Ah, esteemed senior, is that not the Celestial King's inheritance? Do you not feel tempted? Outside, Zhao Xiaoyi was utterly astonished upon hearing about the inheritance of the Celestial King. After all, such a legacy would surely stir a tempest across the entire Tianxin continent. However, Lu Xunxian merely shook his head. What if the price for accepting this inheritance was the loss of one's previous memories? The notion of losing one's memories momentarily stunned Zhao Xiaoyi, but she soon grasped the implication, drawing in a sharp breath. Are you suggesting that this Celestial King intends to seize a body? Indeed, Lu Xunxian replied. Otherwise, why would he go to such great lengths to attract so many prodigies? His aim is to select a gifted individual for the purpose of body snatching. With just a glance, Lu Xunxian discerned the other's intentions. Even realizing that the Celestial King had recently perished, hence the traps set within the Tianxin secret realm, waiting to ensnare prey for the purpose of body takeover. At this revelation, Zhao Xiaoyi felt an immense sense of relief. She was fortunate to have met Lu Xunxian. Otherwise, she feared she would have entered that trap unaware of her impending doom. Yet, her curiosity deepened. How did Lu Xunxian possess such knowledge? Or was it that his power surpassed even that of the Celestial King? How else could he glean information from the inheritance space without being detected by the Celestial King? Meanwhile, outside in the Xianxing domain city, Lin Chongtian halted his steps and calmly addressed the surroundings. Come forth. I am already aware of your presence. As soon as Lin Chongtian's words echoed, a few light, yet deliberate claps resounded, followed by 4 figures emerging from the shadows, all of whom were Celestial Kings. Albeit at the early to mid stages of their power. Surely, none of you belong to my adversaries, correct? Who sent you? Lin Chongtian inquired, sensing the unmasked killing intent emanating from the 4. The leader, an elder clad in a blood-red robe, brandished a spear. Since you are destined to die, let me enlighten you. The Celestial Bounty Association has placed a bounty on your head, offering 8,000 superior-grade celestial liquids for your demise. Upon hearing the name of the Celestial Bounty Association, Lin Chongtian quickly deduced the situation. He had not anticipated that the 4 under the heavy water Celestial Emperor would act so swiftly. Yet, it was fortuitous, as he could utilize these 4 to solidify his realm and aid his breakthrough to the mid-stage of Celestial King. Chapter 117, Slaying 4 Celestial Kings. Battling the Qing Arrow Celestial. Although Lin Chongtian was currently only at the early stage of the Celestial King realm, he had once been at the pinnacle of that stage. Thus, the 4 did not dare to underestimate him. They immediately summoned their innate celestial weapons and charged at Lin Chongtian. Having cultivated to such formidable heights, they were well aware of the consequences of underestimating an opponent. Witnessing their simultaneous assault, Lin Chongtian did not dare to relax. He summoned his own innate celestial weapon, a spear forged from a million-year-old thunderstruck wood, and launched it directly at the 4. From the shadows, the Qing Arrow Celestial observed the entire scene with intrigue. He was curious about Lin Chongtian's audacity. How could he face 4 Celestial Kings, one of whom was of a higher realm than himself, without fleeing, and even take the initiative to strike? Soon, Lin Chongtian engaged in a fierce battle with the 4 Celestial Kings, the terrifying aftermath obliterating everything within a radius of 1,000,000 miles in an instant. The Qingyu immortal had already retreated to a place beyond the reach of the shockwaves, quietly witnessing the unfolding events. He was biding his time. Should Lin Chongtian be defeated, he would eliminate the 4 Celestial Kings, and then deal with Lin Chongtian to claim his reward. Conversely, if the 4 were to fall, he would personally intervene to eliminate Lin Chongtian, waiting patiently to reap the benefits of their conflict. As the shockwaves dissipated, the outcome of the battlefield left the Qingyu immortal utterly astonished. Lin Chongtian single-handedly battled against the 4 Celestial Kings, remarkably holding his ground without faltering. How intriguing, he mused. The Wanchong Celestial King indeed lives up to his reputation. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Chongtian invoked the pure force of gravitational laws, amplifying the gravity in the surrounding area to an astonishing millionfold. The faces of the 4 Celestial Kings turned ashen, Such immense gravity posed a significant burden even for them, let alone while engaged in combat with Lin Chongtian. Although they too wielded laws, they paled in comparison to Lin Chongtian's gravitational prowess. Under the weight of this amplified gravity, it was not long before the four celestial kings fell to Lin Chongtian's might. Once he confirmed their souls were extinguished, Lin Chongtian finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Dispelling the gravitational domain, though his complexion had turned somewhat pale, the effort required to subdue four celestial kings was undoubtedly immense. Yet, having vanquished them, Lin Chongtian did not let his guard down. Resting his spear beside him, he spoke with a calm demeanor. "Come out, you must have been watching for quite some time." Clap, clap. The Qingyu immortal emerged from the shadows, applauding with a face full of admiration. Truly, the Wansheng celestial king, even in a diminished state, possesses formidable strength. If you seek my life, then feel free to act. Although Lin Chongtian was drained, he did not fear the Qingyu immortal. The methods bestowed upon him by Lu Sun would allow him to handle not just celestial kings, but even celestial emperors with ease and composure. No, no, no. I am different from them. I come to recruit you. Should you become my trusted aide, I could spare your life. The Qingyu immortal wore a facade of insincere friendliness. Having witnessed Lin Chongtian's formidable combat abilities, he had devised a new plan to recruit him. After all, barring unforeseen circumstances, Lin Chongtian was destined to reach the pinnacle of celestial kings, and perhaps even ascend to the status of a celestial emperor in the future. If he were to eliminate Lin Chongtian, he would only gain a mere 8,000 portions of high-quality celestial liquid. Thus, it was far more advantageous to accept Lin Chongtian as a subordinate. Upon hearing this, Lin Chongtian offered a cold laugh and inquired, "Are you not afraid that the four of the heavy water celestial emperor will turn against you?" He could easily discern that the Qingyu immortal was merely at the late stage of celestial king, not to mention the heavy water celestial emperor. Even Su Kuan could easily dispatch him. Yet, the Qingyu immortal showed no sign of fear, waving his hand dismissively. "Naturally, I am not afraid. If you acknowledge me as your master, I can help you deal with the heavy water celestial emperor and his associates." This was not a baseless claim. With his father's late-stage celestial emperor strength, he indeed had the capability to easily handle the four of the heavy water celestial emperor. However, Lin Chongtian made his stance unmistakably clear through his actions. "I apologize, but Lin has already pledged allegiance to another. Thus, you may as well meet your demise." With that, Lin Chongtian brandished his spear and charged towards Xunxian. Observing this, Xunxian let out a resigned sigh and, with a wave of his sleeve, summoned a celestial shield to deflect Lin Chongtian's attack. "Alas, since you have chosen the path of death, then perish." Xunxian's countenance darkened, filled with murderous intent, as he raised his hand to cast a spell, causing the very heavens and earth within a radius of 10,000 miles to tremble. A colossal figure emerged behind Xunxian, embodying the essence of the law of heaven and earth. The commotion drew the attention of the Xinqiang domain city, where a figure appeared above, gazing calmly at the battle between Lin Chongtian and Xunxian. It was the Xinqiang emperor. Previously, when Lin Chongtian resided within the domain city, Xunxian had sought him out, hoping he would refrain from intervening. Naturally, he had declined. Little did he expect Lin Chongtian to depart the Xinqiang domain city and proactively engage Xunxian. He hoped for Lin Chongtian's safety. The Xinqiang emperor shook his head in resignation. Meanwhile, Hua Ryu wore a worried expression, wishing she could rush to assist Lin Chongtian. However, recalling Lin Chongtian's prior admonition that she must not interfere, regardless of the circumstances, she forced herself to remain still. On the battlefield, upon witnessing Xunxian's invocation of the law of heaven and earth, Lin Chongtian's expression turned grave, yet he refrained from employing the techniques bestowed upon him by Lu Sun. Although methodical cultivation would eventually restore him to the pinnacle of the celestial king realm, what he needed now was the intense combat required to refine the primordial power within him, hastening his return to that peak. Xunxian, at the late stage of the celestial king realm, was undeniably a suitable opponent for honing his skills. It was likely that even Xunxian himself had not anticipated becoming a mere training target for Lin Chongtian. Bang! The moment Xunxian made his move, Lin Chongtian also sprang into action, his figure darting nimbly. The law of heaven and earth was exceedingly formidable, although Lin Chongtian could wield it. Doing so while at a disadvantage in cultivation would only lead to his downfall. Their fierce battle drew the attention of numerous cultivators, yet none dared to approach, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Observing Lin Chongtian maneuvering with apparent ease amidst his techniques, Xunxian's expression turned increasingly grave as he waved his hand to unleash his ultimate attack. Thousands of fist-sized flying insects, each enveloped in golden lightning, appeared behind him. These were the golden thunder sacred insects, each possessing strength comparable to that of a true celestial peak. Let us see how you evade this. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chongtian's expression became somber, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, he let out a resigned sigh. He was well aware of the terrifying nature of the golden thunder sacred insects. It was no exaggeration to say that the moment Xunxian unleashed this technique, his defeat was all but certain. It seemed he would have to resort to his master's methods. Lin Chongtian retrieved a talisman from his inner world, and the instant he infused it with celestial energy, the talisman ignited in flames. At the same moment, Xunxian's countenance dramatically shifted, as he sensed the immense threat emanating from the talisman. Coupled with Lin Chongtian's earlier remarks about it already having an owner, he could hardly doubt that this was indeed the trump card bestowed upon him by Lin Chongtian's master. Chapter 118. The Slaying of Xunxian. The talisman was none other than the Dream of Ages talisman. However, unlike Fu Qitian's, Lin Chongtian's version of the Dream of Ages talisman was far more terrifying, capable of propelling Lin Chongtian's power to the level of 10 millennia in a fleeting moment. After all, the two were at different realms, and their limits of endurance naturally varied. With the augmentation of 10 millennia, Lin Chongtian's cultivation soared, rapidly restoring him to the pinnacle of the immortal king within a millennium, and subsequently pushing him to the initial phase of the immortal emperor before he finally halted. Upon witnessing Lin Chongtian's breakthrough to the immortal emperor realm, Xunxian's expression soured. He realized that he was no match for Lin Chongtian, thus voluntarily dissipating his celestial law. Fellow Taoist Lin, let this matter conclude here. Conclude here? I see no indication of such a resolution from you. Since you have taken action against me, be prepared for your demise. Lin Chongtian scoffed coldly, showing no sign of relenting, and raised his hand to suppress Xunxian. Since the latter dared to strike at him, Lin Chongtian would not let him escape unscathed. As Xunxian sensed the unmasked murderous intent radiating from Lin Chongtian, panic finally gripped him. You cannot kill me. I am a branch master of the Immortal Appreciation Society, and my father is the Polar Immortal Emperor. And what of that? Is it permissible for you to kill me while I must refrain from retaliating? What logic is this? Prepare to meet your end. Lin Chongtian was well aware of the Immortal Appreciation Society's might, yet he also understood their modus operandi. If one were to perish at his hands, they would not pursue matters further, for it was only natural to be outmatched. Thus, he had only one entity to fear, the Polar Immortal Emperor. However, he had faith in his own talents, believing that within a millennium, he would ascend to the rank of Immortal Emperor, at which point he would have no reason to fear the Polar Immortal Emperor any longer. Moreover, his master had informed him of his impending ascension to the immortal realm in 8 years. His master was an immortal emperor. Why should he cower before the Polar Immortal Emperor? With these thoughts, and under the gaze of Xunxian's terrified eyes, Lin Chongtian pointed decisively. Yet at that moment, a green glow enveloped Xunxian, emanating from his body. In the next instant, Xunxian's aura intensified, and he faintly broke free from Lin Chongtian's suppression. Fellow Taoist, let this matter conclude here. Xunxian spoke, his demeanor transformed, addressing Lin Chongtian with a calm tone. Lin Chongtian discerned that this must be the father Xunxian had mentioned, the Polar Immortal Emperor. Perhaps others might have given the Polar Immortal Emperor some regard, but standing before him was Lin Chongtian, who viewed life and death with equanimity and was unafraid of confrontation. Lin Chongtian let out a cold laugh. Who do you think you are? I shall show you no mercy. If you wish to battle, then let us engage. With that, Xunxian's expression darkened considerably, but Lin Chongtian offered him no opportunity to respond. With a single strike, he decisively vanquished Xunxian. Within the confines of the Qingyu family in the 20th heavens, a terrifying aura erupted from the clan's forbidden grounds. The members of the Qingyu family gazed in terror towards the forbidden ground, their faces pale with fear. The wrath of the emperor was palpable, with countless bodies floating in the aftermath of his anger. They could scarcely fathom what had transpired to provoke such fury from their revered ancestor. Within the forbidden ground, an elder with wild hair and a furious countenance stood. He was none other than Qingyu Jidi, the patriarch of the Qingyu clan and the father of Xunxian. How dare they kill my eldest son? Xunxian, the firstborn of the emperor, had been the recipient of Jidi's immense investment of effort due to his remarkable talents. Yet, it was unfathomable that someone would dare to disregard his authority and eliminate Xunxian. At that moment, two figures hurriedly arrived before the emperor of the extreme territory. Brother, please calm your rage. The newcomers were Qingyu Jidi's second and third brothers, the other two emperors of the Qingyu family. Upon their arrival and words, the tempest of anger within Qingyu Jidi gradually subsided, though the fury still lingered on his visage. Go investigate. My son Xunxian has perished outside, no matter the cost. I demand the annihilation of the fiend responsible for this atrocity." Upon hearing of Xunxian's demise, the two brothers' expressions shifted dramatically. Their faces darkened as they nodded in acknowledgement before departing for the Immortal Rewards Assembly. Xunxian was the sub-leader of the assembly, making it the most suitable venue for their investigation. Meanwhile, Lin Chongtian remained unfazed by the threat posed by the Emperor of the Extreme Territory. After eliminating Xunxian, he stored the belongings of the 5 individuals and swiftly retreated into the distance. He could sense the impending breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Immortal King realm and knew he needed to find a secure location to initiate this transformation. As the battle's aura dissipated, Hua Ryu in the Immortal Star Domain City grew increasingly anxious. However, before her worry could linger, she received a message from Lin Chongtian. Learning that he was entering seclusion to advance to the mid-stage of the Immortal King realm, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. An idea struck her, and she took a deep breath. She had been trapped at the mid-stage of the Immortal King realm for quite some time. In truth, when Lin Chongtian had rescued her, she had sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough. Yet, out of a desire not to burden him, she had chosen to forego that chance. After all, a breakthrough to the Immortal King realm typically required several years of dedication. Now that Lin Chongtian had taken the lead in seeking seclusion to advance, she too could enter her own seclusion without reservations, aiming for the late stage of the Immortal King realm. Above the Immortal Star Domain City, the Immortal Star Emperor observed the unfolding events with a resigned sigh. He had not anticipated that Lin Chongtian possessed such profound abilities. Nevertheless, considering that he had slain Xunxian, it was likely that tranquility would elude him in the future. Based on the Emperor's understanding of Qingyu, this matter would not be resolved easily. Yet, it was not something he needed to concern himself with. Lin Chongtian had evidently chosen to act with confidence in his capabilities. In the Tiannan secret realm, Lu Xunxian withdrew his gaze, fully aware that he could not overlook the happenings in the immortal realm. Having invested so much in Lin Chongtian, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent. As for the so-called Immortal Rewards Assembly and the Extreme Territory Emperor, he regarded them with little concern. If they dared to approach, he would simply eliminate them. Turning his attention back to the inheritance space, he observed Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu navigating the heavenly ascension ladder with ease, having already ascended thousands of steps. The celestial ladder ascends to a staggering height of 10,000 steps. Even the true mechanism Immortal King has only managed to ascend to the 5,000th step. Thus, upon witnessing Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu reach the 6,000th step, his heart swelled with uncontainable joy. After all, their formidable talents implied that he could restore his own celestial king status more swiftly upon seizing their forms. Most importantly, he sensed an aura of space emanating from them. Such a phenomenon could only indicate two possibilities. Either they possessed rare treasures related to the spatial realm, or they had comprehended the laws of space. Regardless of which possibility it was, it presented a tremendous surprise for the true mechanism Immortal King. He felt confident that if he were to seize Lu Xiaoyao, he could undoubtedly reclaim his celestial king status within a millennium, and perhaps even surpass it. Chapter 119. The Inquisition of the Chaotic Heaven Sect on the Celestial Ladder. Numerous cultivators had already halted their ascent, their faces twisted in response to the overwhelming pressure, and considering their talents, reaching this point was quite an achievement. Throughout the entirety of the Celestial Ladder, very few could ascend even 1,000 steps, predominantly the prodigies of various powerful factions. However, only 3 figures stood out as unattainable to the rest: Lu Xiaoyao, Lu Qingyu, and Gu Tianxing. Yet, Gu Tianxing could only look up at Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu. Damn it, must I be confined to the 3,650 steps? Gu Tianxing felt an unbearable frustration swell within him. Raising his gaze once more to Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu, he saw them already scaling over 7,000 steps, appearing only slightly strained. As if reaching the summit was not an insurmountable task, he was endowed with a divine-grade spiritual root, a rarity on the entire Tiansheng continent. How could he be halted here? Thus, he erupted with fervor, significantly increasing his speed. However, upon reaching the 4,000th step, he found himself unable to proceed further. Crushed by the terrifying pressure, in the void, the true mechanism Immortal King observed this scene, letting out a resigned sigh. In truth, Gu Tianxing's talent should have allowed him to surpass the 4,000th step. The reason for his stagnation lay in the interference of the Immortal King himself. After all, he could not permit Gu Tianxing to claim the first position. Seizing him might provoke the wrath of another celestial king. However, upon intervening, he realized that even without his interference, Gu Tianxing would still be unable to surpass those 2 prodigies, likely only reaching the 7,000th step at most. On the 7,000th step, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu were steadily ascending, albeit at a noticeably slower pace than before. At times, Lu Xiaoyao took the lead, while Lu Qingyun lagged behind. Meanwhile, outside, Lu Xunxian's attention was entirely focused on his son and daughter. Zhao Xiaoyi, observing the expression on Lu Xunxian's face, felt an uncanny resemblance to the gaze her father cast upon her. She swallowed nervously and inquired cautiously, "Senior, are these two prodigies your offspring?" "Oh, how did you deduce that?" "From their appearance, of course. They bear some resemblance to you, Senior, and given that your attention is solely on them, it stands to reason. Furthermore, you mentioned earlier that you came for the purpose of inheritance, not merely for the sake of it. Thus, there exists but a single answer. The elder has come for someone." Zhao Xiaoyi boldly conjectured, and with this insight, everything began to fall into place. In response, Lu Xunxian did not refute her, merely gesturing for her to focus. Observing Lu Xunxian's demeanor, Zhao Xiaoyi understood that her words must hold truth. The elder intends to use a celestial king to temper his own children. One can only describe this as terrifying. Does he not fear for their safety? Yet, witnessing Lu Xunxian's calm composure, as if all were under his control, Zhao Xiaoyi chose not to pursue the matter further. Surely, the elder must possess absolute confidence in his decision. Sensing something, Zhao Xiaoyi turned to look at Su Ro, who was already seated in a meditative position, striving to break through to the mid-stage of the Saint King realm. Upon seeing her dear friend begin to cultivate, Zhao Xiaoyi also immersed herself in her own practice. At this moment, within the Chaos Sky sect, a resounding boom echoed, and all the practitioners felt an overwhelming pressure emanate from the forbidden grounds of the sect. In an instant, all disciples beneath the Saint Emperor realm were suppressed by this oppressive force. Even the elders at the Saint Emperor level turned pale, struggling to endure. After a considerable time, the terrifying pressure gradually dissipated. Everyone, as if reborn after a calamity, gazed towards the forbidden area, their hearts filled with curiosity about what could have incited such fury from the ancestor. Indeed, in their eyes, only the ancestor, who had recently broken through to the mid-stage of the Saint Emperor realm, could wield such formidable power, and the reality aligned with their assumptions. Within the forbidden grounds of the Chaos Sky sect, an elderly figure clad in a gray robe sat cross-legged, his expression exceedingly grim. Surrounding him were two early-stage Saint Emperors, Jiang Fengyun, the sect master, and Li Xunxian, the Grand Elder. The elder was none other than Jiang Nixian, the ancestor of the Chaos Sky sect, a formidable being at the mid-stage of the Saint Emperor realm. Ancestor, all disciples of the Chaos Sky sect have perished in the Tian secret realm. There must be something amiss. I implore you to emerge and deliver justice for our sect. Jiang Fengyun, standing aside, spoke with a troubled expression directed towards the ancestor. Although they were unable to enter the secret realm, they could still observe the situation of their disciples through their soul lamps. In an instant, the soul lamps of Jiang Tianzheng and the others extinguished. It is known that Jiang Tianzheng possessed methods entrusted to him, capable of withstanding even the peak of the Saint Emperor realm, yet he fell in an instant. It was hard to believe this was not a targeted attack. Therefore, he had no choice but to summon the ancestor to seek justice for the Chaos Sky sect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nixian slowly rose, his countenance exceedingly dark. It seems that after years of inactivity, some believe I can no longer wield my blade. How dare they lay hands on my most cherished juniors? Then, they shall perish. With that proclamation, Jiang Nixian's aura surged dramatically, propelling him from the mid-stage of the Saint Emperor realm directly into the late stage. Witnessing this transformation, Jiang Fengyun and Li Xunxian were filled with excitement and congratulated him. Congratulations, ancestor, on breaking through to the late stage of the Saint Emperor realm. This was merely a matter of time. Jiang Nixian waved his hand and spoke, stating that this matter need not concern them any further. He would personally guard the entrance to the secret realm, declaring that anyone who dared to harm his beloved grandson would pay dearly for their transgressions. With that, Jiang Nixian tore through the fabric of the void before stepping into it, heading towards the southern secret realm. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Fengyun and Li Xunxian both breathed a sigh of relief. With the ancestor taking action, they believed the situation was now secure. At present, aside from the 5 sacred lands, the 3 major merchant associations, and the 10,000 Paths Academy, they considered themselves invincible. In the celestial realm, the 2 great powers sought to obstruct Qingfeng's sect from uncovering the truth before the ascension node of the heavenly holy continent. The true immortal powerhouse of Qingfeng's sect was halted by elders from the primordial ancient sect and the ancient wood sect, their expressions grim. After a fruitless investigation, Hupogu intended to dispatch 2 late-stage true immortal elders to descend upon the heavenly holy continent to conduct discreet inquiries, convinced that as long as they exercised caution, no issues would arise. However, to his surprise, those 2 elders were intercepted by elders stationed at the Ascension node from the primordial ancient sect and the Ancient Wood sect. I apologize, but the sect leader of the primordial ancient sect has commanded that no one may descend to the lower realms. Otherwise, they shall be deemed our enemies. The same applies to the Ancient Wood sect. Upon realizing that Xunxian was at least a celestial king, the attitudes of the two great powers towards him underwent a subtle shift. Moreover, as Xunxian's offspring were the holy sons and daughters of their factions, it was only natural for them to be willing to pay such a high price. Chapter 120. The conclusion of the legacy. Listening to the words of the elders from the two major sects, the expression of the Feng sect elder turned increasingly grim. Have you truly considered this? Are you certain you wish to oppose my Feng sect over a mere heavenly holy continent? One elder, still unwilling to relent, threatened. The might of Feng sect required the alliance of these two sects to rival it, which was one of their sources of confidence. Yet, the elder from the primordial ancient sect merely scoffed. If you are so confident, then make your move. Upon hearing this, the Feng sect elder's countenance darkened further. Yet he restrained the urge to act. Should he strike hastily, it would amount to a declaration of war against the two major sects, placing his own sect in jeopardy. Very well, if that is your stance, then we shall await the outcome. After hearing the words of the two major sects' elders, a vague suspicion began to take root in their minds. It appeared that both factions were likely involved in this matter, for they would not have suddenly prohibited dissent without reason. However, the manner in which to address this issue would need to be determined by their sect leader upon their return. Watching the Feng sect elder depart, the elders of the two major sects finally exhaled in relief. Although they were both at the pinnacle of true immortals, if a confrontation were to ensue, the repercussions from the Feng sect could be beyond their capacity to bear. For now, they could only pray that their sect leader would ensure the safety of the heavenly holy continent. Soon, the news reached Hupogu's ears. Ah, splendid. I knew this matter was undoubtedly linked to those two major sects. Hupogu, far from angry, chuckled as he swiftly made his way to the sect hall. The sect leader has confirmed that the forces behind the disturbances are indeed from the ancient Void sect and the Ancient Wood sect. Gazing at the leader within the sacred hall, Hupogu hurriedly relayed the news he had received. Upon hearing this, Gudiyuan's expression darkened considerably. Yet he ultimately chose to suppress his indignation. Hu Elder, let us put this matter to rest for now. I am about to enter seclusion to strive for the Celestial Emperor realm, and I cannot afford any distractions during this time. Once I achieve the Celestial Emperor status, both the Ancient Void sect and the Ancient Wood sect will have to pay the consequences. Listening to the leader's words, Hupogu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. But he could not voice his grievances and merely nodded in agreement, his posture visibly slumping. I understand. As a mentor, the inability to avenge his disciples felt like an insufferable humiliation. Yet, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. All plans would have to wait until the leader reached the Celestial Emperor realm. However, they were unaware that the current celestial kings of the Ancient Wood and Ancient Void sects had also begun their seclusion to pursue the same goal. The next question was who would break through first. Should Gu Daoyuan achieve his breakthrough first, Xunxian would ascend to the higher realms and annihilate the Feng sect. Conversely, if the celestial kings of the Ancient Wood or Ancient Void sects were to succeed first, it would be the Feng sect facing obliteration. Of course, none of this escaped Xunxian's keen perception. Once I ascend, I shall effortlessly eliminate the Bone Demon Celestial King and the Feng sect, he mused inwardly. Meanwhile, within the Tiannan secret realm, 5 days had swiftly passed. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu faced the final 100 tiers to reach the pinnacle. Yet the pressure of those last 100 layers had escalated to its zenith. They were now relying solely on their willpower to continue their ascent. In the shadows, even the true mechanism Celestial King felt a surge of excitement. Could he be on the verge of seizing the essence of a prodigy capable of reaching the summit of the celestial ladder? It was said that those who could ascend to the top of the celestial ladder would inevitably achieve at least the Celestial Emperor realm. Indeed, the prodigies who had successfully climbed it were already at that level. If he could possess such a top-tier genius, he was confident he could break through to the celestial sovereign realm. Brother, can you still hold on? Lu Qingyu, drenched in sweat and with a determined expression, struggled to keep pace behind Lu Xiaoyao as they climbed. Despite the immense pressure weighing down on him, Lu Xiaoyao, a man of great ambition, gritted his teeth and feigned a demeanor of calmness. Sister, do not underestimate me. I am destined to surpass our father. Thus, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu ascended closer to the summit, while below, everyone else had reached their limits, coming to a halt on the celestial ladder. Gu Tiansheng, in a pitiful state, was even suppressed to the ground, his crimson gaze fixed upon the diminishing figures of Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu. How dare they? How dare they surpass this holy son? No matter what, he vowed to eliminate them within the secret realm. He would not allow anyone to stand above him, absolutely not. Amidst the tense anticipation of all, at last, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu ascended to the pinnacle one after the other. In an instant, the entire celestial staircase vanished, and the figure of the true mechanism Immortal King materialized before the crowd, his countenance still adorned with that gentle smile. The trial had concluded, and he congratulated the young friend for acquiring his legacy. The true mechanism Immortal King gazed at Lu Xiaoyao, a sigh of relief escaping his heart. Although he, of such a stature, no longer concerned himself with gender, it would indeed be preferable to possess a male vessel. Lu Xiaoyao maintained a modest demeanor, observing the envious expressions of the surrounding cultivators as he waved his hand dismissively. However, before the true mechanism Immortal King could utter a word, the crimson-eyed Gu Tianxing burst forth from the side. I refuse to believe it. I am of divine-grade spiritual roots, the scion of the Qingfeng sacred land. How could I not be the victor? I demand a duel with you. With that, Gu Tianxing summoned his treasured spear and charged at Lu Xiaoyao, intent on defending his honor with Lu Xiaoyao's blood. Yet, before Gu Tianxing could close the distance, he was suppressed by a mere gesture from the true mechanism Immortal King. Fighting is prohibited within the legacy space. The trial has concluded. Please exit, everyone. As the true mechanism Immortal King spoke, he expelled the crowd from the legacy space, leaving only Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu behind. Though it was Lu Xiaoyao who had obtained the legacy, Lu Qingyu's talent was equally formidable. If she could be refined into a puppet, she would undoubtedly serve as a significant asset in the future. Senior, wasn't it my brother who acquired the legacy? Why must I remain? Lu Qingyu, perceptive as ever, sensed the anomaly and prepared for action. With only the two of them left, the true mechanism Immortal King abandoned any pretense and swiftly ensnared both Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu. The two found themselves immobilized, their expressions shifting dramatically. Senior, what are your intentions? Lu Xiaoyao's countenance darkened, clearly unprepared for such an eventuality. However, before the true mechanism Immortal King could respond, Lu Qingyu glared at Lu Xiaoyao, exclaiming, "Do you not see? He intends to seize our bodies." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyao's face paled, yet he remained undaunted, directing a threat at the true mechanism Immortal King. Senior, my father's strength is formidable as well. I advise you to cease your actions, otherwise, do not blame him for intervening. In the shadows, upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words, Lu Xunxian felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Had he known better, he would not have allowed this child to realize his own formidable power. It seemed his temperament required serious correction. The true mechanism Immortal King, upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's assertion, grew wary, for Lu Xiaoyao did not appear to be jesting. Yet, after a prolonged silence, nothing transpired. The true mechanism Immortal King let out a cold laugh. Little one, you shall obediently become my vessel. As for your fate, if you acknowledge me as your master, I may spare your life. With those words, amidst their composed expressions, the true mechanism Immortal King made his move. As the essence of the true machine Immortal King surged towards the corporeal form of Lu Xiaoyao, just as he was about to seize control, Lu Xunxian, standing guard outside, let out a resigned sigh. In an instant, the true machine Immortal King stood frozen, his body immobilized. The next moment, Lu Xunxian appeared before Lu Xiaoyao. Father. Upon seeing Lu Xunxian, both Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu were filled with uncontainable joy, causing the power of the true machine Immortal King to dissipate. They stepped forward, their voices tinged with excitement. Lu Xunxian nodded slightly and turned his gaze towards the true machine Immortal King. At that moment, the true machine Immortal King wore a look of sheer terror, fully realizing that Lu Xiaoyao's words were indeed truthful. Please spare me, senior. I did not know this was your esteemed son. I am willing to serve you. Please grant me my life. Yet, Lu Xunxian merely appraised the true machine Immortal King and shook his head. I already have an Immortal King's servant by my side. You should accept your fate. No sooner had he spoken than the true machine Immortal King was reduced to ashes, vanishing into nothingness. You two truly do not allow your father a moment of peace. Lu Xunxian remarked, turning around with a hint of exasperation. Lu Xiaoyao, unfazed, replied, Father, he struck first. We were unaware of anything. Lu Qingyu chimed in. Indeed, after all, this is a matter of opportunity. Very well, this is his legacy. I entrust it to you both. Lu Xunxian had only slain the true machine Immortal King and had not destroyed his legacy. A small orb of light then flew before the two, splitting into two and entering their minds. The so-called legacy of the true machine Immortal King comprised insights on cultivation and combat awareness, though it lacked any substantial resources. Witnessing the two absorb the legacy, Lu Xunxian waved his hand. I cannot remain here long. I will take my leave. Refine it well before you exit. Yes, father. With that, Lu Xunxian vanished from their sight. Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun began to refine and comprehend the legacy of the true machine Immortal King, a process that would likely require a considerable amount of time. However, the rewards promised to be equally formidable. Upon their emergence, they would undoubtedly undergo a profound transformation. Outside the realm of the legacy, Gu Tianxing's expression was one of intense fury, surrounded by disciples of the Qingfeng Holy Land. Damn it! I have never suffered such humiliation. These two must perish. Tiansheng, we must deliberate this matter carefully. These two do not appear to be mere rogue cultivators, Feng Qingyu observed, her demeanor grave. She had noted the previous battle among rogue cultivators and was well aware that Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun were absent. Furthermore, given their talents, she harbored serious doubts that they were not the scions of other holy lands. As Feng Qingyu's words settled in, Gu Tianxing gradually calmed down. Qingyu, you are right. Nevertheless, if we wish to eliminate them, the secret realm is the optimal time to act. Once they leave, it will be far more challenging to strike. Acknowledging this reasoning, Feng Qingyu turned to Su Nan and the others, seeking their input. Uncertain of Master Brother's perspective, one might rightfully seek his opinion. Given that he possesses the highest cultivation among the disciples present, Su Nan, however, wore a grave expression and, after a prolonged silence, shook his head and spoke, Holy Son. It would be prudent to cease this matter here. We bear no enmity towards one another. Moreover, the opposing party has recently acquired the legacy of a celestial king. Once they emerge, we may not stand as their equals. Thus, rather than pursuing a relentless vendetta, it is wiser to let this matter rest. Su Nan's foresight was commendable. For before their emergence, one opponent was at the initial stage of the Holy King realm, while the other was at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm and appeared relatively youthful. Should they have indeed received the Celestial King's inheritance upon their return, it was likely they would ascend to the peak of the Holy King realm. At that juncture, they would likely find themselves outmatched. Upon hearing Su Nan's words, Gu Tiansheng felt a surge of anger rising within him, ready to erupt. Yet, he soon noticed several figures guarding the entrance to the realm of inheritance. Esteemed guests, as the Holy Son of the ancient sacred land, I am currently receiving a legacy within this secret domain. I kindly ask you to afford our ancient sacred land some respect and withdraw, one called out. Another added, as the holy maiden of the ancient would sacred land, I implore you to grant us the same consideration and depart. Seeing the disciples from both the ancient sacred land and the ancient would sacred land safeguarding the entrance, Gu Tiansheng's expression turned somber. He had not anticipated that these two were indeed the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of their respective lands. If that were the case, then devising a strategy to confront them would require careful deliberation. Though Gu Tiansheng had been somewhat arrogant, he was not devoid of intelligence. Should the ancient sacred land and the ancient would sacred land join forces, even the Qingfeng sacred land would have to weigh its chances of success. At that moment, a figure clad in a purple robe stepped forward from the crowd, gazing at the disciples of the two major sacred lands with a disdainful snort. You claim they are your Holy Son and Holy Maiden, but does that make them the representatives of your sacred lands? I could just as easily declare them to be the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of my Thunder sacred land. The speaker was indeed a disciple of the Thunder sacred land. As the Thunder sacred land's disciple made their presence known, disciples from the Celestial Light sacred land also began to step forward in inquiry. After all, the ancient sacred land and the ancient wood sacred land had never previously proclaimed the existence of their Holy Son and Holy Maiden. Now, they claimed that Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun were theirs. Such claims naturally raised suspicion. It appeared that the ancient sacred land and the ancient wood sacred land sought to wait for the two individuals to emerge, only to seize the Celestial King's inheritance. Observing this scene, Gu Tianxing quickly formulated a plan. This presented an opportune moment to eliminate Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. If he could draw the Thunder sacred land and the Celestial Light sacred land into an alliance, they would no longer need to fear the ancient sacred land and the ancient wood sacred land. Could it be that the ancient sacred land and the ancient wood sacred land dared to engage in warfare against their trio? 3 against 2 would certainly tip the scales in their favor. With this thought in mind, Gu Tiansheng took a decisive step forward, addressing the disciples of the ancient sacred land and the ancient wood sacred land with a mocking smile. Your words sound noble. Yet who can ascertain whether you intend to drive us away and monopolize the Celestial King's inheritance? Esteemed guests, if you trust in my judgment, why not join forces to eliminate those two? As for the inheritance of the Immortal King, how about we share it equally? With this proclamation from Gu Tiansheng, all eyes turned towards him. The disciples of the ancient Holy Land wore grim expressions, questioning his identity and motives for opposing them. Fear not, for I am Gu Tian, the Holy Son of the Qingfeng Holy Land. With this declaration, Gu Tiansheng felt no need to conceal his intentions, especially with the impending Tiansheng Grand Competition only 3 years away. Standing beside him, the disciples of Qingfeng Holy Land rallied behind Gu Tiansheng. As Gu Tiansheng spoke, the disciples from the Thunder Holy Land and the Heavenly Light Holy Land appeared contemplative, weighing the feasibility of his proposal. After all, self-interest prevailed, and they were wary of Gu Tiansheng possibly claiming the Immortal King's inheritance for himself. However, the next moment, his words reassured them. If you doubt my sincerity, I, Gu Tiansheng, shall swear an oath by the Heavenly Dao. Should I fail to share the Immortal King's inheritance equally with you, my cultivation shall stagnate for all eternity. At this juncture, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun had become Gu Tiansheng's greatest obstacles, and he had set the inheritance aside, willing to forsake it all to resolve matters concerning them. Very well, since the Holy Sun has spoken, how could we not believe? The disciples of Thunder Holy Land and Heavenly Light Holy Land echoed in agreement. Had they been unaware of the inheritance, they would not have interfered. Yet now, armed with knowledge and having participated in the trials, they could not stand idly by as the inheritance slipped away. With the voices of Thunder Holy Land and Heavenly Light Holy Land raised, other factions soon followed suit, aligning themselves with Gu Tiansheng. In stark contrast, the disciples of the Ancient Holy Land and the Ancient Wood Holy Land wore expressions of dismay, taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. However, they had no alternative but to hope that their holy son and holy daughter would grow stronger before emerging from this predicament. They were acutely aware of the potential of their holy son and holy daughter. If they could reach the pinnacle of the Holy King realm before re-emerging, they would indeed be invincible within the vast secret realm. Meanwhile, Lu Xunxian observed this scene from the shadows. Zhao Xiaoi and Su Ro had both advanced to the mid-level of the Holy King realm, standing obediently beside Lu Xunxian. Senior, should we intervene? Zhao Xiaoi inquired respectfully. Bowing slightly, there is no need to interfere. Let them resolve it themselves, Lu Xunxian replied, waving his hand. He was intimately aware of his children's talents. It would take approximately 4 years to absorb the inheritance of the true mechanism Immortal King, and by the time they emerged, their cultivation would at least reach the Holy Emperor realm. Given that no Holy Emperor existed among the cultivators in the Tian and secret realm, they could hardly pose a threat to his children. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoi finally sighed in relief. All right, let us exit. There is nothing more for us to do here. Lu Xunxian had entered partly to observe his children's performance, and partly to seek the inheritance of the Spring Breeze, Immortal Sovereign. In the present day, since the issue has been resolved, there is naturally no need to remain within the secret realm. With that said, they directly emerged from the Tian and secret realm. However, Zhao Xiaoi and Su Ro were not particularly astonished, as it was evident from Lu Xunxian's earlier displays that he was at least a formidable figure of the Immortal Emperor realm. Escaping from a mere lower realm secret was a trivial endeavor for him. At that moment, Lu Xunxian caught sight of an approaching figure from a distance, who soon halted before the Tian and secret realm. It was Xunxian, hastily arriving from the Chaos Sky sect. Yet, Lu Xunxian had no intention of engaging with him. And in the blink of an eye, they returned to the Ancient with Sacred Land. Master, you have returned, greeted Fu Qitian respectfully as he approached Lu Xunxian upon his return. Upon seeing Fu Qitian, Zhao Xiaoi and Su Ro were momentarily taken aback, but quickly recognized his identity. Senior Fu Qitian, what brings you here? Zhao Xiaoi inquired, her tone filled with astonishment. You are the little girl from the Zhao family. Fu Qitian replied, equally surprised, clearly not expecting to encounter Zhao Xiaoi here. Noticing Lu Xunxian's look of confusion, Fu Qitian hastily explained that before meeting Lu Xunxian, he had traveled to the eastern region and had encountered Zhao Xiaoi within her family's territory, where he had offered guidance on her cultivation. Upon learning that Zhao Xiaoi had become Lu Xunxian's servant, Fu Qitian regarded her with satisfaction. Zhao family girl, you have made the wisest choice of your life. I understand, Zhao Xiaoi nodded, aware of the immense benefits of being a servant to a being of the Immortal Emperor caliber. It was clear that ascending to the Immortal realm in the future was virtually guaranteed. At that moment, Lu Xunxian spoke, Uncle Fu, I leave the training of this servant to you. Naturally, he referred to Su Ro, who had become his servant after offending him. Lu Xunxian would not allow her to enjoy comforts by his side. Su Ro felt little resistance, as her previous apprehensions dissipated upon realizing Lu Xunxian's status as an Immortal Emperor, a title not even held by the 5 great sacred lands. It was evident that once she revealed her position as a servant of an Immortal Emperor, the 5 sacred lands would be compelled to show her respect. From that day forward, she could traverse the Tianshan continent with confidence. After Fu Qitian took Su Ro away for her training, Lu Xunxian waved his hand, instructing Zhao Xiaoi, you may find a room here to reside in. We shall journey to the Immortal Realm together in 8 years. Yes, master. By the way, master, where exactly is this place? Zhao Xiaoi inquired, glancing around with curiosity, pondering that a place inhabited by such a powerful being must be extraordinary. This is the ancient with sacred land, Lu Xunxian replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyi's expression conveyed her realization. She wondered what great sacrifices the ancient with sacred land had made to align themselves with such a powerful figure. Chapter 123. The Immortal Court in the Immortal Realm. The Tian Shui Sect. What? Lin Chongtian has slain Xunxian? A preliminary assessment indicates that his strength has returned to the pinnacle of the Immortal King realm. The Water Immortal Emperor, taken aback, stood up in disbelief. Clearly, he had not anticipated Lin Zhongtian's rapid recovery. It had only been a short while. Yet he had already regained such formidable power. Contemplating this, the Emperor's expression darkened as he communicated through the sound transmission jade. I must discuss this matter with them and will provide you with a response shortly. With that, the Water Immortal Emperor concluded the communication and promptly sent messages to the Fire Immortal Emperor, the Blade Wind Immortal Emperor, and the Su Kuan Immortal King, summoning them to the Tian Shui sect for deliberation. This situation had transcended their initial expectations. Years ago, they had expended immense resources to eliminate Lin Zhongtian. If they allowed him to continue his ascent, it would not be long before he broke through to the Immortal Emperor realm, at which point they would be the ones in peril. Soon, the news reached the ears of the Fire Immortal Emperor and the Blade Wind Immortal Emperor, both of whom exhibited expressions of shock, clearly taken aback by the unprecedented speed of Lin Zhongtian's recovery. Within the Tongtian Divine Mountain, Su Kuan gazed forlornly at the empty expanse, memories of his master's presence vivid in his mind. Master, despite my profound feelings for you, why do you refuse to accept me? Su Kuan murmured. However, his reverie was abruptly interrupted by the Water Immortal Emperor's transmission. What? My master has returned to the pinnacle of the Immortal King realm? I will be there immediately. Upon receiving the message, Su Kuan's face hardened with murderous intent. Before departing, he cast one last longing glance at the cave, his expression one of deep infatuation. Master, wait for me. I shall reclaim you from my master. Finally, he had achieved the mid-stage of the Immortal King realm, with the breakthrough facilitated by combat proving to be the swifter route. After 2.5 months, Lin Zhongtian ascended from the early stage to the mid-stage of the Immortal King realm. For many cultivators, breaking through amidst battle is exceedingly challenging, with even the slightest misstep potentially leading to demise. Yet, for Lin Zhongtian, it was a remarkably effortless endeavor. Almost simultaneously, a commotion indicating another breakthrough resonated nearby. Is there another fellow cultivator achieving a breakthrough here? Lin Zhongtian furrowed his brow in puzzlement. But in the next moment, he spotted the figure of Hua Ruyu approaching from a distance. Sister Hua, have you broken through to the late stage of the Immortal King realm? Lin Zhongtian exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing her. Yes, I was fortunate enough to achieve a breakthrough to the late stage, Hua Ruyu replied humbly. However, Lin Zhongtian paid little heed to her modesty. He waved his hand and, with a serious expression, inquired, Sister Hua, what do you think of this place? In response, Hua Ruyu surveyed her surroundings and, after a moment, shyly remarked, the scenery is beautiful, the spiritual energy is rich, and there are no disturbances. So, Brother Tian, what are your plans? Indeed, I intend to establish a force here, Lin Zhongtian responded, oblivious to the underlying meaning in Hua Ruyu's words. His gaze surveying the area with satisfaction. He had not forgotten his master's directive to establish a powerful faction within the immortal realm. Clearly, the environment here was most suitable. Though Hua Ryu felt a tinge of disappointment, she still nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is appropriate. However, if Brother Tian were to rashly establish a faction at this moment, it is likely that the 3 immortal emperors would come after him. As she spoke further, Hua Ryu's expression bore a hint of concern. Yet Lin Chongtian simply waved his hand dismissively, stating that if they dared to come, he would not hesitate to eliminate them in advance. Lin Chongtian yearned to exact his revenge through his genuine strength. But that did not imply he was incapable of seeking vengeance in his current state. Having already advanced to the mid-stage of the Immortal King realm, he was confident that with the use of the Dream of Ancient Times Talisman, he could break through to the mid-stage of the Immortal Emperor realm. At that point, even if the 3 immortal emperors joined forces, they would stand no chance against him, for he had learned that they were merely in the early stage of the Immortal Emperor realm. Upon hearing this, although Hua Ryu remained somewhat apprehensive, she ultimately chose to place her trust in Lin Chongtian. However, recalling something, she quickly inquired, by the way, Brother Tian, has the master instructed you on the name of your faction? Not yet, but I have a name in mind that aligns with our master's vision. What name? The Immortal Court. What do you all think? How should we handle this matter? A day later, within the Tian Shui sect, Su Kuan cast a grim gaze towards the 3 immortal emperors and spoke. The Immortal Appreciation Conference has its rules. If the information is flawed, The deposit will not be refunded. This meant that they had already expended 4,000 high-grade immortal liquids without any response. What else can we do? We cannot possibly go inquire about Lin Chongtian's whereabouts ourselves, the blazing fire immortal emperor remarked, his expression equally grim. He could muster a little more immortal liquid. But if he contributed too much, he would need to weigh his options carefully. Enough of the bickering. I have a plan. We shall go to the Tianji Pavilion to purchase Lin Chongtian's location. Su Kuan, you must have his birth date and 8 characters, correct? The flowing water immortal emperor took a deep breath, resolutely looking at Su Kuan. The birth date and 8 characters are critically important information for any powerful cultivator and are seldom disclosed. I do not have it, Su Kuan replied, shaking his head and revealing a murderous intent. As the most favored disciple of his master, the fact that he did not even possess his master's birth date and 8 characters indicated that his master had been wary of him from the outset. Hearing this, the flowing water immortal emperor felt a headache coming on. This complicates matters. We currently have 2 choices. First, we could increase the payment, with each person contributing an additional 2,000 high-grade immortal liquids, allowing the Immortal Appreciation Conference to locate Lin Chongtian and eliminate him. Alternatively, we could purchase intelligence on Lin Chongtian from the Tianji Pavilion and then take action ourselves. However, even going to the Tianji Pavilion would likely require at least 8,000 high-grade immortal liquids, though that would be 4,000 less than going through the Immortal Appreciation Conference. I am amenable to either option. It is up to you to decide. The flowing water immortal emperor turned to the other 3, while the blazing fire immortal emperor and the blade wind immortal emperor looked to Su Kuan. Su Kuan clenched his teeth lightly before stating, I will contribute. We shall purchase the information on our master from the Tianji Pavilion. The previous 2,000 high-grade immortal liquids had nearly depleted his wealth, and he truly could not afford to part with another 2,000. But he could manage to scrape together 1,000. Most importantly, should he sell the information regarding his master, he would be able to accompany the 3 celestial emperors, subsequently tracing the clues to locate his master's wife and bring her back to his side. Chapter 124, Despair? Seek the celestial emperor's support. After much deliberation, Su Kuan reluctantly parted with 1,000 units of premium celestial liquid. He then proceeded to accompany the trio to the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, a formidable force in the celestial realm dedicated to the sale of information. It is rumored that even the secrets of celestial emperors can be procured within its walls, though the required quantity of celestial liquid is staggering. Before long, the group arrived at the 32nd heaven of the celestial realm. The 33rd heaven is reserved for the 10 most powerful clans, prompting lesser forces to establish their presence in the 32nd heaven. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion resembles a towering divine spire, exuding an aura of ancient grandeur that transcends time itself, embodying the essence of the path of time. Upon entering the pavilion, a servant approached them. Esteemed guests, how may I assist you? It must be noted that the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion truly exemplifies power, as even its servants possess the prowess to dominate the lower realms. We seek information on a peak celestial king, without a birth date, only a likeness, spoke the celestial emperor of heavy water. As he finished speaking, the servant's expression grew serious, fully aware that this transaction could yield significant rewards. If successful, he would earn at least 1/4 of a unit of premium celestial liquid, sufficient to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of celestial existence. With this in mind, the servant promptly replied, Esteemed guests, please follow me. I will fetch the manager. After leading the celestial emperor of heavy water into a private room, the servant went to seek the manager. Before long, the servant returned, accompanied by the manager. You may leave now. Your share will be duly compensated. The manager addressed the servant. The servant's face lit up with joy, and he repeatedly expressed his gratitude before exiting. Once the servant had departed, the manager turned his attention to the 4, smiling as he inquired, Esteemed guests, are you familiar with the rules of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion? Indeed, we are aware. Here is 4,000 units of premium celestial liquid as a deposit. The remaining 4,000 will be provided upon successful completion. The Celestial Emperor of Heavy Water slowly revealed a storage ring. The manager accepted it, inspected its contents, and confirmed the accuracy of the 4,000 units before asking, Whom do you seek? Lin Chongtian, the fallen celestial king of 10,000 layers. Upon uttering this, the Celestial Emperor of Heavy Water presented the likeness of Lin Chongtian. Upon seeing this, the manager did not hesitate. He soon returned with a diviner clad in black and white attire. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, like its counterpart in the lower realms, employs divination to deduce the information of those being investigated. Swiftly, the diviner began to ascertain the whereabouts of Lin Chongtian. Almost simultaneously, within the Holy Continent, Lu Xunxian furrowed his brow. Someone is divining the location of Lin Chongtian? No matter, they shall meet their end. With that, An overwhelming force surged across the distance toward the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. In the celestial realm of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, the venerable Elder Mechanism, who had been engrossed in meditation to ascend to the position of a Celestial Emperor, suddenly changed countenance. "This is dire." As the words left his lips, the diviner before the heavy water Celestial Emperor and his companions inexplicably erupted, the terrifying force rendering them momentarily paralyzed with shock. However, Elder Mechanism soon arrived at the private chamber, his expression exceedingly grim. "What on earth are you all doing, attempting to deduce the existence of a Celestial Emperor?" While others might be oblivious to the circumstances, Elder Mechanism, having previously interacted with the Celestial Emperor, recognized the unmistakable aura. As he spoke, the heavy water Celestial Emperor and his companions quickly grasped the situation, their faces paling. A Celestial Emperor? How could that be? Lin Xunxian is merely a Celestial King. How could he possibly ascend to the status of a Celestial Emperor? It is well known that Lin Xunxian had only reached the pinnacle of the Celestial King realm before his demise, and now, after 533,000 years, how could he possibly have achieved such a breakthrough in such a short span? Moreover, if he truly had become a Celestial Emperor, would his first course of action not be to seek vengeance upon them? They could not fathom that Lin Xunxian would so benevolently choose to spare their lives. Meanwhile, the steward, recognizing Elder Mechanism's stature, hastily addressed him with utmost respect. "Pavilion Master. Humph. Because of your negligence, a diviner of my Celestial Mechanism Pavilion has perished. Thus, I shall demand your entire fortunes as restitution." With a mere gesture, Elder Mechanism seized all 4 of their storage rings. Each diviner was his disciple, meticulously nurtured, and the loss of one was a grievous blow. It was already generous of him to refrain from demanding their lives in return. The heavy water Celestial Emperor and his companions were visibly shaken, wishing to protest, yet ultimately remained silent. They were acutely aware of Elder Mechanism's formidable power. It was no exaggeration to assert that any attempt to counter his words would likely result in their immediate demise. However, the heavy water Celestial Emperor stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect and inquiring of Elder Mechanism. "Elder Mechanism, I humbly seek your wisdom on a matter. Might there be other possibilities concerning the earlier situation, aside from the opponent being a Celestial Emperor?" As the heavy water Celestial Emperor spoke, the other 3 regarded Elder Mechanism with anxious anticipation. If Lin Xunxian had indeed ascended to the rank of Celestial Emperor, they need not contemplate further. They could simply return and await their fate. Elder Mechanism shook his head. Aside from the possibility of the opponent being a Celestial Emperor, there are 2 other scenarios. First, the individual may possess an artifact belonging to a Celestial Emperor. Second, they could be wielding power left behind by a Celestial Emperor, resulting in the backlash you experienced. However, I advise you, regardless of the scenario, your best course of action is to await your demise. Steward, escort them out. With that, Elder Mechanism vanished before their eyes. The steward, now devoid of any semblance of politeness, approached and spoke. "Gentlemen, please leave, and do not compel me to take action." At these words, the heavy water Celestial Emperor and his companions exchanged glances, each reflecting despair in their eyes. Upon leaving the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, Su Kuan felt an overwhelming sense of dread. What should we do now, esteemed seniors? What else is there to do? Regardless of the circumstances, we find ourselves utterly powerless, left to await our demise. The Blaze Fire Immortal Emperor wore a grim expression, utterly astonished that Lin Xunxian had encountered such a serendipitous fortune. Had he known, he would have spared no effort to eliminate Lin Xunxian at the earliest opportunity. However, the water-heavy Immortal Emperor shook his head, his countenance grave. "No, we still have choices." As he spoke, the 3 turned to him with hopeful expressions. The water-heavy Immortal Emperor gradually articulated his thoughts. "The most plausible scenario now is that Lin Xunxian has allied himself with an Immortal Emperor. Otherwise, given Lin Xunxian's arrogance, he would have undoubtedly sought revenge at the moment he broke through to the Immortal Emperor realm. Thus, it seems he intends to cultivate to the Immortal Emperor level before exacting his vengeance. If that is the case, we too should seek to align ourselves with an Immortal Emperor. In such a scenario, we would all possess an Immortal Emperor's backing. And even if Lin Xunxian desired to strike against us, he would need to think twice." With the water-heavy Immortal Emperor's words, the Blaze Fire Immortal Emperor and the others fell into an eerie silence. After a moment, Su Kuan furrowed his brow and spoke. "It is easy for you to say. What merit do we possess to engage with beings of such caliber as the Immortal Emperors? Furthermore, even if we wish to become their subordinates, I fear that an Immortal Emperor would not accept us as mere burdens. Presently, they were being targeted by an Immortal Emperor, and should they rashly seek to ally with another, it is unlikely anyone would take them in." Upon hearing this, the water-heavy Immortal Emperor sighed, as if resolute, and declared, "To be candid, I have a means to connect with an immortal emperor. If we can pledge our allegiance and consider ourselves as servants, I believe he would accept us." The blaze fire immortal emperor and the others immediately regarded the water-heavy immortal emperor with renewed hope. "Which immortal emperor do you speak of?" they inquired. Meeting their gaze, the water-heavy immortal emperor enunciated clearly, "The Guile Thunder immortal emperor." The Guile Thunder immortal emperor? In the holy land of heavenly sanctity, the conversation among the four was overheard by Lu Sun, who was equally taken aback. Clearly not anticipating that the water-heavy immortal emperor could forge a connection with an immortal emperor. The Guile Thunder immortal emperor was a ghost cultivator, having ascended to the immortal emperor realm through the cultivation of his soul, and possessed profound mastery over thunder techniques, hence earning the moniker. However, even upon hearing that the four intended to seek the Guile Thunder immortal emperor's allegiance, Lu Sun did not regard it with much concern. Setting aside the fact that the Guile Thunder immortal emperor was merely at the initial stage of the immortal emperor realm, even if he were at the pinnacle, he would still be a trivial existence, easily subdued. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Within the secret realm of Tian, the number of cultivators guarding the gate to the inheritance had dwindled significantly. Perhaps they had surmised that Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu would not emerge before the closure of the secret realm. Or perhaps their impatience led them to seek other opportunities rather than waiting for the uncertain inheritance of the immortal kings. The disciples from one of the 5 holy lands, the Heavenly Light Holy Land, were unwilling to wait any longer and had devised an excuse to depart. Even the disciples of the Thunderbolt Holy Land were on the verge of leaving. Meanwhile, over at the Qingfeng Holy Land, "Your Holiness, perhaps it would be wise for us to withdraw. The sacred land of radiance has departed, and even if our Qingfeng sacred land were to ally with the Thunder sacred land, it would likely result in both sides suffering heavy losses." The group of disciples urged Gu Tiansheng, expressing their reluctance to waste any more time in this place, knowing that their opportunity to enter the secret realm of Tiannan might not present itself again. Turning to Gu Tiansheng, they observed his countenance, which bore the weight of distress, as if a lump were lodged in his throat, rendering him unable to swallow or exhale, creating immense discomfort. "Qingyu, what is your perspective?" Gu Tiansheng inquired of Feng Qingyu, placing significant emphasis on her opinion. Should she choose to persist in their endeavor, he would follow her lead. Conversely, if she wished to depart, he would acquiesce. In response, Feng Qingyu exhaled deeply and spoke with deliberation. "Your Holiness, let us leave. Remaining here serves no purpose." It was evident that the two had surmised the circumstances outside, leading her to believe they would not emerge before the secret realm closed. Witnessing this, Gu Tiansheng, despite his deep-seated reluctance, could only nod in agreement. After the members of Qingfeng's sacred land departed, the disciples of the Thunder sacred land reluctantly followed suit. While those from the Ancient and Ancientwood sacred lands finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that should a confrontation occur, they would inevitably bear the consequences. "Senior Lin, what course of action should we pursue now?" The disciples of the ancient sacred land turned to one among them, a peak sacred king, the eldest of their group. In response, Lin Zilong contemplated briefly before articulating his thoughts. "Everyone disperse. It has been over a year, and the Holy Sun has yet to emerge. It seems that assimilating the inheritance of the immortal king is no trivial matter. Rather than waiting idly, it would be more prudent for us to scatter and seek our own fortunes." "Understood, Senior Lin." Meanwhile, the disciples of the Ancientwood sacred land reached a similar consensus. Within the inheritance space, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu continued their seclusion, absorbing and refining the legacy of the true mechanism immortal king, a task that required a considerable amount of time. Their realms had visibly ascended, particularly Lu Xiaoyao, who had broken through to the peak of sacred king, while Lu Qingyu, though slightly behind, had reached the late stage of sacred king. With 4 years remaining until the closure of the secret realm, it was conceivable that they might achieve the sacred emperor realm by then. Inside the secret realm, Luo Qinshue held unwavering confidence in the two young individuals. Upon witnessing the departure of the Qingfeng sacred land, she too exited the gateway of inheritance. She had not forgotten Lu Xunxian's promise to take them to the immortal realm after the grand competition of the saints. If she could not ascend to the peak of sacred emperor, she feared losing the opportunity to remain by Lu Xunxian's side forever. Yet, despite this, she sensed that the path to the sacred emperor realm remained distant. Would it truly be possible to break through to the peak of sacred emperor and ascend to the immortal realm in 8 years? As Luo Qinshue pondered these uncertainties, an invisible force of attraction emanated from the west, causing her brows to furrow in contemplation. "In the west, something seems to be drawing me in. Should I follow it?" Luo Qinshue's heart was filled with conflict, yet she ultimately steeled herself and rushed toward the west. At this moment, what she desperately needed was an opportunity. Soon, Luo Qinshue found herself within a grand mountain, gazing at an endless cave before her. Though hesitation flickered in her heart, the compelling force continued to intensify, prompting her to enter the cave. Before long, a vast space unfolded before her eyes. It revealed an altar surrounded by numerous heavy chains, each about the size of a fist. At the center of the altar, thousands of chains bound a substantial azure coffin. Luo Qingyu could sense that it was this very coffin that attracted her. What could it be? It seemed as if something was being suppressed here. Her expression grew grave as she cautiously approached, her hand brushing against the chains, which were made of a material unlike anything found in the heavenly sacred continent. Most importantly, Luo Qingyu realized that she could not break these chains, despite having reached the pinnacle of the sacred emperor realm during her training in the southern secret realm. She found herself unable to damage the chains before her, a testament to their extraordinary quality. Chapter 126, The Poisoned Immortal King. Lu Xunxian makes his move just as Luo Qingyu stood in astonishment. A voice thundered in her mind. Release me, and I shall empower you. Who is it? Luo Qingyu instinctively retreated, putting a considerable distance between herself and the azure coffin. The voice in her mind diminished in intensity. I am the Poisoned Immortal King, sealed here due to the machinations of others. If you assist me in breaking free, I can grant you the realm of true immortality. The voice belonged to a middle-aged man and did not seem to carry malice. Luo Qinyue's expression grew serious. She had not anticipated encountering another immortal king. If she were to obtain the legacy of this immortal king, might she not be able to break through to the immortal realm during the heavenly sacred competition and ascend alongside Lu Xunxian and the others? Resolute, she gazed at the azure coffin and spoke. Senior, I do not seek the realm of true immortality. Instead, I require your assistance in a matter. Help me attain immortality within 8 years, and I shall release you forthwith. Upon hearing this, the voice from within the coffin fell silent for a time before finally responding. Very well. Yet Luo Qingyu did not act immediately. She spoke again. I require you to swear a heavenly oath. Otherwise, I shall not release you. After all, Luo Qingyu and this being were not related, and who could say whether he would turn on her if freed? Thus, the most prudent course was to secure a heavenly oath. Even if he were to ascend to the immortal sovereign realm, he would be powerless against the heavenly Dao. He was merely an immortal king and would need to swear the oath for her to trust him. After a significant pause, the figure within the azure coffin finally agreed and swore the heavenly oath. At the moment he vowed to the heavenly Dao, a resounding roar echoed through the void, signifying the Dao's acknowledgement of his oath. Upon witnessing the Poisoned Immortal King's solemn vow, Luo Qingyu returned to the side of the azure coffin. Senior, how may I rescue you? She inquired. The great formation sealing me is the Qianfan heavenly lock, forged from thousands of celestial iron chains, intricately combined with formation patterns. While it is indeed formidable, it possesses a flaw. Among the 50 paths of the great Dao, the heavenly Dao holds 49. Therein lies its imperfection. Thus, within every 50 celestial iron chains, one can be easily destroyed. If 20 out of the 1,000 chains are dismantled, the Qianfan heavenly lock can be breached, heralding my emergence. The Poisoned Immortal King appeared to envision a glorious future, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Hearing this, Luo Qingyu nodded, closing her eyes to concentrate, aiming to locate those 20 celestial iron chains. Regrettably, her cultivation was insufficient. Even at the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor realm, she could not discern the chains' distinctions. I apologize. Senior, my strength is too weak to find those chains, she confessed, a hint of guilt shadowing her face. The voice from within the azure coffin abruptly ceased, clearly caught off guard by this revelation. After a moment, as if struck by inspiration, he resolutely declared, Child, if you trust me, open your mind and allow me to guide you. Though I am sealed here, your proximity grants me some control if you relax your defenses. Once the chains are found, I shall depart from your body. Upon hearing these words, Luo Qingyu instantly became alert, for the Poisoned Immortal King's suggestion bore the semblance of an attempt at possession. Sensing her trepidation, he hastened to reassure her, Do not be alarmed, child. If you remain uneasy, I can swear an oath to the heavenly Dao. Should I attempt to possess you, I shall perish instantly. At this, Luo Qinyue's apprehension began to dissipate. After a considerable pause, she finally resolved to open her mind to allow the Poisoned Immortal King to take control. However, unexpectedly, the 1,000 iron chains before her shattered with a resounding crash. Almost simultaneously, the voice of Lu Xunxian resonated in her mind. This is a trivial matter. Simply seek your master. Though Lu Xunxian's attention was primarily devoted to his children, Luo Qinyue's disturbance was too pronounced to overlook. After careful contemplation, he chose to intervene. After all, he was, in essence, her master, and it was only fitting that he lend her assistance. Furthermore, he discerned that the Wan Poison Immortal King was not a malevolent figure, which encouraged his decision to act. Before the altar, Luo Qinxue stood motionless, profoundly touched by Lu Xuanxian's actions. Meanwhile, within the azure coffin, the Wan Poison Immortal King's voice fell silent, his form retreating like a quail, unwilling to emerge. Even he was utterly oblivious to the manner in which his opponent had struck, which sufficiently indicated that the other party was at least in existence of the Immortal Emperor realm. If he were to venture out, who could predict what calamities might ensue? However, possessing knowledge of the events that had transpired, Luo Qinxue, after feeling a surge of emotion, turned to the King of 10,000 Poisons and clasped her hands in respect. Senior, there is no need for concern. The one who acted earlier was my master. I sincerely hope you will fulfill your promise and assist me in breaking through to the immortal realm. Upon hearing Luo Qinxue's words, the King of 10,000 Poisons was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated that she possessed such a formidable master. But my dear, if you have such an extraordinary master, why do you require my assistance to ascend to the immortal realm? Yet, he dared not voice such thoughts aloud. Moreover, having previously promised Luo Qinxue, he nodded in agreement. Little girl, step back. I am about to emerge. With this declaration, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted from the azure coffin. Thanks to the warning, Luo Qinxue had already distanced herself and remained unharmed. A thick azure mist began to waft out of the coffin, and merely casting a glance at it, Luo Qinxue was certain that even if she were to come into contact with this azure gas, she would be refined in an instant. Turning her gaze back to the coffin, she beheld a ragged, stooped elder crawling out. After emerging, the elder took a deep breath, directly inhaling the dense azure gas into his body, which rejuvenated him instantly. He was none other than the King of 10,000 Poisons, whose reputation resonated throughout the 24 heavens. Upon breaking free from his confinement, the King of 10,000 Poisons could not help but let out a thunderous roar. Ha! I, the 10,000 Poisons, am free. In an instant, this voice echoed throughout the entire southern heavenly secret realm, causing the expressions of all cultivators who had entered to turn grave. The ability to project one's voice across the southern heavenly secret realm indicated a power that likely rivaled that of the former true machine Immortal King. Cough, cough, senior. Please calm down, I am frightened. From a distance, Luo Qinxue felt the unfathomable strength of the King of 10,000 Poisons, her expression betraying a hint of fear. After all, the King of 10,000 Poisons cultivated the principles of poison, exuding an aura that discouraged proximity. The king, aware of this effect, coughed softly, and the chilling sensation surrounding him dissipated. As the most talented immortal king in millennia to practice the principles of poison, his strength far surpassed that of other practitioners of the same path, allowing him to easily conceal his aura. Once he had masked his presence, the King of 10,000 Poisons appeared before Luo Qinxue in a single breath. Thank you, little girl. Since I have promised to elevate you to the Ascension realm within 8 years, I shall certainly keep my word. But why, with such a powerful master? Do you require the assistance of a mere peak immortal king? After expressing his gratitude to Luo Qinxue, the King of 10,000 Poisons found himself perplexed. Logically, her master must be at least an immortal emperor. Could not the means of an immortal emperor suffice to aid a mere peak saint emperor in ascending within 8 years? However, Luo Qinxue shook her head, her tone grave. I do not wish to owe him too much. I harbor unique sentiments towards Lu Xunxian. If I remain perpetually under his protection, would I not merely become a decorative object? What I desire is to stand beside Lu Xunxian openly and honorably, not as a mere ornament. Upon hearing this, the King of 10,000 Poisons refrained from further inquiry. Each individual has their own rationale for their actions, and there is no need for excessive probing. It suffices to cultivate Luo Qinxue to the Ascension realm within 8 years, thus offsetting the karmic ties between them. In the next moment, the King of 10,000 Poisons' aura began to wane, swiftly transforming into an unremarkable peak saint emperor. Observing Luo Qinxue's perplexed expression, he elucidated. This secret realm exists within the lower realm. If I were to reveal my true strength, I would be forced to return to the celestial realm. Even a mighty celestial king, unless annihilating the lower realm, would be compelled to ascend upon exposing their genuine cultivation level. Therefore, the celestial kings typically obliterate worlds from within the celestial realm, employing various grand maneuvers to eradicate the lower realms, rarely descending in their true forms. Luo Qinxue appeared to grasp the concept, but, pondering further, curiously inquired, Senior, may I ask why you have chosen me? After all, it seems you have been sealed here for over 300 years. Logically, there should have been others who passed through during this time, and given your capabilities, you ought to have found alternative candidates. At her words, the King of 10,000 Poisons' expression turned serious. It is because I sense a profound essence within you. Your bloodline harbors a great secret. Bang. Has that fellow's seal been broken? Alas, I find myself at a crucial juncture in my breakthrough to the later stages of the Celestial Emperor. Nevertheless, I doubt he can stir up much trouble. Let him flounder for a while longer. In the celestial realm, a figure slowly opened his eyes, only to close them again shortly after, murmuring to himself. He was the very culprit who had sealed the king of 10,000 poisons, a powerful celestial emperor who had also cultivated the law of poison. Senior, are you suggesting that my bloodline is of the ancient celestial lineage? Luo Qingyu exclaimed in surprise, unable to believe the words of the king of 10,000 poisons. Regarding her origins, her master had once mentioned they were quite extraordinary, having discovered her in a river during his travels. As for her name, Luo Qingyu, it was derived from a jade pendant she wore, upon which the characters Luo Qingyu were inscribed. Originally, she had lost interest in her lineage, but upon hearing the king of 10,000 poisons' assertion, she felt a renewed intrigue. Indeed, the so-called ancient celestial bloodline refers to the first generation of humanity that cultivated during the primordial era. Those individuals advanced in their cultivation at an astonishing pace. It could be said that celestial lords were ubiquitous, while celestial emperors were as common as dogs, with even dozens of celestial emperors in existence. Regrettably, due to a series of unforeseen events, the ancient celestial clan fell victim to a relentless assault by numerous formidable factions, leading to the gradual dilution of their bloodline, which ultimately transformed into the present-day human race. As for you, the ancient celestial bloodline within you is remarkably potent. When discussing this matter, the expression of the Poison King grew notably grave. It is important to recognize that this bloodline belongs to the ancient celestial clan, implying that if Luo Qingyu were to diligently cultivate, she might well attain the realm of the celestial emperor. This piqued the curiosity of the Poison King regarding the true origins of Luo Qingyu. However, Luo Qingyu herself was oblivious to her lineage and could only shake her head. Deciding to inquire with her master upon her return, perhaps her master would possess greater knowledge. Senior, since you are aware of my ancient celestial bloodline, do you know how I might expedite my cultivation? Upon hearing the Poison King's description, Luo Qingyu pondered that if her bloodline were indeed as formidable as suggested, it should not take 300 years to reach the zenith of the Holy Emperor. In response, the Poison King nodded gently, indicating that he possessed some knowledge on the matter. In that case, let us activate your ancient celestial bloodline here. The Poison King was not only the most adept among the celestial kings in the arts of poison, but also well-versed in the myriad mysteries of the celestial realm. By chance, he had come to learn of the existence of the ancient celestial clan and had acquired methods to activate their bloodline. Initially, he had thought this knowledge would remain unused, yet it soon proved invaluable. With a wave of his hand, a colossal cauldron materialized upon the altar. Observing the Poison King's intent, countless celestial herbs surged forth from his being, cascading into the cauldron, which rapidly transformed them into a potion designed to activate the ancient celestial bloodline. The elixir shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, causing Luo Qingyu to hesitate, uncertain whether to immerse herself within it. Sensing her inner turmoil, the Poison King spoke. I will speak candidly, should you choose not to activate your ancient celestial bloodline. Achieving the Ascension realm within a mere 8 years would be akin to scaling the heavens. The opportunity is yours. Whether you seize it is entirely up to you. With that, the Poison King turned and departed, leaving Luo Qingyu to contemplate alone. Witnessing this, Luo Qingyu finally resolved to act. Gently shedding her garments and gradually entering the potion, she understood her own inadequacies and recognized the formidable strength of Lu Xunxian. Without exerting greater effort, she would have no right to stand beside him. Chapter 128. Luo Qingyu faces the heart demon Tribulation in the sacred grove. Lu Xunxian gently withdrew his gaze. So that is the ancient celestial bloodline. I had assumed it to be something else, he murmured. Upon first seeing Luo Qingyu, he sensed a powerful bloodline lying dormant within her, yet his limited knowledge prevented him from intervening at that moment. Subsequently, as he became preoccupied, he overlooked the activation of her bloodline. Now that the Poison King had roused Luo Qingyu's ancient celestial heritage, it was undoubtedly a positive development. Nevertheless, Lu Xunxian was deeply intrigued. How had the Poison King come to know of the ancient celestial bloodline, especially when even the Spring Breeze celestial sovereign was unaware of it? It seems that the time has come for the wandering poison immortal king to search for a soul. At this moment, as he stood outside the cave, an inexplicable shiver coursed through him. Could it be that the peculiar poison immortal emperor had sensed the disturbances here? It appeared prudent to depart quickly and seek a place to ascend to the immortal emperor realm. The only figure the wandering poison immortal king could suspect of whispering behind his back was indeed the peculiar poison immortal emperor, the very being who had once sealed him away. The reason for the sealing was quite simple. The peculiar poison Immortal Emperor harbored fears regarding his innate talent. Though they were fellow disciples, the peculiar poison Immortal Emperor had begun his cultivation long before the wandering poison Immortal King, thus achieving the title of Immortal Emperor ahead of him. The wandering poison Immortal King's remarkable talent instilled trepidation in the peculiar poison Immortal Emperor, prompting him to seal his brother disciple away, intending to corrode him to oblivion within the azure coffin. After all, should the wandering poison Immortal King fall prematurely, it would only invite scrutiny from the powerful beings within their sect, ultimately endangering himself. With this thought in mind, the wandering poison Immortal King retrieved the azure coffin. Its surface was adorned with an array of extraordinary patterns, and its unique material was such that even an immortal king who had escaped the flow of time would perish if trapped within. After securing the azure coffin, the wandering poison Immortal King began to explore the secret realm. This secret realm connected the heavenly sacred continent with the immortal realm, housing numerous legacies of powerful beings from the immortal realm. Obtaining such legacies would provide considerable assistance to him at present. As time flowed, another 2.5 years passed. Bang! Thunder roared above the heavenly south secret realm, with countless tribulations converging within a certain mountain. The surviving cultivators gazed in terror toward the direction of the lightning tribulation, some exclaiming in shock. Was someone breaking through to the sacred emperor? No. I have witnessed the commotion of a sacred emperor's breakthrough. This is certainly not it. What? Someone has reached the sacred sovereign. In that moment, everyone was astounded. The entry requirement for the heavenly south secret realm was to be under 1,000 years old, which implied that this individual had achieved the sacred sovereign rank before reaching a millennium. Finally, the breakthrough to the sacred emperor had occurred. At the easternmost edge of the heavenly south secret realm, Gu Tianxing lay before a colossal sacred emperor beast's corpse, far surpassing the size of a mountain. Furthermore, Gu Tianxing himself had ascended from the sacred king realm directly to the early stage of the sacred emperor. However, before he could revel in his achievement, he noticed that the focus of everyone's attention had shifted toward the distant lightning tribulation, causing his expression to darken. Damn it, my attention has been diverted. That person is now on the path to demise. First, the inheritance of the true machine Immortal King was seized by another, and now someone has broken through to the sacred sovereign. Gu Tianxing was at a loss, uncertain as to why others constantly overshadowed him. In the center of the lightning tribulation lay Luo Qingyu, immersed in a medicinal liquid. After 2.5 years, her ancient celestial bloodline had been fully awakened, propelling her from the peak of the sacred emperor realm to the sacred sovereign realm, and she did not stop there, continuing her ascent to the latter stages of the sacred sovereign realm. One can only say that the ancient celestial bloodline is indeed terrifyingly potent. Suddenly, Luo Qingyu opened her eyes wide, and in an instant, she donned her garments, appearing atop the mountain peak, summoning her 12th grade spiritual sword. She gazed calmly at the heavenly tribulation. Previously, she may have harbored some trepidation, but now, with the activation of her ancient celestial lineage, she possessed unwavering confidence in her abilities. Come forth. As if heeding her command, the lightning descended instantaneously, yet Luo Qingyu displayed an effortless demeanor. In the blink of an eye, no less than 81 bolts of tribulation struck down, all of which she effortlessly resisted, leaving not a single mark behind. In the distance, hundreds of cultivators were drawn to Luo Qingyu's breakthrough, hastening to witness her ascent. Observing her ease in fending off the tribulation, astonishment gripped their hearts. Who exactly was this woman, wielding such terrifying power? At that moment, as the trial of inner demons commenced, Luo Qingyu slowly closed her eyes, her being drawn into a fantastical realm. It would be best to perish within the trial of inner demons. This way, no one could overshadow my brilliance. Among the crowd stood Gu Tianxing, his expression grim, secretly contemplating. Not only Gu Tianxing harbored such thoughts, Feng Qingyu did as well. She prided herself as the foremost female cultivator of the celestial Saint continent, yet to her dismay, she found herself at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm while her rival had already ascended to the Saint Emperor realm. It matters not, she appears quite aged, having only reached the peak of Saint Emperor after so long. After another 100 years of cultivation, I will undoubtedly surpass her by leaps and bounds. Feng Qingyu consoled herself inwardly. Within the ancient wood sacred land, Lu Xunxian wore an odd expression. For ordinary cultivators, perceiving another's trial of inner demons was impossible. However, for Lu Xunxian, it was merely a matter of will. To his surprise, he discovered that Luo Qingyu's inner demon had taken on his own likeness, and they appeared to share an intimate bond. Luo Qingyu seemed to be entranced by this illusion. Let us observe a while longer. If she cannot extricate herself, I shall draw her out, Lu Xunxian mused, for he believed that even facing the heavenly Dao, he possessed the strength to contend, let alone a mere lightning tribulation. Within the illusion, Luo Qinxue attained everything she desired. Lu Xunxian agreed to be with her, and they nurtured a profound affection, blessed with a son and a daughter. Gazing upon the harmonious scene before her, a genuine smile blossomed on Luo Qinxue's face. Meanwhile, the manifestation of her inner demon, resembling Lu Xunxian, wore a look of cunning triumph. Should Luo Qinxue willingly succumb to the illusion, she would swiftly be consumed by her inner demons. Yet, at that moment, unexpectedly, Luo Qinxue spoke. Though I yearn to indulge in this, I must apologize. There are others awaiting me outside. What do you mean by that? Lu Xunxian feigned ignorance, seemingly unconvinced that Luo Qinxue truly saw through him, thinking she was merely attempting to deceive him. However, Luo Qinxue shook her head. Although you have disguised yourself convincingly, you are ultimately not him. I know him well and understand that he would never treat me this way. Therefore, I sincerely appreciate your role in impersonating him during this time, which has brought me joy. I am sorry. As she spoke, Lu Xunxian suddenly erupted before her, transforming into a swirling mass of black mist that enveloped Luo Qinxue. Within the darkness, the voices of Lu Xunxian and the others echoed, tempting her. Qinxue, do you not wish to be with me forever? Mother, Qinxue's mother, stay and accompany Xiaoyao. Mother, Qingyan does not want you to leave. Yet, Luo Qinxue remained resolute, gently shaking her head. I am sorry, the real you are outside. I must go find you. With her words, the surrounding black mist dissipated, revealing Lu Xunxian and the others before her. Qinxue, farewell, Lu Xunxian said, a satisfied expression gracing his face before he vanished. By the time Luo Qinxue regained her bearings, she found herself back in the Tian secret realm, surrounded by numerous observing cultivators. Not wishing to cause unnecessary trouble, she swiftly disappeared from their sight. Though she had not yet surpassed the 5 declines of the heavenly beings, she was considered a saintly emperor cultivator, and her departure went unnoticed. The onlookers gazed upon this spectacle with envy etched on their faces. Yet, before their admiration for Luo Qinxue's breakthrough to the saintly emperor could settle, a terrifying thunder tribulation appeared in the distance. Could this be the saintly emperor's tribulation? Was someone about to ascend to saintly emperor? No, that was incorrect. It was indeed the saintly emperor's tribulation. Everyone stared in shock toward the thunderstorm, recognizing that it emanated from the very location of the true mechanism Immortal King's legacy, a place known for its profound significance 3.5 years prior. Among the crowd, Gu Tianqing's expression was the most grim, yet his heart surged with astonishment. He had keenly sensed that Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, one at the pinnacle of the imperial realm and the other at the early stages of the saintly king, had now surpassed him and directly ascended to saintly emperor. How could he possibly endure this? No. Once he emerged, he would ensure that the Holy Land would seize the Immortal King's legacy from them. Gu Tianqing thought to himself, simultaneously astounded by the immense power of the true mechanism Immortal King's legacy, which had enabled such a significant leap, surpassing even him, who possessed a divine-grade spiritual root. Looking around, he saw that the cultivators who had previously been observing Luo Qinxue's tribulation were now hastily making their way toward the legacy site. Within the ancient Wood Holy Land, everything remained under Lu Xunxian's control, so he felt no great surprise. According to the current pace, the two should be able to reach the pinnacle of saintly emperor before the grand tournament, subsequently ascending to the immortal realm alongside him. Given their cultivation levels, aside from Luo Qinxue, no one in the heavenly saint grand tournament would stand a chance against them. In the legacy space, observing his sister still in her cultivation, Lu Xiaoyao stepped down and soon arrived outside the legacy space. The sky rumbled with thunder, yet Lu Xiaoyao remained undaunted. As 3.5 years have passed, Lu Xiaoyao has matured, exuding a warmth akin to jade, with an ethereal grace that sets him apart. Merely standing there, he resembles a deity, seemingly crafted by the hands of fate. When the assembly of cultivators arrived, they beheld Lu Xiaoyao conjuring a 10th grade spirit spear to confront a mere lightning tribulation. His strength rendered the spear entirely sufficient. In an instant, the lightning descended, engulfing Lu Xiaoyao's figure, causing the onlookers to feel a twinge of anxiety. Though they secretly wished for his demise beneath the tempest, should he succeed, he would likely become the youngest holy emperor in the annals of the Tianxin continent. May he perish, thus ensuring my spotlight remains unchallenged. A glint of madness flickered in Gu Tianqing's eyes. Yet the relentless onslaught of lightning evidently signified that Lu Xiaoyao had not fallen. In contrast to Gu Tianqing, Feng Qingyu stood frozen, inexplicably perceiving a familiar shadow in Lu Xiaoyao. Impossible, utterly impossible. My son is merely a talentless wretch devoid of spiritual roots. How could he possess such terrifying aptitude? She incessantly reassured herself, Yet the notion took root within her heart, blossoming into a fervor that would one day consume her. Amidst the lightning, Lu Xiaoyao maintained an unruffled demeanor. The lethal tribulations, potent enough to slay any peak saint emperor, left no trace upon his garment. Soon, after the 81 bolts had dissipated, he emerged with an unparalleled nonchalance. At that juncture, the forces of inner demons began to coalesce, attempting to ensnare him, but with a mere cold snort, Lu Xiaoyao dispelled them effortlessly. This spectacle once again astounded the gathered cultivators. Within the vast expanse of the Tianxing continent, they had never encountered a being impervious even to the onslaught of inner demons. Thus, Lu Xiaoyao transcended to the realm of the Holy Emperor. Outside, Lu Xunxian wore a look of satisfaction. Under ordinary circumstances, even with the divine spirit root and the ancient holy body, it would be inconceivable for anyone to achieve the Holy Emperor status at such a tender age. Yet, he was his progeny, and as an immortal emperor himself. Even after ascending to that rank, the terrifying power had nourished their potential immensely, alleviating them from the tribulations of mortality. In their descent into decline, Lu Xunxian uttered in a tone devoid of embellishment. That simple decree transformed into a celestial mandate, merging seamlessly with the essence of the cosmos. Within the ancient woods of the Holy Land, Lu Xiaoyao was preparing to confront the tribulations of mortality when an unseen force unexpectedly descended upon him. Almost simultaneously, the trials manifested, yet in the next moment, he transcended them effortlessly. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyu experienced a similar phenomenon. Could it be that Master has intervened? She mused privately, for she could envision no other possibility beyond Lu Xunxian's intervention. She did not believe that the bloodline of the ancient celestial clan could be so terrifying as to even evade the 5 declines of heaven and man. However, as Lu Xunxian grew more powerful, the pressure felt by Luo Qingyu intensified, for it signified that she would need to exert greater effort to stand beside Lu Xunxian. Chapter 130. I am not one to answer all questions. Congratulations to the Holy Son for breaking through to the Holy Emperor. As soon as the breakthrough occurred, the disciples of the Huanggu sacred land rushed to Lu Xiaoyao to offer their congratulations. Their eyes sparkled with envy, as they were all aware of the Holy Son's age. He was not even 20 yet. A holy emperor under 20 years of age was unheard of across the entire Tianxing continent, let alone in the celestial realm, where such occurrences were rare indeed. With a modest demeanor, Lu Xiaoyao slightly raised his hand, though he could hardly suppress a smile. My elder brother is magnificent. At that moment, Wu Mo and his 3 companions approached Lu Xiaoyao, showering him with flattery. While Wu Mo and his companions did not possess talent as formidable as Lu Xiaoyao's, they had managed to break through to the early king realm, qualifying them as minor geniuses. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao regarded them with unmistakable disappointment. You have truly let me down. None of you has even reached the emperor realm. This will not do. As your elder brother, I must properly train you. I shall strive to ensure that you break through to the emperor realm before we depart. Having accepted Wu Mo and his companions as his younger brothers, Lu Xiaoyao felt a sense of responsibility to guide them. Otherwise, it would be his own reputation that suffered. Wu Mo and his companions were immensely excited, eagerly responding. Thank you, elder brother. We will certainly train diligently and will not bring shame upon you. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Huanggu sacred land looked on with envy, and some had already taken action, approaching Lu Xiaoyao with ingratiating expressions. Holy Son, do you still need more younger brothers? My talent is quite good. Apologies. But I have no need for more younger brothers, Lu Xiaoyao replied. He already found Wu Mo and his companions enough to manage. Adding more would surely overwhelm him. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Huanggu sacred land felt a wave of disappointment. Just then, several figures rushed from the distance and soon halted before Lu Xiaoyao. It was Gu Tiansheng and the disciples of the Qingfeng sacred land. Noticing the aggressive approach of the Qingfeng sacred land, Lu Xiaoyao furrowed his brow and instinctively shielded the disciples of Huanggu's sacred land behind him. After all, he was now a holy emperor, and even the combined might of all the cultivators in the Tian and secret realm might not match his own. You, young man, if you have the ability, then let us battle on equal grounds. Gu Tiansheng spoke first, his voice filled with fury. How could he not be enraged after Lu Xiaoyao had stolen the spotlight? However, Lu Xiaoyao merely sneered in response. You have trained for far longer than I, yet your realm does not surpass mine. On what grounds do you demand a battle on equal terms? If I wished, you could perish here in the secret realm this very moment. With that, the oppressive aura of the Holy Emperor descended upon Gu Tiansheng. Clenching his teeth, Gu Tiansheng felt his bones creak under the pressure, yet he did not yield. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Xiaoyao displayed a hint of amusement on his face. In the next moment, the overwhelming pressure of the Saint Emperor's realm descended upon Gu Tiansheng without reservation. Unable to withstand it any longer, Gu Tiansheng was forced to kneel on the ground, rendered immobile. Observing the expression of humiliation and rage on Gu Tiansheng's face, before the disciples of the Qingfeng sacred ground could utter a word, he could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood, falling into unconsciousness. Seeing this, the disciples of the Qingfeng sacred ground grew anxious. How dare you? Do you, the ancient sacred ground, wish to wage war against us of the Qingfeng sacred ground? Release our holy son at once. Hearing their cries, Lu Xiaoyao retracted the pressure of the Saint Emperor. The disciples of the Qingfeng sacred ground mistakenly believed that he was intimidated, only to be met with an educational reprimand from Lu Xiaoyao. Who gave you the delusion that I, a holy son of the ancient sacred ground and not yet 20 years of age, would allow you to bully me? With that, he commanded, all of you kneel. As his words fell, a terrifying pressure enveloped them. Even Gu Tiansheng, who had just broken through to the Saint Emperor realm, could not withstand it, let alone the others. Consequently, all the disciples of the Qingfeng sacred ground were swiftly subdued, left in a state of disarray. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyu felt an overwhelming shock within her heart, for she had just heard Lu Xiaoyao claim he was under 20. This revelation instilled a sense of dread within her. If Lu Xiaoyao truly was her son, what had she done to abandon such a prodigious child in favor of joining the Qingfeng sacred ground? Clinging to a final shred of hope, Feng Qingyu bravely raised her head against the pressure and inquired, "What is your name?" "Oh, you asked for my name? Why should I tell you? Am I obligated to answer every question posed to me?" Lu Xiaoyao replied playfully, then turned to address the disciples of the ancient sacred ground. "Let us depart. Let today's events serve as a lesson, and may they remain kneeling until the closure of the heavenly South secret realm." With that, Lu Xiaoyao led the disciples of the ancient sacred ground away. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyu felt an insatiable itch within her heart, a sensation akin to having the answer right before her, yet remaining utterly blind to it. Unbeknownst to her, the day she would uncover the truth would lead to her utter downfall. Not long after, Lu Qingyun also ascended to the Saint Emperor realm, once again shocking the cultivators within the heavenly South secret realm. It is known that in ordinary circumstances, not even a single Saint Emperor could be found, let alone 3. This time, 3 individuals had achieved the rank of Saint Emperor, likely accomplishing an unprecedented feat at this moment, within the Zhao family of the eastern region. The family had received news. "Master, I have received word that the young lady seems to have entered the heavenly South secret realm." A servant knelt before the family head, Zhao Wujia, delivering the report. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia sighed with a tone of resignation. "I understand. You may leave now." After the servant departed, a plump woman rushed to Zhao Wujia, her face filled with urgency, and asked, "Husband, have you heard any news about Xiaoyi?" "Indeed. Xiaoyi has entered the Tian'an secret realm." Zhao Wuji, weary, rubbed his forehead. Upon hearing the servant's words and recalling his daughter's exceptional talent, he felt almost certain that she had successfully entered the secret realm. Upon this realization, the matriarch, Li Xianling, Zhao Xiaoyi's mother, exhaled a sigh of relief. "Everything is well. Everything is well," she murmured. After calming herself, she turned to Zhao Wuji with a reproachful expression, saying, "You really should refrain from imposing things upon our daughter that she does not wish for. What are we to do if something were to happen to her?" "What can I do?" Zhao Wuji replied, his tone tinged with helplessness. "It is a tradition for the daughters of the family heads to marry for alliances. This is beyond my control. I have made every effort to find a suitable husband for Xiaoyi." Though he held the title of family head, he was not the sole decision-maker. The ancient sage, the ancestor, held ultimate authority over all matters, and even he could not intervene. Moreover, had he not intervened previously, it was uncertain whether his daughter would have been able to leave the Zhao family at all. "Rest assured, when our daughter returns from the Tian'an secret realm, should she break through to the Saint Emperor realm, I believe her exceptional talent will compel even the ancestor to cease insisting on the marriage alliance. A Saint King under 1,000 years of age may not attract much attention in the Zhao family, but a Saint Emperor would undoubtedly garner the ancestor's focus. At that time, the matter of marriage may very well be resolved." "I hope so," Li Xianling thought, her brow furrowed with concern for her daughter, wishing for her swift breakthrough to the Saint Emperor realm. Meanwhile, within the Shui family, a young man with long hair was furiously smashing everything in his room. Damn it! Damn it! You would rather run away from home than marry me. Am I truly so unworthy?" The young man was Shui Qianlong, the young master of the Shui family and Zhao Xiaoyi's betrothed. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Shui Xinjiang, the head of the Shui family. His expression dark and furious. "Do you look like a young master now? Is it worth such a commotion over a mere woman?" "Father, you do not understand. She is different," Shui Qianlong retorted, his dissatisfaction palpable. However, upon witnessing his father's grim countenance, he lowered his head and fell silent. After a long pause, Shui Xinjiang spoke with resignation. "My son, Your talent is unparalleled. You have reached the Saint Emperor realm before the age of 1,000. Who in this world could possibly be unworthy of you? This matter transcends your personal affairs. It concerns the reputation of our Shui family. Therefore, I shall seek an explanation from the Zhao family and place a bounty for Zhao Xiaoyi throughout the entire Tianxin continent. With that, Shui Xinjiang turned and departed. In any case, you need not concern yourself further with this matter. Left alone, Shui Qianlong remained in place, his expression shifting between anger and despair. Soon after, he stealthily left the Shui family, embarking on a solitary quest to track down Zhao Xiaoyi. Time flows ceaselessly, and in the blink of an eye, 1.5 years has elapsed. Within the mysterious realm of Tiannan, a sudden crack resounded. Lu Qingyun, awakening within the inheritance space, opened her eyes with a start, her aura surging as she transcended from the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor realm to the Saint Sovereign domain. In an instant, she burst forth from the inheritance space, her sword in hand, gazing defiantly at the impending thunderous tribulation. Not far away, the suppressed Gu Tianxing and others abruptly lifted their heads, disbelief etched across their faces. They could scarcely fathom that such an event had unfolded before them. 3 individuals ascending to the Saint Sovereign realm through a single awakening. Such a phenomenon was unheard of throughout the entire Tianxing continent. Cursed be this fate. The brilliance that was rightfully mine has been stolen. Gu Tianxing, witnessing this spectacle, was once again consumed by rage, collapsing into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyu, upon seeing Lu Qingyun, recognized a reflection of herself within her. Her eyes were filled with incredulity. She hesitated to contemplate that if her own children were indeed so extraordinary, then were her past actions justified? At that moment, the thunderous tribulation descended, engulfing Lu Qingyun's figure. In the distance, Lu Xiaoyao and the disciples of the 2 great sacred lands observed this scene. Aside from Lu Xiaoyao, the others could not help but display expressions of concern. After all, could the Saintess truly possess the requisite strength to withstand the tribulation at such a tender age? Yet, Lu Xiaoyao harbored unwavering faith in his sister, convinced that if he could traverse the tribulation with ease, she would surely not lag behind. On the other side, Luo Qinxue also kept a watchful eye on the tribulation, her heart untroubled for Lu Qingyun's safety. She was well aware that Lu Xunxian was attentively overseeing the situation, ensuring that no harm would befall Lu Qingyun under his vigilant gaze. Remarkably, in just 1.5 years, Luo Qinxue herself achieved another breakthrough. Now standing at the mid-stage of the Saint Sovereign realm, beside her, the King of 10,000 Poisons gazed upon her with envious admiration. It had taken him nearly a millennium to ascend from the initial to the mid-stage of the Saint Sovereign realm, yet he was still regarded as a top-tier prodigy, highlighting the formidable nature of Luo Qinxue's ancient celestial lineage. However, when he turned his gaze to Lu Qingyun, his envy deepened. A Saint Sovereign under 20 years of age was an unparalleled prodigy, even in the entire celestial realm. Simultaneously, he found himself intensely curious about the strength of their fathers, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to behold such formidable figures once the Tiannan secret realm closed. Before long, the scenario mirrored that of Lu Xiaoyao. The thunderous tribulation dissipated. The inner demons were vanquished, and the trials of heaven and man were swiftly overcome. Lu Qingyun successfully ascended to the Saint Sovereign realm. Congratulations to the Saintess on her breakthrough to the Saint Sovereign. The disciples of the ancient wood sacred land were electrified, rushing forward. After all, Lu Qingyun's growing prowess signified an even greater strength for their sect. With a gentle lift of her hand, Lu Qingyun spoke calmly. If you all diligently cultivate, you too will inevitably break through to the Saint Sovereign realm one day. We are grateful for the Saintess's auspicious words. The disciples of the ancient wood sacred land nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao stepped forward, bursting into hearty laughter. Sister, your innate talent has indeed come to rival my own, catching up with me at such a swift pace. It appears I must intensify my training. Brother, you remain unchanged. Lu Qingyun chuckled, shaking her head with amusement. After exchanging pleasantries with her brother, she awaited the closure of the secret realm. At that moment, not far away, Feng Qingyu, suppressed against the ground, strained to lift her head, gazing at the remarkably similar visage of Lu Qingyun. What are your names? She inquired. Lu Qingyun furrowed her brow, feeling an inexplicable affinity towards Feng Qingyu. When she turned to her brother, he shook his head dismissively. Pay her no mind. She is of no consequence. Upon hearing her brother's words, Lu Qingyun surmised the identity of the other party and replied, As for my name, you shall know it after the heavenly sacred tournament. As Lu Qingyun's words echoed, a sudden force of repulsion enveloped the cultivators within the Tiannan secret realm, transporting them away. Feng Qingyu, upon hearing Lu Qingyun's statement, grew increasingly anxious. If it were merely Lu Xiaoyao, she could attribute it to coincidence. However, the striking resemblance between Lu Qingyu and herself was beyond mere chance. These two must undoubtedly be of her bloodline. Yet, after Feng Qingyu and the other disciples of the Qingfeng sacred land were teleported away, the disciples of the ancient Holy Land and ancient with sacred land had long since vanished from sight. This matter required urgent clarification. If they truly were her children, she must bring them back to her side. Feng Qingyu pondered, realizing that both Xiaoyao and Qingyun exhibited terrifying talents. If she could reclaim them, their abilities would undoubtedly elevate her standing, freeing her from the need to bow to Gu Tianxing. Chapter 132. Jiang Nixian's Favor and the Siblings' Choice. Outside the Tian secret realm, Jiang Nixian had waited for a considerable time. Suddenly, an important thought struck him. Who could have slain his beloved grandson? Given his grandson's peak Saint King realm, accompanied by 10 guardians, anyone capable of such a feat must be above the Saint Emperor level. Moreover, since his grandson perished within the Tian secret realm, it sufficed to inquire of those who had entered. Surely, some would be willing to owe him a favor. With this thought, Jiang Nixian stood in the air, his aura of late Saint Emperor radiating outward, capturing the attention of all cultivators present. He then spoke plainly. I am the ancestral figure of the Chaos Heaven sect. 5 years ago, my disciple Jiang Tianxing was murdered by nefarious individuals, and the site of his demise lies within this Tian secret realm. If anyone witnessed the assailant, I am prepared to grant a personal favor. As Jiang Nixian's words resonated, the cultivators in attendance became instantly stirred. Whether they were rogue practitioners or disciples of various sects, all were ignited with fervor. After all, Jiang Nixian is a veritable and authentic Saint Emperor, and gaining his favor would be akin to soaring to the heavens in a single leap. In the next moment, as Jiang Nixian unveiled the portrait of Jiang Tianxing, the cultivators present began to ponder deeply. Soon, a Saint King stepped forward, addressing Jiang Nixian with palpable excitement. Senior, I recall witnessing the fall of Saint Jiang. With that, he raised his hand and projected the events of that day, revealing the scene where Lu Xunxian annihilated Jiang Tianxing and his companions. Upon seeing Lu Xunxian eliminate his beloved grandson, Jiang Nixian's aura intensified, and his expression darkened considerably. After a considerable pause, he took a deep breath and spoke. I owe you a favor. This token grants me the ability to intervene on your behalf. Jiang Nixian produced a token and handed it to the Saint King before continuing. Is there anyone who recognizes the one who killed my sect's Saint Child? If so, I shall owe yet another favor. Yet, no one spoke. For Lu Xunxian had disguised himself prior to entering the secret realm, rendering his identity unknown. However, some recognized Zhao Xiaoi and Su Rou, and hurriedly informed Jiang Nixian. The Zhao and Su families? I seem to recall them. Very well, I shall count this as a favor owed. Jiang Nixian promptly bestowed a favor token to the informant, and then took to the skies, heading towards the eastern region. Although both the Zhao and Su families were presided over by a Saint Emperor, Jiang Nixian remained unperturbed, for he was in the late stages of Saint Emperor himself, whereas they were merely at the early stages, and there was only one of them. Within the ancient wood sacred land, Zhao Xiaoi was unaware that Jiang Nixian was making his way to her family. At that moment, she found herself locked in a staring contest with Luo Qianxue. For some reason, she sensed an exceedingly unfriendly aura emanating from Luo Qianxue, yet she believed herself to be amiable and thought she should not have offended her. Father, who is this sister? At a critical moment, it was Lu Xiaoyao who stepped forward, curiously inquiring of Lu Xunxian from a distance. Ah, this is Zhao Xiaoi, a maidservant accepted by your father, Lu Xunxian replied candidly, explaining the situation. Upon hearing Lu Xunxian's words, Luo Qianxue breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she would not be preempted by someone else. After this minor incident, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun rushed over to Lu Xunxian to seek praise. Father, look, we have broken through to the Saint Emperor realm. You both have done well. Continue to strive forward, Lu Xunxian responded with a smile, wanting to reach out and pat their foreheads as he had in the past, only to realize they had grown as tall as he was, so he withdrew his hand. Meanwhile, Luo Qianxue approached, her face slightly flushed. Master, I have also broken through to the Saint Emperor realm. Yes, keep up the good work. I have noticed your efforts. Lu Xunxian generously offered his praise with a nod. Upon witnessing the breakthroughs of the three, Zhao Xiaoi's expression grew increasingly grave. She felt a sense of inadequacy. Although merely a servant, she believed it imperative to elevate herself, lest she bring disgrace upon her master when venturing outside. At the entrance of the estate, the poison immortal king's expression turned grave upon catching sight of Lu Xunxian. He was astonished to sense no fluctuations of energy from Lu Xunxian, as though he were an ordinary mortal. However, he understood that this was but an illusion. The individual before him was undeniably formidable, perhaps even having transcended to the realm of immortal sovereignty. Contemplating this, the poisoned immortal king resolved to adopt a more discreet demeanor in the days to come, for one misstep could provoke the other, leading to dire consequences. Father, we have matters to discuss with you, Lu Xiaoyao spoke up. Observing Lu Xiaoyao's tone, Luo Qinxue and the others discerned that the forthcoming discussion was best avoided. Thus, the courtyard soon left only Lu Xunxian and the three of them. I know what you wish to inquire. She is indeed your biological mother. As Lu Xiaoyao began to speak, Lu Xunxian anticipated his question and interjected. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu fell silent. After a prolonged pause, Lu Xiaoyao lifted his gaze, resolutely declaring, Father, rest assured, we will absolutely, unequivocally not forgive her. Although their father appeared indifferent over the years, they were acutely aware that he harbored lingering sentiments regarding past events. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, they would never forgive Feng Qingyu. This was a certainty. Upon hearing their words, a hint of relief washed over Lu Xunxian's face as he replied, Your father will not impose his choices upon you. Your happiness is what matters most. Beside him, Lu Qingyu shook her head, asserting, This is not about our father imposing choices. It is our own decision, regardless of what transpired in the past. Abandoning her husband and children is a fact. No matter her actions, we will never forgive her. Very well, let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. You have just ascended to the Saint Emperor level. Take this time to rest, Lu Xunxian suggested, planning to allow them a period of respite before leading them to the immortal realm to acquire resources to enhance their strength. Although they had reached the Saint Emperor tier, 3 years remained, and the pressure to ascend to the next realm within this time frame was considerable. However, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu spoke in unison. We wish to first reach the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor level, and then claim the title of champion in the Heavenly Saint tournament before taking a break. Upon learning that Feng Qingyu was their biological mother, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu resolved to seize victory in the tournament, delivering a resounding blow to her ego, illustrating the grave error of her past choices. Chapter 133, Resilience. Do you wish to become the Saint Lord? Within the Qingfeng sacred land, upon returning, Feng Qingyu was burdened with heavy thoughts and sought an excuse to retreat to her cave dwelling for seclusion. Meanwhile, Gu Tianxing quickly approached the Grand Elder, recounting the events that transpired within the Tiannin secret realm. What? Are you saying that 3 individuals have broken through to the Saint Emperor level within the secret realm? 2 of whom are the holy son and daughter of the ancient Wood sacred land and the ancient desolate sacred land? Ren Tianfeng abruptly rose, his face a mask of astonishment. He was naturally familiar with these 2 sacred places, yet he had never anticipated that the progeny of their respective sanctuaries would possess such terrifying talents, achieving the realm of the Saint Emperor before even reaching a millennium in age. As for the inheritance of the true mechanism Celestial King within the secret realm, he felt little surprise. After all, the Southern Celestial Secret Realm had previously been known to harbor Celestial King legacies. It seems imperative to carefully consider the relationship with those 2 sacred sites, Ren Tianfeng murmured, his expression grave. Without hesitation, Gu Tianxing interjected, Elder, perhaps we should seek guidance from the higher realm's main sect, urging them to dispatch formidable beings to eliminate those 2. If we allow them to grow unchecked, it could spell disaster for our Qingfeng sect. Understood. I will consult with the higher realm's main sect regarding this matter. As for you, focus on your cultivation and strive to secure victory in the upcoming Heavenly Saint Grand Tournament in 3 years. Yes. After acknowledging, Gu Tianxing retreated to his cave abode to commence his training. For reasons unknown, after being subdued by Lu Xiaoyao, he had remarkably advanced to the mid-stage of the Saint Emperor realm within a year and a half. Following Gu Tianxing's departure, Ren Tianfeng, with a somber expression, did not deliberate for long before directly summoning the ancestors and elders of the sect. Before long, a host of formidable beings appeared before Ren Tianfeng. He wasted no time in getting to the point. What are your thoughts on this matter? This information must be reported to the higher realm's main sect. If necessary, I believe we should consider direct conflict with those 2 sacred places, one elder asserted, emphasizing the urgency. After all, even the founders of their sects did not possess such astonishing talents. The second ancestor, Shun Jinbing, displayed a grim countenance and spoke without hesitation. Their relations with the ancient sacred land and the ancient Wood sacred land had historically been fraught, and should their progeny be allowed to flourish, it could lead to catastrophic consequences for Qingfeng's sacred land. Upon hearing this, the other ancestors and elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is prudent to eliminate them in their cradle. Seeing that everyone advocated for the eradication of Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu at this nascent stage, Ren Tianfeng nodded in affirmation. In that case, let us activate the transmission array. In the next moment, as Ren Tianfeng entered the transmission array, 5 Saint Emperor ancestors harnessed their powers to activate the Grand Formation, instantly transporting Ren Tianfeng's consciousness to the main sect of the Celestial Realm. At Qingfeng's sect in the Celestial Realm, everyone was on high alert, as the sect leader was currently at a critical juncture in his ascension to the Saint Emperor realm. Soon, the news of the activated transmission array reached Hupoga's ears. What new developments have emerged from the lower realm? Hupoga's expression darkened. Yet he made his way to the transmission array. What is the situation from the lower realm? He inquired, reporting to Elder Hu. 2 prodigies have emerged from the ancient Sacred Land and the ancient with Sacred Land, both of whom are yet to reach a millennium in age and have already attained the Saint Emperor realm. Recognizing Hupogu, Ren Tianfeng hastily recounted the events surrounding the southern celestial secret realm. What? Hupogu exclaimed, shock evident on his face, mirrored by the astonished expressions of the surrounding elders. Clearly, they had not anticipated the emergence of such extraordinarily gifted prodigies from the ancient Sacred Land and the ancient with Sacred Land. Contemplating this revelation, Hupogu's mind raced. And after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. This matter is not urgent. The sovereign is currently at a critical juncture in his breakthrough. Once he successfully ascends to the status of Immortal Emperor, it will not be too late to eradicate those 2 major sections. At present, Gu Daoyuan is in a crucial phase of his breakthrough, and should those 2 sects become aware of it, they might dispatch powerful individuals to interfere. If the breakthrough fails, the consequences would be dire. However, Ren Tianfeng was about to say something when he was abruptly interrupted by Hupogu. There are no further discussions. This matter stands as it is. I understand. Ren Tianfeng sighed and then dissipated, returning to the Tianxin continent. After Ren Tianfeng departed, Hupoga's expression grew grave. It is indeed a tumultuous time. First, my Qingfeng sect accepted a disciple with a divine spiritual root. And now both the Huanggu sect and Gumu sect have taken in prodigies whose talents surpass even our Qingfeng sect's holy son. Nevertheless, Hupogu turned to gaze at the sovereign's retreat, feeling the terrifying aura brewing within, and murmured, when the sovereign achieves the rank of Immortal Emperor, it will be the moment our Qingfeng sect absorbs the other 2 sections. What did the upper realm's main sect say? The moment Ren Tianfeng returned to his body, the surrounding ancestors and elders eagerly approached him for answers. Yet, Ren Tianfeng sighed, his expression somewhat displeased, and replied, the upper realm's main sect has instructed us to cease all actions until the sovereign's breakthrough to Immortal Emperor. Upon hearing this, the elders' faces fell, but ultimately, they sighed in resignation and agreed. After all, they had no other choice but to comply. As for assassinating Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyan, only a fool would entertain such thoughts, for it was clear that all attention from the 2 major sects would be focused on their identities. What? The Holy Sun has broken through to the Saint Emperor realm? Yi Wushuang gazed at Lu Xiaoyao in shock, feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from him, and fell silent. Even he, possessing unparalleled talent, had taken over 10,000 years to reach the Saint Emperor realm, yet the Holy Sun had accomplished this before even turning 20. Not even the founding ancestors of sects had such terrifying prowess. In a daze, he envisioned a formidable figure ascending as the Heavenly Emperor. Sovereign, how about it? I haven't brought shame upon you, have I? Lu Xiaoyao declared proudly. In response, Yi Wushuang fell silent more quickly, needing time to come to terms with this revelation. Suddenly, he felt grateful for his decision to side with Lu Xunxian. Otherwise, he would surely regret it. With this thought, Yi Wushuang looked at Lu Xiaoyao with a serious expression. Holy Son, do you wish to become the sovereign? If so, I will pass the position to you right now. Cough, cough. That position is better suited for you, sovereign. I have no interest, Lu Xiaoyao replied without hesitation. The position of Holy Son was one of great power and admiration. Yet becoming the sovereign entailed the burden of managing affairs. While Lu Xiaoyao could engage in combat, he would rather face a peak Saint Emperor than deal with the matters of the Sacred Land. Chapter 134. The Conspiracy of Feng Qingyu and Lin Chongkong. Without further ado, Yi Wushuang turned to inform the upper realm's main sect of this development. After all, the talent displayed by Lu Xiaoyao is likely sufficient to shake the entire main sect to its core. Likewise, within the ancient with Sacred Land, a similar atmosphere prevails. Ha! Our holy maiden of the ancient with Sacred Land possesses the demeanor of an immortal emperor. Not far off, Lu Xunxian shook his head at Gu Feng's words, realizing that such statements were ill-advised. However, considering his current cultivation level along with the system's assistance, he felt confident that no trouble would arise. Ahem, by the way, Senior Lu, could you perhaps allow me to ascend after the Heavenly Sacred Grand Competition? At this moment, Gu Feng approached Lu Xunxian, appearing somewhat bashful as he earnestly made his request. Although his cultivation had improved over time, he had only recently reached the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor stage, and a considerable amount of time was still needed for him to ascend. witnessing the rapid progress of the Holy Maiden under Lu Xunxian's guidance. He sought to cling to Lu Xunxian for support, hoping to ascend to the immortal realm alongside him in 3 years. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian glanced at Gu Feng and replied earnestly, "There is indeed a method, but the cost is that once you break through to the immortal realm, you will no longer be able to make progress. Can you agree to that?" "Ahem, senior, perhaps I should pass on that," Gu Feng responded, looking quite dejected. He was aware that such a method existed, but trading his talent for cultivation advancement would be akin to self-destruction. Given that reaching the true immortal realm was practically a certainty for him, then let it be, Lu Xunxian said, shaking his head. Although he had a way to help Gu Feng ascend to the immortal realm in 3 years, he reiterated that they were not particularly close, and it would be best for Gu Feng to progress at his own pace. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Xunxian spoke again. "However, in 6 months, I will embark on a journey to the immortal realm for training alongside Xiaoyao and Qingyu. If you wish, you may join us." Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's eyes lit up, and he readily agreed. "Thank you, senior. If you are willing, I would gladly brave any peril for you." "There's no need for that. I have no use for you," Lu Xunxian replied with a calm demeanor, delivering a rather blunt remark. Soon after, this news reached Yi Wushuang's ears. Yi Wushuang, who was slightly behind Gu Feng, having only reached the late Holy Emperor stage, felt an urgent need to enhance his strength. Consequently, he quickly signed up to accompany them to the immortal realm. Within the Qingfeng sacred land, Feng Qingyu was in seclusion, striving to break through to the Holy King stage. Yet, for some unknown reason, she struggled to focus, her mind consumed with thoughts of Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu. "I must find a way to uncover their identities," she resolved. "If it truly is Xiaoyao and Qingyu, I will do everything in my power to bring them back to my side." A glint of determination flashed in her eyes. If she could successfully retrieve Xiaoyao and Qingyu, it would undoubtedly elevate her status within the sacred land. Moreover, if she could attract the attention of certain powerful factions in the immortal realm, it would grant her access to even greater resources. However, given their extraordinary talents, it is likely that they are among the most esteemed beings within the ancient sacred land and the ancient with sacred land. Inquiring about their names would undoubtedly be an exceedingly arduous task. As for heading to the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, that notion was swiftly dispelled by Feng Qingyu. After all, those 2 sacred lands have undoubtedly placed numerous restrictions upon them, and attempting to investigate through the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion would likely incur an insurmountable cost. Thus, after much contemplation, Feng Qingyu resolved to seek out her master in his cave abode. "Master, I have matters of great importance to discuss with you." "Qingyu, come in," came the calm voice of Lin Chongkong from within the cave. Once Feng Qingyu had entered, Lin Chongkong inquired, "What brings you here today?" "Master, I suspect that I may have encountered my son and daughter in the southern secret realm." Although Feng Qingyu hesitated, she ultimately voiced her suspicions. The moment her words fell, Lin Chongkong's demeanor shifted, revealing a sense of urgency. "Are you certain of this?" "I cannot be entirely sure, as so much time has passed that their appearances may have changed," she replied gravely. "What is of utmost importance now is to ascertain their names or obtain a sample of their blood. Only then will we know if they are indeed my progeny." Lin Chongkong nodded in agreement. "If your son and daughter truly are the scion of the ancient sacred land and the daughter of the ancient with sacred land, then everything would fall into place. It was likely your husband who took them to those sacred lands, where their true talents were uncovered. This would explain why you were able to trace them during your initial use of the bloodline pursuit technique, only to be obstructed by the powerful beings of those sacred lands during your subsequent attempt." Feng Qingyu found herself stirred by her master's words. Realizing the validity of his reasoning, Lin Chongkong continued, "In any case, I shall investigate this matter. If they are indeed your children, do you have the means to bring them to our Qingfeng sacred land?" Upon hearing this, an unwavering confidence radiated from Feng Qingyu's countenance. "Naturally, I am their mother. Regardless of the circumstances, I can at least ensure that one of them comes to my side." "Very well, then I shall commence my investigation. However, how do you intend to address this with the sacred son?" Just as he was about to depart, Lin Chongkong recalled an important detail and hurriedly inquired. Looking at Feng Qingyu, she gently shook her head. "Master, if they truly are my children, given their talents, they have likely surpassed the sacred son long ago. If we were to invite them into the sacred land, do you believe the sacred land would favor the sacred son or a young sacred emperor yet to reach 20? Indeed, Lin Chongkong paused, then burst into laughter. As he made his way towards the sacred hall, Feng Qingyu maintained a tranquil expression. She was unconcerned about Gu Tiansheng learning of this matter. Her true worry lay in the possibility that they were not her children. As for what might happen if Gu Tiansheng were to discover the truth, after spending some time together, she believed she had completely tamed Gu Tiansheng, rendering him obedient to her every command. Even if he were to discover that she had a son and a daughter, She was confident that she could feign misery, claiming coercion, and he would not dare to be angry with her. Gu Tianqing pondered. Achio, who is speaking of me? Could it be Qingyu? I must intensify my training to repay the humiliation I previously endured. In Chapter 135, The Ancient Immortal Secret Realm, what is there to fear? Zhang Kong. Are you certain that the progeny of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Ancient Holy Land and the Ancient Wood Holy Land are indeed the descendants of Master Feng? Lin Zhang Kong eagerly approached Ren Tianfeng, recounting all he had discussed with Feng Qingyu. However, Lin Zhang Kong's expression turned grave as he shook his head, stating, I cannot be certain, but Qingyu was indeed married in the secular world before joining my sect, and she has a son and a daughter. I have tested her children and found them devoid of spiritual roots, yet I am unaware if they possess any special constitution. Thus, I suspect they might possess unique traits, which led them to the Ancient Holy Land and the Ancient Wood Holy Land. If I could obtain their blood or learn their names, I could ascertain if they are indeed Qingyu's offspring. I understand. I shall strive to uncover their true names and procure their blood, Ren Tianfeng replied, taking a deep breath, his expression serious, before changing the subject. If they truly are the descendants of Master Feng, what are the chances of bringing them to our Qingfeng Holy Land? 90%, at least according to Qingyu, Lin Zhang Kong replied confidently. Upon hearing this, Ren Tianfeng waved his hand. I understand. I will expedite this matter. By the way, how do you intend to inform the Holy Son? Ren Tianfeng suddenly recalled the importance of the matter, as Gu Tianqing's pursuit of Feng Qingyu was not a trivial issue within Qingfeng Holy Land. However, Lin Zhang Kong shook his head. Elder, do you consider a holy emperor under 20 years of age to be of greater significance compared to a prodigy who has cultivated for 30 years to achieve the status of holy monarch? Upon reflection, Ren Tianfeng acknowledged the validity of this reasoning but maintained a serious demeanor. In any case, let us keep this under wraps, as the child Gu Tianqing is merely a victim of circumstance, albeit with terrifying talent. I understand, Elder. Lin Zhang Kong nodded in agreement before departing from Ren Tianfeng's residence. After Lin Zhang Kong left, Ren Tianfeng, filled with excitement, prepared to head to the Tianji Pavilion to investigate the identities of Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. In the Tianshan continent, the Tianji Pavilion was reputed to possess information on all cultivators. If even the Tianji Pavilion lacked information on the progeny of the two great holy lands, it would prove quite challenging to investigate. Meanwhile, within the ancient Wood Holy Land, Lu Xunxian addressed Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng. Are you both prepared? This journey to the immortal realm may require 2 years before we can return. After all, both were the sovereigns of the two great holy lands, burdened with numerous affairs. Would neglecting their responsibilities for 2 years not invite calamity? Yet, both Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng shook their heads in unison. Esteemed senior, we have entrusted the matters of the Holy Land, and now we shall ardently strive for the ascension to the celestial realm. Very well, in that case, let us proceed. The moment Lu Xuanxian's words fell, a spatial passage emerged before him. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the celestial emperor realm, Lu Xuanxian's prowess had become increasingly formidable. Creating a passage to the celestial world in the blink of an eye was a trivial endeavor, and even traversing to the 33 heavens was but a mere trifle. As Lu Xuanxian stepped into the portal, everyone hurriedly followed suit. Before long, they once again entered the celestial realm. A nostalgic expression appeared on the faces of Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng. After all, they were cultivators from the upper realm's main sect, descending to the lower realm for training and ascension, and it had been several millennia since they last set foot in the celestial domain. Senior Lu, where are we? Yi Wushuang inquired, feeling the overwhelming celestial essence surrounding them, yet unable to discern which layer of the 33 heavens they occupied. This is the 25th heaven, and yonder lies the secret realm that you are to enter next, Lu Xuanxian replied calmly, gesturing toward the hovering gate of the secret realm not far away. After accessing the memories of the spring breeze celestial sovereign, Lu Xuanxian had acquired considerable knowledge of numerous secret realms within the celestial domain. Thus, he chose one that would soon open and significantly benefit the cultivation of a holy emperor. This secret realm was none other than the ancient celestial secret realm. It was said to have been created by a celestial king at the time of their demise, utilizing all their power. It opens once every 3,000 years, lasting for 2 years, and permits only those of the holy emperor realm to enter. Upon hearing about the ancient celestial secret realm, Yi Wushuang's expression turned contemplative. I have indeed heard of the ancient celestial secret realm. It is located in the 25th heaven. However, do we possess the qualifications to enter? The conditions for entry into the ancient celestial secret realm were exceedingly stringent, already divided among the major factions, leaving even wandering cultivators without an opportunity. Everyone turned their gaze toward Lu Xuanxian, yet he maintained an expression of serene composure. Do you believe we require such qualifications? Ah, esteemed senior. Do you intend to secure 5 entries through your own cultivation? But might that be too daunting? Gu Feng's expression grew grave. Although he was aware of Lu Xunxian's status as a celestial king, he also had some understanding of the ancient celestial secret realm, where the slots were predominantly claimed by celestial king factions, numbering over 100. Given that their sects, the Ancient Wood Sect and the Primal Ancient Sect, lacked a foothold in the 25th heaven, they were naturally excluded from the ancient celestial secret realm. Should the sect master learn that Senior Lu intended to confront over 100 celestial kings, they would likely hesitate to assist him. Yet, Lu Xunxian displayed no sign of trepidation, his gaze unwavering as he addressed them. Oh, are you afraid? Upon hearing this, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng's expressions turned solemn. But soon Gu Feng clenched his teeth and declared, if the senior is unafraid, then what have I to fear? Lu Xunxian had never let them down. So despite the potential confrontation with over 100 celestial kings, Gu Feng resolutely chose to place his trust in Lu Xunxian. Beside him, Yi Wushuang shared a similar sentiment. In essence, it was a simple declaration. Life and death were but trifles, and if one was unwilling to submit, then one must fight. With that resolve, Lu Xunxian stepped forward, heading towards the ancient immortal secret realm. Observing this, Yi Wushuang and the others followed suit without hesitation. The ancient immortal secret realm, a domain under the control of numerous forces led by immortal kings, would be surrounded by true immortal cultivators upon its opening, to prevent any nefarious individuals from infiltrating. Thus, as Lu Xunxian and his companions approached, they were promptly intercepted by 2 true immortal cultivators. Halt! Entry to the ancient immortal secret realm is strictly forbidden, they commanded. Chapter 136. Journey to the 33 Heavens. As the 2 true immortals spoke, the crowd turned their gaze to Lu Xunxian, who remained unfazed and continued towards the realm. Seeing this, Yi Wushuang and the others had no choice but to follow. The 2 true immortals, preparing to take action, were suddenly struck with disbelief as they found themselves unable to move. Remain still, the restrictions will dissipate after 1 day, echoed Lu Xunxian's voice in their minds. In an instant, the 2 true immortals were filled with dread. They had never anticipated encountering an immortal king. The only beings capable of immobilizing them so silently were either immortal kings or even more formidable entities. They did not consider Lu Xunxian to be a being above an immortal king. If he were, what interest would he have in a mere ancient immortal secret realm? Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng were equally astonished, for they had not sensed even the slightest fluctuation of power. In contrast, Luo Qingyu displayed no surprise, for she understood that her master was a being even the immortal emperors feared. How could mere true immortals contend with him? Before long, Lu Xunxian led the 5 to the entrance of the ancient immortal secret realm. Gazing at the gateway before them, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng felt a flicker of anticipation. Yet they were acutely aware that once inside, they must remain close to Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. As the 6 approached, they were detected by the immortal king hovering in the air, who immediately appeared before them. Who are you? This is the ancient immortal secret realm. Unauthorized individuals are prohibited from entry. The immortal king's expression was grave, as he did not intend to act rashly before understanding the background of Lu Xunxian and his companions. Lu Xunxian regarded him calmly and spoke. I am Xunxian, here to request 5 entries to the ancient immortal secret realm. Might there be anyone willing to grant me these 5 spots? The moment the words left his lips, all eyes turned to Lu Xunxian, their lips curling with amusement. Yet no one stepped forward to offer him the coveted entries. After all, the opportunity to enter the ancient immortal secret realm was exceedingly precious. Even disciples of immortal king forces would never part with such a treasure lightly. Noticing the lack of willingness to bestow an entry, a hint of resignation crossed Lu Xunxian's face as he continued. If that is the case, you may proceed within. Should anyone dare to obstruct me, they shall be deemed an enemy of my esteemed self. Upon receiving the command from Lu Xunxian, Luo Qingyu, Lu Xiaoyao, and Lu Qingyu proceeded without hesitation towards the entrance of the ancient immortal secret realm. Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng, witnessing this scene, hastily followed suit. The immortal king, observing this audacious display, could no longer restrain himself and made his move. How brazen! Does he believe that I am absent? With a swift motion of his hand, a colossal palm surged forth, aiming to suppress the 5 individuals. However, as he summoned this giant hand, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon him, rendering him prostrate and immobile on the ground. The surrounding elders from various factions finally lost their composure. Although not all were immortal kings, their strength was formidable, each at least at the late stage of true immortal. Yet, they failed to perceive how Lu Xunxian had acted, a clear testament to his status as a being surpassing even an immortal king. Realizing this, some factions were inclined to retreat, while others remained undeterred. Stepping forward to declare loudly, esteemed colleagues, the slots for entering the ancient immortal secret realm were allocated by our 100 Kings Alliance, and now you wish to relinquish 5? If we concede 5 today, will it not lead to 50 tomorrow? Then 500, 5,000? Ultimately, we may lose all claim to the ancient immortal secret realm. This matter, we cannot afford to retreat even an inch. With that, a powerful figure shattered the jade talisman in his grasp, summoning their own immortal king to arrive. The 100 Kings Alliance consists of a coalition of 100 factions, each governed by an immortal king, and they hold dominion over the ancient immortal secret realm. As the first move was made, the formidable beings present swiftly communicated with their respective factions, urging their immortal kings to come forth. As for the immortal king who lay subdued, he was at the early stage of immortal king. His face was contorted with shame and anger. As he summoned all his strength to lift his head and threaten Xunxian, "You are doomed. My 100 Kings Alliance boasts 300 immortal kings. With your solitary strength, you stand no chance against us." Noisy. Xunxian remained unfazed. As his words fell, the pressure bearing down on the immortal king intensified, rendering him unable to lift his head once more. As previously mentioned, Xunxian was not a tyrannical individual and would not easily resort to lethal force, provided that his adversaries refrained from such measures first. During this interval, Yi Wushuang and the others had successfully entered the ancient immortal secret realm. Upon witnessing their entry, Xunxian's figure vanished in an instant, traversing through the 25th heaven and heading straight for the 33rd. He harbored a certain curiosity towards the Qilin clan and deemed it necessary to pay them a visit. Primarily, having acquired a Qilin as his steed, he would inevitably need to engage with the Qilin clan in the future. Thus, resolving matters now was far preferable to addressing complications later on. After Xunxian departed, the pressure on the immortal king remained unrelenting, and Xunxian's voice echoed in his mind. "For your disrespect towards me, you shall remain suppressed here for 1 hour. Arise only after that. Damn it. Once the leader and his companions arrive, I shall ensure your demise without a trace." The immortal king seethed with indignation, firmly convinced that Xunxian was gripped by fear. Otherwise, how could he have departed so swiftly? However, today's events were etched into his memory, and he intended to capture them 2 years hence when those 5 emerged from the secret realm, using them to blackmail Xunxian. Yet, Xunxian remained blissfully unaware of these machinations. At this moment, he was virtually invincible within the celestial realm, arriving in the 33 heavens in an instant. Indeed, the 33 heavens deserved its reputation as the coveted domain for all forces within the celestial world, boasting a concentration of celestial energy threefold that of the 32 heavens. There exists a saying in the celestial realm: even a pig, cast into the 33 heavens, could ascend to immortality. However, upon reaching the 33 heavens, Xunxian found himself in a quandary. The sheer size of the realm was overwhelming, and the spring breeze immortal monarch had never ventured into the 33 heavens. Only the top 10 powerful clans had the privilege of entry. Any rash intrusion would invite annihilation at the hands of those formidable beings. Such was the established order. A matter of dignity for the 10 great clans. To breach it would be akin to dragging their honor through the mud. As Xunxian closed his eyes to attune himself, he swiftly discerned the presence of an immortal emperor nearby. When one is lost, the most effective remedy is to seek guidance from a local. Chapter 137, Junior Xunxian, here to pay respects to the Qilin clan in the 33 heavens. Atop the divine god mountain range, several figures pursued an immortal emperor who appeared utterly disheveled. The pursuers, all immortal emperors themselves, were notably members of the Qilin clan. "Halt! Thief! Surrender the Qingyu pearl that we covet," cried the 3 Qilin immortal emperors in furious unison. The target of their chase was an immortal emperor of the human race. Zhao Linger, her expression grim, clutched the golden pearl tightly, unwilling to relinquish it. "The Qingyu pearl is a formless treasure. It belongs to the capable. By what right do you demand it from me?" she retorted defiantly. "Then why do you flee? If you have the courage, stop and face us in single combat." The Qilin immortal emperor bellowed. Yet Zhao Linger continued her flight, fully aware that halting would invite their overwhelming onslaught. There was no chance for a fair duel. At that moment, an oppressive force descended, freezing the surrounding space, leaving the 4 immortal emperors in a state of terror. Their thoughts could still function, but their bodies were utterly immobilized. Before they could react, Xunxian appeared before Zhao Linger, lightly tapping her forehead to ascertain the distribution of power within the 33 heavens. Upon completing his inquiry, the oppressive force that had restrained Zhao Linger and the 3 Qilin dissipated. Zhao Linger and the 3 Qilin gazed at Xunxian with grave expressions. To exert instantaneous control over them, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance. One must possess at least the prowess of a celestial sovereign. However, the Kirin clan has always been brazen and overbearing. They pay little heed even to celestial emperors, let alone celestial sovereigns. Esteemed elder, this individual has seized our treasures. I implore you to grant our Kirin clan some consideration and step aside. The leader of the Kirins, Lin Yuan, emboldened by his lineage as the son of the clan's second elder, spoke with confidence. The support from his father instilled in him a sense of fearlessness. Yet, he had evidently provoked the wrong adversary. Xunxian cast a cold glance at him, and in an instant, an overwhelming aura descended, pinning Lin Yuan to the ground. So, you dare to threaten me? I do not, but I beseech you to reconsider, Lin Yuan replied through gritted teeth. He did not believe Xunxian would dare to kill him. The Kirin clan ranked among the top 3 of the 10 strongest clans, and he presumed that a slightly more powerful Xunxian would recognize the implications of such an action. Nevertheless, Xunxian remained unfazed, effortlessly compelling Lin Yuan to rise. Let us go. I have matters to attend to with your Kirin clan. Consider yourself my steed, he declared, nonchalantly mounting Lin Yuan's back and directing him towards the Kirin clan's territory. The other 2 Kirins, their expressions grim, hurriedly followed suit. Observing this, Zhao Lingner finally exhaled in relief. Although she was unaware of Xunxian's identity, he had undoubtedly saved her life, and she felt compelled to express her gratitude. Yet, it was unfortunate that he had so humiliated the Kirin clan, riding one of their own to their domain. Even a celestial emperor would surely meet a dire fate for such an affront. Nevertheless, at least the Qingyu pearl remained in her possession. Zhao Lingder sighed with relief. But as she raised her hand, she froze in place. Her left hand was empty, devoid of any trace of the Qingyu pearl. Glancing towards Xunxian, she saw him playfully toying with a small golden orb in his right hand, which was none other than her Qingyu pearl. What a splendid item. It can accelerate the refinement of celestial energy and stabilize one's mind. It would make an excellent gift for my daughter, Xunxian mused inwardly. Having kept Zhao Ling'er alive, he reasoned that taking the Qingyu pearl posed no ethical dilemma. Soon after, Xunxian arrived at the Kirin clan's ancestral grounds, where the clan, one of the 10 strongest in the celestial realm, could not be underestimated. Their territory lay within a small world, and though it was a small world, its grandeur rivaled that of any celestial realm. Within the Kirin clan, 6 imposing Kirins stood majestically in the air, deliberating significant matters concerning their clan. Esteemed elders, what is your perspective on the situation regarding the Lu family of the Dao realm? Inquired a Kirin adorned with resplendent golden horns, his tone grave. He was none other than Lin Wanggu, the clan leader. As he spoke, the expressions of the other 5 elders turned serious. All were beings of late celestial emperor rank or higher, for only those of such caliber could serve as elders within the Kirin clan. The clan leader, indeed, was a formidable entity at the pinnacle of celestial emperor status. The clan leader spoke, "We must deliberate on this matter, for the Lu family can effortlessly annihilate our Qilin clan." The grand elder of the Qilin clan spoke slowly. As a powerful being in the late stages of the immortal emperor realm, he was acutely aware that the path of the immortal is not solely one of cultivation. Beyond immortality lies the Dao. However, transcending to the Dao from the realm of immortality is no simple feat. Consequently, even within the Dao realm, forces are exceedingly rare. The Lu family, being one of them, possesses strength that far surpasses that of the Qilin clan by myriad times. In any case, let us search throughout the immortal realm. The commotion caused by the newly ascended immortal emperor must be significant. If we can locate him and return him to the Lu family, our Qilin clan may receive rewards, possibly paving our way into the Dao realm. The other elders nodded in agreement. Although the Qilin clan is known for its arrogance and pride, they are willing to yield in the face of overwhelming power. Seeing that there were no dissenting opinions among the clansmen, Lin Wanggu spoke, "If that is the case, then let it be decreed that we search for the newly ascended immortal emperor in the immortal realm. Whoever finds him shall be rewarded with a drop of ancestral blood." At Lin Wanggu's words, the elders present became visibly agitated. The term ancestral blood refers to the blood of the Qilin progenitor, the first Qilin to emerge during the dawn of creation, who perished in the ancient cataclysm. Nevertheless, the Qilin clan has preserved this blood. It is said that the progenitor transcends even the immortal emperor, having entered the terrifying realm of the Dao. If one could refine the progenitor's blood, they would undoubtedly ascend to the status of immortal sovereign, and perhaps even break through to become an immortal emperor. With this thought, the 5 elders suddenly felt a surge of ambition. While they may not require it themselves, it did not preclude them from seizing it for their offspring. Although the Qilin clan is remarkably united, it still harbors various branches, and they naturally desire for their own descendants to grow stronger. Just as they prepared to disseminate the news and even venture forth themselves to seek the newly ascended Immortal Emperor, a voice resonated from outside. I, the younger generation Xunxian, come to pay my respects to the Qilin clan. Chapter 138. Crushing the late Immortal Emperor within the Qilin clan's territory, despite the existence of restrictions. They were mere formalities to Lu Xunxian, who could effortlessly enter. Above the clan grounds, Lu Xunxian rode atop Lin Yuan, and as he spoke, his voice reverberated throughout the entire Qilin territory. In an instant, all Qilin witnessed this scene, their eyes brimming with fury. Within moments, thousands of Qilin surrounded Lu Xunxian, with the weakest among them being at the Immortal King level, which underscores the profound heritage of the Qilin clan. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, beneath Lu Xunxian, felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. With so many clansmen witnessing this, how could he ever face his kin again? Human, you are doomed. Get off me at once, and I might grant you a swift death. Lin Yuan was engulfed in humiliation, wishing fervently for Lu Xunxian to dismount swiftly. However, Lu Xunxian remained silent, casting a glance at the surrounding Qilin, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The Qilin present were not particularly formidable, with the strongest among them merely being at the level of an immortal sovereign. You are not worthy to speak with me. Summon your clan leader. Lu Xunxian stated with an air of indifference. From Zhao Ling'er's memories, he learned that the leader of the Qilin clan was a being at the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor realm. Only such a powerful entity could have the qualification to engage him in battle. What audacity! How dare a mere human race venture into my Qilin tribe seeking death? Roared a Qilin at the peak of the Immortal Sovereign realm, who recognized Lin Yuan's identity. He was indeed a peak Immortal Sovereign of Lin Yuan's branch. Although the human race was one of the 10 strongest clans in the Immortal realm, their lack of unity placed them at the lower end of the rankings, causing the Qilin clan to regard them with little trepidation. In an instant, the peak Immortal Sovereign charged at Lu Xunxian, but Lu merely cast a cold glance. And in that moment, the pressure of the Immortal Emperor realm descended, pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding Qilin grew increasingly enraged, each one wishing to pounce upon Lu Xunxian and rend him asunder. However, they were acutely aware of their own limitations and merely shot furious glares at him, refraining from making a fool of themselves. At that moment, a voice, icy and laden with murderous intent, echoed, "Human race, you dare to run rampant in my Qilin clan, even daring to mount upon us. Do you seek death?" A figure emerged, gazing at Lu Xunxian with a grim expression. It was Lin Wangu. Following Lin Wangu, 5 other elders at the late Immortal Emperor stage appeared. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, the second elder, Lin Jinyuan, was consumed with rage. "Human race, daring to humiliate my progeny. You seek death." Without waiting for Lin Wangu to speak, Lin Jinyuan initiated an attack on Lu Xunxian. Observing this, Lin Wangu refrained from intervening. He wished to use Lin Jinyuan's actions to gauge Lu Xunxian's strength. As the clan leader of the Qilin, and a being who had lived for hundreds of billions of years at the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor realm, Lin Wangu understood the truth in not judging a book by its cover. Lu Xunxian appeared to possess a robust confidence. Such individuals, if not courting death, must possess absolute strength. Most importantly, he found it peculiar that he could not see through Lu Xunxian. Even the other peak Immortal Emperors from the 10 strongest clans could not conceal themselves from his gaze. Let him be a fool seeking his own demise. Lin Wangu mused silently. Yet, he did not anticipate that in the next moment, Lu Xunxian raised his hand, and a colossal palm materialized in the skies above the Qilin clan. "I had intended to converse with you amicably, but since you insist on hostility, then kneel and speak," he declared. Great Desolation Prisoner's palm. With an expression of calm, he unleashed the massive palm. Lin Wangu's expression changed dramatically, and before he could react, he could only watch in horror as Lin Jinyuan was suppressed by the colossal hand. The expressions of the remaining 4 elders shifted dramatically as they sensed an unparalleled, terrifying power emanating from that colossal hand. After subduing Lin Jinyuan, Lu Xunxian maintained his demeanor and turned to Lin Wangu, inquiring, "Can we converse civilly now?" At that moment, Lin Wangu's heart was filled with curses. Who was this formidable being? Judging by the strength displayed by Lu Xunxian, he was at least a pinnacle celestial emperor, if not a being who had transcended to a terrifying realm beyond. With this thought, Lin Wangu forcibly suppressed his inner fury and addressed his kin. "Dear clansmen, please disperse. Allow your clan leader to converse privately with this human." The surrounding Qilin, sensing the gravity of the situation, wore grim expressions but ultimately complied with their leader's command and departed. Lin Wangu then raised his hand to establish a barrier to prevent his kin from eavesdropping on their forthcoming discussion. "Friend, might I request that you first release my kin?" Lin Wangu said, striving to maintain a calm tone despite the turmoil within. Xunxian, showing no inclination to further complicate matters for Lin Yuan, effortlessly lifted the restrictions placed upon him. Once liberated, the impetuous Lin Yuan was poised to retaliate against Xunxian to avenge his humiliation, but was halted by Lin Wangu's raised hand. Lin Yuan, you are no match for this individual. Do not bring disgrace upon yourself, Lin Wangu admonished, sending Lin Yuan away. After all, even Lin Jinyuan, a late-stage celestial emperor, had been subdued, let alone Lin Yuan, who was merely a celestial sovereign. Though Lin Yuan's countenance darkened at the words, he begrudgingly acquiesced, constrained by the authority of Lin Wangu. Once Lin Yuan was dismissed, Lin Wangu finally turned his serious gaze to Xunxian, asking, esteemed friend, may I inquire as to your business with my Qilin clan? If your intent is to belittle us, do not blame me for engaging you in a fierce battle. Despite the palpable wariness he felt towards Xunxian's prowess, if the latter truly sought to humiliate the Qilin, Lin Wangu would not shy away from a deadly confrontation. Addressing the matter at hand, Xunxian wasted no words and projected the image of Lu Lin before them. This Qilin is one that your clan had sealed under the command of a certain celestial king, and I have recently rescued him. Therefore, I wish to take him as my steed. To avoid future complications, I have come to inform your Qilin clan. Do you have any objections? Impossible. The Qilin clan does not entertain the notion of becoming steeds. Lin Wangu retorted with righteous fury. Should you wish to insult my clan, we are more than willing to engage in battle. The dignity of the Qilin clan had been earned through the blood and sacrifices of countless ancestors. Allowing an outsider to use a Qilin as a mount would obliterate everything their forebears had fought for. Thus, this matter was utterly unacceptable. Upon hearing this, Xunxian's heart began to form a conjecture. Since the backbone of the Qilin clan is so proud, he shall shatter it, and then reshape it anew. I am merely informing you, not here to negotiate. Should you refuse, I would not hesitate to eradicate your Qilin clan from the ranks of the 10 most powerful factions in the celestial realm. As soon as these words fell, a formidable aura, characteristic of a peak celestial emperor, erupted from Xunxian. Feeling this overwhelming presence, Lin Wangu's expression changed dramatically. Although he recognized Xunxian as a peak celestial emperor, he could not fathom why he felt Xunxian to be 100 times stronger than himself. The other 5 elders gathered beside Lin Wangu, casting him looks of solidarity. Patriarch, this individual is exceedingly arrogant. Let us engage him in battle. Indeed, if today's events were to spread, our Qilin clan would be utterly humiliated in the celestial realm. We implore you to activate the protective formation of our clan and eliminate him. Silence. Lin Wangu inhaled deeply, interrupting the 5 elders, and then turned to Xunxian. Friend, your actions are absolutely unacceptable to the Qilin clan. If you persist, you shall not leave our clan today. As he spoke, several beams of light ascended from within the Qilin territory, and an invisible domain unfurled, enveloping Xunxian and Lin Wangu in an instant. This was undeniably the protective formation of the Qilin clan. With the formation activated, Lin Wangu felt a surge of confidence as he addressed Xunxian. Friend, this formation is the protective array of the Qilin clan. Even a peak celestial emperor would not dare to claim survival within it. Should you pledge an oath to the heavens, refraining from using our clan as mounts, I may allow you to depart. Alone, he dared not assure himself of being Xunxian's match. However, with the protective formation assisting him, his odds of subduing Xunxian soared to a staggering 68%. Upon hearing this, the 5 elders surrounding him regarded Xunxian with an expression of confidence. Yet, regrettably, they did not discern a trace of fear on Xunxian's face. He remained as tranquil as ever. Do you think a mere top-tier celestial formation could threaten me? Have you underestimated my capabilities? Xunxian gently shook his head, and with a sigh, he planted his foot down. In that instant, an intangible resonance of the Dao erupted from Xunxian, causing the very fabric of space to shatter, leaving nothing in its wake. Lin Wangu's proud top-tier celestial formation crumbled before Xunxian's might, akin to a blank sheet of paper, effortlessly obliterated. What? Lin Wangu could hardly believe it. And the expressions of the 5 elders mirrored his disbelief. They clearly had not anticipated Xunxian's strength to reach such heights. Was he truly a celestial emperor? Or had he already stepped into the realm of the Dao? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Wangu deliberated intensely, ultimately making a resolute decision. Gritting his teeth as he spoke, Friend, I can concede to your request. However, this is limited to merely 1 Qilin. Should you desire more, do not blame me if I am compelled to take drastic measures against you. If I were to self-destruct, it is likely that you would suffer considerable harm as well. Having achieved my objective, Xunxian did not press further. After all, if a peak immortal emperor were to explode, it might indeed result in his suffering some injuries. Very well, I agree to capture only this single Qilin as my steed. Therefore, I kindly request you to establish a heavenly oath to prevent any future reneging. Lu Xunxian was taken aback that Lin Wanggu would require him to make such a solemn vow, and his countenance darkened immediately. I have already afforded you courtesy by agreeing. Do you expect me to swear an oath? I would not hesitate to annihilate your Qilin clan. Lin Wanggu, I trust you do not wish to witness the destruction of your lineage. You. Very well, I hope you can uphold your promise. Lin Wanggu sighed, ultimately conceding with resignation. It seemed that this elder before him was indeed a person of integrity, unlikely to breach their word. After concluding this matter, Lu Xunxian intended to visit Lin Chongtian to assess the situation. As Lu Xunxian departed, Lin Wanggu and the 5 elders finally breathed a sigh of relief. Clan leader, shall we not avenge this grievance? If news of today's events spreads, how will the other 9 powerful clans perceive our Qilin tribe? The second elder, Lin Jinyuan, inquired with a grim expression. However, he was met with a fierce glare from Lin Wanggu. Avenge? With what means? Our protective formation has been shattered by a mere kick. If we were to confront them collectively, we would surely perish within mere moments. Do you believe that dignity can be compared to life and death? Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyuan and the 4 elders appeared exceedingly troubled, yet found themselves at a loss for words. They were acutely aware that the clan leader spoke the truth. Yet they could not swallow their indignation. As the clan leader, Lin Wanggu understood their sentiments, but chose not to elaborate further. He raised his hand and commanded, "Today's events must not be disclosed. Should they be revealed, we shall deal with it according to clan regulations." Understood, clan leader. Lin Jinyuan and the 5 elders complied and promptly issued orders to keep today's events confidential. After the departure of Lin Jinyuan and the 5 elders, Lin Wanggu's expression grew serious. He was exceedingly curious about the source of such a formidable being in the immortal realm. Could it be that Lu Xunxian had descended from the Dao realm? Regardless, the fact remained that the Qilin clan was no match for Lu Xunxian, and he hoped that after accepting this Qilin, Lu Xunxian would refrain from seeking further trouble. What? The clan leader will not address this matter? Lin Yuan's face contorted with rage upon hearing this news. After all, he had been reduced to a mere steed by a mere human, and in front of so many witnesses. If he could not resolve Lu Xunxian, how could he maintain any semblance of dignity in front of his kin? Beside him, Lin Jinyuan wore a similarly displeased expression, but managed to restrain Lin Yuan. Enough. If even the clan leader is unable to contend with this individual, what more do you wish to accomplish? In any case, this matter ends here. Should we pursue it further, we shall adhere strictly to clan regulations. Once he finished speaking, Lin Jinyuan disregarded the pale-faced Lin Yuan and turned to depart. After a prolonged moment, Lin Yuan reluctantly swallowed his indignation. Yet none noticed the flicker of an enigmatic purple flame in his eyes. Chapter 140. Creating Supreme Time Immortal Artifacts Effortlessly. This should be the place. In the 30 tiers of the immortal realm, Lu Xunxian appeared before the immortal court as Lin Chongtian's servant. It was only natural for him to leave some means upon Lin Chongtian for the sake of swiftly locating him. Upon arriving at the immortal court, Lu Xunxian merely sensed the surroundings for a brief moment before discerning the name of the court. "Chongtian, come forth and meet your master," Lu Xunxian spoke slowly. The moment his voice echoed, it reached the ears within the immortal court. At that moment, Lin Chongtian was instructing dozens of true immortals in their cultivation. These true immortals had all been gathered into the immortal court by Lin Chongtian, destined to bolster its strength in the future. Upon hearing Lu Xunxian's voice, a peaked true immortal rose, addressing Lin Chongtian, "Master of the court, someone dares to cause trouble in our celestial domain. Allow me to subdue them." With that, he intended to step outside to handle the disturbance, but was halted by Lin Chongtian. Lin Chongtian's expression was one of excitement as he hurried towards the exit. The dozens of true immortals looked at him with puzzled expressions, clearly having never witnessed their master in such an animated state. Driven by curiosity, they hastily followed him. Soon arriving outside the immortal court, upon their arrival, they were met with an astonishing sight. Lin Chongtian knelt before Lu Xunxian, expressing utmost reverence and excitement. "Your subordinate greets you, master." "Rise," Lu Xunxian replied, his brow slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of discontent. Lin Chongtian, sensing the displeasure in Lu Xunxian's tone, swallowed hard but did not rise. "Please forgive me, master. I have not completed the task you assigned." Now that Lu Xunxian stood before the immortal court, Lin Chongtian feared he had come to hold him accountable. However, Lu Xunxian sighed. "It seems my expectations of you were indeed too lofty. After all, you are merely at the mid-stage of the immortal king realm. It is somewhat demanding to expect you to establish a renowned force in the immortal realm before my arrival. Nevertheless, since I am here, I shall lend you a hand." With that, Lu Xunxian raised his hand, causing the ground to tremble. A towering spire erupted from beneath the earth, soon manifesting before all present. The surrounding true immortals, witnessing this spectacle, recalled Lin Chongtian's earlier claims of not being the master of the immortal court, and instantly deduced the truth. It was Lu Xunxian who was the true master of the immortal court. As they gazed upon the towering edifice, which soared to the clouds, they felt insignificantly small standing before it. With the commotion stirred by Lu Xunxian, countless cultivators and mighty beings began making their way towards the immortal court. Master, what is this? Lin Chongtian rose and inquired, gazing at the towering structure with a look of bewilderment. From the heights of the tower, he sensed an aura of unfathomable antiquity. Yet, it was essential to recognize that this tower had only just been forged by Lu Xunxian. This edifice was crafted utilizing the laws of time, wherein 1 year within equated to a mere day outside. However, it required celestial liquid to activate. A single drop of exquisite celestial liquid could sustain a day, proving effective even for the celestial lords. Lu Xunxian spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yet his words rendered Lin Chongtian and the other true immortals restless. A time celestial artifact, impactful even for celestial lords, created in less than a quarter of an hour. Was he truly not deceiving them? Master, is this truly so? Lin Chongtian questioned, hardly daring to believe. His disbelief did not stem from doubt in his master's prowess, for such a phenomenon was indeed extraordinary, even by the standards of the entire immortal realm. Oh, you doubt me? If so, then step inside and see for yourself, Lu Xunxian replied with a playful smirk, promptly casting Lin Chongtian into the time tower. Once Lin Chongtian was inside, Lu Xunxian activated the tower. Within its confines, Lin Chongtian could perceive everything outside with remarkable clarity, while simultaneously feeling the laws of time influencing him, accelerating the flow within to 365 times that of the outside world. Instantly, Lin Chongtian was filled with exhilaration. With such a celestial artifact at his disposal, he was confident he could spread the name of the celestial court throughout the immortal realm within 2 years. After the experiment, Lin Chongtian emerged from the time tower and without hesitation knelt before Lu Xunxian, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master, for granting me this celestial artifact. No need for further words. Focus on your cultivation, Lu Xunxian replied. The celestial liquid here is sufficient to sustain the tower for an entire millennium. Take it and utilize it. He bestowed upon Lin Chongtian a storage ring, which contained enough celestial liquid to power the time tower for 1,000 years. After handing over the ring, Lu Xunxian turned to the true immortals, who were already kneeling, and stated, "Those who wish to join my celestial court have but one requirement: absolute loyalty to the celestial court, and an oath to the heavenly Dao to never betray it. If you cannot comply, feel free to withdraw." What Lu Xunxian sought were individuals of unwavering loyalty. Allowing just anyone to join only for them to leave after gaining strength would be a squander of his resources. Upon hearing this, the true immortals' expressions soured. Initially, they had sought to align themselves with Lin Chongtian, the esteemed celestial king, but Lu Xunxian's words were evidently hard for them to accept. Despite witnessing such formidable prowess, some true immortals were still reluctant to entrust their futures to the celestial court. They stood and offered their apologies before departing. Nonetheless, only a few chose to leave. At this stage, there were still 30 true immortals who had joined the celestial court. After the departure of 25 remained. They exchanged glances between Lin Chongtian and Lu Xunxian, and ultimately, with a resolute heart, they swore their oaths to the heavenly Dao. Rather than rely solely on themselves, they preferred to entrust their futures to the celestial court. Upon witnessing their choices, Lu Xunxian wore a satisfied expression and then addressed them, saying, "Those who enter my celestial court may directly request any resources they require from Lin Chongtian. I have but one demand: to grow stronger swiftly." At these words, the group of true immortals displayed immense excitement, for resources are of paramount importance to practitioners at any realm. Thus, a true immortal cautiously turned to Lu Xunxian and inquired, "Master of the court, when you say we may request any resources, might there be top-tier celestial herbs available?" In their minds, top-tier celestial herbs were reserved for those who had at least ascended to the rank of celestial sovereign. Meeting their eager gazes, Lu Xunxian replied calmly, "Naturally." Chapter 141. The time-space tower is surrounded at this moment. Lu Xunxian lacked resources, but he was in dire need of subordinates who would pledge absolute loyalty. Casting a glance at the 25 true immortals before him, he discerned their considerable talent. Given sufficient opportunity, they could potentially break through to the ranks of celestial sovereign or even celestial emperor. Thus, after they swore an oath of absolute loyalty to him, Lu Xunxian would not hesitate to share his resources. Upon hearing his words, they were instantly filled with exhilaration. Which force in the world would dare to claim an abundance of resources, even top-tier celestial herbs without limitation? Xunxian chose not to dwell on their excitement and turned his attention to Lin Chongtian, raising his hand to impart the legacy of a Dao sovereign into Lin Chongtian's mind. This legacy should assist you in swiftly establishing the celestial court as the foremost power in the celestial realm, Xunxian stated with a neutral expression. From the memories of celestial sovereign Feng, he learned that the most powerful entities in the celestial realm were the 10 strongest clans. At least, that was the public perception. However, he had personally tested his strength against these so-called 10 clans and found them lacking. Thus, he believed that the legacy of a Dao sovereign, far surpassing that of a celestial emperor, would be sufficient to elevate the celestial court to the status of the leading force in the celestial realm. Before long, Lin Chongtian, having successfully assimilated the Dao sovereign's legacy, wore an expression of profound excitement. Although he was unaware of the specific realm of a Dao sovereign, he had never encountered such a title in the celestial realm. Could it possibly represent an existence even more formidable than a celestial emperor? Xunxian chose not to linger on idle chatter with Lin Chongtian. After conveying a few matters, he turned and departed from the celestial court. Once Lin Chongtian had left, the 25 true immortals cautiously approached him and asked, "Deputy Master, may we inquire about the true identity of our master of the court?" Having witnessed Xunxian's grandeur, they silently adjusted their address for Lin Chongtian from Master of the Court to Deputy Master. In response, Lin Chongtian remained reticent. Speaking of Xunxian's might, Lin Chongtian's face shone with admiration and envy as he said, "You need not concern yourselves with the origins of our Master of the Court. You only need to know that no one in this world can rival him. Focus on your cultivation. For our Master will return to the celestial realm in 2 years with 2 young masters. Before his arrival, we must transform the celestial court into one of the few formidable powers in the celestial realm." Upon hearing this, the 25 true immortals felt a weight settle upon their hearts. Yet, recalling the words of the court master who assured that resources would be plentiful, coupled with the formidable assistance of the Time Tower, it seemed plausible that within 2 years they could elevate the reputation of the celestial court. Soon, Lin Chongtian led the 25 true immortals into the Time Tower for cultivation. As they felt the acceleration of time, Lin Chongtian addressed them. "Speak up if you require any resources. The primary focus should be on elevating your realms." The legacy of the peak Taoist is not solely reliant on resources. It also encompasses the cultivation memories of the Taoist. It can be said that as long as Lin Chongtian adhered to a systematic approach to cultivation, becoming a Taoist emperor was merely the beginning, and he could potentially advance to the level of a Taoist sage. However, shortly after Lin Chongtian and his companions entered the Time Tower, the powerful beings attracted by the earlier commotion gathered around the celestial court. Upon witnessing the Time Tower, their expressions shifted dramatically, for they sensed a profound and powerful aura emanating from it. A top-tier celestial artifact, there was no doubt about it. With this realization, the assembled mighty beings were immediately overtaken by the desire to claim it, for such artifacts were exceedingly rare in the celestial realm, and even celestial emperors lacked the qualification to wield them. Only celestial sages and emperors were deemed worthy of such powerful artifacts. "Gentlemen, I am Ling Tian, a mid-tier celestial sage. This object was inadvertently lost here by me, and I kindly ask you to depart and grant me this favor." A white-haired elder stepped forward, smiling and cupping his hands in respect towards the surrounding powerful beings. Under ordinary circumstances, these beings would indeed show some deference to Ling Tian. However, given the presence of a top-tier celestial artifact, they were unlikely to yield so readily. "Old scoundrel Ling Tian, you claim this tower is yours. Let's see if it responds when you call it." With those words, Ling Tian's countenance darkened, and just as he was about to express his anger, he caught sight of the speaker and swallowed his retort. The one who had spoken was of a higher cultivation level than him. Following Ling Tian's gaze, they beheld an elder clad in an eerie green garb, a cold smile playing upon his lips. Someone recognized his identity and instinctively took a few steps back. "Divine Poison Sage, what brings you here instead of remaining in your One Poison Valley?" Ling Tian inquired, still considering pressing the matter. The Divine Poison Sage, a late-stage celestial sage skilled in the principles of poison, was known to be feared even by peak celestial sages due to the potency of his toxins. In response, the Divine Poison Sage gazed at the Time Tower, his eyes filled with covetousness. "I have come for this object. It belongs to me. Should anyone wish to seize it, they are welcome to try." With that declaration, he exuded a dense green gas, which instantaneously enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles around the Time Tower. Sensing the threat posed by the gas, the expressions of the celestial sages present turned grim, yet they ultimately chose to retreat in disappointment. They realized that the Time Tower was beyond their capacity to claim, An ill-fated attempt could very well cost them their lives. Anyone who had cultivated to the level of a celestial sage was naturally one who valued their life and would not choose to take such risks. Within the time-space tower, Lin Chongtian and the others naturally witnessed this scene, and the expressions of the celestial beings behind them darkened considerably. Although they were within the confines of the time-space tower, the moment they laid eyes upon that green gas, an overwhelming sense of threat washed over them. Deputy Master, what should we do now? They inquired. Let us first engage in cultivation within the time-space tower for a year and a half. Without my permission, not even the celestial emperors can enter the time-space tower. Lin Chongtian replied after taking a deep breath. Since Lu Xunxian had entrusted him with the authority over the time-space tower, he was well aware of its formidable power. Without his consent, not even the celestial emperors could breach its sanctum, let alone abscond with it. After all, it was Lu Xunxian's strength, though it was but a fragment. Even a being as powerful as Lin Wangu would struggle to shake it. Thus, Lin Chongtian remained unfazed and resumed his cultivation with the members of the celestial court, unperturbed by the fierce battle outside between the divine poison, celestial sovereign, and the other celestial beings. As for Lu Xunxian, he was even less concerned. Although he sensed the approach of numerous celestial beings towards the time-space tower before his departure, he chose not to intervene. If Lin Chongtian required his assistance for such matters, he might as well consider subduing a celestial emperor and taking them as a servant. Chapter 142. You have come to us, Chongshui. Are you certain that the celestial emperor of thunder will accept us as servants? Gazing at the towering mountain enveloped in purple, eerie lightning, the fire-blazed celestial emperor expressed his hesitation and concern. Chongshui celestial emperor took a deep breath and replied, to be honest, I had the fortune of interacting with a celestial king many years ago. That celestial king is a descendant of the celestial emperor of thunder. If I can establish contact through him and have him facilitate our introduction, the celestial emperor of thunder should accept us. However, the Blade Wind celestial emperor interjected with skepticism. But it is rumored that the celestial emperor of thunder is notoriously cold and unfeeling. Will he truly accept us simply because of his offspring? Chongshui celestial emperor shook his head. Do you think we have any other options at this point? It is almost certain that Lin Chongtian has the support of a celestial emperor. If we cannot find a celestial emperor to protect us, we are doomed. So, would you rather face death or cling to life under the celestial emperor of thunder? With these words, the Blade Wind celestial emperor and the others fell silent. After a long pause, Su Kuan finally lifted his head, his eyes filled with resolve. Senior Chongshui, please send the message. As long as we are alive, there is still hope. Indeed, as long as we live, there remains hope. If we perish, then all is truly lost. Seeing the three nod in agreement, Chongshui celestial emperor produced a communication jade talisman and established contact with Jin Lei celestial emperor, the descendant of the celestial emperor of thunder. Meanwhile, atop Thunder Mountain, amidst the lightning, stood a palace where a man enveloped in electricity opened his eyes and murmured, "Who is it that seeks my attention?" It was none other than Jin Lei celestial emperor. Upon establishing communication with the jade talisman, the intentions of the heavy water celestial emperor were revealed to him. How intriguing. Are they seeking refuge with my father? Very well, the time is ripe for me at the thunderous lightning mountain, and since they have come to me, they shall not bear the consequences of their choice. With that, a cold smirk appeared on the face of the golden thunder celestial emperor, who then made his way directly towards the heavy water celestial emperor and his companions. Meanwhile, the four from heavy water celestial emperor remained oblivious to the fate that awaited them. Their only thought was to seek vengeance against Lin Chongtian once their cultivation was complete. Within the ancient immortal secret realm, the five dispersed upon entry, for traveling in a group would hardly constitute a true trial. The ancient immortal secret realm, crafted by an immortal king, mirrored the heavenly Dao secret realm, possessing both day and night as well as the four seasons. Unfortunately, when Lu Xiaoyao and his companions entered, it was the winter season. Thus, Lu Xiaoyao found himself amidst a mountain blanketed in white snow. "BRR, it's freezing here," he exclaimed, having stumbled and fallen into the snow upon entry. As he stood up, he instinctively employed his spiritual energy to ward off the cold, only to be astounded to discover that the chill could penetrate through his protective barrier and seep into his very soul. How peculiar, he mused gravely, regrettably unaware of the reasons behind this phenomenon due to his limited knowledge of the ancient immortal secret realm. Nevertheless, the cold did not pose a significant threat to him, so he dismissed it as part of his trial, oblivious to the peril his negligence would soon bring. On the other side, Yi Wushuang felt the biting cold and wore a solemn expression. If my memory serves me correctly, the immortal king of this ancient immortal secret realm specializes in the laws of frost. This chill must stem from the frost laws. I must quickly find some spiritual items to resist its encroachment, he thought to himself. Although the cold was not particularly daunting to him, He understood well that if it continued to accumulate within him, it could unleash a formidable force. Similarly, Gu Feng shared this concern, while Lu Qingyun and Luo Qinxue, though less familiar with the laws of power, sensed that this cold was extraordinary and contemplated ways to dispel it. Prior to entering the ancient immortal secret realm, the leader of the 100 Kings Alliance arrived at its entrance. "Leader, you have finally arrived. That person has some audacity, even when I invoked your name." He remained undeterred in his actions. "You must stand up for me," lamented the immortal king who had previously been subdued by Lu Xunxian, now unbound from his restraints. Xunguchuan's expression darkened upon hearing this. As a peak immortal king, his strength was formidable, and after founding the 100 Kings Alliance, even ordinary immortal emperors showed him respect. Thus, he had not experienced such intense anger in quite some time. "And where is that individual?" he inquired. "He left in advance upon hearing that you were coming," was the response. "It is somewhat intriguing, yet the Holy Emperor he has brought has already entered, has he not? Allow me to venture in and retrieve those 5 individuals. Regardless of life or death, bring back one, and I shall reward you with 100 portions of low-grade celestial liquid." With a grand gesture, Xunguchuan commanded. Upon hearing this, the assembly of holy emperors was instantly stirred into excitement. The celestial liquid, even if of the lowest grade, was exceedingly precious to them at present, sufficient to elevate their cultivation to the realm of immortals. Thus, upon receiving the order, the thousands of holy emperors behind him surged into the secret realm in unison, leaving behind 5 unfortunate souls who, due to the quota being filled, could only watch helplessly as the gate to the secret realm closed. With 4,995 holy emperors joining forces, capturing the 5 should be an effortless task, from the words of the elders within the alliance. He was aware that only one among the 5 was at the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor stage. Moreover, the Holy Emperors entering the ancient immortal secret realm from the 100 Kings Alliance were at least at the later stages of the Holy Emperor level. Thus, subduing 5 Holy Emperors should be more than sufficient. However, what Xunguchuan was unaware of was that everything was under the meticulous control of Lu Xunxian. With over 4,000 Holy Emperors, it should be ample for his son and daughter to hone their skills to the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor stage. Lu Xunxian mused quietly. He had already perfected the cultivation techniques of his offspring, elevating them beyond the current standards possessed by the 2 major sacred lands. This implied that the strength of his son and daughter could not be measured by ordinary Holy Emperors. Considering that the ancient immortal secret realm would likely remain closed for another 2 years, Lu Xunxian also intended to traverse the various powerful factions within the immortal realm during this period, as preparation for their eventual settlement in the immortal realm. Nonetheless, beyond the immortal realm, it seemed there existed an even more expansive world. Lu Xunxian murmured, raising his gaze towards the realms beyond the 33 heavens. Chapter 143. Only challenges constitute true training, though his realm remained at the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor stage. Lu Xunxian's power had transcended into the domain of the higher echelons. Thus, he could naturally sense the vastness of the world beyond the immortal realm. He could even feel that, should he wish, he could effortlessly reach that realm. Yet, contemplating his current strength, he dismissed the notion, ascending might not guarantee his victory. With that thought dismissed, Lu Xunxian resolved to pay a visit to the holy emperors of the human race, as they might cross paths in the future. With this in mind, he soon found himself within the 33 heavens, a gathering place for holy emperors. Meanwhile, within the ancient immortal secret realm, countless holy emperors surged forth at Xunguchuan's command. Unluckily, 2 holy emperors at the later stage appeared before Lu Xiaoyao. Observing the 2 descending holy emperors, Lu Xiaoyao felt a pang of confusion, but he quickly adopted a vigilant demeanor. As the 2 regained their composure and scrutinized his appearance, they wasted no time in charging towards him. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyao's expression grew grave, yet he did not remain passive. Summoning his spear, he charged towards the 2. At this moment, the 2 later stage holy emperors were filled with exhilaration, as they had not anticipated such fortune to encounter the solitary Lu Xiaoyao directly. In the early days of the holy emperor's reign, their cultivation was merely superficial. They did not believe they could not subdue Lu Xiaoyao. Securing Lu Xiaoyao would grant them the coveted 100 directions lower grade immortal liquid. However, in the instant of confrontation, the expressions of the 2 late-stage holy emperors shifted dramatically. They felt an overwhelming force emanating from the long spear, which instantaneously sent them flying several miles away. What? The 2 were filled with dread. They had initially thought they were facing easy prey, but it seemed otherwise. Observing their expressions, Lu Xiaoyao let out a cold laugh. Since they dared to strike at him, they would meet their demise. With that, Lu Xiaoyao launched himself into the fray, attacking the 2 with a thunderous assault. Realizing the gravity of the situation, The two hastily shattered their communication jade talismans to summon their fellow disciples for support. Although they yearned to claim the 100 Directions lower-grade immortal liquid for themselves, it was evident that they needed to survive to do so. Noticing their frantic attempts to call for help, Lu Xiaoyao understood that he needed to conclude the battle swiftly. With a mighty roar, he unleashed the ancient dragon devouring strike. A colossal golden dragon phantom enveloped him, and as he thrust forward with his spear, the dragon phantom surged toward the two holy emperors, consuming them whole. As the dragon phantom dissipated, the two had already turned to ashes. Lu Xiaoyao's complexion paled slightly. The ancient dragon devouring strike was a formidable perfected spiritual technique, and even for him, it proved to be a considerable burden. Yet, its effectiveness was undeniable. The two late-stage holy emperors had been utterly powerless to resist. He needed to vacate the area quickly, otherwise, he would be embroiled in a tough battle once their reinforcements arrived. With a grave expression, Lu Xiaoyao took possession of the two storage rings and departed the scene. While he was uncertain of the specific reasons behind their assault, he surmised it was likely due to the powerful figures outside sending the holy emperors to retaliate for the 5 quotas they had seized. He also wondered how his sisters were faring. Nevertheless, he thought they would be safe. Lu Xiaoyao mused internally, refraining from contacting his sisters, as they had agreed beforehand that this was a trial, and the more participants, the greater the experience gained. Not long after Lu Xiaoyao's departure, 5 holy emperors arrived. Leading them was a peak holy emperor, whose countenance turned grave as he sensed the residual aura of battle. It had been a swift and decisive conflict. Su Shidi and Liang Shidi had perished within moments at the hands of that individual. The man likely possessed peak holy emperor strength. Caution was paramount, and the news must be disseminated. Indeed, Wu Shixiang, the 4 late-stage holy emperors replied solemnly before relaying the information to their sect disciples. While the allure of the 100 Directions lower-grade immortal liquid was enticing, the prerequisite was survival. Meanwhile, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng encountered an assault from the holy emperors of the 100 Kings Alliance. Fortunately, their numbers were not overwhelming, and being core disciples of their respective sects, their strength was formidable, allowing them to swiftly dispatch their adversaries. It seemed that tranquility was a rarity within the ancient immortal secret realm. After slaying the late-stage holy emperor before him with a single stroke of his sword, Yi Wushuang's expression turned serious as he contemplated the unfolding chaos. However, he soon felt a fierce battle intent igniting within him. It had been years since he experienced such a sensation. In the comfort of stability, where could one find breakthroughs? Only through crises could rapid advancement be achieved. His sole concern now was whether Lu Xunxian could stand as a rival to the 100 Kings Alliance. Yet, that was not his matter to resolve, having become involved. He would tread this path to its end. In contrast to the situation of Lu Xiaoyao and his companions, Lu Qingyu and Luo Qianxue found themselves in a state of remarkable tranquility, encountering not even a single saint emperor. On the contrary, they had garnered numerous opportunities that even true immortals would covet. Within the ancient immortal secret realm, Lu Xiaoyao swiftly discovered a cave, whereupon he entered seclusion to restore his inner spiritual energy. In no time, he returned to his former state of power. Most importantly, Lu Xiaoyao was overjoyed to find that his foundation had grown significantly. Should he have the chance to engage a peak Saint Emperor, he might very well break through to the mid-stage of the Saint Emperor realm. Just as Lu Xiaoyao contemplated this, he sensed something amiss, and his expression changed abruptly. In an instant, the cave he occupied was reduced to rubble. In the air above, a peak Saint Emperor clad in golden spiritual armor stood, gazing coldly at Lu Xiaoyao's cave. I shall gladly accept this Bafang immortal liquid, Li Changqing mused inwardly. As a disciple of the unfathomable sect, he preferred solitude and had not intended to seek out Lu Xiaoyao and his companions. Yet, unexpectedly, he stumbled upon Lu Xiaoyao, embracing the notion of seizing the opportunity. Li Changqing wasted no time in taking action. After flattening the mountain, he concluded that Lu Xiaoyao had perished and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, a figure soared from the ruins, none other than Li Xiaoyao himself. Gazing at Lu Xiaoyao, Li Changqing noted his disheveled state, his 12th grade spiritual armor marred by numerous fine cracks. Oh, this is intriguing. You have not fallen? Li Changqing regarded Lu Xiaoyao with newfound respect. Yet, the next moment, Lu Xiaoyao chose to strike first, charging at Li Changqing. Just as he pondered where to find a peak Saint Emperor to assist him in reaching the mid-stage of the Saint Emperor realm, fortune had delivered one right to his doorstep. Chapter 144. The defeat of Li Changqing. Upon witnessing Lu Xiaoyao's audacity to attack rather than flee, Li Changqing's countenance darkened. Interesting. Let me see your true capabilities, he remarked. Li Changqing attributed Lu Xiaoyao's ability to withstand his strike to that 12th grade spiritual armor. Without it, how could Lu Xiaoyao possibly be his match? In an instant, The two engaged in a fierce battle high in the air, exchanging blows for hundreds of rounds. During their clash, Li Changqing was astonished, much like the two peak Saint Emperors he had previously vanquished. Is this truly the early stage of the Saint Emperor realm? How does he appear more formidable than a peak Saint Emperor? Yet Li Changqing did not retreat. As a prodigy who had ascended to the peak of the Saint Emperor realm in less than 5,000 years, he possessed his own pride. Today, either Lu Xiaoyao would perish, or he himself would survive. Li Changqing and Lu Xiaoyao distanced themselves, and with a flick of his hand, several glimmering purple flying swords emerged from his storage ring, hurtling towards Lu Xiaoyao. These swords, all of the 12th rank, possessed formidable power, capable of coalescing into a powerful 12th rank sword formation, the Purple Sky Sword Array, ensuring death to any beneath the celestial realm. Sensing the terrifying might contained within the Purple Sky Sword Array, Lu Xiaoyao did not dare to underestimate it. Ancient Sacred Body, overwhelming battle armor, Heavenly Emperor Fist. Lu Xiaoyao bellowed, and in an instant, golden patterns appeared on his skin, emanating an aura reminiscent of ancient pathways. Behind him, the ethereal figure of an ancient Heavenly Emperor materialized, seemingly traversing the river of time to descend into this realm. Moreover, within Lu Xiaoyao's storage ring, a gold-red battle armor emerged. Upon donning it, his realm surged dramatically from the initial stage of the Sacred Emperor to the pinnacle of the Sacred Emperor. Gathering his strength, Lu Xiaoyao unleashed a punch imbued with the essence of ancient pathways, its power tremendously fearsome. Simultaneously, the Heavenly Emperor figure behind him mirrored his action. On the opposing side, Li Changqing's expression shifted abruptly. He sensed a profound threat of death emanating from the current Lu Xiaoyao. Not wishing to linger, Li Changqing summoned all his hidden resources, desperate to withstand Lu Xiaoyao's impending strike. The Heavenly Emperor Fist was a legitimate celestial technique, and the current Lu Xiaoyao bore an immense burden in wielding it. Had it not been for the formidable might of the Purple Sky Sword Array and Lu Xiaoyao's desire to test the limits of his current abilities, he would never have risked employing the Heavenly Emperor Fist. Under the might of the Heavenly Emperor Fist, the Purple Sky Sword Array, which was said to be capable of subduing those beneath the celestial realm, crumbled after merely 3 breaths. Subsequently, Li Changqing's various attempts to counter the Heavenly Emperor Fist proved futile. With a resounding impact, Li Changqing was sent crashing into the earth, plummeting thousands of fathoms below. The once tranquil ground was transformed into a massive crater. Peering into the depths of the pit, Lu Xiaoyao found Li Changqing on the verge of collapse. Barely clinging to life, though he had yet to perish, his demise was imminent. Witnessing Li Changqing's loss of resistance, Lu Xiaoyao finally removed the overwhelming battle armor, allowing his realm to revert to the initial stage of the Sacred Emperor. After shedding his various enhancements, Lu Xiaoyao appeared pale and weakened, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. He hastily retrieved some elixirs from his storage ring, which revitalized him considerably. Gazing at the pit nearby, Lu Xiaoyao contemplated before closing his eyes to sense the surroundings. Detecting no approaching threats, he then approached the edge of the pit to look down. In the depths of the crater, Li Changqing, on the brink of death, raised his head to gaze at Lu Xiaoyao with a bitter expression. "Who are you?" "Me? Merely a passing genius," Lu Xiaoyao replied calmly, shaking his head. At these words, Li Changqing was taken aback, and in that moment, he gasped one last time before succumbing. Not idle, Lu Xiaoyao advanced to search the body, collecting all valuable items before swiftly retreating into the distance. The battle with Li Changqing proved to be immensely burdensome, yet the rewards were evidently substantial. He sensed that a brief retreat to a tranquil sanctuary would allow him to ascend to the mid-stage of the Holy Emperor realm. Shortly after Lu Xiaoyao's departure, several disciples of the Wuwang sect hurriedly approached from a distance. Upon arriving at the pit and discerning the form of Li Changqing within, their faces turned ashen. This was dire news. The sect leader's beloved grandson had perished, and it seemed the Wuwang sect was on the brink of upheaval. Indeed, Li Changqing's identity was far from ordinary. Being the eldest grandson of the Wuwang sect's leader, how else could he wield such a formidable weapon as the Zixiao sword array? The disciples quickly realized that this incident would not end well. The sect leader would undoubtedly demand a heavy toll from whoever had slain Li Changqing. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao remained oblivious to these developments. After locating a cave, he learned from previous experiences and carefully set up a concealment array before attempting to break through to the mid-stage of the Holy Emperor realm. Focusing his energy and spirit, he began his ascent. Soon, Lu Xiaoyao was on the verge of a breakthrough, but then, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. The power of the Frost Law, which had lain dormant within him, suddenly erupted, threatening to consume him entirely. Taken by surprise, Lu Xiaoyao succumbed to the encroaching Frost Law and fell unconscious. In the 33 heavens, Xunxian sensed the situation surrounding Lu Xiaoyao and gazed gravely towards the direction of the ancient immortal secret realm. Given Lu Xiaoyao's precarious condition, although he faced mortal peril, should he manage to refine the frost law, it would undoubtedly elevate his prowess to unprecedented heights. Lu Xiaoyao pondered this quietly, refraining from intervening hastily. However, he had left behind a contingency within Lu Xiaoyao. Should he truly perish, his soul would remain, allowing for the eventual crafting of a new vessel. At present, the situation within Lu Xiaoyao was critical, as the frost law was eroding his essence. If completely consumed, he would face annihilation. Typically, an ordinary holy emperor would likely meet their end under such circumstances. However, due to Lu Xiaoyao's previous comprehension of the spatial law, as the frost law encroached, the spatial law within him began to counteract its effects. During this interval, Lu Xiaoyao's ancient sacred body would also begin to grasp the frost law. If he could successfully refine the frost law during this critical time, it would significantly enhance his strength, yielding results greater than the sum of its parts. Regaining his focus, Lu Xunxian turned his gaze towards Tiandao Mountain within the 33 heavens. He sensed the presence of numerous human race immortal emperors atop the mountain, and crucially, he felt that Tiandao Mountain was the closest point in the immortal realm to that other world. Perhaps the immortal emperors on Tiandao Mountain were aware of what lay beyond the immortal realm. Chapter 145, the foremost of the immortal realm, ancient Dao time Tiandao Mountain. Revered as the most ancient mountain in the immortal realm, had witnessed countless battles among immortal emperors, yet it remained impervious to damage, restoring itself in a short span of time. Within Tiandao Mountain, numerous immortal emperors had left their legacies, including many formidable beings at the mid to late stages of the Holy Emperor realm. In the Celestial realm, the number of individuals who can ascend to the rank of Celestial Emperor is exceedingly rare, let alone those who reach the mid and late stages of this formidable status. Forces that boast a Celestial Emperor at their pinnacle are deemed powerful clans. For instance, the Qilin clan is renowned for its patriarch, Lin Wangu, who stands at the zenith of Celestial Emperor might. Similarly, the other 9 great clans are also presided over by Celestial Emperors of unparalleled power. Overseeing the peak of the human race is the venerable Gu Daoshi. As Lu Xunxian set foot upon the Divine Path Mountain, Gu Daoshi, with eyes opened wide, turned his gaze towards Lu Xunxian and spoke. Since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself? Upon feeling the unabashed scrutiny from Gu Daoshi, Lu Xunxian was slightly taken aback. Even the previously encountered Lin Wangu had not sensed his presence until he chose to make himself known. He had not anticipated that Gu Daoshi would be able to perceive him. Shaking his head, Lu Xunxian took a step forward and appeared before Gu Daoshi. As he regarded Gu Daoshi, Lu Xunxian saw not a being of celestial might, but rather a figure that resembled an ordinary mortal, devoid of any menacing aura. Nevertheless, Lu Xunxian understood the depth of Gu Daoshi's strength, for he had cultivated the laws of time to transcend into the realm of Celestial Emperor, placing him among the elite of his rank. As Gu Daoshi scrutinized Lu Xunxian, his gaze was filled with wariness. He sensed Lu Xunxian's presence, yet could not grasp its full extent. In simpler terms, he could see Lu Xunxian, but it seemed as though Lu Xunxian had transcended this realm, subtly on the verge of entering an entirely different dimension. I, Gu Daoshi, have the honor of meeting you. My friend, congratulations on your ascension to the pinnacle of Celestial Emperor, Gu Daoshi said, casting aside his thoughts and rising to extend his hands in a gesture of respect. Lu Xunxian adhered to the principle of showing respect threefold to those who honored him with even a modicum of reverence. It is said that you, esteemed Senior Gu Daoshi, are the foremost Celestial Emperor in the Celestial realm. Today, indeed, you live up to your illustrious reputation. Though he had not yet engaged in combat with Gu Daoshi, Lu Xunxian could discern that no Celestial Emperor in existence could rival Gu Daoshi. Surprised by the words, Gu Daoshi paused momentarily, then chuckled softly while shaking his head. You jest, my friend. Surely you must be the true first Celestial Emperor. I am merely curious as to when such a formidable presence as yours emerged in the Celestial realm. Although Gu Daoshi had not battled Lu Xunxian, he could tell that even he, who was hailed as the greatest, was no match for Lu Xunxian. Pondering this, Gu Daoshi was filled with profound curiosity, for he had heard of many Celestial Emperors within the realm, yet none matched the extraordinary strength of Lu Xunxian. The last Celestial Emperor to break through had done so several years prior. But that individual was merely at the initial stage of Celestial Emperor and far inferior to Lu Xunxian. Little did he know that Lu Xunxian was indeed the very Celestial Emperor who had recently ascended, albeit at an accelerated pace. You jest, my friend. The Celestial realm is vast, and many exist within it. Perhaps one day, a being surpassing me will emerge, Lu Xunxian replied with a humble demeanor. Despite his elevation to the pinnacle of Celestial Emperor, he remained profoundly modest, as steadiness was his guiding principle. After a round of commercial compliments, Gu Daoshi finally turned to Lu Xunxian, his expression filled with curiosity as he inquired, "My friend, your presence today surely signifies a matter of importance. Why not get straight to the point?" Observing Gu Daoshi's directness, Lu Xunxian chose not to conceal his intentions, his demeanor turning solemn as he posed a question. "Are you aware of the realms that lie beyond the Immortal Emperor?" In Lu Xunxian's view, Gu Daoshi, hailed as the foremost figure in the immortal realm, was the only one likely to possess knowledge of what transcended the Immortal Emperor. Upon hearing this, Gu Daoshi's expression grew serious. "You are unaware of the realms beyond the Immortal Emperor?" He replied, "Well, I have only recently ascended to the Immortal Emperor level, and having grown accustomed to solitude, I naturally lack such knowledge. I implore you to enlighten me." Lu Xunxian respectfully sought guidance, for he had learned from Zhao Linger's memories that Gu Daoshi had made significant contributions to the human race within the immortal realm, elevating them to one of the 10 most powerful factions. Noticing Lu Xunxian's earnestness, Gu Daoshi hastily assisted him to his feet, his demeanor turning grave as he spoke. "Indeed, there are realms beyond the Immortal Emperor. From what I understand, these realms involve the touch of the Dao. Even the laws we currently cultivate are merely fragments derived from the Dao itself. Since you have reached the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor, you must have sensed that certain world, a realm referred to as the Dao realm. As for the realms beyond the Immortal Emperor, my knowledge is limited. I only know that they are known as Daoists and Daozun. The more formidable realms can likely only be comprehended upon ascending to the Dao realm. However, within the immortal realm, there are no records on how to cultivate to Daozun. It appears we must rely on the benevolence of those powerful beings in the Dao realm before we can aspire to become Daoists." As he spoke, a bitter smile crept across Gu Daoshi's face. He, with unparalleled talent and the time-sacred body, had ascended to the immortal king realm in just 10,000 years, and spent another million years painstakingly reaching the Immortal Emperor level. To attain the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor, he required a span of 156 million years, a talent unparalleled in the immortal realm. Yet regrettably, for trillions of years afterward, Gu Daoshi found himself unable to progress further, unable to ascend to the realms beyond the Immortal Emperor. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian's expression also turned grave. Although he had the advantage of his realm, he was uncertain whether it would aid him in breaking through to the Daoist realm. However, since he could perceive the foundation of Daozun, it seemed plausible that transcending to the Dao realm might not be an insurmountable challenge. Yet, Lu Xunxian found it perplexing that the legacies of Daozun and Dao Ancestor contained no records on how to break through. Perhaps there was an issue with the system? In any case, Gu Daoshi suggested, if you wish to transcend to the Daoist realm, you might consider approaching the Lu family. Gu Daoshi, recalling something, looked at Lu Xunxian with a serious expression. "The Lu family?" he exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then remembered that Lu Xunxian was unaware of the realms beyond the Immortal Emperor, and thus could not possibly know of the Lu family. The Lu family is a formidable power within the Dao realm, home to several Daozun. As far as I know, they have recently dispatched numerous immortal emperors to the immortal realm, seemingly in search of a newly ascended immortal emperor. Furthermore, the 10 formidable clans have been approached by envoys sent from the Lu family. It is rumored that if one can locate the newly ascended immortal emperor, they will be escorted by the Lu family to the Dao realm. As this notion unfolded, Gu Daoshi could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Given his innate talent, should he find a way to break through to the Daoist realm, it is certain that he would ascend to an even more formidable level with remarkable swiftness. Chapter 146. Is the Lu family seeking me? Upon hearing Gu Daoshi's words, Lu Xunxian's expression grew grave. He discerned 2 pivotal pieces of information from Gu Daoshi's statement: the newly ascended immortal emperor and the Lu family in the Dao realm. If my memory serves me correctly, there was only one immortal emperor who ascended a few years ago, wasn't there? Yes, indeed, it is that very immortal emperor. Unfortunately, this individual conceals their identity with great adeptness, and the Lu family has divulged no intentions regarding their search for the immortal emperor, not even the slightest hint of information. Thus, despite searching for several years, there has been no trace. Gu Daoshi shook his head, expressing his conviction that as long as the Lu family is intent on finding someone, even if that person wishes to remain hidden, it is merely a matter of time before they are discovered. After receiving Gu Daoshi's response, Lu Xunxian felt an overwhelming sense of gravity within. Is the Lu family in search of me? However, I cannot recall any connection with the Lu family. For now, it would be prudent to avoid any confrontation with them. Lu Xunxian mused internally. After all, he was uncertain of the Lu family's intentions in seeking him, so he had no intention of approaching them. Nevertheless, this does not imply that he would refrain from investigating the Lu family, at the very least. He would wait until he attained the Dao sovereign realm before making any moves, ensuring a more secure approach. Shaking his head, Xunxian chose to set aside these thoughts and began to broach another topic. By the way, I manage a faction known as the Immortal Court. Should you, esteemed Gu Daoshi, encounter it in the future, I hope you might lend your support. Naturally, for you, Taoist Lu, are also an immortal emperor of our human race. I will certainly offer assistance. However, I fear that there may be no one in the entire immortal realm capable of contending with you, Taoist Lu. Gu Daoshi shook his head and chuckled. Having been hailed as the foremost individual in the immortal realm, one can only imagine the depths of Lu Xunxian's prowess, which even he cannot fully fathom. At this juncture, Gu Daoshi, with a serious demeanor, turned to Lu Xunxian and inquired, "Dear friend, may I inquire your name?" "You may call me Xunxian." Their relationship was not one of extreme intimacy, and considering the Lu family's pursuit of him, Lu Xunxian decided to withhold his true name from Gu Daoshi for the time being. "Xunxian Taoist, I wish to engage in a discussion of the Dao with you. I have been stagnated at the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm for many years, having not made any advancements. There are few entities in the entire immortal realm with whom I can converse on the Dao. Even the likes of Lin Wanggu and other immortal emperors are in short supply. If I could dialogue with you, Xunxian Taoist, perhaps it might aid in my further ascent. Even if it does not lead to a breakthrough to the Taoist realm, I could still grow stronger." Lu Xunxian, of course, could not refuse Gu Daoshi's request. After all, Gu Daoshi was recognized as the foremost being in the immortal realm and would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. With this thought in mind, Lu Xunxian settled into a meditative posture, his expression serious, and began to engage in a discourse on the Dao with Gu Daoshi. In an instant, the entire Tian Dao mountain transformed in response. The cultivators practicing on Tian Dao mountain were momentarily taken aback, but soon regained their composure, their voices brimming with excitement as they gazed toward the summit. "It is the esteemed Gu. The esteemed Gu has commenced his discourse." However, it wasn't long before an immortal emperor directed his gaze toward the peak, utterly astonished. "No, someone is engaging in dialogue with the esteemed Gu. What? Is it truly possible for someone to engage in discourse with the esteemed Gu, regardless of the circumstances?" They hastily made their way to the summit to listen to the teachings, for the exchange between such formidable beings was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for them. They rushed forth. In an instant, countless immortal monarchs, immortal lords, and even immortal emperors surged toward the mountaintop, eager to absorb the wisdom of Gu Daoshi's lecture. Soon, the news spread throughout the 33 heavens, causing a great stir. Countless immortal emperors were left curious. Gu Daoshi had been unrivaled in the immortal realm for many years. Who could possibly have the qualifications to engage in dialogue with him? Nevertheless, throngs of cultivators hurried toward Tian Dao mountain, for an opportunity to hear such a grand discourse was a monumental stroke of fortune. Meanwhile, Lu Xunxian had begun his dialogue with Gu Daoshi. The clash of their insights into the Dao was so profound that it sent ripples through the entire Tian Dao mountain. With rich and vibrant Dao rhythms wafting into the air, many cultivators found a spot on the mountain to sit in meditation, quietly absorbing the exchange between Lu Xunxian and Gu Daoshi. In mere moments, some cultivators began to break through, triggering a chain reaction, and soon the skies above Tian Dao mountain were thick with tribulations. Strangely, these tribulations did not interfere with one another, creating a magnificent spectacle even across the immortal realm. Yet, Lu Xunxian and Gu Daoshi remained unaffected, both deeply influenced by each other's philosophical perspectives, with even Gu Daoshi's bottleneck showing faint signs of loosening. This filled him with immense excitement. Should he continue this discourse with Lu Xunxian, he might indeed achieve a breakthrough as a Taoist. How intriguing it was that an entity capable of engaging in dialogue with Gu Daoshi had emerged in the immortal realm. Who could this individual possibly be? Could it be a peak immortal emperor from one of the other 8 great clans? Soon, leaders from the other 9 great clans arrived, their expressions grave as they sensed the profound aura of the discourse on Tian Dao mountain. Although they were loath to admit it, they recognized that Gu Daoshi was the genuine number 1 in the immortal realm. Even they knew that unless they outnumbered him, it was utterly impossible to defeat him. To engage in dialogue with Gu Daoshi, one's strength must be at least above their own. Yet, as they sought to discern the identity of the one conversing with Gu Daoshi, they were utterly shocked to find the figure shrouded in obscurity, their true visage eluding their perception. At this realization, they could not help but draw in several sharp breaths. Even Gu Daoshi could not prevent their scrutiny. Yet this person remained indistinct. Could it be that their power surpassed even Gu Daoshi's? At that moment, they vaguely sensed that Gu Daoshi's discourse with this individual was somehow beneficial to them as well. Instantly, their composure wavered, and after finding a suitable spot, they too began to listen intently to the exchange between Gu Daoshi and Lu Xunxian. In a fleeting moment, The formidable beings of the 33 heavens congregated at the mountain of heavenly Dao, from the pinnacle of the immortal emperors down to the immortal sovereigns. All gathered to listen to the discourse between Lu Xunxian and Gu Dao. As for the immortal kings, it was not that they lacked the desire to attend, but rather that the mountain of heavenly Dao had reached its capacity, relegating them to listen from outside its confines. Nonetheless, the overwhelming resonance of the Dao offered significant assistance, allowing many immortal kings to make further progress even from a distance. The discourse between the two lasted a full 2 years. Chapter 147. Refining the Frost Law within the ancient immortal secret realm, in the cave where Lu Xiaoyao lay in a state of unconsciousness. The formations he had previously set up proved utterly inadequate against the residual waves generated by the clash of two powerful laws. Had he not possessed the ancient sacred body, he would have surely been obliterated by the collision of these formidable forces. Yet, even in his current plight, Lu Xiaoyao's condition remained dire, teetering on the brink of life, with no indication of when he might awaken. The commotion caused by the clash of the two laws drew the attention of numerous holy emperors within the ancient immortal secret realm, prompting many to hasten toward Lu Xiaoyao's cave. However, the aura emanating from the collision was so potent that even the peak holy emperors found it challenging to approach. Forced to remain at a distance to observe, curiosity swelled within their hearts, wondering what could have provoked such a violent clash of laws. Surely, it must be something of extraordinary significance, a serendipitous opportunity if they could seize it. Regrettably, the moment their divine senses drew near, they were dispersed by the tumultuous energies, rendering them unable to glimpse the true nature of the event. Amongst the assembled holy emperors, Lu Qingyu and her companions, having disguised themselves, arrived at the foot of the mountain. Having spent some time within the ancient immortal secret realm, Luo Qinxue and Lu Qingyu inevitably encountered the interference of other holy emperors. Through their encounters, the two women gleaned the unfolding circumstances and, after donning disguises, narrowly escaped pursuit. Their purpose for coming was solely to seize this opportunity. Although they were not in dire need of resources, experiencing more would undoubtedly benefit their cultivation. Inside the cave, as Lu Xiaoyao's consciousness began to dissipate, the two powerful laws within him gradually stabilized and even began to merge. With the enhancement of these two laws, Lu Xiaoyao's realm ascended at a visibly rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, he surged from the initial stage of the Holy Emperor to the mid-stage, and he did not cease until he reached the late stage of the Holy Emperor. At this moment, as the two laws began to dissipate, a brilliant golden light shot skyward. The Holy Emperors observing from outside were electrified, shouting in excitement as they rushed toward the mountain in pursuit of the opportunity. Within the mountain, the cave had already collapsed, yet Lu Xiaoyao raised his hand slightly, causing the massive stones that had buried him to scatter. Unexpectedly, he found fortune in adversity, gaining insight into the Frost Law. Lu Xiaoyao was somewhat astonished, having never anticipated that the chilling sensation stemmed from the encroachment of the Frost Law. Fortunately, it had not annihilated him, but rather facilitated his understanding, leading to a significant enhancement of his strength. Before Lu Xiaoyao could fully comprehend the current situation, numerous peak holy emperors surged in from the outside. Closing his eyes to sense the surroundings, Lu Xiaoyao's expression turned grave. He was taken aback by the sheer number of holy emperors present. However, he had transformed significantly. If he had once harbored reservations, those days were long gone. Let them become his sparring partners instead. In the early stages of his holy emperor journey, he had already slain peak holy emperors. Now, having greatly amplified his strength in the late stages, he regarded the mere thousands of holy emperors as inconsequential. The first peak holy emperor to charge at him was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Xiaoyao, but quickly recognized his identity with immense excitement. "It's you. The 100-fathom low-grade immortal liquid belongs to me." With that, he unleashed a palm strike towards Lu Xiaoyao. In the next instant, Lu Xiaoyao retaliated with a palm of his own, its power exceeding that of the peak holy emperor by 100-fold, obliterating him instantly. Having completed this feat, Lu Xiaoyao soared into the sky, standing tall and surveying the surrounding holy emperors with a calm demeanor. Brandishing his spear, he proclaimed, "Whoever dares to take my life, step forward." The presence of Lu Xiaoyao stunned the holy emperors momentarily, but their faces soon lit up with fervor. Before entering, they had been repeatedly warned by Zheng Guchuan that if they encountered any of the 5 individuals, killing one would yield a 100-fathom low-grade immortal liquid. Although they had only located Lu Xiaoyao, slaying him to obtain such a boon would still be a significant opportunity for them. Such audacity! "You dare offend our 100 Kings Alliance. You have chosen the path to your demise," one among them declared. "This child's head is mine. No one shall contest me." The assembled holy emperors promptly launched their attacks against Lu Xiaoyao. In the distance, Lu Qingyu and others spotted Lu Xiaoyao and immediately felt a surge of concern for him. However, upon sensing his late-stage Holy Emperor realm, they breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had comprehended the Frost Law, leading to his breakthrough into the late Holy Emperor stage. Yi Wushuang, witnessing the scene, quickly deduced what had transpired with just a glance, her excitement palpable. The talent of the Holy Sun was indeed terrifying, having grasped the second law of power. Previously worried, she now felt pity for the group of Holy Emperors upon realizing that the Holy Sun had comprehended a second law and advanced to the late Holy Emperor stage. Before long, the first peak Holy Emperor reached Lu Xiaoyao. Observing Lu Xiaoyao standing still, seemingly stunned, he felt a surge of joy, believing the 100-fathom low-grade immortal liquid was within his grasp. Yet in the next moment, Lu Xiaoyao merely swung his spear, annihilating the peak Holy Emperor in an instant. Suddenly, the previously eager Holy Emperors found themselves frozen in disbelief, clearly astonished by Lu Xiaoyao's overwhelming strength. However, one Holy Emperor quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Fear not. There are over 2,000 of us. If we charge together, he cannot possibly kill us all." Yet the other Holy Emperors merely regarded the speaker with incredulous expressions, as if to say he was a fool, though they were coveting the 100 portions of inferior celestial liquid. The vast disparity in power rendered it evident that they could not return to face certain death. Thus, a peak Holy Emperor swiftly sheathed his weapon and, with a respectful gesture towards Lu Xiaoyao, declared, "My friend, this matter has been mishandled. We shall take our leave." With that, he turned to depart, prompting the surrounding Holy Emperors to scatter in retreat. Given that Lu Xiaoyao could obliterate a peak Holy Emperor with a single strike, it was clear that even if they charged him en masse, although they might succeed in slaying Lu Xiaoyao, the casualties on their side would be catastrophic. It was far more prudent to withdraw, especially since the formidable members of the 100 Kings Alliance awaited outside. Once Lu Xiaoyao and his companions emerged, their demise would be inevitable. However, just as they were about to escape, Lu Xiaoyao let out a cold chuckle. "Oh, you intend to strike at me and still hope to leave? Do you take me for a soft persimmon? Since you have come, let it be that you all find your graves here." Chapter 148. A bloodbath. The frosty celestial king before the group of Holy Emperors could react. Lu Xiaoyao launched his assault. Adorned in the formidable heavenly armor, his power surged from the late Holy Emperor stage to the early celestial stage in an instant. The heavenly armor, a genuine celestial artifact bestowed upon him by Lu Xunxian as a birthday gift, allowed cultivators below the Holy Emperor level to elevate their strength by a full major realm, with the only drawback being considerable energy consumption. Of course, this was a weakened version. Had it been the true heavenly armor, Lu Xiaoyao would not even have been able to don it, let alone unleash its full potential. Upon breaking through to the early celestial stage, Lu Xiaoyao commenced a merciless slaughter, denying them any chance for mercy. One and all, they perished. Observing this, Lu Qingyu and her companions hastily shed their disguises, fearful that Lu Xiaoyao might not recognize them and turn on them instead. "Brother, are you unscathed?" After removing the heavenly armor, Lu Xiaoyao's complexion was slightly pale, yet significantly improved. Lu Qingyu approached him, her face etched with concern. Upon seeing her, Lu Xiaoyao gently shook his head, revealing a reassuring smile. "I am fine." Hearing Lu Xiaoyao's assurance brought relief to Lu Qingyu, yet soon anxiety crept back in. "Brother, with such a bloody rampage, you won't succumb to becoming a demonic cultivator, will you?" At her words, Lu Xiaoyao was taken aback, then chuckled wryly. "Do you perceive me as such? They sought to harm me, and thus I retaliated. Had I still been merely at the initial Holy Emperor stage, it would have been I who lay dead today. Moreover, should I choose to embrace the path of demonic cultivation, my father would undoubtedly break my legs." Indeed, such a thought aligns with the temperament of Lu Xunxian, prompting Lu Qingyu to nod in agreement. Meanwhile, Yi Wushuang waved his hand with authority, collecting the storage rings of the slain emperors. Once he completed this task, he turned his gaze towards Lu Xiaoyao and sincerely remarked, "The talent of the Holy Sun is indeed fearsome. At merely 19 years of age, he has already reached the late stage of the Holy Emperor. To put this into perspective, I was only just breaking through to the Earth realm at that age, rendering me almost like a mere waste in comparison." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyao humbly waved his hand, saying, "It was merely luck. Enough of this humility, Holy Sun. Let us return to the matter at hand. As I understand it, the ancient immortal secret realm opens with 5,000 quotas each time. Among those you have vanquished, over 3,000 are Holy Emperors. The Holy Emperors who entered are predominantly the core disciples of the 100 Kings Alliance. Your actions against them may lead to an irreconcilable conflict with the 100 Kings Alliance." Yi Wushuang stated with a grave expression, echoed by Feng beside him. Although they, from the ancient clan and the ancient tomb sect, possess significant strength. They remain minuscule in the face of the 100 Kings Alliance. After all, the powers within the 100 Kings Alliance are generally overseen by mid-stage immortal kings. This implies that there are at least 100 mid-stage immortal kings ready to act in unison, posing an insurmountable challenge to anyone below the realm of the immortal sovereign. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao remained unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. I am aware. It's the same old tactic of confronting the small with the large in the cultivation world. But what of it? They have their might, and I am not without my own. If need be, my father could annihilate them. Observing this, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng were about to voice their concerns when Luo Qinxue interjected, unable to contain herself, and asked them, Esteemed sirs, may I inquire if you are acquainted with the Jade Emperor? At her words, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng immediately adopted serious expressions. Of course we are acquainted. After all, the Jade Emperor is indeed a distinguished figure among the immortal sovereigns in the celestial realm. The celestial realm is vast, teeming with powerful entities. Although immortal sovereigns are formidable, their numbers in the entire celestial realm are no less than 10,000. The fact that the Jade Emperor stands out among them speaks volumes of his formidable strength. Upon realizing that both esteemed figures were familiar with the Jade Emperor, Luo Qinxue wasted no time in getting to the point. The Jade Emperor holds my master in the highest regard. Hearing this, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng froze in place. After a prolonged silence, Gu Feng swallowed hard, his tone tinged with disbelief. Surely you jest? Do you think I would joke about such matters? When we first arrived in the celestial realm, it was my master who led us to borrow the Azure Void Divine Pool from the Jade Emperor's sect. Upon hearing this, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng felt a wave of regret. They were well aware of the Azure Void Divine Pool, and had they known that Lu Xunxian had previously taken them to borrow it, they would have readily set aside their pride to accompany him. However, it was too late to voice their thoughts now. Yet, now that they learned of the Jade Emperor's profound respect for Lu Xunxian, both men couldn't help but share a mutual curiosity. What precisely is Lu Xunxian's cultivation level? Furthermore, considering that Lu Xunxian previously showed no fear towards the 100 Kings Alliance, one cannot help but wonder, could it be that Senior Lu is indeed a celestial sovereign? The two could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. However, Luo Qinxue shook her head in disbelief. Upon witnessing this, Yi Wushuang and the others were about to exhale in relief, only to hear Luo Qinxue continue. I suspect that my master is a celestial emperor. At her words, both Yi Wushuang and his companion fell into a stunned silence, their minds racing with thoughts. Could it truly be possible that Senior Lu is a celestial emperor? Despite their contemplation, they could not arrive at a coherent conclusion. Why ponder so much? Regardless of whether Senior Lu is a celestial sovereign or a celestial emperor, it makes no difference to us. Both are entities we must revere. Yi Wushuang shook his head, feeling a sense of numbness settling in. Gu Feng, too, came to realize the validity of this reasoning and chose to abandon further speculation. Well then, the ancient immortal secret realm still has some time before it closes. Let us continue exploring within, Yi Wushuang suggested. Their group had only entered the ancient immortal secret realm for half a year, with another year and a half remaining until its closure. Yet at that moment, they sensed something amiss and turned their serious gazes toward the center of the ancient immortal secret realm. There, a colossal island stood majestically in the sky, its surface gleaming like massive ice crystals. Most importantly, an ethereal figure had manifested upon the icy expanse, even without uttering a word. The mere presence of this figure reverberated throughout the ancient immortal secret realm, instilling a profound sense of its might. I am the Supreme Frost Celestial King, and I hereby open the path to my legacy. If you wish to obtain my inheritance, proceed to Frost Island and participate in the trial. Chapter 149. The scheme of the Supreme Frost Celestial King. The Supreme Frost Celestial King is the very being who established the ancient immortal secret realm. Yi Wushuang was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Speaking of the Supreme Frost Celestial King, he is a true legend. It can be said that had he not fallen, he would undoubtedly be at least at the late stage of the Celestial Emperor realm by now. Unfortunately, due to his unparalleled talent, combined with being a rogue cultivator, he garnered numerous enemies. While he was in seclusion attempting to break through to the Celestial Emperor realm, he was ambushed by a coalition of adversaries. Although the Supreme Frost Celestial King ultimately vanquished his foes, he sustained grave injuries and could not endure the tribulation of the Celestial Emperor. However, before his demise, he established the ancient immortal secret realm and left behind his legacy within. Over the years, the ancient immortal secret realm has opened countless times, with many holy emperors entering to seek his inheritance, yet none have succeeded in uncovering the legacy of the Supreme Frost Celestial King. Unexpectedly, they found themselves at this moment, precisely when the Supreme Frost Celestial King chose to unveil his legacy. Meanwhile, Gu Feng wore a grave expression. Do you think this could be mere coincidence? What do you mean? The crowd looked at Gu Feng, puzzled. Gu Feng then began to articulate his analysis. The Supreme Frost Celestial King perished 350,000 years ago. And the ancient immortal secret realm opens once every 3,000 years. There must have been over 100 openings since then. Yet no one has been able to prompt the Supreme Frost Celestial King to unveil his legacy. However, this time, it seems that the arrival of the Holy Sun has triggered this event. I suspect it is due to the Holy Sun's comprehension of the Frost Law that allowed the Supreme Frost Celestial King to sense his presence, consequently leading to the opening of his inheritance. As the ancient wind began to speak, the others could not help but contemplate this possibility. Ultimately, Lu Xiaoyao broke the silence. His tone carefree and bold. Why not? Since I have initiated this, let us venture forth. I shall claim the legacy of the Frost Sovereign. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's declaration, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng exchanged a glance and reluctantly acquiesced. Given that Elder Lu had permitted their entry into the ancient immortal secret realm, it was evident that everything lay within his control. They would simply allow events to unfold naturally. Thus, Lu Xiaoyao and his companions set off with great determination towards Frost Island. Upon their arrival, they found that a multitude of holy emperors had already gathered on Frost Island. As they caught sight of Lu Xiaoyao and his group, expressions of deep apprehension flickered across their faces. Although they did not approach, the disciples who had perished at Lu Xiaoyao's hands had conveyed the brutality of his actions before their demise. Consequently, upon seeing Lu Xiaoyao, they stood at a distance, filled with trepidation, fearing that even a single glance at him might spell their doom. Lu Xiaoyao paid them no mind. As long as they did not seek their own demise, he had no intention of striking first. The moment he stepped onto Frost Island, the surroundings transformed dramatically. By the time the group regained their composure, they found themselves within a colossal arena. Standing on the platform, they were enveloped by an overwhelming sense of tension. An elderly figure clad in an ice-blue robe materialized before them, emanating an aura of frigid power. Merely approaching him sent shivers of fear through the souls of the holy emperors. The Frost Sovereign gradually descended to the ground and spoke in a calm demeanor. If you wish to inherit my legacy, you must engage in battle until only one remains. There is no retreat. Those who withdraw will meet their demise. The last survivor shall inherit my legacy. With those words, the Frost Sovereign vanished, leaving the holy emperors exchanging bewildered glances. Soon after, one of the holy emperors acted first. A peak holy emperor launched a sudden ambush on a nearby, unsuspecting companion. As the piercing sensation struck his chest, the attacked companion looked on in disbelief. Forgive me. I seek the Frost Sovereign's legacy. With one act, a chain reaction was set in motion. The massive arena erupted into chaos as more individuals joined the fray. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao and his companions had retreated to the periphery of the arena, refraining from hasty actions. Master, what is your plan now? Lu Xiaoyao turned to see Yi Wushuang's expression grave. He gently shook his head. This is a trap. Lu Xiaoyao, puzzled, inquired, a trap? What do you mean? It is likely a scheme set by the Frost Sovereign to facilitate his reincarnation. In any case, we must refrain from intervening and observe their conflict. If the Frost Sovereign intends to target us, he may yet invoke Elder Lu's name. Upon entering the arena, Yi Wushuang had sensed something amiss. However, with no path of retreat remaining, he could only hope that Elder Lu would recognize the situation and intervene against the Frost Sovereign. Upon hearing Yi Wushuang's words, the crowd was compelled to restrain themselves from intervening. Unbeknownst to them, an intangible force was gradually eroding and influencing their minds. Meanwhile, the number of holy emperors present was visibly dwindling. A total of 5,000 holy emperors had entered the ancient immortal secret realm, with over half having fallen victim to Lu Xiaoyao, leaving the remainder to enter the depths of the realm. Before long, the count of holy emperors dwindled to below 100, all of whom were at the pinnacle of their power. During this time, some holy emperors sought their own demise by confronting Lu Xiaoyao, yet they were swiftly reduced to mere blood mist under his palm. This singular spectacle deterred the remaining holy emperors from approaching Lu Xiaoyao, instinctively granting him and his companions a wide berth. In the shadows, the extreme Frost Immortal King observed the savage conflict unfold, his gaze laced with a morbid fascination. Let them fight, he mused. Only the ultimate victor, you, shall be deemed worthy to become my vessel. With that thought, the extreme Frost Immortal King turned his attention to Lu Xiaoyao and his companions. Noticing their reluctance to engage in the fray, a slight frown crossed his brow. Their inaction is detrimental to my plans. I shall intensify my influence upon them. With a mere gesture, the intangible force surged, further encroaching upon Lu Xiaoyao and his companions. Alarm bells rang in Lu Xiaoyao's mind as he sensed the ominous presence closing in. Before he could mount a defense, the overwhelming power had already taken root. Simultaneously, The battling holy emperors became acutely aware of the terrifying aura bearing down upon them. In an instant, they were met with annihilation. Turning to Yi Wushuang and his companions, they witnessed Lu Xiaoyao suddenly succumb to madness, launching himself towards the remaining holy emperors. This is dire. Something is influencing the Son of Heaven, Yi Wushuang realized, his expression shifting to one of horror. Yet, before they could intervene, Lu Xiaoyao had deftly dispatched the last of the holy emperors. Having eradicated his foes, Lu Xiaoyao's frenzy did not abate. He turned his gaze upon Yi Wushuang and the others, madness ablaze in his eyes. Kill! Kill! Let them all perish! He bellowed, charging at Yi Wushuang and the others. Watch out! Everyone be cautious! Yi Wushuang managed to warn, but in the next moment, Lu Xiaoyao's fist struck him, sending him crashing into the debris. The others immediately heightened their vigilance, sensing that an unseen force was distorting his mind. As Lu Xiaoyao launched another attack, Gu Feng alerted Lu Qingyu and Luo Qianxue, then bravely engaged Lu Xiaoyao himself. From a distance, Yi Wushuang crawled out from the rubble, feeling as though his very bones were shattering. Had it not been for the 12th grade spirit armor shielding him, he feared his fate would have mirrored that of the fallen holy emperors. Damn it, the Holy Sun is indeed formidable. For now, I must awaken the Holy Sun first. That accursed extreme frost celestial king. When the elder arrives, I shall ensure the demise of the extreme frost celestial king. Yi Wushuang thought fiercely. Without attending to the pain coursing through her body, she rushed to intervene in the battle between Gu Feng and Lu Xiaoyao. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyu and Luo Qianxue did not hold back either, unleashing all their skills in an attempt to halt Lu Xiaoyao. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoyao was mentally affected and did not resort to using his overwhelming battle armor and other formidable techniques. Otherwise, a single encounter would have rendered Yi Wushuang bruised and battered. In the shadows, witnessing that Yi Wushuang and her companions had actually managed to stall Lu Xiaoyao, the extreme frost celestial king couldn't help but regard them with a measure of respect, albeit briefly. Given the current momentum, if Yi Wushuang and her allies lacked further means, they would ultimately perish at Lu Xiaoyao's hands. Holy Master, I cannot restrain my brother. Lu Qingyu felt an immense strain. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyao had become utterly ruthless, consumed solely by the thirst for battle. Had they been on equal footing, Lu Qingyu might have stood a chance against Lu Xiaoyao. However, now that Lu Xiaoyao had comprehended the power of the Frost Law and had ascended 2 minor realms above her, she was utterly incapable of stopping him. Hearing this, Gu Feng's expression grew exceedingly grim. A glance exchanged with Yi Wushuang revealed a mutual understanding between them. In the next moment, Yi Wushuang shouted, Elder Extreme Frost, I know you are watching from the shadows. Let me make it clear. Lu Xiaoyao's father is a celestial being of great power. Do you truly wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle with a celestial being? As Yi Wushuang's words echoed, the expression of the extreme frost celestial king shifted abruptly. If Lu Xiaoyao's father were indeed a celestial being, he would have to reconsider his plans. Even before his demise, the celestial being could easily extinguish him with a mere utterance. Yet, soon after, the extreme frost celestial king contemplated another point. If Lu Xiaoyao's father were truly a celestial being, how could he possibly deign to acknowledge a mere celestial king like himself? Moreover, if he were indeed a celestial being, his methods would surely be ineffective against Lu Xiaoyao. Thus, upon realizing this, the extreme frost celestial king concluded that Yi Wushuang and her companions were attempting to deceive him. How dare they attempt to fool this celestial king? They are courting death. The extreme frost celestial king's countenance darkened ominously, and with a single gesture, he aimed to directly obliterate Yi Wushuang and the others. The blood sacrifice formation had already been activated, rendering Yi Wushuang and her companions unnecessary. He would simply place Lu Xiaoyao within the formation, allowing him to seize Lu Xiaoyao's body and achieve a seamless rebirth. As that colossal finger descended, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Before that immense digit, they felt as insignificant as dust, paralyzed and unable to evade. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyao remained unaffected, barreling towards them with lethal intent. Could it be that they were destined to meet their end here today? But in that very moment, a figure appeared seemingly undeterred, charging directly towards the colossal finger. Qingyu, be careful, Luo Qianxue cried out. Lu Qingyu collided with the giant finger. Yet the anticipated scene of her being obliterated into a mist of blood did not unfold. On the summit of Tiandao Mountain, Lu Xunxian, who was engaged in a philosophical discourse with the ancient path, momentarily diverted his focus towards the direction of the ancient immortal secret realm. What troubles you, fellow Daoist? He inquired. It is nothing serious, merely a minor issue, Lu Xunxian replied with a shake of his head. The occurrences within the ancient immortal secret realm were entirely within his expectations. There was no conceivable harm that could befall his son and daughter. Furthermore, with the myriad of defenses he had established, even the immortal emperor would find it impossible to inflict any damage upon them. Turning his gaze towards Lu Qingyu, he observed a figure enveloping her. "It is Elder Lu," Yi Wushuang exclaimed, recognizing the silhouette, instantly filled with exhilaration. Indeed, it was Lu Xunxian. His avatar appeared before Lu Qingyu, and in but a fleeting thought, the colossal finger that could annihilate them all crumbled to dust. A glance at Lu Xiaoyao revealed that the force affecting him had dissipated as well. A newfound clarity washed over Lu Xiaoyao as he surveyed his surroundings, bewildered. What transpired? "Saint Sun, you have finally awakened. You frightened me to death just now." Yi Wushuang, relieved at Lu Xiaoyao's return to consciousness, hurriedly recounted the events that had unfolded. Upon hearing her words, a surge of anger crossed Lu Xiaoyao's face as he looked skyward, cursing vehemently. "Damn that extreme frost immortal king. I swear I shall not be a man until I avenge you." Yet, when he turned his gaze back to Lu Xunxian, a wave of shame washed over him. "Father, I have disappointed you. I could not even guard against such tactics." Lu Xunxian approached Lu Xiaoyao and gently caressed his head. "This is entirely understandable. Your adversary is at the pinnacle of the immortal king realm. Though he possesses but a sliver of true spirit, he is far beyond your current capacity to defend against. You have performed admirably. Just exercise a bit more caution next time." "Yes, I understand, Father." Lu Xiaoyao absorbed this wisdom, inwardly cursing the extreme frost immortal king. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, the extreme frost immortal king paled upon witnessing Lu Xunxian. He began to believe Yi Wushuang's earlier assertions. Indeed, Lu Xiaoyao's father was a formidable immortal lord. In the next moment, the extreme frost immortal king revealed himself, kneeling without hesitation before Lu Xunxian. "I beg for mercy, senior. I truly did not know he was your progeny. Had I known, I would never have dared to lay a hand upon him. Please grant me my life. I am willing to serve you as a humble servant." Before an immortal lord, he realized that escape was futile, even at his peak. He would not have stood a chance. Thus, instead of fleeing, he chose to present himself and plead for mercy, hoping to secure his life and perhaps even attach himself to the immortal lord's favor. "Spare you?" Lu Xiaoyao scoffed coldly. "Because of you, I nearly harmed my sister and the Saint Master. Had it not been for my father's might, they might have met their demise at my hands. And now you wish to seize my body unimpeded." Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's intentions laid bare, the extreme frost immortal king's complexion turned ashen. Just as he prepared to offer further justifications, Lu Xunxian took decisive action. With a mere gesture, the frost immortal king was ensnared and brought before Lu Xunxian. "Spare me, senior, spare me," the frost immortal king pleaded. Yet Lu Xunxian remained silent, effortlessly refining him and dividing him into 5 parts. This was the essence of the frost immortal king's insights, now entrusted to you. Although the frost immortal king had perished, he had indeed ascended to the realm of the immortal emperor before his demise. During the process of refining the frost immortal king's legacy, Lu Xunxian glimpsed his memories. Despite having endured the tribulations of the immortal emperor, his true spirit had been nearly annihilated in fierce battles against several peak immortal kings, which led to the creation of the ancient immortal secret realm. On one hand, it served to conceal himself from his remaining adversaries, while on the other, it was a lure to attract more prodigies. In hopes of finding a suitable vessel for his reincarnation, unexpectedly, he was drawn to the great being known as Lu Xiaoyao. As they beheld the alluring legacy before them, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng could not help but swallow hard. "Senior, this is far too precious. Can we truly accept it? If not, I shall bestow it upon another." "Yes, I want it." Seeing Lu Xunxian prepare to retract it, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng cast aside their reservations and accepted the Frost Immortal King's legacy. After acquiring the legacy, the two began the process of refinement within the secret realm. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu observed. A tinge of guilt marred Lu Xiaoyao's expression. For as an elder brother, he had inadvertently turned against his sister, even if it was under the Frost Immortal King's manipulation. Lu Xunxian, perceiving this, approached and patted Lu Xiaoyao's shoulder. "You have done remarkably well. You merely need to further hone your spirit to resist such influences in the future." "Yes, brother. You have done admirably," Lu Qingyu added, stepping forward to offer her comfort. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyao felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Yet he resolved to diligently cultivate his spirit, vowing that he would not succumb to such tactics again. "Now, what stands before you is merely my avatar. I have matters to attend to in the 33 heavens, so I must take my leave." With that, Lu Xunxian's avatar vanished from sight. Beside him, Luo Qinshua hesitated, wishing to convey something to Lu Xunxian, but he offered no opportunity for her to speak. "I shall wait for the next occasion," she mused quietly. After Lu Xunxian's departure, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun resumed their refinement of the legacy. Seeing this, Luo Qinxue could do naught but follow suit, striving to refine the Frost Immortal King's legacy before the secret realm closed. Meanwhile, Lu Xunxian's avatar did not depart entirely. It descended to the depths beneath the legacy realm. There lay a vast altar, absorbing the residual blood essence from the earlier clash of the Holy Emperor. As Lu Xunxian gazed upon the altar, a solemn expression crossed his face. From the memories of the Frost Immortal King, he understood that this altar was no ordinary object. It was precisely due to the altar's aid that the Frost Immortal King could ascend to the pinnacle of immortal kings in such a short span of time. However, what is most crucial at present is that even Lu Xunxian cannot fathom the altar, sensing that its causality does not belong to the realm of immortals. Is it a product from the Dao realm? Never mind, I shall stow it away for now. Lu Xunxian gently shook his head and promptly concealed the altar. Having completed this task, he finally departed from the ancient immortal secret realm, his consciousness returning to the summit of Tiandao Mountain. Remarkably, even the ancient Taoists remained entirely oblivious to these events. Within the Qingfeng sacred land of the Holy Land of Tiansheng, the Grand Elder had not uncovered any information regarding the two sacred land as disciples. It was rumored that they had appeared out of nowhere. A scout from the Qingfeng sacred land stood before Ren Tianfeng, reporting the situation. Ren Tianfeng's expression darkened as he waved his hand, signaling the scout to leave, and then gazed toward the direction of Chengtian Prefecture, murmuring to himself. He did not expect that the two sacred lands had concealed their disciples so deeply. Even the Tianji Pavilion had no intelligence on them. At that moment, Ren Tianfeng had already visited the Tianji Pavilion, but regrettably, even the all-knowing Tianji Pavilion had no inkling regarding the disciples of the ancient Holy Land and the ancient Tree Holy Land. After some contemplation, Ren Tianfeng quickly devised a strategy. He resolved to report to the Upper Realm's main sect, requesting their intervention. If the Upper Realm's main sect were to learn that Feng Qingyu had two such extraordinarily gifted offspring, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to seize them from those two sacred lands. Without further ado, Ren Tianfeng soon summoned Lin Chongkong to bring Feng Qingyu before him, for it was only fitting to consult the opinion of the mother if this were indeed true. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyu expressed no objections and nodded in agreement. Consequently, the esteemed ancestors of the sacred land were swiftly summoned by Ren Tianfeng. Esteemed ancestors, I have a matter to discuss with the Upper Realm's main sect. If successful, it will undoubtedly allow our Qingfeng sacred land to surpass the other four sacred lands, establishing itself as the unrivaled sovereign of the Holy Land of Tiansheng. Listening to Ren Tianfeng's impassioned words, the hearts of the present emperors stirred with excitement, and with their assistance, the communication array was activated once more. Soon, Ren Tianfeng's consciousness was transmitted to the Upper Realm's main sect. At that moment, Hu Pagu was troubled, still seeking retribution for the demise of his two disciples, which hindered his cultivation. Just then, Ren Tianfeng's consciousness arrived, and he hoped it would bring some good news. Greetings, Elder Hu. Upon seeing Hu Pagu materialize before him, Ren Tianfeng promptly bowed respectfully. However, Hu Pagu merely waved his hand and inquired, "Do you have urgent matters to discuss?" "Indeed, Elder Hu. I have pressing matters to report." When addressing the main topic, Ren Tianfeng's demeanor grew serious, and he proceeded to recount the events in detail. Upon hearing that the two individuals might be the offspring of disciples from Qingfeng's sect, Hu Pagu was initially taken aback. But then a look of ecstasy spread across his face. "Ha ha ha, this is truly tremendous news. If we can bring them into our Qingfeng sect, it will undoubtedly elevate our sect to new heights. I shall assign an elder of the Immortal King realm to assist you fully. We must ensure they join our Qingfeng sect." However, at that moment, Ren Tianfeng seemed somewhat hesitant, yet ultimately could not restrain himself from speaking. Nonetheless, at present, this is merely the conjecture of that disciple, for the offspring of the two great sacred lands bear a striking resemblance to their respective holy sons and daughters. Hu Pagu furrowed his brow. "I have come here to implore Elder Hu to visit the Tianji Pavilion and procure information regarding the holy sons and daughters of those two great sacred lands. If we can ascertain their true names, our chances of success will be significantly enhanced," Ren Tianfeng urged. The exuberance on Hu Pagu's face gave way to solemnity, and after a pause, he responded, "I understand this matter. You may return for now." "Understood," Ren Tianfeng replied. Chapter 152. The Terrifying Frost Immortal King. Once Ren Tianfeng departed, Hu Pagu murmured to himself, "Very well, if that is the case, let us take a gamble. If those truly are the offspring of our sect's disciples, bringing them into our Qingfeng sect would undoubtedly be a lucrative venture. Furthermore, our Qingfeng sect is inherently in opposition to those two sects. We will inevitably confront them sooner or later. A delay of this nature is inconsequential. With that thought, sensing the ever-increasing strength emanating from the sect's forbidden grounds, Hupoga hastened towards the Tianji Pavilion. As a formidable force with an immortal emperor at its helm, the Tianji Pavilion is widely dispersed, with branches in every layer of the immortal realm. In Hupogu's view, the Huanggu sect and the Gumu sect, merely overseen by immortal kings, did not necessitate a trip to the 32nd layer. The 9th layer they occupied sufficed. Elder, what is the situation? Upon Ren Tianfeng's return, a throng of holy emperors quickly surrounded him, inquiring with utmost caution. Ren Tianfeng offered them a reassuring glance. Rest assured, everything is under control. The elders of the main sect are already aware of this matter. We now await their message. Once this is finalized, it will undoubtedly be a boon for our Qingfeng sacred land. At Ren Tianfeng's confident assertion, the attending holy emperors could not help but indulge in hopeful reverie, envisioning the grandeur of Qingfeng's sacred land emerging as the preeminent force among the holy emperors. After dismissing the holy emperors, only Lin Changkong and Feng Qingyu remained within the hall. Observing their eager expressions, Ren Tianfeng leisurely recounted the details of his conversation with Hupogu. In any case, let us first see how Elder Hu handles this. I suspect he will visit the Tianji Pavilion to conduct a divination. Therefore, we should expect feedback shortly, so prepare accordingly. Yes, Elder, Feng Qingyu exclaimed, her tone brimming with excitement, though a tinge of worry lingered within her heart. She had not anticipated that her son and daughter would possess such formidable talents. Had she known earlier, she would have assessed whether they had any special constitutions. After all, those with special constitutions typically possess spiritual roots, and it is rare for one to have a constitution without a corresponding spiritual root. However, she harbored no doubts about whether her children would acknowledge her as their mother. She was confident that once she explained the circumstances, her son and daughter would understand. Outside the ancient immortal secret realm, in the 25th layer, at nearly the same moment, within the soul halls of various great powers, the soul lamps of the disciples who entered the ancient immortal secret realm extinguished one after another. What? This is disastrous. All the disciples who ventured into the ancient immortal secret realm have perished. The news swiftly reached the ears of the elders from the various factions. If only one or two had fallen, it would have been manageable, but the current situation revealed that all had succumbed. Consequently, in the next moment, the leaders of these factions, upon learning the news, wore grim expressions and soared into the sky, hastening towards the ancient immortal secret realm, intent on uncovering the identity of the one responsible for the demise of their disciples. Soon after, outside the ancient immortal secret realm, over 100 immortal kings gathered, each with a somber countenance. Upon witnessing their arrival, Xunxian furrowed his brow. Esteemed ones, what brings you all here? After all, it was rare for the alliance of 100 kings to mobilize so many immortal kings. Before the immortal kings present could voice their thoughts, the news reached Xunxian as well. Upon learning of the fallen emperors who had entered the ancient immortal secret realm, a furious aura erupted from within Xunxian. Damn it, who could it be? He exclaimed. Humph. There is but one solution now. We must open the ancient immortal secret realm and capture the villain who has slain our emperors, subjecting them to a torturous execution. An immortal king in the late stage snorted coldly, his tone grim. The alliance of 100 kings possessed the strength to forcibly open the ancient immortal secret realm. They had refrained from doing so previously to allow the younger generation of their factions to experience trials. However, given the current circumstances, they could not merely stand by and do nothing. Thus, opening the ancient immortal secret realm became the most prudent course of action. Quickly, this decision garnered unanimous approval among the immortal kings present. In that case, let us proceed to open the ancient immortal secret realm, Xunxian declared, turning his gaze toward the ancient immortal secret realm, raising his sleeves dramatically to summon a long blade, encrusted in crimson blood. With a slight exertion of force, the blade flew forth, reaching the entrance of the ancient immortal secret realm, where it descended with a decisive strike. Yet, contrary to expectations, the ancient immortal secret realm did not yield. There was not the slightest sign of movement. What? Xunxian exclaimed in shock. He was at the pinnacle of the immortal king realm, a being of the same caliber as the frosty immortal king. And yet he could not breach the secret realm that had remained since the demise of the frosty immortal king. Sensing the puzzled gazes of the surrounding immortal kings, Xunxian felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Gritting his teeth, he once more wielded the blood spirit blade, driving it toward the ancient immortal secret realm. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. The realm remained unbroken. This was due to the fact that Xunxian had left a trace of his own power within the ancient immortal secret realm before departing. Unless an immortal emperor intervened, it was fundamentally impossible to breach the realm. The reason for this was singular. to prevent the seclusion of his son and daughter from being interrupted. Everything was under Lu Xunxian's control. Yet at this moment, Xunxian still failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation, sneering, "The frosty immortal king is indeed formidable. Although he has not undergone the immortal emperor's tribulation, his strength has evidently reached the level of an immortal emperor. Esteemed guests, assist me in unraveling the secrets of the ancient celestial realm." Indeed, at this moment, the assembly of celestial kings recognized the formidable strength of the frosty celestial king. Thus, one by one, they exerted their full might to aid Xunxian in their endeavor to breach the ancient celestial realm. However, the outcome was abundantly clear. After 2 months of relentless effort, the ancient celestial realm remained as unyielding as a mountain. The celestial kings present began to harbor doubts. Could this truly be the power of one who had merely broken through to the initial stage of the celestial emperor? Among the multitude of over 100 celestial kings gathered, more than 10 stood at the pinnacle of their ranks, yet they still could not penetrate the ancient celestial realm. Turning their gaze towards Xunxian, they observed his countenance darkened, and he sighed deeply in their direction. It appeared that there were no other alternatives. They could only stand vigil here and await the closure of the ancient celestial realm, at which point the malevolent forces that had slaughtered their disciples would surely be transported out. They could deal with him then. Upon hearing this, the celestial kings felt they had no choice but to wait around the ancient celestial realm. As soon as someone was transported out, they would be met with the wrath of over 100 celestial kings. Chapter 153. Hupoga's Speculation in the Nine Heavens. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion did not resemble typical cultivation sects, as its branches were naturally constructed within the grandest city of the Nine Heavens. The moment Hupoga stepped into the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, a young attendant approached him. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you today?" Sensing the aura of a Saint King emanating from the attendant, Hupoga gently shook his head. "Please summon your manager." Before the attendant could relay the message, the manager approached with a warm smile. "Elder Hu from the Qingfeng sect, what brings you to our Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion today? I hope it is not merely a social visit." Although he was the manager, his cultivation was not particularly high, only at the peak of the celestial realm. However, the immense power behind the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion commanded respect, prompting Hupoga to address him with deference. "Manager Lin." Manager Lin gestured to the young attendant, who promptly understood and discreetly withdrew. Once the attendant had departed, Manager Lin continued to lead Hupoga into a highly secluded private chamber. "Elder Hu, I trust your visit to our Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is for business rather than idle chit-chat?" "Manager Lin, I shall not mince words. I wish to investigate the circumstances surrounding 2 individuals, providing only their names and birth dates." Hupoga wasted no time, extending his hand to present the information of Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu. If the offspring of Feng Qingyu were indeed the scions of the 2 major sects, a mere calculation of their lineage would suffice. Upon reviewing the information, Manager Lin's expression turned grave. "Elder Hu, it seems that your inquiry into our Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion pertains to individuals of significant importance." It was evident to Manager Lin that these 2 were likely the holy son of the ancient clan and the holy daughter of the ancient Wood sect. Hupoga, understanding the implications, did not conceal the truth. Should complications arise in the calculations due to his inquiry, he would bear the responsibility, to say nothing of oneself. Even the entire Qingfeng sect would be no match for the Tiangong Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Manager Lin pondered momentarily before breaking into a cheerful smile. The Tiangong Pavilion has always conducted business openly. As long as the celestial liquid is sufficient, we can even sell information pertaining to celestial emperors. Therefore, if one wishes to deduce the circumstances of these 2 individuals, I wonder if Senior Who has prepared the celestial liquid? Naturally, here lies 1,000 cubic units of inferior celestial liquid, which should suffice for the Tiangong Pavilion to take action. Hupoga wore a pained expression. Although he was a celestial king, parting with 1,000 cubic units of inferior celestial liquid was still quite distressing. However, if it could confirm the identities of those 2, it would be deemed a worthwhile endeavor. Manager Lin jovially accepted the storage ring and turned to leave, requesting Senior Hu to wait a moment while he fetched the diviner from the Tiangong Pavilion. Soon, Manager Lin returned with an elderly man clad in a white robe, who was indeed the diviner of the Tiangong Pavilion. As the most formidable intelligence agency in the celestial realm, the Tiangong Pavilion relies on the divination principles cultivated by its master. The diviner emperor ascended to the celestial emperor realm through these principles, thereby elevating the Tiangong Pavilion to one of the prominent forces in the celestial realm. Upon entering, the diviner sat cross-legged, retrieved a uniquely shaped compass, and, after dripping a drop of his blood upon it, his complexion paled slightly. Yet, he paid it no mind, with hands forming intricate seals and reciting incantations. He commenced deducing the information of those two based on the details provided by Hupoguo. At the very moment the diviner began his calculations, Lu Xunxian atop Tiandao Mountain sensed something amiss. However, he did not place much importance on it. He understood the nature of Feng Qingyu, knowing that if she were to learn of her children's prodigious talents, she would surely go to great lengths to take them away. At present, he had left various measures on his son and daughter, and not even a mere true celestial realm diviner, let alone the diviner emperor himself, could uncover anything, which bolstered his confidence. Within the Tiangong pavilion, the diviner's complexion grew increasingly pale as he continued his divination. After quite some time, he finally halted and shook his head at Hupoguo. I apologize, my abilities are limited, and I have not been able to divine their information. What does this mean? Hupoguo furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with confusion. It seems their information has been obliterated. I could not divine even their past. In such a situation, there exists but one possibility. A powerful being has intervened to erase their past. Moreover, it must be a being of celestial emperor caliber or higher. Upon reaching the celestial king realm and mastering the laws of power, one can fundamentally erase an individual's past. Unless one possesses strength far surpassing that of the being who intervened, it is utterly impossible to glimpse the past of the erased individual. Upon hearing this, Hupoguo's expression darkened significantly. This was sufficient evidence that Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun had indeed become entangled with a being of celestial emperor status or greater. It also confirmed that these two must be the saint son of the ancient sect and the saintess of the ancient wood sect. For who else would expend such formidable means to erase the past of two ordinary mortals? However, what instilled in him an overwhelming sense of trepidation was the involvement of an immortal monarch in this matter, the origins of whom remained shrouded in mystery, whether he hailed from the ancestral ancient sect or the ancient wood sect. Should either of these two formidable sects truly harbor an immortal sovereign, it would undoubtedly necessitate a re-evaluation of their stance towards them. Although the investigation yielded no concrete findings, it was nonetheless a commendable effort. Hupogu rose from his seat, expressed his gratitude to the diviner, and promptly made his way back to the sect. Upon returning, Hupogu refrained from immediately disclosing the matter to Ren Tianfeng and the others. Instead, he summoned the elders of the sect. As the fifth elder, Hupogu held significant influence within the sect, and soon after his summons, the elders gathered in the sect hall. Fifth elder, what has transpired? Inquired the grand elder. Wu Kuan, furrowing his brow with concern. Without mincing words, Hupogu recounted the events in detail. At his revelation, the expressions of the assembled elders turned grave. Fifth elder, are you certain this matter is genuine? Wu Kuan queried, regarding Hupogu with a serious demeanor. Indeed, it is true. If we could persuade those two individuals to join our Qingfeng sect, it would undoubtedly be a significant boon for us. Hupogu replied with palpable excitement. Yet, Wu Kuan shook his head. Until we ascertain the truth regarding that enigmatic immortal monarch, I advise against recruiting those two into our sect. After all, he is an immortal sovereign. Unless our sect leader successfully ascends to that level, this could prove detrimental to our Qingfeng sect. As Wu Kuan spoke, the surrounding elders nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Sensing their collective resolve, Hupogu's elation waned. You are correct, Grand Elder. What suggestions do you have? Chapter 154. The sermon concludes. Will you take action? Let us remain still for now. We shall reconsider this matter once our sect leader has attained the status of an immortal sovereign and possesses the strength to confront one, Wu Kuan replied, shaking his head. With no alternative, Hupogu acquiesced. After all, Wu Kuan was the strongest after the sect leader and the ancestral figure, being at the peak of the immortal king realm. However, you may inform the subsects in the lower realms to prepare themselves. Once our sect leader breaks through to the sovereign realm, we will proceed directly to those two holy lands to retrieve them, Wu Kuan then added, shifting his tone to one of seriousness. Understood. Meanwhile, within the Qingfeng Holy Land, Feng Qingyu was in seclusion, striving to break through to the Holy King realm. She aimed to achieve this before the Heavenly Sage competition, fully aware that she might not secure a top rank this time. Nevertheless, she still wished to make her presence felt, at the very least breaking into the top 30. The participants in the Heavenly Sage competition were countless, numbering at least over 10,000. To emerge within the top 30 would indeed be a remarkable feat yet. Each time she contemplated Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, her mind became unsettled. At that moment, Lin Chongkong's voice echoed in her mind, summoning her to the Holy Hall. Hearing her master's tone filled her with a sense of excitement. Could it be that he bore good news? Upon contemplating this, Feng Qingyu hastened to the temple, disregarding any lingering thoughts. Upon entering the sacred hall, she was greeted by her venerable master and Ren Tianfeng. After exchanging pleasantries with her master and the Grand Elder, Ren Tianfeng spoke. Ah, Qingyu, The reason for your summons pertains to news regarding Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyan. Although Ren Tianfeng's expression remained somewhat subdued, his tone betrayed an undeniable excitement. At this revelation, Feng Qingyu felt a surge of anticipation and eagerly inquired, Grand Elder, has it been confirmed that those two are indeed Xiaoyao and Qingyan? No, it has not been confirmed that they are Xiaoyao and Qingyun. Ren Tianfeng proceeded to recount the earlier events. The communication array was bidirectional. It not only allowed messages to traverse from the lower realm to the celestial realm, but also facilitated communication descending from the celestial realm to the lower one. Thus, Hu Pogwo personally entered the communication array, transmitting his consciousness to the celestial Saint continent, where he relayed all pertinent information to Ren Tianfeng. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyu's heart raced with excitement as she quickly responded, Grand Elder, this nearly confirms that those two prodigies from the sacred lands are indeed my offspring, does it not? Barring unforeseen circumstances, it is highly likely, Ren Tianfeng affirmed. Given the current situation, this possibility is the most plausible. However, we cannot be certain until the sect master of the upper realm ascends to the rank of Celestial Emperor, at which point we shall approach the two sacred lands for further verification. Additionally, in a little over a year, the Celestial Saint Tournament will occur, during which I will instruct the disciples of our sect to attempt to obtain their blood. If we can acquire their blood, we shall ascertain whether they are indeed your progeny. At the mention of the Celestial Saint Tournament, Ren Tianfeng's demeanor grew serious. The tournament would be held atop the Xunxian mountain, with the 5 major sacred lands already dispatching representatives to discuss the construction of the arena. After all, this was the Celestial Saint Tournament, and the arena must be robust enough to withstand the battles of thousands of formidable beings. Bloodshed during the tournament was certainly to be expected. However, Lin Chongkong shattered Ren Tianfeng's optimistic vision. But both of them have already ascended to the rank of Holy Emperor. Who could possibly draw their blood? At this, Ren Tianfeng fell silent. After a considerable pause, he turned his gaze toward the cave dwelling of Gu Tiansheng and inquired, what is the current status of the Holy Sun? Since emerging from the Tiannan secret realm, Gu Tiansheng has remained in seclusion. In response, Lin Chongkong quickly remarked, the Holy Sun has reached the pinnacle of Holy Emperor. According to him, he plans to break through to the Holy Emperor realm before the Celestial Saint Tournament. One can only hope he succeeds. If he can achieve that breakthrough, perhaps he could compel those two to bleed. Yet, what if they grow stronger during this time? Ren Tianfeng pondered. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a year has passed. The cultivators listening at Tiandao Mountain frequently attain breakthroughs. After all, Lu Xunxian and Gu Daoshi are both superlative beings at the pinnacle of Holy Emperor, possessing a profound understanding of the Tao that far surpasses that of most practitioners. To have the opportunity to hear such illustrious figures expound on the Tao is a stroke of incredible fortune. After speaking for an extensive duration, Lu Xunxian felt it sufficient and decided to conclude his discourse. Taoist Gu, it has been ample time for your teachings. Upon hearing this, Gu Daoshi's expression turned momentarily melancholic. Over the course of more than a year spent in philosophical discourse with Lu Xunxian, his prowess had elevated by at least 1/50th. Though this figure may seem minuscule, it is essential to recognize that Gu Daoshi stood at the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor realm, and such an enhancement is nothing short of formidable. While he longed to continue his dialogue with Lu Xunxian, Gu Daoshi was aware that such desires could not be forced, and thus he nodded in acquiescence. He could also sense the throngs of cultivators gathering beneath Tiandao Mountain. Esteemed fellows, this discourse concludes here. You may disperse, he proclaimed, adhering to the Immortal Emperor's decree. Despite their inner reluctance and desire for further enlightenment, the assembled cultivators found themselves compelled to depart at Gu Daoshi's behest. After their departure, Gu Daoshi gazed into the distance. Discerning the presence of Lin Wangu and the 3 other immortal emperors, he turned to Lu Xunxian with a smile and inquired, with the other 3 immortal emperors present, do you wish to make their acquaintance? Never mind. There is no need for introductions, as our interactions would be minimal, Lu Xunxian replied with a shake of his head. Gu Daoshi, the leader of the human immortal emperors, would indeed have the opportunity to meet them, while Lin Wangu had already made their acquaintance. The remaining 3 were the pinnacle immortal emperors of the True Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger clans respectively. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not prolong our conversation, but I shall visit you again when time permits, Lu Xunxian said with a smile, before vanishing from sight. Observing this, Gu Daoshi made no attempt to detain him. Yet, in the very next moment following Lu Xunxian's departure, the 4 pinnacle immortal emperors materialized before him. Esteemed ones, what brings you here? Gu Daoshi inquired. The most fiery-tempered among them, the Vermilion Bird immortal emperor, spoke first. Daoshi, cease your pretense. You know full well the purpose of our visit. Who is that newly ascended pinnacle immortal emperor? Oh, do I truly have the obligation to divulge such information? Gu Daoshi replied with a playful smirk, his tone tinged with displeasure. Furthermore, your tone suggests a desire for confrontation? With that, Gu Daoshi summoned his innate sword, ready to engage in combat. After all, apart from being recognized as the foremost individual in the immortal realm, he also held the title of the greatest sword cultivator. Chapter 155. The Collapse of the Vermilion Bird Clan and Lin Zhongtian's Immortal Emperor Tribulation. The atmosphere thickened with tension. Although the Vermilion Bird Immortal Emperor was aware of his disadvantage against Gu Daoshi, he was determined to assert himself. Just as a conflict was about to erupt, the true dragon Immortal Emperor stepped forward, wearing a congenial smile, acting as a mediator. Calm yourself, Vermilion Bird. There is no need for such fury. Gu Daoshi, we are merely curious about the formidable being capable of engaging in discourse with you. If you are unwilling to share, we will not press further. The true dragon Immortal Emperor stated respectfully, bowing slightly to Gu Daoshi. The reality was that if a fight did occur, Gu Daoshi could easily contend against two adversaries. And he sensed that Gu Daoshi seemed to have subtly grown stronger. Seeing the true dragon Immortal Emperor's politeness, Gu Daoshi refrained from further remarks, letting out a cold snort. It is not that I wish to withhold the identity of that esteemed elder. Rather, I have only just become acquainted with them, knowing solely that the elder is named Xunxian and nothing more. Upon hearing the words of Gu Daoshi, the true dragon Immortal Emperor, the Vermilion Bird Immortal Emperor, and the White Tiger Immortal Emperor all exhibited expressions of contemplation. Only Lin Wanggu seemed to recollect something, swallowing hard as he tentatively inquired, "Friend Gu, is that elder exceptionally youthful?" As Lin Wanggu spoke, before Gu Daoshi could respond, the White Tiger Immortal Emperor expressed surprise, asking, "What? Old Lin, do you know that elder?" However, Lin Wanggu did not answer, but turned his gaze toward Gu Daoshi. Observing Lin Wanggu's expression, Gu Daoshi surmised something and could not help but chuckle lightly. "It seems your Qilin clan has also been graced by the elder's presence." Seeing that Gu Daoshi did not deny it, a bittersweet smile appeared upon Lin Wanggu's face. The other three peak Immortal Emperors, witnessing Lin Wanggu's demeanor, quickly deduced that he must have encountered that elder as well. Under the scrutiny of the three peak Immortal Emperors, Lin Wanggu sighed and then spoke, "Indeed, I have met that elder, and I can assure you, that elder is extraordinarily powerful, surpassing even friend Gu." Upon hearing Lin Wanggu's assertion, the three peak Immortal Emperors were taken aback. If Lin Wanggu acknowledged such strength, it was likely that the individual was indeed formidable. Moreover, they were immensely curious about the origins of such a powerful being. Could they have descended from the Dao realm? However, until they had the opportunity to meet Xunxian, their thoughts remained mere speculation. "Gentlemen, if there is nothing further, I must ask you to depart. I need to enter seclusion," Gu Daoshi stated bluntly, prompting the four peak Immortal Emperors to take their leave. After all, if Gu Daoshi was unwilling to divulge information, no one could compel him. As the four peak Immortal Emperors departed, Gu Daoshi waved his hand, activating the barrier atop Tiandao Mountain, and began his seclusion. This recent discourse with Xunxian had proven immensely beneficial. If he could assimilate the insights gained, he might emerge even more powerful. After leaving Tiandao Mountain, the Vermilion Bird Immortal Emperor turned to Lin Wanggu and asked, "Old Lin, you had best speak up quickly, otherwise, do not blame me for taking action." Hearing the tone of the Vermilion Bird Immortal Emperor, Lin Wanggu's brow furrowed, and his peak Immortal Emperor aura radiated forth. "If you intend to fight, I shall oblige. If I cannot best you, Vermilion Bird Immortal Emperor, then who could? Very well, let us engage and see who is superior." The Vermilion Bird Immortal Emperor was incensed, ready to strike. Realizing a confrontation was imminent, the True Dragon Immortal Emperor and the White Tiger Immortal Emperor hurriedly intervened. "Enough. Let us all remain calm. Old Lin, if you know something, please share it. And you, Vermilion Bird, I am aware of the current plight of your clan. But since Gu Daoshi has declared his impotence in the matter, what difference would it make if that elder were to learn of it?" The Vermilion Bird clan is also one of the 10 mightiest clans in the Immortal Realm. However, it appears that your clan's territory has encountered some unforeseen changes, which are related to matters beyond the Immortal Realm. The only recourse for the Zhuge clan is to prevent the collapse of their ancestral land. Even if ancient allies were to assist, it would not remedy the situation. Upon hearing this, the Zhuge Immortal Emperor let out a cold snort. "It is easy for you to remain unconcerned since it is not your ancestral land at stake. However, you are aware that if the Zhuge clan's territory crumbles, it will inevitably corrode the entire Immortal Realm, leaving no one untouched." Hearing such words from the Zhuge Immortal Emperor, Lin Wanggu could not help but sigh. "Zhuge, it is not that I wish to withhold information from you, but rather that I am equally ignorant of the origins of that esteemed elder. They came to our Qilin clan merely to request a Qilin steed, and beyond that, I know nothing. Lin Wanggu recounted the events of that day lightly. Understanding that this matter would eventually circulate throughout the immortal realm, it was better to inform a few trusted friends proactively. Listening to Lin Wanggu's account, the true dragon Immortal Emperor exhaled deeply and then spoke. For now, let us see if we can establish contact with that esteemed elder. Perhaps they possess a solution. As for you, Zhu Ke, I understand your urgency, but there is no need to be hasty. We will not neglect the affairs of your clan. We will certainly devise a remedy. With the true dragon Immortal Emperor's assurances, the Zhu Ke Immortal Emperor was compelled to temper his anxiety, for haste could change nothing. Meanwhile, Lu Xunxian was unaware that the four supreme Immortal Emperors were searching for him. He had now arrived outside the ancient Immortal Secret Realm, awaiting the emergence of his children. Despite the wait, he felt no urgency. He gazed upwards towards the 30 heavens, in the direction of the Immortal Court. At that moment, chaos reigned in the Immortal Court, where numerous Immortal Lords clashed with one another, vying for control of the Time-Space Tower. At last, one peak Immortal Lord vanquished all others and, casting a sinister grin towards the Time-Space Tower, declared, "This innate treasure belongs to me." As he reached out to claim the tower, a surge of ominous calamity clouds appeared above the Immortal Court. What? The peak Immortal Lord had yet to react when a colossal calamity cloud descended upon him, sending him hurtling away. The surrounding Immortal Lords observed this scene with grave expressions. Inside the Time-Space Tower, Lin Zhongtian addressed the members of the Immortal Court, saying, "I shall step out first, you may follow shortly." He then turned to Hua Ryu and instructed, 2 years have passed outside. Yet nearly a millennium has elapsed within the Time-Space Tower. While a millennium may seem trivial under normal circumstances, this time has been filled with countless resources and my guidance, resulting in remarkable advancements in cultivation. The weakest members of the Immortal Court had already attained the realm of immortal sovereigns. However, due to the Time-Space Tower's isolation from the heavenly Dao's influence, they still needed to undergo tribulations. The most formidable among them, Lin Zhongtian, had already reached the early stage of Immortal Emperor. The legacy of the Dao Sovereign is not to be trifled with. With that, Lin Zhongtian stepped forward and appeared outside the Time-Space Tower. The moment he emerged, the heavens erupted with the resounding roars of calamity thunder, as if the very world were on the brink of annihilation. Chapter 156. Lu Xinyuan as Lin Zhongtian emerged from the Time-Space Tower. The surrounding celestial dignitaries bore expressions of profound dismay. They had not anticipated that the fiercely contested Time-Space Tower was, in fact, a possession of another. While other celestial dignitaries might have found some solace, the victorious Shuizhe could hardly accept this revelation. "Impossible, this is absolutely inconceivable," he exclaimed, charging toward Lin Zhongtian. Though Lin Zhongtian was still undergoing the tribulation of the Celestial Emperor, his prowess had already ascended to that of a genuine Celestial Emperor due to his breakthrough within the Time-Space Tower. Observing the reckless advance of Shuizhe, Lin Zhongtian merely furrowed his brow and, with a swift flick of his fingers, unleashed a surge of spiritual power that obliterated Shuizhe's very essence. Despite the slight difference in their realms, the disparity in strength was monumental. A Celestial Emperor could effortlessly vanquish a peak Celestial dignitary. The onlookers, realizing the futility of defiance, dared not harbor any further thoughts of rebellion, opting instead to observe Lin Zhongtian's Celestial Emperor tribulation in silence. They had missed witnessing the previous elder's tribulation and were determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Indifferent to the spectators, Lin Zhongtian focused entirely on his tribulation. He required these witnesses to amplify the reputation of his celestial court. The Celestial Emperor tribulation, far more fearsome than the sovereign's trial, encompassed not only the ferocity of thunder, but also the torment of inner demons and the celestial tribulation specific to the emperor's tier. Yet, Lin Zhongtian felt no trepidation. With the immense support he had received, failure to ascend would warrant his own demise as atonement. Thunder roared from the heavens. Yet Lin Zhongtian expertly countered it with the principles of gravity. His understanding of gravitational laws had reached an unparalleled zenith. The gravity wielded at the Celestial Emperor level could only be described as terrifyingly formidable. The commotion of Lin Zhongtian's ascension did not escape the notice of the ancient beings in the celestial realm. At Tiandao Mountain, Gu Daoshi, who had intended to enter seclusion, opened his eyes in surprise, immediately spotting Lin Zhongtian breaking through to the Celestial Emperor tier amidst the 30 layers of heaven. Intriguing, the principle of gravity? But why does he also exude the aura of the principle of time? Gu Daoshi murmured to himself. At that moment, he heard the voice of Lu Xunxian echoing in his mind. "Gu Daoyu, this individual is one of ours in the Celestial Court. I kindly ask for your future support." Upon hearing Lu Xunxian's words, Gu Daoshi was instantly at ease. He was already aware of Lu Xunxian's mastery over the principle of time, during their discussions. He had come to understand the source of Lu Xunxian's formidable strength. Mastery over all 3,000 principles certainly indicated great power. Even for a being as mighty as a celestial emperor, achieving profound mastery in a single principle was a commendable feat. Gu Daoshi, despite his years of endeavoring to grasp multiple principles, had yet to reach the level that matched the principle of time. So it is. I had no idea that my friend Xunxian had grown so powerful. This celestial cord is destined to become the preeminent force in the celestial realm, he mused. Before redirecting his focus inward, resuming his contemplative seclusion, it was not only Gu Daoshi who turned his gaze towards Lin Chongtian. The attention of the celestial emperors within the realm was also firmly fixed upon him. After all, it had been merely a century since the last individual ascended to the rank of celestial emperor. Rarely in the celestial realm does one witness a mere celestial sovereign achieve consecutive breakthroughs to celestial emperor. This is intriguing. I wonder if he might be related to my family, the Lu clan? Perhaps I should inquire further. In the third heaven of the celestial realm, a young man sat cross-legged. Although he remained seated, he moved with astonishing speed. He was the celestial emperor dispatched by the Lu family to search for their bloodline within the celestial domain. Lu Xianyuan produced a compass. Yet the needle spun erratically as if it were a headless fly. This was a Dao device crafted by the esteemed Taoist masters of the Lu family. As long as a member of the Lu bloodline approached within 1 billion miles of the compass, it would reveal their direction. Upon being sent into the celestial realm by the clan's Taoist masters, Lu Xianyuan began his swift search throughout the celestial realm. Unfortunately, the compass remained unresponsive. However, Lu Xianyuan was not perturbed. After all, he was already in the late stages of the celestial emperor realm, possessing ample time. The recent breakthrough of Lin Chongtian piqued his interest, as it was possible that this newly ascended celestial emperor was indeed connected to his family. With this thought in mind, Lu Xianyuan vanished in an instant, heading towards the 30th heaven. Meanwhile, Lin Chongtian was still undergoing his tribulation. The celestial emperor's lightning tribulation was a lengthy ordeal, unlike those of the quicker ascensions like Lu Xunxian's. Thus, after half a month, Lin Chongtian finally transcended the celestial emperor lightning tribulation. Following this was the trial of the heart demon. In the realm of cultivation, every significant breakthrough beyond the earth realm requires the passage of a lightning tribulation, with true advancement only acknowledged after overcoming these trials. Heart demon tribulations and the 5 declines of heaven and man occur only during breakthroughs to the sacred emperor and celestial emperor realms. In the next moment, the power of the heart demon enveloped Lin Chongtian, drawing him into an illusion. While Lu Xunxian could intervene in the heart demon tribulation and 5 declines of the sacred emperor, the heart demon tribulation and 5 declines at the celestial emperor level were overwhelmingly formidable, even beyond his influence. Thus, he could only wish Lin Chongtian good fortune. Lin Chongtian did not disappoint Lu Xunxian's high hopes. Shortly thereafter, he opened his eyes, having successfully navigated through the heart demon tribulation. Next came the 5 declines of heaven and man. However, the duration of this trial was exceedingly prolonged, and Lin Chongtian paid it little heed. Congratulations, Senior, on your ascension to Celestial Emperor. Upon witnessing Lin Chongtian's advancement, the surrounding celestial sovereigns unhesitatingly clasped their hands in congratulations. There was no better time than now for such acknowledgments. Lin Chongtian turned to them, gently raising his hand to assist them in rising. There is no need for formalities. From this day forth, I shall be known as the 10,000 Heaviness Celestial Emperor. This place is of great significance to my celestial court. I kindly ask you to depart swiftly. As Lin Chongtian began to usher them away, the celestial sovereigns dared not linger, hastily retreating. Yet in their hearts, they took note of the celestial court's name, preparing to pay a visit in due time. After their departure, Lin Chongtian stepped back, allowing the members of the celestial court within the time-space tower to undergo their tribulations. It was not that Lin Chongtian was unwilling for them to continue their cultivation within the tower. Rather, the 2-year deadline was approaching, and the celestial court had yet to establish a formidable reputation in the celestial realm. Should their master ascend and witness this scene, he would undoubtedly face punishment. Furthermore, upon reaching the status of celestial emperor, the time-space tower would cease to function for him. After all, the temporal laws within the tower were only applicable to those below the celestial emperor rank and could not affect another celestial emperor. In the distance, Lin Chongtian was intently observing the members of the celestial court as they faced their tribulations, completely unaware of the presence that had appeared beside him. How intriguing. There is an aura of temporal law about you. Who might you be? As Lu Xianyuan spoke, Lin Chongtian suddenly came to his senses, his expression turning grave as he summoned a top-tier celestial artifact, preparing for a confrontation. If this individual could appear silently beside him, It was likely they could also strike before he had a chance to react. Noticing Lin Chongtian's serious demeanor, Lu Xinyuan chuckled lightly before speaking again. There is no need for alarm. I have merely come to inquire whether you are acquainted with the Celestial Emperor who broke through 10 years ago. Lu Xinyuan was not particularly interested in Lin Chongtian, even though he sensed the aura of temporal law emanating from him. Upon hearing Lu Xinyuan's question, Lin Chongtian furrowed his brow. However, sensing no hostility from Lu Xinyuan, he chose not to strike. I am unaware of any other Celestial Emperors. Is that so? Very well. Should you happen to know, feel free to contact me. Lu Xinyuan discerned that Lin Chongtian was not lying, so he did not press him further. Nevertheless, he felt a peculiar affinity towards Lin Chongtian, perhaps believing he might assist in locating the exiled members of the Lu family. Thus, he entrusted Lin Chongtian with a jade talisman before departing to continue his search. What an odd individual, Lin Chongtian mused, shaking his head as he watched Lu Xinyuan leave. Yet, he did not discard the jade talisman handed to him. Instead, he tucked it away and resumed observing the disciples of the Celestial Court as they faced their tribulations. How fascinating. Could this person be from the Lu family? Such terrifying talent. Lu Xunxian murmured to himself, a hint of amusement gracing his features. He had not anticipated finding unexpected delight while watching Lin Chongtian undergo his tribulations. Due to the vast disparity in their strengths, Lu Xinyuan was entirely oblivious to Lu Xunxian's scrutiny. Conversely, Lu Xunxian could clearly perceive that Lu Xinyuan possessed exceptionally formidable roots, suggesting that he could reach the late stage of Celestial Emperor within a mere 1,000,000 years. It is worth noting that reaching the late stage of Celestial Emperor is a formidable feat. Not only is breaking through within 1,000,000 years remarkable, but even achieving such a breakthrough within 10 million or even 100 million years is nothing short of astonishing. However, Lu Xunxian did not dwell on this too much. Now was not the time to return to the Lu family. He would wait until he grew stronger before considering such a move. After all, he was uncertain about the reasons behind his own fall into the celestial realm. If it were due to mere misfortune, it would be one thing. But should he be targeted by his own kin, returning now would be tantamount to courting death. In any case, with Feng Qingyu assisting in his cultivation, he estimated it would not be long before he could ascend to the Dao realm. Shaking his head, Lu Xunxian ceased to ponder these matters and turned his gaze towards the ancient, immortal secret realm. This was due to the impending closure of the realm, which signified that his son and daughter would soon emerge. Within the ancient, immortal secret realm, it seemed that Lu Xiaoyao had sensed the approaching closure, for he was the first to open his eyes. A terrifying aura surged forth from him, yet he managed to suppress it with great effort. Had he not restrained himself, he would have taken a decisive step into the realm of immortals. Nevertheless, he had still ascended to the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor stage, mere moments away from breaking through to immortality. As he surveyed his surroundings, Lu Qingyu awoke shortly after Lu Xiaoyao, her aura indicating that she too had reached the peak of the Holy Emperor stage. In addition to the two of them, Luo Qinxue and her companions had likewise attained the same pinnacle, only a hair's breadth from transcending to the realm of immortals. Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng, having opened their eyes, were filled with immense joy. Only those who had absorbed the legacy of the extreme Frost Immortal King could comprehend the magnitude of its power. At this moment, they were confident that they were invincible beneath the realm of immortals and could contend evenly with those above it. Very well, let us prepare. For the secret realm is about to close, announced Luo Qinxue as she rose, stretching her limbs after nearly 2 years of sitting in meditation, naturally feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Sensing the powerful repelling force emanating from the ancient immortal secret realm, they understood that the closure was imminent. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyao felt a surge of eagerness. After all, he had not forgotten that the 100 Kings Alliance awaited them outside. Now, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng no longer felt fear, their hearts brimming with curiosity about how the members of the 100 Kings Alliance would react upon discovering that they had provoked a being of such stature. As these thoughts crossed their minds, the repelling force within the ancient immortal secret realm suddenly intensified, directly transporting the 5 of them outside. Beyond the ancient immortal secret realm, Zheng Guchuan awaited with the immortal kings of the 100 Kings Alliance. Though nearly 2 years had passed, the fury within them had not diminished in the slightest. Only by eliminating Lu Xiaoyao and his companions could they quell their rage. In the next moment, 5 radiant lights burst forth from the entrance of the realm, and Lu Xiaoyao and his companions materialized before Zheng Guchuan and the others. Zheng Guchuan had long set up barriers around the ancient immortal secret realm to prevent Lu Xiaoyao and his companions from escaping immediately. Upon seeing the 5 of them emerge, the immortal kings, previously suppressed by Lu Xunxian, could hardly contain their eagerness to speak. Leader, it is indeed them. I know. Zheng Guchuan's expression darkened. Upon realizing that only these 5 had exited, His last shred of hope vanished. "You little thieves, how dare you harm the disciples of the 100 Kings Alliance? Such a crime deserves death." "Harm? It was the disciples of the 100 Kings Alliance who attacked us first. I merely retaliated. What wrong have I committed?" Lu Xiaoyao retorted with a cold laugh, continuing, "Moreover, if thousands could not defeat just one of me, what use is it to keep such trash alive? They might as well be reborn sooner." Hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words, Zheng Guchuan's expression grew exceedingly grim, yet he found himself powerless to refute. Nearly 5,000 holy emperors against a single individual, and yet they have not even laid a finger on him. Such a waste of existence truly deserves to be vanquished. However, he cannot voice such sentiments, for it concerns the dignity of the 100 Kings Alliance. At this juncture, to still dare to quibble. "Once I subdue you, I shall first administer punishment before sending you on your way." Zheng Guchuan extended his hand towards Lu Xiaoyao and his companions, observing their calm demeanor. A flicker of unease crept into Zheng Guchuan's heart. Yet, before he could halt his advance, Lu Xiaoyao called out loudly, "Father, save me." Chapter 158, An Overwhelming Annihilation. Return to the divine holy continent. As Lu Xiaoyao's voice echoed, it seemed as though time itself had come to a standstill within the ancient immortal secret realm, encompassing Zheng Guchuan and his cohort. Although immobilized, they could still sense the surrounding circumstances. Zheng Guchuan was overwhelmed with astonishment. He had once had the fortune of meeting an immortal emperor, yet even that exalted being could not achieve such a feat. To control such a vast area all at once, especially with so many immortal kings present, was beyond even an immortal emperor's capability. An immortal venerable. This was undoubtedly the work of an immortal venerable, coupled with Lu Xiaoyao's earlier cry for paternal aid. Zheng Guchuan could discern that Lu Xiaoyao's father was indeed an immortal venerable. Looking towards Lu Xiaoyao and his companions, only they were free to move. At this moment, they fully realized the might of Lu Xunxian, who had not even taken any action. Lu Xunxian appeared before Lu Xiaoyao and his companions, disregarding Zheng Guchuan and the other immortal kings entirely. "Father." Seeing Lu Xunxian, both Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu were filled with excitement and rushed forward. Sensing their cultivation levels, Lu Xunxian appeared quite pleased. It seemed that ascending to the immortal realm after the divine holy competition was indeed a feasible prospect. "Master Senior Lu." Luo Qinxue and the others also approached. Lu Xunxian nodded gently and then turned his gaze towards Zheng Guchuan, who was not far away. In an instant, the bindings on Zheng Guchuan were released. "Senior, spare me. We had no idea they were your progeny." The moment he was liberated, Zheng Guchuan knelt without hesitation, desperately pleading for mercy. Kneeling before an immortal venerable is not a disgrace, even with the allies of the 100 Kings Alliance witnessing. After all, failing to beg for mercy could very well lead to his demise. How intriguing. Is it permissible to act without knowledge? I once mentioned trading a single favor for 5 slots, yet you clearly did not acquiesce. In that case, let us proceed. As Lu Xunxian's words fell, Zheng Guchuan found himself utterly immobilized. Looking around at the immortal kings of the 100 Kings Alliance, they all erupted like brilliant fireworks, each one bursting forth in a dazzling display. With a mere gesture, Lu Xunxian brought Lu Xiaoyao and the others back to the divine holy continent, leaving Zheng Guchuan in a state of despair as he beheld the scene, until the final immortal king met his end. Feeling his own body disintegrate, Zheng Guchuan closed his eyes in hopelessness. If only he could start anew, he would never provoke this harbinger of death. Yet alas, even if given another chance, he might very well repeat his folly. Divine holy continent, ancient with sacred land. Upon their return, none seemed to notice the arrival of Lu Xunxian and his companions. It felt somewhat familiar, this realm of the heavenly sacred continent. Taking in the familiar aura, Gu Feng spoke. For he had only recently joined the ancient Wood sect and was sent to cultivate in the heavenly sacred continent. Now, over 40,000 years had elapsed. And even in the immortal realm, he had spent less than 40 years. "Well, since we have returned to the heavenly sacred continent, you may depart," he said. "Yes, Senior Lu," replied Gu Feng, and Yi Wushuang, not daring to delay, hastily took their leave. After all, they had entrusted the sacred land to the elders for 2 years, and it was time for them to address matters concerning the sacred land and prepare to strive for ascension into the immortal realm. Meanwhile, Lu Xunxian turned his gaze towards Luo Qinxue. "Do you need to return and prepare with your master for the heavenly sacred competition?" Luo Qinxue was momentarily taken aback, but nodded. However, she did not leave immediately, and the atmosphere around them began to ripple slightly. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao remained unaware of the subtle tension, while it was Lu Qingyu who first sensed something amiss and cleared her throat. "Brother, I believe you must be missing Wu Yin and the others," she remarked. Ahem. "Let us go and see how Wu Yin and the others are faring in their cultivation," Lu Xiaoyao replied. Without waiting for further comment from Lu Xiaoyao, Lu Qingyun firmly took his arm and led him away. With only the two of them remaining, Lu Xunxian felt a flutter of unease in his heart. Yet, before he could utter a word, Luo Qinxue spoke earnestly, her ears slightly flushed. Lu Xunxian, I have feelings for you. Ahem, let us discuss something less known. Lu Xunxian coughed, attempting to brush past the subject. Nevertheless, Luo Qinxue shook her head, her expression serious. Lu Xunxian, I am sincere, I truly like you. Upon hearing her words, Lu Xunxian fell into silence. After a long pause, he sighed and shook his head. Qinxue, I appreciate your sincerity, but I am not yet prepared to embark on another relationship. Please grant me some time. I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes, she replied. Moreover, I want to clarify that I like you for who you are, Lu Xunxian, not for your strength. Without giving Lu Xunxian a chance to respond, Luo Qinxue stepped forward and placed a soft kiss on his cheek, then quickly broke away. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she dared not say another word. Hastily turning to leave the scene. Nearby, Zhao Xiaoi observed this exchange and hesitated before speaking. Did I arrive at an inopportune moment? However, Lu Xunxian shook his head. No, your timing is perfect. He was not jesting. Had Zhao Xiaoi not arrived, Luo Qinxue might have taken matters into her own hands. Sensing that Lu Xunxian bore no resentment towards her arrival, Zhao Xiaoi breathed a sigh of relief. Did you come for something specific? Although she had become his servant, it seemed there was little for her to do, especially with Fu Bo and his two Imperial Realm maidens having cultivated to the Saint King realm, handling most matters themselves. Master, I wish to participate in the Heavenly Sacred Competition. Zhao Xiaoi's expression was grave as she earnestly made her request. Lu Xunxian was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that Zhao Xiaoi had yet to surpass the age of 500 and was indeed eligible to participate in the Heavenly Saint Competition. Before Lu Xunxian could respond, a graceful figure hurriedly approached from outside. Master, I too wish to partake in the Heavenly Saint Competition. It was Su Ro. Given that they were of similar age, it was only natural for her to aspire to join the competition as well. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian did not refuse, nodding in agreement. Since both of you have become my servants, prepare yourselves. After the Heavenly Saint Competition, we shall journey to the Immortal Realm together. Yes, Master. Zhao Xiaoi felt a tinge of reluctance, while Su Ro was engulfed in excitement. The Immortal Realm. To ascend there, one must at the very least attain the level of an immortal. This direct ascent would save an immense amount of effort. After gesturing for them to prepare, Lu Xunxian raised his gaze towards the direction of the Chengtian mountain, for the arena of the Heavenly Saint Competition was situated there. However, Lu Xunxian's focus was not on the arena, but rather on the Dao Spirit. He sensed that the Dao Spirit was on the verge of manifesting. Chapter 159. Continuous breakthroughs to immortality within the immersion cave. In but a fleeting thought, Lu Xunxian found himself before a golden sphere. The celestial energy emanating from the sphere was increasingly formidable, to the point where the immersion cave itself seemed barely able to withstand it, teetering on the brink of collapse. Given the current circumstances, should the Dao Spirit emerge, its overwhelming power would annihilate the Heavenly Saint Continent in an instant. Gazing into the future, Lu Xunxian murmured to himself. However, this is to be expected. After all, should the Dao Spirit strengthen normally, it would attain the terrifying power of the peak Immortal Emperor, capable of obliterating an entire lower realm upon its emergence. Contemplating further, Lu Xunxian waved his hand to establish a barrier within the immersion cave, ensuring that the Dao Spirit's impending power would not spill over into the Heavenly Saint Continent. It appeared that the Dao Spirit would likely manifest after the conclusion of the Heavenly Saint Competition. At that time, it would inevitably need to exert its influence to intimidate those immortal emperors. However, this might draw the attention of certain members of the Lu family. Very well. I shall prepare thoroughly, Lu Xunxian murmured, not overly concerned. He then departed from the immersion cave, returning to the ancient wood sacred land to ready himself for the forthcoming Heavenly Saint Competition. Meanwhile, Luo Qinxue, having left the ancient wood sacred land, swiftly returned to the Wandao Academy. Even upon her return, her cheeks remained flushed. It took considerable effort for her to calm her racing heart. Master, I have returned, she announced as she approached Su Ruishan's cave dwelling. Shortly after her greeting, the cave's barrier opened. Enter, came Su Ruishan's voice. Seeing this, Luo Qinxue hurriedly stepped inside. Within the cave, Su Ruishan sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut, his aura having transcended that of the Holy Emperor, reaching the level of an immortal. Master, have you broken through to the immortal realm? Luo Qinxue keenly detected the change in Su Ruishan's aura, her heart swelling with excitement. As Su Ruishan slowly opened his eyes, a sudden clarity enveloped him, leading to his breakthrough into the realm of immortals. Now, he merely needed to endure the tribulation to ascend to the celestial realm. Within the Tianshan continent, It was not obligatory to ascend upon reaching the immortal stage. One could choose to remain hidden and linger for a while longer, provided one was discreet. Su Ruishan intended to witness the grand competition of Tiansheng before making his ascent. After pondering, Su Ruishan turned his gaze towards Luo Qinxue, ready to speak. When his eyes widened in astonishment, "Qinxue, have you reached the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor stage?" If his memory served him correctly, before his seclusion, she had barely managed to break through to the Saint King stage. Yet, in less than a decade, she had ascended to such heights. This poet was truly remarkable. "Yes. My master guided me to the celestial realm for training twice, and by sheer fortune, I managed to break through to the peak of the Saint Emperor stage." Luo Qinxue replied with a humble demeanor. However, to Su Ruishan, her modesty seemed like a subtle display of superiority, causing him to momentarily lose control over his immortal aura. Taking a deep breath, Su Ruishan regained his composure, though his expression towards Luo Qinxue was filled with a sense of lament. "With such fortuitous occurrences, you did not inform your master. It seems my kindness towards you is in vain. Since you have returned, it must be regarding the grand competition of Tiansheng," he remarked. "Indeed, master. I plan to ascend to the celestial realm after the competition," Luo Qinxue affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Su Ruishan waved his hand dismissively. "Go forth. I have great confidence in your performance at the Tiansheng competition." "Yes, master," Luo Qinxue responded eagerly. Meanwhile, Su Ruishan was not the only one to achieve the immortal realm. In the realm of Cheng Tianzhou, beneath the Wanbao Pavilion, the cave dwelling personally crafted by Chen Wangu was on the verge of collapsing. All of this was due to Chen Wangu himself, who, upon slowly opening his eyes and exhaling a long sigh, finally realized he had broken through to the realm of immortals. As he reflected on this achievement, Chen Wangu felt a tinge of surprise. Initially, he had estimated that breaking through within a century would be considered swift, yet he had surpassed his own expectations. Checking the timekeeping spirit artifact revealed that less than a decade had passed. "Does this mean I can still witness the Tiansheng competition? Very well. I shall wait until after the competition to ascend," he mused quietly. He then concealed his aura until it resembled that of a mortal before stepping out of the cave. At the moment he emerged, the two Saint King servants who had been waiting promptly reacted, bowing to Chen Wangu. "Master, please, no need for formalities. From today onward, you need not remain by my side," he replied, knowing that he was soon to ascend to the celestial realm, rendering their services unnecessary. Upon hearing Chen Wangu's words, the two Saint King servants quickly grasped the situation, their voices brimming with excitement. "Master, you have broken through to the realm of immortals?" "Yes, it was by fortunate chance. For now, do not disclose my breakthrough," Chen Wangu instructed, acknowledging the truth but aware that the upcoming Tiansheng competition would soon reveal his ascension. The two Saint Kings nodded in understanding, and one of them, with a determined expression, hastily spoke up. "Master, if we were to ascend, would we still be able to remain by your side?" One of the other holy kings hastily echoed. Before their cultivation, they were mere children from a small mountain village, who encountered a demonic cultivator that slaughtered their village. At a critical moment, Chen Wangu passed by and effortlessly eliminated the demonic cultivator, thereby saving them. It was precisely for this reason that after beginning their cultivation, they chose to follow Chen Wangu closely, hoping to repay their debt of gratitude. Upon hearing this, Chen Wangu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "If you can ascend, then continue to accompany me." He was not jesting. The talents of these two individuals were quite remarkable, and perhaps one day they truly could ascend. When that time came, it would be nice to offer them some protection. After a brief exchange, Chen Wangu gathered the senior members of the Wanbao Pavilion and revealed his plans for ascension following the Tiansheng Grand Tournament. He entrusted the Tianbao Pavilion to those he deemed reliable within the Wanbao Pavilion. "Rest assured, master, I will not disappoint your expectations and will ensure Wanbao Pavilion continues to thrive. Do your best. There is no need to push yourself too hard," Chen Wangu replied. Not wishing to impose too much pressure, for once he ascended, he would likely be unable to interfere with the affairs of Wanbao Pavilion for a considerable time. To involve himself in worldly matters, one must reach the true immortal realm, and even then, it would not be in the lower realms. At the very least, one must be an immortal king to do so. Although Chen Wangu was confident in his own talents, he understood that attaining the immortal king level would require nearly 100,000 years of cultivation. At that moment, a senior member of the Wanbao Pavilion cautiously inquired, "So, Master, do you intend to expand the influence of Wanbao Pavilion in the immortal realm?" The gathered senior members turned their gazes towards Chen Wangu. After all, they had witnessed his relentless efforts in elevating the Wanbao Pavilion from a small trading company to one of the top 3 businesses in the Tianxin continent. Thus, They eagerly anticipated the day when Chen Wangu would make Wanbao Pavilion renowned throughout the entire immortal realm. In response, Chen Wangu's expression grew serious as he gazed powerfully towards the immortal realm. One day, I shall ensure that the name of Wanbao Pavilion resounds throughout the heavens. He believed that as long as he lived and continued to grow stronger, the reputation of Wanbao Pavilion would undoubtedly echo across the entire immortal realm. The senior members present were inspired by Chen Wangu's formidable presence, each choosing to place their trust in him. After giving his instructions, Chen Wangu promptly set off towards the Wandao Academy. He wondered if his old friend was still at the academy. Just as Chen Wangu was in motion, the voice of Lu Xunxian resonated in his mind. I am no longer at Wandao Academy. If you wish to find me, come to the ancient with sacred land. Chen Wangu was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. This guy remains as formidable as ever. Plus, having sent me a message, why can't he just bring me over directly? He inwardly grumbled. Yet his body obediently made its way towards the ancient with sacred land, albeit at a leisurely pace. On one hand, Chen Wangu yearned to explore the heavenly sacred continent once more, for the next opportunity to return was uncertain. On the other hand, he found himself compelled to conceal his aura, unable to unleash his true power. Otherwise, a mere exertion of strength would result in his forced dispatch to the immortal realm by the heavenly Dao. At that moment, Chen Wangu sensed something amiss and turned his gaze towards the direction of the Qingfeng sacred ground. There, a tempest of heavenly thunder raged, an awe-inspiring sight. This was the ominous presence of the sacred emperor's tribulation. Had someone at Qingfeng sacred ground achieved a breakthrough to the sacred emperor? Chen Wangu felt a twinge of surprise. Yet it was not unexpected. After all, Qingfeng sacred ground was not lacking in peak sacred emperors, and the occasional emergence of one or two ascending to the sacred emperor rank was hardly astonishing. Thus, he dismissed it from his mind and continued his journey towards the ancient tree sacred ground. Meanwhile, within the Qingfeng sacred ground, Ren Tianfeng and a congregation of elders stood gathered outside, observing the sacred ground now enveloped in the tribulation. The talent of the Holy Sun was indeed formidable. The thunderstorm was immense. The one breaking through to the sacred emperor was none other than Gu Tianxing, who had returned after his heart was shattered by Lu Xiaoyao. Beside him, Feng Qingyu's thoughts were not on Gu Tianxing, but rather drifted towards the direction of Chang'an Mountain, her mind preoccupied with the upcoming heavenly sacred competition. After all, it was anticipated that Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun would participate in the competition, and she would finally learn their names. If it truly was Xiaoyao and Qingyun, she would do everything in her power to bring them back to her side. Amidst the roaring thunder, Gu Tianxing, armed with a long spear, charged forward without fear. Soon, the tribulation dissipated. As the Holy Sun, and with a divine-grade spiritual root, Gu Tianxing naturally had no dread of the lightning. At that moment, the Heart Devil's tribulation silently approached, drawing Gu Tianxing into an illusion of his inner demons. Come what may, I shall not falter. With unwavering resolve, Gu Tianxing gripped his spear and gazed straight ahead. Then, he beheld Lu Xiaoyao. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyao, an overwhelming fear surged within him, and he momentarily crumpled. However, he quickly regained his composure. Throughout his cultivation journey, the only matter that could instill fear in him was that of Lu Xiaoyao. Impossible. How could I fear him? I am Gu Tianxing, the holy son of Qingfeng's sacred ground. I cannot be afraid of him. Gu Tianxing's eyes burned with rage. In his fury, he overcame his inner demons and charged at Lu Xiaoyao with his spear. This time, bolstered by the strength of a sacred emperor, Gu Tianxing decisively vanquished Lu Xiaoyao, conquering his heart devil and formally breaking through to the sacred emperor realm. Of course, there remained the tribulation of the mortal realm. Yet, Gu Tianxing was undeterred. If even Lin Changkong could endure the mortal tribulation, could he not prevail as well? Congratulations to the Holy Sun for his breakthrough to the sacred emperor realm. Upon witnessing Gu Tianxing's successful tribulation, Ren Tianfeng approached alongside the elders of Qingfeng's sacred ground to offer their heartfelt congratulations. Though Gu Tianxing may not possess the formidable prowess of the two holy sons and daughters from the ancestral ancient Holy Land and the ancient Tree Holy Land, he remains a terrifying presence, having achieved the breakthrough to the Saint Emperor realm before the age of 40. His innate talent is incomparable to theirs. Gu Tianxing nodded slightly, his expression radiating pride. After acknowledging this, he turned his gaze towards Feng Qingyu, who appeared lost in thought, and spoke gently. Qingyu, rest assured, I shall reclaim the dignity we lost during the last encounter at the Tiansheng Grand Competition. Once I secure the championship, I will propose to you in front of everyone. Feng Qingyu, somewhat distracted, nodded in agreement before finding an excuse to return to her cave abode to prepare for the upcoming Tiansheng Grand Competition. Simultaneously, Within the domain of the extreme aurora in the western regions, the elders of the extreme void palace wore solemn expressions, their gazes fixed upon the secret realm before them. This secret realm had been created for the extreme void Saint Emperor, who was in seclusion, striving to ascend to the celestial realm, designed to prevent disturbances. However, a month prior, terrifying energies had intermittently emanated from within the secret realm, causing the elders to gather outside in concern for the extreme void Saint Emperor's well-being. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the secret realm. "What brings you all here?" the extreme void Saint Emperor inquired. His brow furrowed slightly as he regarded the assembled elders. Upon witnessing his emergence, the elders heaved a sigh of relief. But their expressions turned cautious upon sensing the absence of any aura from him. One elder cautiously ventured, "Palace Master, what of your strength?" "Oh, it's merely a stroke of luck that I have broken through to the realm of the immortals. I merely need to endure the tribulation to ascend to the celestial realm." The extreme void Saint Emperor replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. At this, the elders felt a surge of excitement, their joy evident as they exclaimed, "Congratulations, Palace Master, on your ascension. Enough with the celebrations for now. I do not intend to ascend just yet," he stated. The elders exchanged glances. Their curiosity piqued regarding the Palace Master's reasons for postponing his ascension. The extreme void Saint Emperor then cast his gaze towards the direction of the Xunxian mountain and spoke slowly. "The Tiansheng Grand Competition is imminent. This time, I shall lead our team to participate, and following the competition's conclusion, I will ascend at Xunxian Mountain." Chapter 161. The various forces stirring with the Palace Master at the helm, our extreme void palace shall undoubtedly shine brilliantly at the Tiansheng Grand Competition. Upon hearing that the extreme void Saint Emperor would lead the disciples to the competition, the elders felt reassured about the situation. The extreme void Saint Emperor, however, remained unfazed by their flattery and instead wore a grave expression as he gazed at the spatial rift that had been mended by Xunxian. He pondered, "I wonder if my current strength is sufficient to easily suppress the spatial rift." After some time, he shook his head, even having achieved the immortal realm. He lacked the confidence to effortlessly quell the rift. This fueled his desire to encounter Xunxian once more for a comparison. Yet, within the vast expanse of the Tiansheng continent, he could not ascertain whether he would cross paths with Xunxian before the Tiansheng Grand Competition. Thus, he resolved to let fate take its course. In the extreme north, the desert court. At long last, the sage emperor of the Yellow Sands has returned to his pinnacle. Buried beneath the golden sands, his eyes opened as he regained his former glory. Thanks to his prior foundation and the fact that the northern desert is his domain, he was able to achieve this remarkable recovery in such a brief span of time. Shortly after his restoration, the elders of the Yellow Sands court arrived to extend their congratulations, celebrating the court leader's return to the peak of Sage Emperor. They were all aware of the incident in which he had been defeated by Xunxian, falling to the rank of Sage Monarch. Following this humbling experience, the Yellow Sands Sage Emperor had adopted a much more composed demeanor. He raised his hand slightly and spoke in a tone of utmost calm. "There is no need for excessive words. The great heavenly competition is about to commence, is it not?" "Indeed, is that your intention?" they inquired. "This time, I shall personally lead the delegation to the competition," he replied with unwavering serenity. The surrounding elders exchanged excited glances. In previous competitions, the court leader had not taken the lead, so this decision was unexpected. The Yellow Sands Sage Emperor offered no further explanation and instead gazed toward the Xunxian mountain, his tranquil eyes seemingly lost in contemplation, though he ultimately chose to remain silent. Before long, another fortnight had passed. Before the ancient with sacred land, Chun Wangu finally arrived. He regretted not having the Sage Emperor of the Wanbao Pavilion escort him from the outset. Due to his inability to wield his powers, his speed had been considerably diminished, resulting in the arduous journey taking half a month. Approaching the ancient with Sage Emperor, Chun Wangu lifted his leg to stride inside, only to be halted by the disciples of the ancient with sacred land. "Halt! Entry is forbidden for those not of the ancient with sacred land." With pride, Chun Wangu raised his head and declared, "I am Chun Wangu." The two disciples exchanged glances, shaking their heads without hesitation. "We do not recognize you," Chun Wangu replied. "I am Chun Wangu, the esteemed leader of the Wanbao Pavilion." The disciples responded with disbelief, laughing heartily. Chun Wangu looked at them in confusion, wondering if his title as the leader of the Wanbao Pavilion had lost its weight in these times. After a prolonged bout of laughter, the disciples finally calmed down and said, "Begone, foolish one. If you were truly the leader of the Wanbao Pavilion, you would not be standing here. Indeed, if you were the leader, then I would be the sovereign of our sacred land," one of them added. Listening to their banter, Chun Wangu felt a twinge of embarrassment as he rubbed his nose. Truly, if he were the leader, he could have entered with confidence. Thankfully, his temperament had improved greatly. Otherwise, he might have dealt out a minor punishment to these two disciples, just as he decided to ignore their mockery and reach out to Feng. An elder happened to pass by. Upon seeing Chen Wangu, the elder rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Once he gathered himself, he hurried over. Lord Chen, what brings you to our ancient but sacred land? It is you, Elder Qing. Gazing at the elder before him, Chen Wangu quickly recognized his identity. Upon hearing Chen Wangu acknowledge him, Elder Qing's face blossomed into a radiant smile, and he promptly led Chen Wangu into the sacred grove. The two disciples were left stunned, pondering whether this individual truly was the master of the Wanbao Pavilion. However, when they saw Chen Wangu follow Elder Qing inside without so much as a glance in their direction, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, reasoning that he would not deign to concern himself with mere insignificant figures like them. Yet, the sudden transmission of sound shattered their calm. You too shall have 5 years of your salaries deducted. Elder Qing turned to Chen Wangu with a fawning expression. I hope this punishment meets your satisfaction, esteemed pavilion master. After all, Chen Wangu was at the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor realm, a renowned powerhouse in the Tianshan continent, while Elder Qing was merely a holy emperor at a lower stage. A slight reprimand would suffice. There was no need for excessive measures. Chen Wangu's face beamed with pleasure, evidently uplifted by the affair. Once they entered the sacred grove, Elder Qing inquired about Chen Wangu's purpose. Upon learning that Chen Wangu sought Elder Lu, he personally escorted him to the foot of the sacred Maiden Peak. Since you are acquainted with Elder Lu, I shall take my leave now. Should you wish to make purchases at Wanbao Pavilion in the future, you are entitled to a 10% discount. Chen Wangu was exceedingly pleased with Elder Qing and bestowed upon him a prestigious guest token from the pavilion as he departed. Grasping the token, Elder Qing expressed his heartfelt gratitude repeatedly until Chen Wangu vanished from sight. After Chen Wangu's departure, Elder Qing turned his gaze toward the sacred Maiden Peak, murmuring to himself, Indeed, Elder Lu is formidable. I never imagined even Pavilion Master Chen would personally seek him out. Meanwhile, atop the sacred Maiden Peak, Xunxian was engaged in teaching his daughter the art of celestial techniques, as they prepared for her impending ascension to the celestial realm. It was undoubtedly advantageous for her to learn these techniques in advance. As for Chen Wangu's arrival, Xunxian was already aware of it through his senses. Thus, even before Chen Wangu stepped into the dojo, Xunxian's voice echoed, Find a place to sit upon your return. Their relationship could be deemed that of close friends, rendering formalities unnecessary. Upon entering the dojo, Chen Wangu was instantly captivated by the presence of Lu Qingyu and Luo Qianxue. As he sensed the aura emanating from the two young women, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He was familiar with Luo Qianxue, the disciple of that old fellow Su Ruoshan. Yet had she not been at the pinnacle of the Holy King realm just a decade ago? How had she so swiftly ascended to the Holy Emperor realm, and at its peak? Chen Wangu could even vaguely discern that, in a confrontation, he might not assuredly prevail against Luo Qianxue. As for Lu Qingyu, the situation was even more alarming. If his memory served him correctly, she was merely 20 years of age this year. A peak Holy Emperor at 20? Such a being would be terrifying even in the celestial realm. Chapter 162. You have called me Brother Uncle Chen. You have arrived. Shortly thereafter, Lu Qingyu, having finished her practice, approached Chen Wangu with a warm smile and greeted him. Chen Wangu wore a contemplative expression as he turned to Lu Xunxian and spoke. Truly, she is your daughter, a young peak Saint Emperor. Such brilliance is likely unheard of in the immortal realm. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, Xiaoyao has also transcended to the peak of Saint Emperor, hasn't he? Uncle Chen, your guess is remarkably accurate, Lu Xiaoyao interjected as he traversed the spatial passage to the sacred Maiden Peak. Upon sensing Lu Xiaoyao's aura, Chen Wangu fell silent. He could discern that Lu Xiaoyao's strength was likely far superior to his own. Should a confrontation arise, he would probably be defeated in less than 3 moves. After a prolonged pause, Chen Wangu sighed. Since ancient times, heroes have emerged in youth. It seems the champion of this heavenly saint competition will undoubtedly be Lu Xiaoyao. However, upon hearing this, Lu Qingyu appeared somewhat displeased. Pouting with her hands on her hips, she remarked, Uncle Chen, are you underestimating me? I am no less capable than my brother. Chen Wangu was taken aback, then smiled warmly. No. Qingyu is equally capable of claiming the title in the heavenly saint competition. At these words, Lu Qingyu's expression brightened with satisfaction. After exchanging pleasantries with Lu Xunxian, Chen Wangu finally revealed his purpose. Old Lu, I have conveyed all the necessary information. After the heavenly saint competition concludes, I shall ascend to the immortal realm alongside you. After all, Lu Xunxian is at least a revered immortal king. Ascending together would certainly alleviate many troubles. I have also heard that numerous disciples from powerful sects often guard the ascension nodes. waiting for individuals from the lower realms to ascend. If one is fortunate, they may be introduced to those great sects as disciples. Conversely, if one's luck falters, a lifetime of servitude as a minor may await. Lu Xunxian expressed surprise. It seems that, following the Heavenly Saint competition, many will ascend to the immortal realm. Many? Who? Chen Wangu inquired, curiosity piqued by Lu Xunxian's tone. At that moment, Lu Xunxian had already glimpsed the future, aware that more than 10 individuals would ascend after the competition concluded. You will know in due time. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed, he replied calmly. Although the notion of secrets being unspoken seemed laughable to him, he chose to remain silent to avert unnecessary trouble. Additionally, there was an element of teasing Chen Wangu's curiosity in his silence. As anticipated, upon hearing Lu Xunxian's words, Chen Wangu began to ponder. How many could many truly encompass? It was already certain that he and that old fellow Su would ascend, along with Xiaoyao, Qingyu, and Luoxue. Yet, that hardly constituted a substantial number. So, who else might there be? Regardless of how much Chen Wangu pressed for answers, Lu Xunxian remained reticent. Seeing this, Chen Wangu suppressed his curiosity, assuring himself that the Heavenly Saint competition would conclude in just a year. Many indeed. Ah, old Chen, you are here as well. Gu Feng and Yi Wushuang entered together, spotting Chen Wangu and greeting him. Upon seeing the two, Chen Wangu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Have both of you ascended to the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor level? Yi Wushuang inquired with a mischievous grin. Indeed, we owe our progress to Senior Lu, who took us on a journey to the celestial realm for some rigorous training, and he graciously bestowed upon us a legacy of the Celestial King. Upon hearing this, Chen Wangu's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with regret. If only I had known, I would have stayed by Lu Xunxian's side during his retreat. That legacy of the Celestial King could have easily enabled me to break through to at least the true immortal level. Unfortunately, regret was futile now, and he could only lean toward Lu Xunxian with a cheeky expression. Old Lu, brother, since they have received theirs, when will you bestow one upon me as well? Since you call me brother, what more can I say? Take this celestial sovereign legacy, Lu Xunxian replied nonchalantly. Oh, brother, you are too generous. With a mere flick of his finger, Lu Xunxian granted Chen Wangu the celestial sovereign legacy, a trivial matter in his eyes. Witnessing Lu Xunxian's calm demeanor while bestowing the legacy upon Chen Wangu, both Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng were left utterly astonished. That is the legacy of the celestial sovereign. To be able to relinquish such a treasure so casually suggests that Lu Xunxian's strength is at least that of a celestial emperor. Just as they were about to approach Lu Xunxian to implore him for a legacy of their own, his voice interrupted them. While the legacy is indeed valuable, do not attempt to absorb a second one in a short span of time. Otherwise, you risk mental turmoil and possible annihilation. Upon hearing this, both of them quickly regained their composure. Their desire to survive outweighed their ambition for the celestial sovereign legacy. Moreover, even the legacy of the Celestial King was more than sufficient for their current needs. Other matters could wait until they reached the level of Celestial King, though that was likely not a swift endeavor. As for Chen Wangu, after receiving the celestial sovereign legacy, he did not rush to refine it. Given his current strength, refining the legacy would be akin to an immediate ascension, so he opted to wait until the Heavenly Saint Championship concluded before proceeding. Lu Xunxian had anticipated this, thus storing the legacy in the form of a luminous orb within Chen Wangu's consciousness, allowing him to refine it whenever he desired. At that moment, Yi Wushuang recalled the purpose of their visit and hurriedly spoke, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Senior, in truth, we have a matter to discuss with you. Oh, what is it? Lu Xunxian prompted. Cough. Well, it pertains to the Heavenly Saint Championship. Historically, there has never been an existence at the Saint Emperor level. Therefore, we are unable to create a small world capable of withstanding a battle at that level. As he continued, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng felt increasingly embarrassed. The Heavenly Saint Championship had always been organized by the 5 Great Holy Lands, and prior to Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu, the history of the Heavenly Saint Continent had never witnessed a Saint Emperor under 1,000 years of age. Consequently, previous championships merely required the creation of a small world capable of enduring battles at the Saint King level. So, you intend for me to create a small world that can sustain a battle at the Saint Emperor level? Lu Xunxian discerned the intentions of the two individuals, feeling somewhat surprised. Very well, I implore you, Senior Lu, to take action. All right, since I have nothing better to do, it would be a good opportunity to venture out. And additionally, it is also for the sake of Xiaoyao and Qingyu winning the championship. Let us go. With that, Lu Xunxian raised his hand and instantly arrived at the Xunxian mountain. Chapter 163. Creating a world with ease, breaking through successively gazing at the Xunxian mountain. Chun Wangu felt a flood of emotions. After all, it had been quite some time since he last visited there. Meanwhile, Lu Xunxian looked towards a vast expanse atop the mountain and, with a wave of his hand, twisted the space, revealing a spatial passage before them. It is ready. Let us enter. Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng exclaimed, Ah? They had initially assumed that even a being as formidable as Lu Xunxian would require considerable effort to craft a miniature world capable of withstanding the Holy Emperor's battle. To their astonishment, he completed it with a mere gesture. This revelation deepened their understanding of Lu Xunxian's immense power. Entering the miniature world alongside Lu Xunxian, they experienced no disorientation. It felt akin to stepping from one room into another. Upon entering, their expressions turned to shock. They could sense that the spiritual energy within this small world was even more abundant than that outside, at least twofold. Most importantly, it resembled a true world rather than a mere pocket dimension, complete with sun and moon, as if it were a natural creation. Even when Yi Wushuang closed his eyes to extend his consciousness, he could not discern the boundaries of this small world. Senior Lu, may I inquire about the size of this small world? It is not overly large, merely equivalent to a middle region, Lu Xunxian replied. Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng were in awe. The Immortal Emperor is indeed terrifying. What they did not realize was that the ability to create a miniature world comparable to a middle region stemmed from Lu Xunxian's mastery of 3,000 laws. Had it been another Immortal Emperor, they would have required additional means to achieve such a feat. After all, this was not a secret realm but a genuine world, even containing the essence of the heavenly Dao. Lu Xunxian turned his gaze towards the heavens of the small world, speaking in a calm tone. Will you not come forth to meet your master? As his words fell, a figure slowly coalesced before him. I pay my respects to the master. Senior Lu, who is this? Yi Wushuang and the others regarded the youth with curiosity, but a single glance was enough to leave them in awe of his power. They sensed that this young man was also at the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor realm. This small world's heavenly Dao will be maintained by him in the future. And you shall have him serve as the judge for the Heavenly Saint Great Competition, Lu Xunxian stated nonchalantly. Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng's eyes brightened. With a pinnacle Holy Emperor as the judge, there would be no need for them to intervene. However, after a moment of contemplation, Yi Wushuang hesitated and asked, Senior Lu, what about in 100,000 years? After all, even a pinnacle Holy Emperor could not exceed a lifespan of 100,000 years. Hearing this, Lu Xunxian chuckled lightly. Do not be concerned. He is the embodiment of the celestial principles in this realm, far beyond the ordinary pinnacle of a Holy Emperor. As long as this world endures, he shall remain immortal. Understanding dawned upon Yi Wushuang. After exchanging a few words with the celestial principles, Lu Xunxian intended to depart. All that remained was for Yi Wushuang to announce that the Heavenly Sacred Tournament would take place in this realm. By the way, Senior Lu, since this world is your creation, you should name it, Gu Feng remarked, recalling that it could not simply be referred to as a minor world. Lu Xunxian pondered briefly before responding. In that case, let it be named the Star Realm. This title bore no special significance. It was merely a name that came to Lu Xunxian's mind. Yes, Senior Lu. With that, the celestial principles watched as Lu Xunxian and his companions departed, until they vanished from the Star Realm. Upon leaving, Lu Xunxian returned them to the ancient wood sacred land, where they would await the Heavenly Sacred Tournament in 7 days' time. Meanwhile, within the Qingfeng sect of the celestial realm, Gu Daoyuan, striving to ascend to the Emperor of Heaven, suddenly opened his eyes and soared skyward. In an instant, the entire Qingfeng sect was enveloped in a tempest of heavenly tribulation. The disciples of the Qingfeng sect looked on in terror, gazing upward at Gu Daoyuan's figure beneath the storm. Quickly leave the sect. Do not disturb the sect master's ascension to the Emperor of Heaven, echoed Hu Pogu's voice in the minds of all disciples. Upon hearing this, they hastily evacuated from the area affected by the tribulation. Outside the Qingfeng sect, Hu Pogu gazed at Gu Daoyuan's silhouette in the sky, his heart brimming with excitement. At last, the sect master was on the verge of breaking through to become an Emperor of Heaven. Should the sect master succeed, they could decisively conquer the ancient desolate sect and the ancient wood sect, while also avenging the deaths of his 2 disciples. However, even with the sect master's formidable strength, enduring the heavenly tribulation would likely require at least a year. Just as Hu Pogu pondered this, the heavenly tribulation descended, engulfing Gu Daoyuan entirely. On the other side, atop Bone Demon Mountain, the Bone Demon King gazed with fervent eyes at the figure before him. Unbeknownst to the celestial being, he knelt before the Bone Demon King. Disciple Su Nian expresses gratitude for your guidance, Master. Without your support, I fear I would not have ascended. Ah, no need for thanks. If you truly wish to express gratitude, then assist me in breaking through to the Emperor of Heaven. With those words, The Bone Demon King swiftly seized Su Nianen before he could resist. Master, I am your disciple. I am your disciple. Precisely what I desire. The Bone Demon King opened his gaping maw and swallowed Su Nianen whole, swiftly refining him. Su Nianen, like the former heavenly demon Saint Emperor, was a carefully prepared vessel for the Bone Demon King, intended to aid in his ascension to the Emperor of Heaven. With Su Nianen consumed, the Bone Demon King finally shattered the bottleneck of the Emperor King realm and ascended to the Emperor of Heaven. As the thunderous tribulations descended, the Bone Demon Immortal King exhibited no fear, boldly charging into the storm of lightning, only to be completely engulfed by it. Within the ancient sect, a wave of disbelief washed over Xunxian as he abruptly rose, his expression darkened. What? That fellow Gu Daoyuan has broken through to the Immortal Emperor realm? The news reached the ancient sect almost instantaneously, thanks to their covert operatives within the Qingfeng sect. This matter must remain confidential. We must stabilize the situation within our sect first. Gu Daoyuan will require some time to consolidate his newfound power. I can only hope that our sect master can achieve a successful breakthrough to the Immortal Emperor realm before that. Xunxian concluded, his gaze filled with urgency as he looked towards the forbidden grounds of the sect, where sect master Su Long was currently in seclusion, striving to attain the Immortal Emperor status. Chapter 164. The enigmatic Thunder Immortal Emperor. The news also reached the Ancient Wood sect, where Su Feng wore a grave expression. Casting his eyes towards the place where the sect master was in closed-door training, he sighed deeply, wishing fervently for the sect master to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm swiftly. If only the sect master could commence his tribulation before Gu Daoyuan arrived, there would still be a chance for redemption. Su Feng bore no ill will towards Gu Feng and the others. After all, the Ancient Wood sect had always been at odds with the Qingfeng sect, regardless of the incident involving Lu Xunxian. Gu Daoyuan's ascension to Immortal Emperor would inevitably pose a threat to them. Meanwhile, the two major sacred grounds within the Heavenly Sacred Continent remained oblivious to these developments. As the Grand Heavenly Sacred Competition was on the horizon, this competition was open not only to the various factions, but also to loose cultivators, as long as they were under the age of 500. With news of the impending event spreading, all the prodigies across the Heavenly Sacred Continent set their sights on the Xunxian, eager to showcase their prowess in this prestigious tournament. Boss, can we participate in the Heavenly Sacred Competition? Within the ancient sacred land, Wu Miao and the others looked at Lu Xunxian with a hint of uncertainty. Before encountering Lu Xiaoyao, they had never envisioned themselves competing in such a grand tournament. Although they had all achieved the Emperor realm with Lu Xiaoyao's assistance, they still lacked confidence in their ability to participate in the Heavenly Sacred Competition. Observing their demeanor, Lu Xiaoyao sighed and placed a reassuring hand on their shoulders. You must understand, I can assist you momentarily, but I cannot carry you indefinitely. Once the Heavenly Sacred Competition concludes, I will ascend to the Immortal Realm, and the path ahead must be forged by your own strength. My greatest concern lies with the four of you. Thus, I hope you can break free from my aid and carve out your own destinies. The Heavenly Sacred Competition is undoubtedly a splendid opportunity for you to prove yourselves. Upon hearing his words, the four fell silent for a while. Finally, Wu Miao lifted his head, gazing at Lu Xiaoyao with utmost seriousness and gratitude. Boss, thank you for your support during this time. We will not let you down. The other three nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with determination. Being accepted as Lu Xiaoyao's subordinates indicated their exceptional nature. Lu Xiaoyao nodded in appreciation before gesturing towards Xunxian with a sweeping motion. Come, follow me, my leader. As we journey to the sacred land of Qingfeng and the Xunxian, let us proceed. For this time, I shall reclaim the dignity that was lost. Ren Tianfeng summoned all the disciples participating in the Tiansheng Grand Competition. Among the crowd, Gu Tianxing's eyes blazed with an intense fury. Last time, he was at a disadvantage merely because Lu Xiaoyao was the Holy Emperor. This time, however, he himself had attained the status of Holy Emperor, and he was eager to see if Lu Xiaoyao remained his match. Standing beside Gu Tianxing, Feng Qingyu wore a heavy expression, for the names of the competitors would soon be revealed at the Tiansheng Grand Competition, and she would finally know if they were indeed her sons and daughters. Qingyu, I shall seize the championship of the Tiansheng Grand Competition, and then I will publicly declare that you are my woman, Gu Tianxing thought to himself. Observing Feng Qingyu's troubled demeanor, with a wave of Ren Tianfeng's hand, the spiritual vessel of the sacred land of Qingfeng surged forward with terrifying speed towards Xunxian. Such a spectacle was witnessed by all powerful factions across the Tianshan continent, as only those of considerable strength could participate in the grand competition. Master, within the ancient Wood sacred land, Lu Xunxian chose not to accompany Lu Xiaoyao and others to Xunxian, opting instead to observe from within. Two figures approached him. Bowing in submission, it was Lin Chongtian and Hua Ryu. If you seek revenge, then go directly. You need not concern yourself with me. Lu Xunxian did not turn around, already aware of Lin Chongtian's intentions regarding vengeance. Yet, they remained kneeling, and Lin Chongtian earnestly addressed Lu Xunxian. Master, without you, I would not have achieved my current success. So I hope you can witness my revenge with your own eyes. Indeed, I would be honored if you could grant me that, Hua Ryu added. Observing their determination, Lu Xunxian sighed, somewhat resigned, and turned to respond. Very well, since you have expressed it so, I shall come to witness, but do hurry. Do not miss the Tiansheng Grand Competition. Yes, we will not miss it, Lin Chongtian exclaimed, filled with excitement at Lu Xunxian's consent. The next moment, the three found themselves within the immortal realm. Upon their arrival, Lin Chongtian began to calculate and deduce Su Kuin's whereabouts. Soon, he discovered that Su Kuin was in the 27th heaven. However, he was somewhat taken aback to sense that Su Kuin's spirit was on the verge of extinction, as if he were about to perish. Yet, he did not hesitate, promptly making his way to the 27th heaven, and before long, he arrived at the foot of the mysterious Thunder Mountain. Gazing at the mountain, Lin Chongtian's expression turned serious, for he sensed a presence within that rivaled his own. Master. Lin Chongtian instinctively looked toward Lu Xunxian, but Lu Xunxian remained calm, waving his hand dismissively. Handle it yourself. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Zhongtian inhaled deeply and turned his gaze toward the direction of the mysterious Thunder Mountain. An overwhelming aura, characteristic of an immortal emperor, surged forth from him, enveloping the entire mountain in an instant. In the next moment, a figure materialized before Lin Zhongtian, raising a hand to block the intensity of his presence. Fellow Taoist, your sudden display of pressure upon mysterious Thunder Mountain. Are you perhaps seeking to become my adversary? The countenance of the newcomer, clad in an eerie purple robe, was one of displeasure. He was none other than the master of mysterious Thunder Mountain, the mysterious Thunder Immortal Emperor. Unfazed, Lin Zhongtian stepped forward resolutely. I harbor no intention of enmity. I merely seek the return of a wayward disciple who has taken refuge in your domain. I request that you hand over this disciple for my judgment. Moreover, if my intuition serves me correctly, the three, Zhongshui Immortal Sovereign, Feng Immortal Sovereign, and Qihua Immortal Sovereign, are also in your possession. They bear animosity towards me, and I implore you to relinquish them as well. Upon hearing Lin Zhongtian's words, the mysterious Thunder Immortal Emperor's expression darkened. He had suspected that those four individuals were not merely simpletons. Otherwise, why would they seek refuge with him? However, having already taken them under his wing, surrendering them would severely tarnish his reputation amongst the immortal emperors. Furthermore, he sensed that the individual before him had only recently ascended to the immortal emperor rank, while he himself had cultivated for many years in the early stages of that realm. Should a confrontation arise, he believed he held a considerable advantage. With this thought in mind, a cold smile crept across the mysterious Thunder Immortal Emperor's face. You speak the truth, they have indeed allied with me. However, to simply hand them over at your behest would be a considerable affront to my dignity. Therefore, depart now, or face my wrath without mercy. As the mysterious Thunder Immortal Emperor concluded his statement, he summoned his life-bound immortal weapon, a small purple flag, the mysterious Thunder Banner. This artifact was imbued with the souls of countless beings vanquished by the mysterious Thunder Immortal Emperor, numbering in the trillions. Chapter 165. Annihilation of the mysterious Thunder Immortal Emperor. Upon the sight of the mysterious Thunder Banner, Lin Zhongtian's expression darkened significantly. Mysterious Thunder Immortal Emperor, do you not fear retribution from the righteous immortal emperors for your massacre of so many beings? In response, the mysterious Thunder Immortal Emperor erupted into hearty laughter. As an immortal emperor, who in this world can pose a threat to me? Do you genuinely believe that those stronger than I would intervene for the sake of insignificant ants? Lin Zhongtian's expression grew increasingly grim. With a decisive wave of his hand, he summoned forth his own life-bound immortal weapon. Then it seems today I shall act on behalf of justice. With that declaration, Lin Zhongtian initiated the first strike, launching a spear towards the mysterious Thunder Immortal Emperor. Unfazed, the Immortal Emperor wielded the mysterious Thunder Banner, unleashing a torrent of souls from its depths, each possessing formidable strength, the weakest among them being true immortals. Significantly, these souls had been endowed with the power of mysterious thunder, rendering them stronger than ordinary beings of their rank. Yet Lin Zhongtian remained undeterred. With a sweep of his spear, he obliterated the oncoming souls. The mysterious Thunder Immortal Emperor, undaunted, waved the mysterious Thunder Banner again, releasing yet another wave of souls. Each subsequent surge of souls exhibited increasing strength, first true immortals, followed by immortal kings, immortal sovereigns, and ultimately reaching the level of immortal lords. Feeling the surge in the strength of those souls, Lin Chongtian's expression turned grave. Suddenly, he caught sight of Su Kuan and the 3 others among those souls. In an instant, he deduced the situation. It seemed they had come to pledge allegiance to the Guile Thunder Immortal Emperor, only to be unexpectedly refined into the Guile Thunder banner. However, even if they were assimilated into the banner, I shall extract you and slay you once more. Enraged, Lin Chongtian thrust his spear with great force. As if a dragon erupted from the weapon, devouring those souls. The dragon, undeterred, continued its assault towards the Guile Thunder Immortal Emperor. Observing this, the Guile Thunder Immortal Emperor snorted coldly and waved the Guile Thunder banner to intercept the dragon. The two continued their fierce battle, seemingly unable to determine a victor in the immediate future. The commotion from their clash was entirely contained by Lu Xunxian, not a whisper escaping, for otherwise, it would attract the attention of every powerful being in the immortal realm. Master, do you believe Tiange can match the Guile Thunder Immortal Emperor? Hua Ryu inquired with some concern. Her talent paled in comparison to Lin Chongtian's, and despite her prolonged cultivation, she had barely reached the late Immortal Emperor stage. Thus, she was unable to perceive the intricacies of their battle. Lu Xunxian, however, remained composed. I have entrusted him with so much. If he cannot defeat even a mere Immortal Emperor, he might as well take his own life. The legacy of the Dao Lord is at stake. If he cannot surpass the initial stage of an Immortal Emperor, there is little reason for him to continue his cultivation. Therefore, Lu Xunxian harbored no doubts about the outcome of the conflict. Yet, he held a slight curiosity towards the Guile Thunder banner in the hands of the Guile Thunder Immortal Emperor. Heavenly Emperor shaped the 9 provinces. At this moment, Lin Chongtian wished to conclude his battle with the Guile Thunder Immortal Emperor swiftly, for Su Kuan and the others were already trapped within the Guile Thunder banner. Thus, he aimed to eliminate the Guile Thunder Immortal Emperor and subsequently extract and slay Su Kuan and the others. The Heavenly Emperor shaped the 9 provinces was a divine ability he comprehended during his cultivation in the Time-Space Tower, a personal innate technique of the Immortal Emperor realm. Upon breaking through to the immortal stage, each advancement in major realms would unveil a new innate technique, culminating in 6 such techniques upon reaching the Immortal Emperor stage. These innate techniques significantly enhance an immortal's prowess, categorized into 4 tiers: lower, middle, upper, and top. Lin Chongtian's Heavenly Emperor shaped the 9 provinces was indeed a top-tier innate technique. As Lin Chongtian summoned the Heavenly Emperor, shaped the 9 provinces, the Guile Thunder Immortal Emperor's expression also turned serious. Netherworld Dao Sky. The Netherworld Dao Sky was the innate technique the Guile Thunder Immortal Emperor comprehended upon ascending to the Immortal Emperor realm, a genuine top-tier innate technique. In an instant, the 2 formidable innate techniques collided, unleashing a terrifying force that obliterated Guile Thunder Mountain. At this moment, however, the Guile Thunder Immortal Emperor had no time to concern himself with such matters. If he did not eliminate Lin Chongtian, he would undoubtedly meet his demise here. Leaving no room in his thoughts for Guile Thunder Mountain, the 2 individuals were nearly evenly matched, and both possessed supreme innate abilities, resulting in a stalemate from which neither could emerge victorious. Observing this scene, Lu Xunxian furrowed his brow. Although he had initially declared his intention to refrain from intervening, he realized that if he continued to abstain, while Lin Chongtian might eventually defeat the Guile Thunder Immortal Emperor, it would take him several years to accomplish this. Consequently, they would inevitably miss the Heavenly Saint Grand Competition. With this thought in mind, Lu Xunxian acted decisively. With a mere wave of his hand, he obliterated the Guile Thunder Immortal Emperor's innate ability in an instant. The Guile Thunder Immortal Emperor's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to the seemingly unassuming Lu Xunxian, who was in fact the most formidable presence in the vicinity. Before he could utter a word, he was swiftly annihilated by the Heavenly Emperor's creation of the 9 provinces. Once the 9 provinces dissipated, the Guile Thunder Immortal Emperor lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, his eyes filled with terror. He had never anticipated such a downfall. As Lin Chongtian advanced towards him, the Guile Thunder Immortal Emperor was gripped by fear. Every being fears death, and an Immortal Emperor is no exception. He had labored hard to attain his current strength and was unwilling to lose everything so easily. Fellow Taoist, esteemed senior, I am willing to surrender the 4 individuals and swear a heavenly oath to never provoke you again. I implore you to spare my life. The Guile Thunder Immortal Emperor pleaded desperately to Lin Chongtian, who remained unmoved. I have stated my intent to act on behalf of the heavens today, so prepare to meet your end. Realizing that Lin Chongtian truly intended to end his life, the Guile Thunder Immortal Emperor steeled himself and prepared to self-destruct. Yet, before he could carry out his plan, Lu Xunxian swiftly extinguished him with a single strike. Thank you for your intervention, Master. Lin Chongtian expressed with a respectful clasp of his fists. However, Lu Xunxian merely waved his hand dismissively, knowing that a self-detonation would have posed significant complications. Afterward, Lu Xunxian turned his attention to the Guile Thunder Banner, summoning it forth with an outstretched hand. Observing the expression on his master's face, Lin Chongtian inquired curiously, "Master, what troubles you about the Guile Thunder Banner?" "Nothing of great concern. It simply does not belong to the immortal realm. To put it plainly, the Guile Thunder Banner likely originates from beyond the realms of immortality." Lu Xunxian's tone was calm, yet his words unsettled both Lin Chongtian and Hua Ryu. Chapter 166, The Guile Thunder Banner? The Human Emperor's Banner. Not belonging to the immortal realm? How did the Guile Thunder Immortal Emperor acquire the Guile Thunder Banner then? Lin Chongtian's expression grew serious. If his actions were to inadvertently embroil his master with a being from the Dao realm, he would feel irreparably guilty. Yet Lu Xunxian waved his hand reassuringly. "It was likely obtained by accident. There is no need for you to worry. I will handle any complications myself." With that, Lu Xunxian raised his hand and drew forth the souls contained within the Guile Thunder Banner, sending them into the cycle of reincarnation. The Guile Thunder Immortal Emperor had misused this banner. Its proper use was to refine fortunes for one's own benefit. If the Mystic Thunder Immortal had employed the proper methods, it is likely that Lin Zhongtian would not have stood a chance. The souls that were refined into the Mystic Thunder Flag by the Mystic Thunder Immortal had mostly been sent to reincarnation by Lu Xunxian, with only Su Kuan and his 3 companions remaining. After all, they were adversaries of Lin Zhongtian, and it was only fitting for him to deal with them himself. "Well then, I leave them to you. I shall take my leave first." Lu Xunxian stowed away the Mystic Thunder Flag and hurried back to the Heavenly Saint continent. For should he delay any longer, he would miss the commencement of the Heavenly Saint Grand Competition. No, it should not be referred to as the Mystic Thunder Flag any longer. Perhaps the title of Fortune Flag would be more appropriate. Upon being released from the Fortune Flag, the souls of Su Kuan and his 3 companions experienced some discomfort, having endured torment for 2 long years. As they began to regain their composure, they were about to express their excitement, only to be met with the watchful gaze of Lin Zhongtian and Hua Ryu. In that instant, their hearts sank. Su Kuan was the first to react, rushing towards Lin Zhongtian and clinging to his leg, weeping, "Master, it's a relief to see you safe. I was coerced by those 3. He continued, "They threatened my master's wife's safety, and to protect her, I had to compromise. Please forgive me, Master." Hearing Su Kuan's shameless accusations, the 3 from the Heavy Water Immortal Palace instantly erupted in fury. "What utter nonsense! You approached us first, claiming you would help us eliminate your master." The trio from the Heavy Water Immortal Palace understood that Lin Zhongtian would never spare them. Hence they did not plead for mercy as Su Kuan did. Naturally, they could not allow Su Kuan to live, for it was he who had betrayed them, enabling them to kill Lin Zhongtian. Although he had since been reincarnated, they had, after all, succeeded in killing him once. Upon hearing their words, Su Kuan's expression changed dramatically. And just as he was about to argue, Lin Zhongtian raised his hand and seized Su Kuan. "Since you have betrayed me, you shall endure the torment of the eternal ice and wind of the divine soul, and then perish." With that, Lin Zhongtian cast Su Kuan into a top-tier immortal artifact. After executing this, Lin Zhongtian turned his gaze toward the 3 from the Heavy Water Immortal Palace and immediately unleashed a powerful palm strike, granting them a swift end. After all, they were enemies, and their demise was only natural. What he could not accept was the betrayal of his disciple, Su Kuan. With the 4 adversaries dealt with, Lin Zhongtian's inner demons were finally laid to rest. A thunderous roar erupted from Mystic Thunder Mountain as the 2 looked upward. They beheld a terrifying storm of tribulation coalescing upon the mountain. "Sister Hua, you must leave. I am about to face my tribulation and ascend to the mid-stage of the Immortal Emperor." "Be careful, Brother Tian," Hua Ryu replied, her face etched with concern. Yet she did not linger, for she had faith in Lin Zhongtian's strength. Once Hua Ryu departed, the tribulation descended upon Lin Zhongtian, engulfing him entirely. With Lu Xunxian's departure, the restrictions upon Mystic Thunder Mountain also dissipated. The commotion surrounding Lin Zhongtian's tribulation rapidly spread throughout the 27 heavens, prompting countless powerful beings to cast their gazes toward the direction of the mysterious Thunder Mountain, their expressions grave. This direction, indeed, leads to the mysterious Thunder Mountain. It was unexpected that that fellow had swiftly ascended to the mid-stage of the Immortal Emperor realm. Recently, a notable number of immortal emperors have undergone tribulations in the immortal realm, leading to a pervasive sense that something extraordinary is about to transpire. All the great powers instinctively believed it was the mysterious Thunder Emperor breaking through to the mid-stage of the Immortal Emperor realm. For it is unlikely that anyone would dare to intrude upon the territory of the mysterious Thunder Emperor during their breakthrough, on the holy land of the celestial continent. The Xunxian mountain was currently bustling with cultivators due to the impending celestial competition, with many gathered who were of the King realm and above. It could be said that without reaching the King realm, one would not even qualify to enter Xunxian mountain. As the list of participants was gradually unveiled, Ren Tianfeng promptly acquired the roster of contestants, immediately focusing his attention on the names from the two great holy lands, the primordial ancient Holy Land and the ancient Wood Holy Land. However, he found no mention of Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. Only the names of the primordial Holy Sun and the ancient Holy Maiden appeared. Were those two exceedingly cautious? They had not even reported their names. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The sect master was already in the midst of confronting the tribulation of the immortal emperor. Once the sect master successfully breaks through, he would be able to take action against those two holy lands directly. Should they not be the children of Qingyu, then they would surely meet their demise alongside the two holy lands. At this thought, Ren Tianfeng's heart brimmed with murderous intent. Anything unattainable must be destroyed. While there was the possibility of enticing them to join the Qingfeng sect, what if they later chose to avenge themselves against the primordial and ancient Wood sects after achieving their own strength? The Qingfeng sect would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such a confrontation. Thus, to preempt any uncertainties, it was imperative to eliminate them. The list soon reached Feng Qingyu, who, upon discovering their absence from the roster, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Standing beside her, Gu Tianxing observed her demeanor and took a deep breath, adopting a serious tone. Rest assured, Qingyu, I will behead that individual and then propose to you. Yes, I believe in you, Feng Qingyu replied, forcing a smile. Yet, deep down, she harbored doubts about Gu Tianxing's ability to vanquish them. After all, while he had grown stronger during this time, they too would not remain stagnant. They were likely to become even more formidable. Regardless, all matters would be settled during the celestial competition. What if, against all odds, Gu Tianxing truly managed to defeat them? Even though this possibility seemed as unlikely as the imminent destruction of the Qingfeng Holy Land, hope still lingered. Chapter 167, The Celestial Competition, 1, Upon Xunxian Mountain. Lu Xiaoyao did not enter the secret realm alongside the disciples of the primordial ancient Holy Land, but instead chose to wander alone. After all these years, he realized he had yet to traverse on his own outside of a secret realm. Observing the throngs of people on Xunxian Mountain, Lu Xiaoyao felt a surge of nostalgia. It wouldn't be long before he departed from the celestial continent, and he could only wonder when he might return. After exploring the Xunxian Mountain, Lu Xiaoyao finally turned his gaze towards the entrance of the Heavenly Sage Grand Competition space. With a single step, he descended and promptly arrived within the small world. Brother, where have you been? Lu Qingyun inquired with a hint of confusion upon Lu Xiaoyao's return to her side. Lu Xiaoyao gently shook his head. I haven't gone anywhere, merely taking a casual look around. By the way, where's father? I am here. Lu Xunxian, who had just resolved the matter concerning the Phantom Thunder Immortal Emperor, appeared suddenly, his gaze calm as he swiftly discerned the situation within the small world. With the assistance of the heavenly Dao, the small world had been divided into numerous areas to accommodate the fierce battles of the participants. At that moment, Yi Wushuang approached Lu Xunxian with brisk steps, presenting him with a list of names. Senior Lu, here is the roster of participants for this Heavenly Sage Grand Competition. As Lu Xunxian surveyed the list in his hand, his brows furrowed in perplexity. And why have you handed this roster to me? Yi Wushuang, slightly awkward, nonetheless replied, Senior, I believe you will find this list necessary. However, Lu Xunxian pushed the roster back toward him, waving his hand dismissively. No need. Or do you believe anyone can defeat those three? At this, Yi Wushuang glanced at Lu Xiaoyao and the others, falling into silence. Indeed, they were facing peak Saint Emperors, rendering concerns about other competitors trivial. Nearby, Chen Wangu approached, his gaze directed towards a figure not far off. I didn't expect that fellow from the Qingfeng sacred ground to have also broken through to the Saint Emperor level. Were it not for Xiaoyao, Qingyun, and Qianxue, that guy might have claimed the title in this Heavenly Sage Grand Competition. As he spoke, Chen Wangu's tone was filled with profound sentiment. The Heavenly Sage Grand Competition had never before seen a Saint Emperor, yet this time, there were as many as 4. This led Chen Wangu to wonder if some significant upheaval was about to unfold in the Heavenly Sage continent. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on this matter. For with the presence of the individuals beside him, what calamity could possibly arise? Soon, the information regarding the matchups was delivered to Lu Xiaoyao and his companions. Their opponents were not particularly renowned disciples, especially when compared to powers of the caliber of the ancient sacred ground. The adversaries faced by the trio were not overly formidable, merely at the Emperor realm. In a typical Heavenly Sage Grand Competition, they might have secured commendable rankings, but alas, this event was exceptionally daunting, with hundreds of Saint Kings. Not to mention the Emperor Realm competitors, numbering over 10,000, a truly terrifying figure. The Heavenly Sage Grand Competition, while larger in scale, bore no significant difference from ordinary sect competitions. The matchups would officially commence the day following the release of the list, with one battle per day. The defeated would be eliminated until only one remained, crowned as the champion of the Heavenly Sage Grand Competition. The combatants would be randomly assigned spiritual artifacts forged by the 12th rank artifact masters of the Forging Heaven sect, ensuring fairness in the proceedings. As she held the information regarding her opponent, Feng Qingyu wore a grave expression. Her adversary was a late-stage emperor. Qingyu, do you feel confident? Gu Tiansheng, standing beside Feng Qingyu, also noted her upcoming opponent. Rest assured, as a disciple of the Qing Feng's sacred land, if I cannot even contend with a late-stage emperor, what right do I have to claim my affiliation with Qing Feng's sacred land? Feng Qingyu did not regard her opponent in this instance with any concern. However, her expression remained grave. The information accessible to the ancient Holy Land is certainly within the grasp of Qing Feng's sacred land as well. Upon learning that this Heavenly Saint tournament boasts the participation of several hundred holy kings, Feng Qingyu realized that qualifying for the top 100 would likely elude her this time. It is truly vexing. If only I had an additional 10 years to break through to the Holy King realm, I would then secure a place among the top 100. Alas, time is also a facet of fortune. Thus, she could only hope to delay encounters with Holy King adversaries long enough to afford herself the opportunity to ascend to that realm. As for Gu Tiansheng, his opponent was no weakling, a holy king indeed, yet still inferior compared to him. In the blink of an eye, the second day arrived. The rules of the Heavenly Saint tournament were rather straightforward. Participation required merely registration, with no restrictions on cultivation level, save for the age limit of 500 years or younger. Naturally, life and death were indifferent, and contestants had the option to surrender. Otherwise, how could those at the Emperor level be foolish enough to compete in light of the numerous holy kings present? Esteemed participants, here are your identity tokens. Simply infuse them with spiritual energy, and you will be directly transported to your designated combat area, intoned the Grand Elder of the Thunder's sacred land, addressing the gathered competitors. Each contestant received an identity token upon registration, crafted by the Forging Heaven sect, which possessed various functionalities. For instance, should the holder utter the word surrender, they would be instantly teleported out of the small world, thereby forfeiting their eligibility in the tournament. Listening to the Grand Elder's words, the contestants felt a weight of seriousness as they channeled their spiritual energy into the tokens, which promptly transported them to their respective battle zones. Old Shun, who do you believe will seize the title of champion in this Heavenly Saint tournament? Inquired the Grand Elder of the Tianguang sacred land. Approaching the Grand Elder of the Thunder sacred land after all the participants had entered, their camaraderie was strong. Upon becoming the Grand Elders of their respective sacred lands, they had always led their disciples to compete in the Heavenly Saint tournament together. In response, Shun Lei Yuan, the Grand Elder of the Thunder sacred land, shook his head. I am uncertain, but I estimate that the son of the Qing Feng sacred land holds considerable potential. After speaking, his gaze turned profound as he observed the arena where Gu Tianxing stood. In a single strike, Gu Tianxing effortlessly dispatched his mid-stage Holy King opponent. And with the Qing Feng sacred land providing exceptional protection, he was adorned with a 12th grade spiritual treasure that concealed his true cultivation level. Thus, even someone of Shun Lei Yuan's caliber, a late-stage Holy Emperor, could not discern Gu Tianxing's actual realm. However, the ability to eliminate a mid-stage Holy King with a single blow indicated that Gu Tianxing's power must at least be at the pinnacle of the Holy King realm. Such a level of prowess is exceedingly rare in the annals of past Heavenly Saint tournaments. Hearing this, Su Wangguang, the Grand Elder of the Tianguang sacred land, nodded in agreement. As for their respective sanctuaries, they deemed that the disciples within held no remarkable potential. Thus they did not believe that any of their acolytes could attain the pinnacle of victory. On the other hand, Lu Xiaoyao was to face an opponent who had just reached the initial stage of the Saint King realm. Upon seeing his adversary, Lu Xiaoyao could not help but exhale a sigh, his gaze filled with sympathy. Surrender, he thought, you are not my match. A mere initial Saint King lacks the qualifications to contend with a peak Saint Emperor. Chapter 168, The Heavenly Saint Competition, 2. The one battling Lu Xiaoyao was Xiao Feng, the saint son of the Thousand Spirits sect, whose talent was exceptional. He had ascended to the Saint King realm in just 300 years of cultivation. The Thousand Spirits sect was a formidable force, presided over by a Saint Emperor. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's audacious words, Xiao Feng was immediately incensed. Even if you are the saint son of the ancient sacred land, I, Xiao Feng, am certainly not an insignificant character. Even in defeat, I shall never yield. With this thought, Xiao Feng unleashed his full power, launching an onslaught towards Lu Xiaoyao. In an instant, Lu Xiaoyao found himself engulfed by Xiao Feng's ferocious attacks. Observing this, Xiao Feng released a breath of relief, convinced that victory was within his grasp. However, in the next moment, a chill swept over him from behind. Before he could comprehend the situation, Lu Xiaoyao appeared at his rear and with a mere flick of his finger, shattered the jade pendant on Xiao Feng's person. You have lost. Indeed, I have lost. Witnessing this scene, a look of utter defeat spread across Xiao Feng's face. He had not anticipated such a vast disparity in strength between himself and Lu Xiaoyao. He had completely failed to react as Lu Xiaoyao materialized behind him. Had Lu Xiaoyao wished, he could have easily dispatched him before he even realized it. He was defeated, and he accepted it wholeheartedly. Seeing Xiao Feng's dejected demeanor, Lu Xiaoyao offered words of consolation. You have performed admirably, by the standards of most. You are indeed exceptional. Continue to strive, and perhaps one day you shall catch up to me. Though these were polite words, Xiao Feng took them to heart, envisioning a day when he could truly witness Lu Xiaoyao's prowess. Suddenly, he raised his head, his spirit ignited with determination. Wait. For one day, I shall surely match your pace. With that, Xiao Feng straightened his posture and exited the arena, as though he were not the one who had lost. Lu Xiaoyao paid little mind to this display, for he could hardly fathom that a mere 300-year-old initial Saint King could ever catch up to him. A peak Saint Emperor at the tender age of 20. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyun and Luo Qinshua progressed through their matches with remarkable ease, dispatching their opponents effortlessly to advance. As for Wu Yan and her companions, it remained uncertain if their success was attributed to Lu Xiaoyao's prior assistance, but they too managed to advance, albeit with greater difficulty. Upon defeating their opponents, Wu Yan and her friends were astonished that they had found themselves on the stage of the Heavenly Saint competition, successfully advancing. Thus, once the matches concluded, the four of them hurriedly approached Lu Xiaoyao and, without hesitation, knelt before him. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, raising a hand to assist them in standing. He despised when others bowed before him. The four individuals, led by Wu Yan, gazed at Lu Xiaoyao with tears streaming down their faces, their voices filled with emotion. Boss, we have advanced. Isn't this a natural occurrence? No, boss. This is anything but ordinary. We are merely endowed with exceptional spiritual roots. Not only is it impossible for us to compete in the Heavenly Sacred Tournament, but even ascending to the Emperor realm before the age of 30 is beyond our reach. We had all but given up on ourselves. Yet it was your unwavering encouragement that kept us going. Thus, we owe you this profound bow of gratitude. Moreover, boss, we are now wholly devoted to you. Should you require us to undertake any task, even if it means sacrificing our lives, we shall do so without hesitation. Their heartfelt declarations echoed with sincerity and tears. However, Lu Xiaoyao appeared rather impatient. I have already stated that this is the fruit of your own labor. Furthermore, I have declared that you four are my subordinates. If my subordinates cannot even make it past the first round of the Heavenly Sacred Tournament, what kind of face would that give me as their leader? There is no need for thanks. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then focus on your cultivation and ascend to the celestial realm as soon as possible. Lu Xiaoyao could assist them momentarily, but he could not support them for eternity. Thus, he could only guide them to this point, and with diligent practice, they would inevitably reach their ascension. Upon hearing this, Wu Yan and the others solemnly pledged, rest assured, boss, we shall strive diligently to ascend to the celestial realm. All right, let us return to rest. The challenges ahead will only grow more formidable. With a wave of his hand, Lu Xiaoyao led Wu Yan and the others back to rest. Not far away, Feng Qingyu, who had just descended from the competition area, caught sight of Lu Xiaoyao's figure and prepared to approach him with inquiries. However, he departed before she could reach him, leaving her to suppress her inner turmoil. This scene did not escape the notice of Gu Tianxing. Damn that ancient holy son. He has inflicted such a blow upon my Qingyu. Just wait. I shall ensure your demise before you surrender. Gu Tianxing thought with malice. Of course, Lu Xiaoyao sensed his murderous intent, yet he paid it little mind. A mere defeated foe, even if he fortuitously achieved a breakthrough to the Holy Emperor, could easily be vanquished again. Half a month passed, and after a grueling 15 rounds of competition, most participants had been eliminated, leaving only those at the peak of the Emperor realm or beyond. Unfortunately, Wu Yan and his companions did not fare well, as they were eliminated in the third round. Nevertheless, they were far from disheartened, for to have made it to the third round of the Heavenly Sacred Tournament, facing formidable opponents, was a remarkable achievement in itself. As for Feng Qingyu, whether by luck or fate, she had yet to encounter a holy king, facing opponents primarily of the Emperor realm. Although she faced peak Emperor realm challengers on 2 occasions, she ultimately triumphed through her formidable foundation. However, upon seeing her next opponent, her expression soured. Luo Qinshua. Indeed, Feng Qingyu's next adversary was none other than Luo Qianxue. Taking a deep breath at the sight of her opponent, Feng Qingyu steeled herself for the impending challenge. She was acutely aware that her path should have come to an end, although Luo Qianxue had never truly exerted herself. The ease with which she could vanquish her opponents of the Saint King rank indicated that her strength was at least on par with that level. Coupled with the extraordinary depth of Luo Qianxue's abilities, this meant that her chances of victory were virtually non-existent. As she recalled the moments when she had been bullied by Luo Qianxue, a terrifying aura erupted from Feng Qingyu. No, I cannot afford to lose. I absolutely must not lose. With that declaration, the pinnacle of the imperial realm shattered, and in an instant, she successfully broke through to the Saint King realm. At the same moment that Feng Qingyu ascended to the Saint King realm, Lu Xunxian's expression changed dramatically. Ignoring Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyan beside him, he swiftly made his way to the celestial realm. This means someone is about to transcend to the Taoist realm. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from his own body, Lu Xunxian was overwhelmed with excitement. Initially, he believed that even if Feng Qingyu broke through to the Saint King realm, he would still have to exert considerable effort to reach the Taoist level. To his astonishment, the system proved remarkably powerful, presenting no obstacles whatsoever. Indeed, he had underestimated its capabilities. Chapter 169. Breakthrough to the Taoist realm. A tempestuous force surged forth from Lu Xunxian's being. The 3,000 laws he had cultivated coalesced into a singular, seemingly pure essence of strength that enveloped him entirely. This overwhelming commotion reverberated throughout the celestial realm. At that moment, whether they were celestial emperors or newly initiated spiritual practitioners, all felt this powerful presence and gazed gravely in the direction of Lu Xunxian. On Mount Tiandao, Gu Daoshi, who was in seclusion refining his insights gained from discussions with Lu Xunxian, suddenly opened his eyes and turned towards Lu Xunxian's location. His expression one of utter astonishment. Has someone broken through to the Taoist realm? Or is it the esteemed Xunxian? Due to his familiarity with Lu Xunxian's aura, Gu Daoshi quickly discerned that it was indeed Lu Xunxian. Instantly, he was filled with astonishment. It had only been a short while since they had parted, and the esteemed Xunxian had already advanced to the Taoist realm. The talent of the Xunxian is truly formidable. However, it was not entirely a misfortune for Gu Daoshi that the Xunxian had reached this level. Given their camaraderie, he would surely impart wisdom on how to achieve the Taoist breakthrough when he sought guidance. Not only Gu Daoshi was drawn to Lu Xunxian's position, the leaders of the 4 great clans were also captivated. Among them, the most significant was the leader of the Zhuge clan. Upon sensing Lu Xunxian's aura, the Zhuge celestial emperor wasted no time rushing towards the source of the disturbance. After all, the territory of the Zhuge clan was on the brink of collapse. Should they fail to resolve this matter, it could spell disaster for the entire celestial realm. How intriguing! To achieve a breakthrough to the Taoist realm under such circumstances signifies the emergence of a remarkable prodigy within the celestial realm. Lu Xinyuan, who was also searching for Lu Xunxian, felt the aura and was genuinely astonished by Lu Xunxian's talent. After all, the celestial realm had been cursed by the Taoist royal family, rendering it impossible for anyone to break through to the Taoist realm. In this circumstance, someone has indeed transcended to the realm of the Taoist. It is likely that the Wang family will not allow that individual to live, and upon venturing into the Dao realm, he will undoubtedly face the Wang family's relentless pursuit. The Wang family is somewhat more formidable than the Lu family. Thus, the Lu family would not dare to offend them by attempting to rescue that person and can only wish him good fortune. With his thoughts not lingering on the newly ascended Taoist, Lu Xinyuan continued to concentrate on the task of searching for members of the Lu family. Although the celestial realm is sealed off by the Wang family, preventing any further ascension to Taoist status, it does not hinder those aristocratic families from sending their younger generations to the celestial realm for training. Once they break through to the celestial emperor level, the bloodline stone will signal a response. Only then will the families from the Dao realm send individuals to retrieve their kin. However, situations like that of the Lu family's descendants are exceedingly rare, which means Lu Xinyuan must endure a bit of hardship and invest some time in his search. Meanwhile, the news spread throughout the celestial realm, prompting everyone to embark on a quest to find Lu Xunxian. After all, he is a Taoist, and if one could locate him and seek his guidance on how to ascend to Taoist status, it would undoubtedly present a tremendous opportunity. As for Lu Xunxian, he found himself enveloped in a pure force, forming a chrysalis around him. Yet, in an instant, the chrysalis shattered and was subsequently absorbed by him. Thus, Lu Xunxian successfully stepped into the realm of the Taoist. So, it is by condensing the power of the 3,000 laws into the Dao that one can transcend to the Taoist realm? Lu Xunxian murmured. After his ascension, he comprehended the means to further advance into the Taoist realm. The so-called 3,000 laws are merely the dispersed manifestations of power emanating from the Dao. The true Dao is the culmination of these 3,000 laws, possessing immeasurable strength. Even now, Lu Xunxian has barely reached the initial stage of Daoist status and is still far from mastering the true Dao. Ding. Detection indicates the host can ascend to the Dao realm. Would you like to ascend? At this moment, the system's voice echoed. No, Lu Xunxian decisively declined. What a folly it would be to venture into the Dao realm at such a nascent stage of Daoist power. It would be tantamount to courting death. Although he was uncertain of the strength of Daoists within the Dao realm, he surmised that, as the first level, it must be comparable to the celestial beings in the celestial realm. Moreover, he was unaware of the level of cultivation required to return if he were to enter the Dao realm. Therefore, the most prudent choice at present was to remain in the celestial realm, biding his time until he became a bit stronger before making his way to the Dao realm. As Lu Xunxian rejected the notion of ascending to the Dao realm, his own realm was suppressed to the pinnacle of the celestial emperor level. Is it true that I cannot wield the power of the Dao without venturing into the Dao realm? Lu Xunxian pondered aloud. Yet, he did not dwell on it too much. For him, even the initial stage of celestial emperor was entirely sufficient for his needs. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xunxian returned to the holy celestial continent, leaving the celestial emperors who had come in search of him with nothing to show for their efforts. Go find him. He is the only one who can resolve the issues plaguing my Zhuge clan's territory. Upon the failure to locate Lu Xunxian, the Zhuge Immortal Emperor immediately issued a decree, commanding the entire Zhuge clan to mobilize, with a singular focus on one individual, Lu Xunxian. Sensing the aura of Lu Xunxian's successful breakthrough, Gu Dao withdrew his probing presence. He would inquire further upon their next encounter. In the Holy Saint Continent, Luo Qingyu had also come across information regarding her opponent. Feng Qingyu, is it you again? In that case, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Her disdain for the Qingfeng sacred land stemmed from her infatuation with Lu Xunxian. Given that Feng Qingyu was a disciple of the Qingfeng sacred land, she had even less reason to hold back. Thus, she resolved to employ the power of the sacred emperor realm to eliminate Feng Qingyu. Ah, who is calling my name? Feng Qingyu, having just broken through to the sacred king realm, sensed something and frowned slightly. However, before she could ponder further, Lin Chongkong approached to congratulate her. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the sacred king, he exclaimed. All thanks to the guidance of our master. Feng Qingyu, exceedingly modest, quickly responded. It is all due to my own efforts. Yet, Lin Chongkong waved his hand dismissively, stating, this is all your own hard work. Now that you have reached the sacred king realm, prepare yourself for the competition. Yes, master. Feng Qingyu's eyes sparkled with determination. Now that she had also ascended to the sacred king realm, she was resolute in her belief that she could exchange a few blows with Luo Qingyu. Chapter 170. The humiliation from Luo Qingyu's sister Qingyu. Just as Luo Qingyu was about to take the stage, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun intercepted her. Observing their approach, Luo Qingyu inquired with curiosity, what is it that you wish to discuss? As she glanced at Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, she noticed their complicated expressions, ultimately leading Lu Xiaoyao to speak. With his gaze lifted and determination in his eyes, he declared, Sister Qingyu, I ask that you do not strike to kill your opponent. Merely defeat her. Oh, and why is that? Luo Qingyu's intrigue intensified. She had never witnessed these two plead for someone they barely knew. However, she soon deduced the gravity of the situation, her expression turning serious. Could it be? Indeed, she is our biological mother, Lu Qingyun interjected reluctantly. Although they were loath to acknowledge that Feng Qingyu was their mother, it was essential to convey this information to Luo Qingyu. While they could tolerate seeing Feng Qingyu suffer, they could not bear to witness her demise. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyu fell silent. She had not anticipated that Feng Qingyu was, in fact, Lu Xunxian's former wife. I understand now. I will refrain from lethal force. Just to clarify, as long as I do not kill her, that is acceptable, correct? Luo Qingyu took a deep breath, looking at the two with a serious tone. After all, if she wished to be with Lu Xunxian, she must consider the feelings of these two young ones. They nodded in agreement. Feng Qingyu had abandoned them shortly after their birth to pursue her cultivation. Thus, they felt they had done their utmost by requesting Luo Qingyu to spare her life. I comprehend, Luo Qingyu concluded, activating her identity jade talisman to enter the competition arena. Brother, do you think Sister Qingyu might actually kill her? Lu Qingyun's face bore traces of concern, for after all, Feng Qingyu was their biological mother. If Luo Qingyu were to take her life, it would leave an indelible rift between them and their father in the future. Rest assured, Sister Qingyu will surely uphold her promises. Lu Xiaoyao, filled with unwavering trust in Luo Qingyu, activated his jade talisman and entered the designated competition area. Seeing this, Lu Qingyun could only find solace. Within Luo Qianxue's competition zone, Feng Qingyu had been waiting for a considerable time. Upon Luo Qianxue's entrance, she suppressed her inner trepidation and, with a grave expression, addressed her, Luo Qianxue, I still vividly remember the humiliation you inflicted upon me 10 years ago. Even if I am defeated today, I shall ensure you pay the price. However, Luo Qianxue remained silent, her countenance darkening as she scrutinized Feng Qingyu. It is you who has wounded his heart. Since I cannot slay you, I shall resort to a slight humiliation instead. Feng Qingyu, bewildered by Luo Qianxue's words, had little time to react before Luo Qianxue suddenly appeared before her and delivered a resounding slap across her face. This unexpected turn of events left Feng Qingyu momentarily stunned. Once she regained her senses, her cheek flushed crimson, not from shyness, but from the sting of humiliation and rage. You seek death. Yet before she could retaliate, Luo Qianxue unleashed a barrage of slaps upon her face, inflicting minimal physical harm but immense insult. Outside, Lu Xunxian observed this scene with an unperturbed demeanor. Even if Feng Qingyu were to be killed by Luo Qianxue, he would remain indifferent. At worst, he would grant Luo Qianxue an opportunity to become his Dao partner. Meanwhile, Gu Tianxing swiftly defeated his opponent and, upon exiting, eagerly turned his attention to Feng Qingyu's match. However, upon witnessing the humiliation she suffered at Luo Qianxue's hands, Gu Tianxing's anger surged. No one is allowed to bully my woman but me. He was poised to charge in and avenge Feng Qingyu. But the barriers of the competition zone thwarted his advance. Young master, what troubles you? Ren Tianfeng, sensing the disturbance, approached Gu Tiansheng with a furrowed brow. Gu Tiansheng, in a rush, gestured towards Feng Qingyu's competition area, exclaiming, in this circumstance, are we still not declaring Qingyu the loser? He clearly discerned that Feng Qingyu was no match for Luo Qianxue, yet he could not bear to witness Luo Qianxue's humiliation of her. Upon hearing this, Ren Tianfeng's expression darkened, and he prepared to intervene and extricate Feng Qingyu from the fray. However, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng smilingly obstructed his path. Friend Ren, the match is not yet concluded. Your intervention would breach the rules, wouldn't it? Ren Tianfeng's countenance grew increasingly grim at their words. Can you not see? This is a one-sided annihilation. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for me to declare Feng Qingyu the loser under these circumstances. Upon hearing this, Yi Wushuang and his companion turned their gaze towards the arena. There, Feng Qingyu was being relentlessly oppressed by Luo Qianxue, receiving slap after slap that left her seething with impotent rage. She found herself unable to even utter a word of surrender, as every attempt was swiftly interrupted by Luo Qianxue. Though the reasons behind Luo Qianxue's humiliation of Feng Qingyu remained unclear, it was evident that Feng Qingyu, as a disciple of the Qing Feng's sacred ground, was favored by those present, given their acquaintance with Luo Qianxue. This is a grave misjudgment. The rules of our heavenly sacred tournament dictate that life and death are irrelevant. Unless one voluntarily concedes, the fight must continue to the bitter end. I see your disciple appears quite spirited, seemingly uninjured. As her elder, how can you presume to decide on her behalf? Indeed, unless you wish to alter the tournament's rules, such changes would take effect only during the next heavenly sacred tournament, as I understand it. Listening to their exchange, Gu Tianxing felt a surge of urgency. If this continued, Qingyu would endure further humiliation. He resolved to intervene directly, only to be stopped by Ren Tianfeng. This matter will be noted by our Qing Feng's sacred ground, and we shall repay the two great sacred grounds in due time, Ren Tianfeng stated through gritted teeth. Engaging in conflict with the two great sacred grounds at this juncture would be unwise. It would be better to wait until the ancestor successfully navigates his tribulation. As they departed, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng remained unfazed, with Senior Lu being an immortal emperor and their attendant. They had little faith that a mere Qing Feng sect could stir any significant upheaval. How curious it is to witness Qianxue in such a state. What deep-seated enmity could Feng Qingyu possibly hold against her? Yi Wushuang pondered, his curiosity piqued. Yet, Gu Feng shook his head, suggesting, there is no need for us to intervene. Let Qianxue handle it herself. With that, Gu Feng cast a profound glance at Feng Qingyu before averting his gaze. Yi Wushuang, in agreement, followed Gu Feng as they departed. With the celestial laws of the starry realm in place, even a peak immortal emperor would find it impossible to interfere with the events unfolding within the arena. Chapter 171, Countering Gu Tiansheng. Feng Qingyu's bold speculation after enduring nearly 3 hours of one-sided humiliation at the hands of Luo Qianxue, she finally grew weary. With a decisive slap, she rendered Feng Qingyu unconscious and turned away, her expression devoid of interest. The victor was clear. Luo Qianxue had emerged triumphant. Seeing the outcome, Gu Tianxing hurried into the arena, his fury ignited by Luo Qianxue's calm demeanor. "You seek death," he exclaimed, rushing towards her and delivering a powerful punch. "It is you who courts death." Luo Qianxue furrowed her brows, countering swiftly with a palm strike that sent Gu Tianxing flying. The shock was not limited to Gu Tianxing. Ren Tianfeng and the others were equally astonished. "What? You are also an immortal emperor?" Gu Tianxing's expression darkened as he processed this revelation. He had initially believed that, aside from himself, only Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun were immortal emperors in this heavenly sacred tournament, never anticipating that Luo Qianxue would also hold such status. As he recalled the events, he turned to Luo Qianxue, disbelief etched on his face. "The mysterious cultivator who broke through to the sacred emperor in the Tiannan secret realm was you. And what of it? Do not obstruct my path." Luo Qianxue replied with a calm demeanor, choosing to ignore Gu Tianxing as she departed from the competition area. Gu Tianxing, lying on the ground, wore a sinister expression, yet he ultimately refrained from retaliating against Luo Qianxue. After all, with a single strike capable of sending him flying, she must at the very least be at the mid-stage of the sacred emperor realm. Any confrontation would only bring him disgrace. For now, it was more crucial to offer gentle words of comfort. With this thought in mind, Gu Tianxing quickly rose to his feet and approached Feng Qingyu. "Qingyu, are you all right?" Upon assessing Feng Qingyu's condition, he discovered she had merely been knocked unconscious, which brought him a sigh of relief. However, upon seeing her severely swollen cheek, his animosity towards Luo Qianxue intensified. "Just wait. It's merely a matter of having cultivated for a longer time than I. After another century of training, you will undoubtedly meet your demise." Outside the competition area, Luo Qianxue spotted Lu Xiaoyao and his companion. "How is it? You aren't angry with Sister Qianxue, are you?" she inquired. The two shook their heads gently. "We would never be upset with Sister Qianxue. We have already stated that as long as you do not kill her, we will accept whatever happens." Relieved by their understanding, Luo Qianxue felt a weight lift off her shoulders, for she had genuinely worried that they might harbor resentment towards her. "In that case, let us prepare. We might face each other soon, and I expect no personal vendettas," she said with a smile, diverting the topic. After all, considerable time had passed since the Tiansheng Grand Competition began, with daily eliminations occurring. It would not be long before their turn came. Out of respect for them, Luo Qianxue would not hold back. "Sister Qianxue, you can rest assured, I am determined to secure the title of champion in this Tiansheng Grand Competition," Lu Xiaoyao declared, his spirit soaring at the mention of the competition. "Then let us settle it in the arena," Lu Qingyun added, equally determined. At present, everyone stood at the pinnacle of the sacred emperor realm. In a contest where all their abilities were unleashed, the outcome remained uncertain. Meanwhile, after being taken away by Gu Tianxing, Feng Qingyu soon regained consciousness. After all, Luo Qianxue had not struck with lethal intent. Upon awakening, her eyes brimmed with bitterness. "I want her dead. I must see her perish." Having been humiliated twice by Luo Qianxue, and this time in front of so many witnesses, if she could endure this, then her cultivation would have been in vain. "Qingyu, calm down. Luo Qianxue is also a sacred emperor," Gu Tianxing warned gravely. His words fell upon her like a bucket of cold water, instantly tempering her rage. A sacred emperor, indeed. Perhaps it was best to bide her time and settle the score once she grew stronger. Soon, Feng Qingyu recalled Luo Qianxue's words before her attack, furrowing her brow in contemplation. Who exactly was she referring to? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration coursed through her mind, connecting the dots of her past experiences. When Feng Qingyu sought out the Wandao Academy, she found herself deliberately targeted by Luo Qianxue. Adding to her distress were Luo Qianxue's words about having wounded someone's heart. Could it be that she was referring to Lu Xunxian? No, that was inconceivable. Lu Xunxian was merely an ordinary individual. And how could he possibly be acquainted with someone of Luo Qianxue's stature? Yet what if both of her children had the potential to be the scions of the two great holy lands? What if, by some twist of fate, he had indeed met Luo Qianxue? The more she pondered, the deeper her fear grew, as it seemed the situation had spiraled beyond her control. With that thought, Feng Qingyu stood up resolutely, intending to confront Luo Qianxue for clarity. However, she was halted by Gu Tianxing. "Rest assured, I shall avenge you. In 20 years, I will make them pay," Gu Tianxing declared solemnly. Having spent over 2 decades cultivating to the Saint Emperor realm, he was determined to reach the pinnacle of that level within the next 20 years. When he achieved that breakthrough, it would spell doom for Luo Qianxue. "Yes, but I need some solitude right now. Saint Sun, please prepare for the upcoming competition." Feng Qingyu replied absently, though Gu Tianxing failed to notice her distraction. After he departed, she hastily left, eager to seek out Luo Qianxue for answers. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, Luo Qianxue approached Lu Xunxian with a hint of concern. Xunxian, I've left Feng Qingyu in quite a state today. You won't hold it against me, will you? She lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. After all, no matter how one might view it, Feng Qingyu was still Lu Xunxian's partner, albeit an ex-wife. What if he still harbored feelings for her? Seeing Luo Qianxue's expression of remorse, Lu Xunxian could not help but chuckle. What would I fault you for? Such occurrences are commonplace in competitions. But she is still yours. Luo Qianxue abruptly lifted her head. Yet the final words remained unspoken. Lu Xunxian shook his head, turning away from her, his tone tinged with melancholy. I have long moved on. Although her parents have shown me kindness, I will not sacrifice my own happiness out of obligation. Their gratitude compels me to ensure her safety, but beyond that, I leave it to fate. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue exhaled in relief, fearing Lu Xunxian might blame her. After their exchange, a heavy silence enveloped them. So, what are your thoughts on what I said earlier? Chapter 172. The movements of the Zhao and Xue families. Noticing Lu Xunxian was about to speak, Luo Qianxue quickly interjected. There's no need to rush your answer. Respond when you feel ready. For now, I must return to prepare for tomorrow's competition. With that, she nearly fled the scene in haste. Lu Xunxian chuckled softly, shaking his head. In truth, he had been on the verge of agreeing to Luo Qianxue's proposal, only for her to preemptively refuse. Never mind, after the grand competition concludes, I shall confess my feelings personally. On the other side, Zhao Xiaoyi and Su Rou were performing exceptionally well. After all, in the past Tiansheng Grand Competition, the appearance of sacred emperors had been exceedingly rare. Moreover, having undergone the rigorous training of Lu Xunxian, their powers surpassed those of ordinary practitioners at the same level. Hence, it was inevitable that they would secure commendable positions in this Tiansheng Grand Competition. Meanwhile, in the Zhao family of the eastern region, news arrived that Xiaoyi had participated in the Tiansheng Grand Competition. Zhao Wujing, upon hearing the report from his clan members, could not help but display a look of astonishment. Indeed, according to the information received, the young lady had not only taken part in the competition, but had also achieved notable rankings. Additionally, it seemed she had broken through to the realm of Sacred Emperor. The clan member reported cautiously, yet there was a hint of skepticism in his tone. After all, he was aware of the young lady's talents, and such a swift breakthrough to Sacred Emperor seemed rather implausible. However, Zhao Wujing harbored no doubts. He rose with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Excellent. I always knew my daughter's giftedness. Summon my elder brother to me." Zhao Wujing was not the eldest among his peers, but rather the sixth. His extraordinary talents, particularly in managing the family affairs, had led him to become the head of the Zhao family. Upon receiving Zhao Wujing's summons, Zhao Wutian hurried to his side. "Sixth brother, you called for me. Is there something amiss?" Zhao Wujing and Zhao Wutian shared an exceptionally close relationship, free from the constraints of familial protocol. Thus, Zhao Wujing revealed the news of Zhao Xiaoyi's participation in the Tiansheng Grand Competition and her breakthrough to Sacred Emperor without reservation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wutian could not help but feel joy for his younger brother. This is splendid news. So, what do you intend to do, sixth brother? I plan to go to the Tiansheng Grand Competition to cheer for Xiaoyi, while I leave matters of the clan in your capable hands, Zhao Wujing replied. That is inadvisable. This is a matter of great significance and requires careful consideration, Zhao Wutian cautioned. After all, the Zhao family was currently experiencing rapid development, and it was unwise to be without a leader for even a day. Realizing the weight of his brother's words, Zhao Wujing patted Zhao Wutian on the shoulder and said, "In that case, I entrust this matter to you, dear brother. Please also convey to Xiaoyi that we all stand firmly in support of her." Before Zhao Wutian could respond, Li Xianling hurriedly entered the room. "Husband, I have heard news regarding Xiaoyi." Upon speaking, she noticed Zhao Wutian nearby and politely addressed him as elder brother. Esteemed lady, your timing is impeccable. Since you are here, you should accompany elder brother to the Tiansheng Grand Competition to cheer for Xiaoyi. As for me, there are too many clan affairs to attend to. I must seek an opportunity to pass on the position of clan leader," Zhao Wujing stated earnestly. He had never desired the role of clan leader. He had merely accepted it due to the requests of many. Now that the Zhao family had grown significantly stronger, it was indeed time for him to consider stepping down. Zhao Wutian and Li Xianling did not oppose Zhao Wujing's decision, as it was evident to them that he had not found happiness in his role as clan leader. "Very well, you may depart at once. If possible, please bring Xiaoyi back to me after the conclusion of the Heavenly Saint competition. She has now reached the realm of the Saint Emperor, and I imagine even the ancestor would refrain from imposing a forced marriage upon her," Zhao Wujia remarked with a wave of his hand. A Saint Emperor under the age of 500 is expected to inevitably break through to the realm of the Saint Emperor, with a significant probability of ascending to the celestial realm. Such prodigious talents are not something one would foolishly squander on a marriage alliance. Upon Zhao Wujia's consent, Zhao Wutian, accompanied by Li Xianling, made his way to Zhongzhou. Before long, the news reached the Shui family. What? Zhao Xiao has participated in the Heavenly Saint competition and has even broken through to the Saint Emperor realm? The revelation left Shui Xinjiang in utter disbelief, struggling to accept the astonishing news. He was well aware of Xiao Yi's exceptional talent, but never anticipated that she would reach the Saint Emperor realm before the age of 500. Meanwhile, Shui Qianlong's countenance darkened as he rushed to his father's side. Father, can this marriage proposal truly proceed? Upon hearing this, Shui Xinjiang intended to offer words of comfort to his son, but found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he gently placed a hand on his son's shoulder, offering solace. My son, perhaps it would be prudent to consider another marriage partner. With your talent, you need not worry about finding a stunning match. Given her extraordinary abilities, it was inconceivable that the Zhao family would continue to pursue a marriage alliance with Zhao Xiaoyi. Shui Qianlong's expression darkened further as he took a deep breath, resolutely declaring, Father, let us declare war on the Zhao family. What are you saying? Shui Xinjiang furrowed his brow. I propose that our Shui family engage in battle with the Zhao family. Our strength is double that of theirs, and we currently hold a distinct advantage. However, should we wait for Zhao Xiaoyi to mature, her formidable talent guarantees her ascent to the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor realm. At that point, our Shui family will be compelled to act according to the Zhao family's whims. Is that the outcome you desire to witness, father? Shui Qianlong continued to persuade. Evidently, Shui Xinjiang absorbed his words, his expression darkening as he contemplated the implications. After a considerable pause, he replied, I will discuss this matter with the ancestors, but whether we engage in conflict with the Zhao family will ultimately require their approval. Finishing his statement, he patted Shui Qianlong on the shoulder and added, in any case, this matter must remain confidential. We cannot afford to alert the Zhao family and allow them to prepare. Yes, father. Watching his father depart, Shui Qianlong's mind raced with thoughts. Yet he remained resolute in his determination. Xiao Yi, do not blame me. If there is blame to be assigned, let it be directed at your unwillingness to become my consort. Rest assured, I will not take your life. I shall bend you to my will. Chapter 173. Ancient Heavenly Saint versus Lu Xiaoyao. 1. At the location of the Chengtian Mountain, Feng Qingyu, after departing from her residence at the Qingfeng Sacred Land, promptly made her way to the area where Luo Qianxue resided. Unfortunately, Luo Qianxue had no desire to meet her, and despite Feng Qingyu's best efforts, she was unable to see her. However, she did encounter other unexpected developments. In a moment of despair, Feng Qingyu caught sight of Lu Qingyun. The instant she saw Lu Qingyun, Feng Qingyu rushed forward, eager to inquire, what is your name? However, before she could approach, Lu Qingyun furrowed her brow and conjured a barrier of spiritual energy, denying Feng Qingyu the chance to draw near. Listening to Feng Qingyu's plea, Lu Qingyun could not help but let out a sigh. Why bother? We no longer inhabit the same world. As for your name, you shall learn it when we compete for the top position. With that, Lu Qingyun vanished, leaving Feng Qingyu seething in impotent rage. Why was she treated this way? She had merely made a choice that anyone else would have made. Denied the opportunity to speak, and constantly targeted, it seemed her suspicions were confirmed. Lu Qingyun truly was Qingyun, truly her daughter. Feng Qingyu's heart was a tumult of emotions. Nonetheless, the fact that she was their mother was an undeniable truth. When the time came for their next contest, she would reclaim her identity. As for their attitude towards her, it must be the result of Lu Xunxian's slanders over the years. Once she clarified the situation, they would likely choose to forgive her. Moreover, she had the backing of the Qingfeng sacred ground, whose strength rivaled that of the ancient wilderness and ancient wood sacred grounds, allowing them to fully harness their talents there. With such thoughts, a smile crept across Feng Qingyu's face. Meanwhile, upon returning, Lu Qingyun was noticed by Lu Xiaoyao. Did you meet her? A mere glance revealed something amiss, prompting Lu Xiaoyao to inquire. It was just a chance encounter, Lu Qingyun replied, shaking her head calmly. Indeed, it was merely a fortuitous meeting with Feng Qingyu. Being twins with similar temperaments, Lu Xiaoyao held no interest in Feng Qingyu, and thus, Lu Qingyun harbored no fondness for her either. Observing his sister's demeanor, Lu Xiaoyao sighed and patted her shoulder. Do not dwell on it. Focus on the competition. The final match is only 10 days away. Instead, think of how to defeat Sister Qianxue. Clearly, Lu Xiaoyao was determined to secure the top position. Lu Qingyun considered this reasoning and promptly set aside thoughts of Feng Qingyu. On the other side, as night fell, the battle roster for the following day was announced. Upon discovering that her opponent was the son of the ancient wilderness, Gu Tianxing felt a surge of excitement. Your luck has run out this time. I will personally ensure your demise. His face was etched with murderous intent, recalling the humiliation inflicted upon him. This time, As a holy emperor, he was resolute in his belief that he could vanquish his foe. However, should the powerful figures from the ancient wilderness intervene upon sensing danger, he needed to consult the Grand Elder to secure assistance. Without hesitation, Gu Tianxing set off to find the Grand Elder. At this moment, Ren Tianfeng wore a grave expression, taken aback by the rapid confrontation between the Holy Sun and Lu Xiaoyao. Upon the arrival of Gu Tianxing, Ren Tianfeng, with a serious demeanor, spoke first. You must exercise caution tomorrow, had it not been for the opponent's timely surrender. What, Elder? How could you possibly think that I am not a match for that fellow? Gu Tianxing exclaimed, momentarily stunned before his anger surged. However, Ren Tianfeng merely scoffed. The other party has already advanced to the Saint Emperor realm 2 years ahead of you. Do you truly believe they have not made any progress during this time? Consider everything carefully and remain vigilant. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianxing's expression grew increasingly grim, yet he retained faith in his own capabilities. Rest assured, I shall find the opportunity to deal with that individual. I have come to request you, Elder, to perform a task. Should the disciples of the ancient sacred land attempt to rescue that person, I implore you to intervene. Ren Tianfeng fell into contemplation for a moment, and after a lengthy pause, he ultimately could not refuse, nodding in agreement. However, prioritize caution. If it proves impossible to eliminate him, obtain a sample of his blood or hair. It shall serve a significant purpose. I understand, Elder. Although Gu Tianxing was uncertain about Ren Tianfeng's intentions for Lu Xiaoyao's blood and hair, he deemed the task to be manageable and thus acquiesced. Once Gu Tianxing departed, a hint of profundity flickered in Ren Tianfeng's eyes. He was preparing for contingencies. If Gu Tianxing could indeed vanquish Lu Xiaoyao, it would be optimal. However, even if he failed to slay him, acquiring Lu Xiaoyao's blood and hair could be instrumental in determining whether he was a descendant of Feng Qingyu. After all, Lu Xiaoyao was the holy son of the ancient sacred land, and it was plausible that, due to their blood ties, he might harbor resentment, rendering him unfit to serve the Qingfeng sect. As for Lu Xiaoyao, upon learning that his opponent was Gu Tianxing, he felt no stirrings of anxiety within. Despite the latter's ascension to the Saint Emperor realm, there remained a significant disparity of 3 minor realms between them. Coupled with the formidable might of the ancient sacred body and his own profound foundations, should he fail to defeat Gu Tianxing, he might as well abandon all pretense. With such thoughts occupying his mind, the following day arrived. As the grand competition commenced, Gu Tianxing was the first to enter the arena, eagerly awaiting Lu Xiaoyao's appearance. Not long after, Lu Xiaoyao made his entrance into the competition area. The moment Gu Tianxing laid eyes on him, an uncontrollable fury ignited within him, and he brandished his spear, directing it towards Lu Xiaoyao. 3 years ago, in the Tian secret realm, you humiliated me thus. Today, I shall demand your blood to cleanse my humiliation. Lu Xiaoyao, scrutinizing Gu Tianxing, could not recall him for quite some time, and eventually shook his head in response. I'm sorry, but I have no recollection of you. Perhaps you are simply an inconsequential person. Hearing Lu Xiaoyao's brazen retort only fueled Gu Tianxing's rage further, prompting him to strike first. In an instant, he lunged towards Lu Xiaoyao, his spear aimed directly at his face. Outside the arena, Feng Qingyu, having been eliminated, watched alongside Ren Tianfeng as Gu Tianxing and Lu Xiaoyao engaged in their fierce contest. As the gentle winds whispered, Feng Qingyu felt a twinge of anxiety within her. After all, Lu Xiaoyao might very well be her son, a 20-year-old holy emperor, and if he were to return to her side, she would undoubtedly rise in status as a mother. As for Gu Tianxing, he was an admirer of hers, possessing considerable talent. Naturally, she wished to avoid seeing either of them harmed. However, it was evident that circumstances would not unfold as Feng Qingyu had hoped. Chapter 174, Lu Xunxian speaks. Annihilating Gu Tianxing. Observing that Gu Tianxing held nothing back, unleashing deadly attacks, Lu Xiaoyao could not help but sigh. I had no intention of killing you, but since you seek my demise, I shall reluctantly send you on your way. With that, Lu Xiaoyao resolved to show no mercy, swiftly placing a finger upon his spear just before it struck him. In an instant, that formidable 12th-tier spiritual treasure shattered under a mere flick of his finger. Outside the arena, Ren Tianfeng's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. This is bad. Holy Son, surrender at once. Even he could not achieve such a feat of shattering a 12th-tier spiritual weapon with a single gesture, indicating that Lu Xiaoyao's strength likely surpassed his own. As one who had already reached the latter stages of Holy Emperor, it was feared that Lu Xiaoyao stood at the pinnacle of this realm. As Gu Tianxing stared in disbelief at the obliterated spear, he was momentarily frozen, and just as he was about to shout his surrender, he realized with a pang of pride that, in light of the current situation, he was utterly no match for Lu Xiaoyao. In fact, the likelihood of his own demise at Lu Xiaoyao's hands was quite high. A refusal to concede under such circumstances would surely indicate a lack of reason. Yet, it was clear that Lu Xiaoyao had no intention of sparing Gu Tianxing. An overwhelming pressure descended, pinning Gu Tianxing in place, rendering him immobile, even unable to utter a word. Witnessing this scene, Ren Tianfeng felt an acute sense of urgency. Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun were unknowns, while Gu Tianxing was a known entity. Should Gu Tianxing perish, the higher-ups of the main sect would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Before Ren Tianfeng could intervene, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng stepped in to block him. "Friend Ren, what is the meaning of your actions? Do you intend to disrupt the rules?" they inquired, their tone far from amicable. "Get out of my way. If anything happens to our sect's holy son, I, Qingfeng's sect, will never let this go," Ren Tianfeng retorted, his voice laced with ire. Yet, it was evident that Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng remained unfazed, with Lu Xunxian backing them. They had no fear of a mere Qingfeng sect. "Damn it, I will strike." Ren Tianfeng, his heart racing at the sight of Gu Tianxing being suppressed within the arena, disregarded Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng's warnings and charged at them with ferocity. Seeing this, Yi Wushuang let out a cold laugh. "Since you insist on courting death, do not blame me." With that, she ceased to conceal her power, the aura of a pinnacle holy emperor surging forth, enveloping Ren Tianfeng in an instant. "What?" Ren Tianfeng's face contorted in shock. He had not anticipated that this seasoned warrior had secretly broken through to the pinnacle of Holy Emperor. Before he could utter a word, Yi Wushuang struck him with a single punch, sending him flying, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, within the arena, Lu Xiaoyao strolled leisurely to the prostrate figure of Gu Tianxing. "To be honest, I had no intention of causing you harm. However, your insistence on courting death leaves me no choice. Prepare to meet your demise. Please, I beg you spare me. If anything happens to me, the Upper Realm's main sect will not let you go," Gu Tianxing pleaded, his once proud demeanor shattered by an overwhelming fear, struggling to beg for mercy. Yet, it was evident that his words did little to shift Lu Xiaoyao's resolve. With a single gesture, Lu Xiaoyao unleashed a terrifying attack, poised to annihilate Gu Tianxing. Unexpectedly, the jade pendant adorning Gu Tianxing's neck erupted with a brilliant light. In the next moment, a formidable phantom enveloped Gu Tianxing. "Who dares to harm the holy son of Qingfeng's sect?" The figure unmistakably resembled Gu Daoyuan. Even in the celestial realm, divine-grade spiritual roots are exceedingly rare, and Gu Daoyuan had undoubtedly left behind numerous means within Gu Tianxing. The jade pendant worn by Gu Tianxing contained a fragment of Gu Daoyuan's power, though merely a sliver. It was sufficient to obliterate any existence below the true immortal level. Upon seeing Gu Daoyuan, Lu Xiaoyao's expression turned grave, but he soon relaxed. Gu Tianxing had a protector, did he not? It was only reasonable to retaliate when faced with an attempt on his life. With an air of disdain, Lu Xiaoyao regarded the phantom of Gu Daoyuan. The once dumbfounded Gu Tianxing, upon seeing the apparition, suddenly regained his confidence. "Master, quickly eliminate him." Gu Daoyuan, upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words, let out a cold snort. "You foolish child, having dared to lay hands on the holy son of Qingfeng's sect, you shall perish." As the words left his lips, Gu Daoyuan's phantom prepared to strike down Lu Xiaoyao. However, it was met with a disdainful scoff from Lu Xunxian, causing it to shatter on the spot. "Go ahead and act. Should anything happen, I will bear the consequences." Lu Xunxian's voice resonated throughout the small world, stunning many and prompting them to gaze curiously at Lu Xiaoyao in the arena, pondering who his father could be to speak with such authority. While others may not be familiar with Lu Xunxian's voice, Feng Qingyu recognized it. After 20 years of companionship, Lu Xunxian's voice had become etched in her very bones. Impossible to forget. "Xunxian, I know it's you, come out." From Lu Xunxian's earlier display of power, it was clear to all present that he was immensely formidable. And Feng Qingyu was no exception. Although she could not fathom why Lu Xunxian had grown so powerful, she still believed he held affection for her, thus maintaining an arrogant tone. Yet, it was evident that Lu Xunxian would not heed Feng Qingyu's words. In the arena, Lu Xiaoyao gazed at Gu Tianxing with an innocuous smile. "Now that your trump card is gone, it's time for you to depart." With that, disregarding the terror etched on Gu Tianxing's face, Lu Xiaoyao pointed decisively, and in an instant, Gu Tianxing's soul was shattered, transforming into a mist of blood, dead beyond resurrection. Meanwhile, within the soul hall of Qingfeng's sect, in the celestial realm, in the uppermost region, one of the soul lamps extinguished silently, causing the disciples guarding the soul palace to change countenance, exclaiming, "It is dire. The soul lamp of the Holy Sun has gone out." At that moment, Gu Daoyuan successfully transcended his tribulation, breaking through to the realm of a mortal sovereign. However, he paid no heed to the elders who approached to offer their congratulations. His face was a mask of fury. "Damn it, who dared to slay the holy son of Qingfeng's sect. He had sensed it when the protective jade pendant entrusted to Gu Tianxing shattered, yet he had been in the midst of his own tribulation then. Now that he had triumphed, it was time for vengeance. Ignoring the surrounding elders, Gu Daoyuan swiftly made his way toward the Ascension node of the Tianxin continent. The elders of Qingfeng's sect, hearing this, wore equally grim expressions. Brothers, follow me to exact revenge and uphold the dignity of Qingfeng's sect. Seeing the sect leader's departure toward the Tianxin continent, Hu Pogu could no longer remain idle. He raised his arm in a rallying cry and hastily followed the sect leader. As for the other elders, some chose to accompany them, while others remained behind, reasoning that such a trivial matter from the lower realms did not necessitate so many of them. With the sect leader having ascended to the realm of Immortal Sovereign, it was sufficient for him to handle it alone. Chapter 175. Toying with Gu Daoyuan at Chengtian Mountain. After dealing with Gu Tianxing, Lu Xiaoyao intended to leave. Just then, Feng Qingyu appeared and blocked his path. Child, is your father Lu Xunxian? Are you Lu Xiaoyao? Feng Qingyu inquired urgently, her face etched with worry. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao merely scoffed, responding, what concern is it of yours whether I am Lu Xiaoyao? At his words, Feng Qingyu stood frozen in place. His response all but confirmed his identity. Child, I am your mother. I am Feng Qingyu, she cried, nearly in tears. With Gu Tianxing now slain by Lu Xiaoyao, she clung desperately to him. However, upon glancing at Lu Xiaoyao, she found him wearing an expression of utter calmness. And so, what does that mean to me? His chilling indifference left Feng Qingyu in disbelief, yet she quickly implored, I acknowledge the harm I caused you back then, but I have spent these years searching for you. I simply could not find you after you left Songlin village. She longed to return to her side and make amends for the maternal love lost over the years. As she moved to embrace Lu Xiaoyao, he deftly dodged, eluding her grasp. Looking at her, Lu Xiaoyao wore a faint smile of mockery. Do you think I was unaware of the past? I have lacked for no maternal affection, for Sister Qianxua has cared for us. As for you, we do not need you. At his words, Feng Qingyu stood transfixed, overwhelmed by regret and anguish. Had she known her son and daughter possessed such extraordinary talents, she would have chosen to stay with them in Songlin village. Alas, in this world, there are no such things as what-ifs. At that moment, an immensely furious voice reverberated throughout the entire heavenly sacred continent. Who has slain the holy son of the Qingfeng sect? As this voice echoed across the land, countless powerful beings wore grave expressions. Such formidable cultivation could only be wielded by those who had ascended to the celestial realm. Coupled with the words spoken, it was almost certain that it was a powerful figure from the Qingfeng sect. Upon hearing this voice, the elders within the Qingfeng sacred land were first taken aback. But they quickly regained their composure, their hearts filled with dread. The holy son is dead? Although they were unaware of the circumstances, they feared that the main sect of the upper realm might punish them for this calamity. Meanwhile, Ren Tianfeng, who had been sent flying by Yi Wushuang's punch, finally steadied himself, yet upon hearing that voice, the weight upon his heart was lifted only to be replaced by despair. He never anticipated that the holy son would meet such a dire fate. In a small world, both Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng heard the voice and promptly approached Lu Xunxian. Elder Lu, what shall we do about this? Fear not, let him meet his end. Lu Xunxian replied with an expression of indifference. Just as he was about to take action, he sensed something and halted. There is no need for me to intervene. Others will take care of it. Intrigued by this statement, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng wondered who would take action. At this moment, at the Ascension node in the celestial realm, Gu Daoyuan was preparing to tear open the Ascension point and forcibly descend upon the heavenly sacred continent. Suddenly, a powerful chill enveloped him. What are you doing? Gu Daoyuan turned to see an unremarkable man gazing at him with an expression of calm, none other than the hastily arriving Lin Chongtian. Beside him stood Hua Ryu. They were well aware that their master was set to ascend to the celestial realm, so they had promptly made preparations and waited at the Ascension node for their master's arrival. They did not expect to witness Gu Daoyuan preparing to strike the heavenly sacred continent. Naturally, Lin Chongtian sought to alleviate some of the burden from his master, intervening before Lu Xunxian could act. Upon hearing Lin Chongtian's voice, Gu Daoyuan's nerves became taut. He sensed not the slightest trace of aura emanating from Lin Chongtian, nor from Hua Ryu beside him. A master? This was the singular thought racing through Gu Daoyuan's mind. Realizing this, he dared not make any sudden movements. Hastily cupping his hands in respect towards Lin Chongtian and Hua Ryu. Esteemed seniors, my sect's holy son has fallen victim to the machinations of malevolent beings in this realm. I have come to seek vengeance. I hope for your understanding. With that, Gu Daoyuan lowered his head, no longer daring to meet their gaze. Upon hearing this, Lin Chongtian and Hua Ryu exchanged glances, and then Hua Ryu spoke up. Tian Gu, Allow me to practice my skills on him. I have yet to engage in battle since breaking through to the peak of the Celestial Emperor realm. Now at the pinnacle of the Celestial Emperor realm, Huaryu had not yet fought. Thus, upon seeing that Gu Daoyuan was also at the Celestial Emperor realm, she felt a subtle inclination towards sparring. Very well, very well. I leave him in your capable hands. Lin Chongtian, naturally indulgent towards Huaryu, did not refuse. Upon overhearing their dialogue, Gu Daoyuan looked up in disbelief. However, the next moment, as he noticed Huaryu vanish from sight, a sense of alarm surged within him. Instinctively, he summoned his life-bound celestial blade to shield himself, yet was still sent flying by a kick from Huaryu. Experiencing the terrifying force of that strike, Gu Daoyuan was filled with dread. Escape was imperative. Huaryu's strength undoubtedly surpassed his own. To engage in a relentless battle would surely lead to his demise. Yet, it was evident that Huaryu had no intention of granting Gu Daoyuan that opportunity to flee, though she also refrained from inflicting severe injuries upon him. It felt as if she were toying with him deliberately. Seniors, I believe I bear no grudge against you. Why must you act against me? Gu Daoyuan exclaimed, his tone laden with trepidation. You indeed have no enmity with us, but the villain you speak of is our young master. So, what do you think we ought to do? Lin Chongtian's voice was calm from a distance. The moment Gu Daoyuan spoke, he grasped the situation's essence. There was nothing more to discuss. Daring to harbor thoughts against the young master warranted death. Upon hearing Lin Chongtian's words, Gu Daoyuan's face turned pale with terror, clearly not having anticipated that he had provoked such a formidable entity. In that instant, he inwardly cursed Gu Tiansheng with fervor. You die well for bringing me such trouble. Even if I survive, I shall ensure your demise. However, he realized that now was not the time for cursing Gu Tiansheng. The priority was to find a way to survive. Senior, I am willing to lead the entire Qingfeng sect to submit to you. I implore you to spare my life. While struggling against Huaryu's torment, Gu Daoyuan looked towards Lin Chongtian, pleading for mercy. He discerned that the woman before him was acting under Lin Chongtian's authority, so he naturally directed his appeal to him. Yet, it was evident that a mere individual who had just broken through to the Celestial Emperor realm held little significance in Lin Chongtian's domain, where even the weakest were at the Celestial Emperor level. Seeing Lin Chongtian disregard his pleas, Gu Daoyuan felt a surge of anger. Since you intend to let me perish, then let us journey to the same fate. With that, he gathered all his strength, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, clearly preparing for self-detonation. Observing Gu Daoyuan's intent to self-destruct, Lin Chongtian shook his head. Hua Mei, dispose of him. Very well, since he wishes to self-destruct, we must resolve this swiftly. With Lin Chongtian's command, Huaryu ceased her playful antics. As she waved her hand, a wondrous spectacle emerged behind her, resembling a kaleidoscope of colors, akin to the birth of a new universe. This was Huaryu's life-bound divine ability, one flower in full bloom, attained after her ascension to the Celestial Emperor realm. As Huaryu's thoughts crystallized, a vibrant, multicolored force surged forth, enveloping Gu Daoyuan before he could initiate his self-detonation. In an instant, a formidable force enveloped Gu Daoyuan. Looking back at Gu Daoyuan, one could see that under the influence of this power, he was adorned with exquisite blossoms, which soon enveloped him before he could utter a word of surrender. Before long, a gentle breeze swept through, and Gu Daoyuan transformed into a myriad of flowers, drifting away. Gu Daoyuan had perished. At that moment, Hu Pogu, leading the elders of the Qingfeng sect, hurriedly arrived. Witnessing the heartbreaking scene of their sect leader's transformation into flowers and subsequent demise. No, Hu Pogu exclaimed, unable to contain his despair. His outcry instantly captured the attention of Lin Chongtian and his wife. So it is a group then? Very well, let us set forth, Lin Chongtian stated. Addressing Hu Pogu and his companions with a calm demeanor, and with a mere thought, a terrifying gravitational force descended upon them. Before the Celestial Emperor's formidable laws, Hu Pogu and his companions met their end with remarkable tranquility, having no opportunity to react. Hua Mimi, shall I go, or will you handle those remnants of the Qingfeng sect? Lin Chongtian inquired of Huaryu. I shall go. You remain here and await the master's ascension. Huaryu readily accepted the task, promptly heading towards the 25th heaven, where the Qingfeng sect resided. Meanwhile, within the Qingfeng sacred land of the Tianxin continent, upon witnessing the fall of the Holy Sun, Ren Tianfeng could no longer afford to linger. He hurried back to the sacred land, fearing that the entire Tianxin continent would soon be brought to ruin by the sect leader. And only by hiding within the sacred land could he hope to escape calamity. However, after a long silence following Gu Duan's furious voice, no further commotion ensued, leaving Ren Tianfeng perplexed. Had something unforeseen occurred? Logically, the approaching figures should be powerful beings of the sect, at the very least, of the Celestial King level. What could possibly delay such formidable entities? At Qingtian Mountain, the matter was resolved, and the Tiansheng Grand Competition shall proceed. Xunxian spoke with an even tone, dismissing further concerns regarding the celestial realm, addressing Yi Wushuang and his companion. Trusting Xunxian's words, Yi Wushuang and his companion hurriedly descended to announce the continuation of the Tiansheng Grand Competition. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyu felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, hastening towards the direction of the ancient sacred land. As the holy son of the ancient sacred land, Lu Xiaoyao would undoubtedly remain there. Furthermore, considering Luo Qianxue's earlier remarks about having hurt Lu Xunxian's heart, it implied that Lu Xunxian must still be alive and likely within the ancient sacred land. If she could seek Lu Xunxian's forgiveness, she might remain by his side. At this juncture, it seemed untenable for her to stay within the Qingfeng sacred land. Having witnessed Gu Tianxing's demise at the hands of her own son, remaining there would surely lead to her own death. Only by aligning herself with Lu Xiaoyao and his companions could she hope to survive. On the other hand, upon learning that the competition would continue, the situation did not escalate significantly despite Gu Tianxing's death. Ultimately, Lu Xiaoyao and his companions finally crossed paths. As Lu Qingyun gazed at her opponent, Lu Xiaoyao, a playful smile graced her face. "Brother, my dear brother, might you consider yielding to me?" In times past, such a plea had often proven effective. However, it was evident that Lu Xiaoyao's resolve was now unwavering. "It is impossible. In this competition, kinship holds no sway. To show leniency towards you would be to jeopardize your future. I must apologize, dear sister. You must fend for yourself." Lu Xiaoyao spoke with righteous conviction, as if he stood on a moral pedestal. Listening to his words, a flicker of annoyance crossed Lu Qingyun's face, and after delivering a few playful punches to Lu Xiaoyao, she finally relented. Nearby, Luo Qianxue, having overheard their exchange, formulated a plan, pulling Lu Qingyun aside to engage in hushed conversation. Before long, Lu Xiaoyao caught a glimpse of his sister casting him a mischievous glance, stirring a wave of anxiety within him. Could Qianxue have offered her some dubious advice? He shook his head vigorously. This was merely a straightforward contest, and his sole objective was to clinch victory, nothing more. Surely, his sister harbored no ill intentions. Or so he hoped. The more he pondered, the more restless he became, and this feeling lingered until it was time for him to face his sister in battle. Observing Lu Qingyun's sly expression from a distance, he cast aside his unease and brandished his spear. "Sister, weapons are indiscriminate. I advise you to concede while you still can." His words were laced with good intentions, yet Lu Qingyun remained undeterred. "Brother, make your move." With a swift motion, she summoned her sword and lunged toward Lu Xiaoyao. Realizing he had no choice but to abandon his reservations, Lu Xiaoyao retaliated, thrusting his spear towards Lu Qingyun. He anticipated that she would be able to parry his attack. Thus he did not overthink it. To his astonishment, Lu Qingyun did not even attempt to evade. Instead, she charged forward. This startled Lu Xiaoyao, who barely managed to temper his strike. By the time he regained his composure, Lu Qingyun had her sword poised at his throat. "Brother, it appears that you have lost." Chapter 177. Deception. The Zhao family crisis. Lu Xiaoyao raised his head, only to find Lu Qingyun beaming at him. "Ah, sister, you have played me for a fool." At this juncture, he could no longer deny the crafty scheme of Qianxue and his sister. They had anticipated that upon witnessing Lu Qingyun's boldness, he would momentarily falter. And it was then that Lu Qingyun would seize her opportunity to turn the tide. "A bet is a bet. Brother, you have lost." With the situation at hand, Lu Xiaoyao had no choice but to concede. After all, if this were a life or death battle, a moment of distraction could prove fatal. Thus, Lu Qingyun triumphed over Lu Xiaoyao. Advancing to the next round. On another front, observing Zhao Xiaoyi sprawled on the ground, Luo Qianxu gently shook her head. "Yield, you are no match for me. Though I may not be your equal, I must still give it a try," Zhao Xiaoyi replied, gripping her sword with a serious demeanor. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo Qianxue let out a faint sigh and waved her hand, sending Zhao Xiaoyi flying through the air. Luo Qianxue emerged victorious. This moment was fortuitously observed by the arriving Zhao Wutian and Li Xianling. "Dear daughter," Li Xianling rushed forward and, upon confirming her daughter was unharmed, finally felt a sense of relief wash over her. "Mother, what brings you here? An uncle?" Zhao Xiaoyi stood up, her expression one of surprise as she beheld Li Xianling and Zhao Wutian. Li Xianling responded with a hint of reproach. "Your news has spread throughout the entire Tiansheng continent. How could our Zhao family remain oblivious to it? Are you planning to bring me back for an arranged marriage?" Zhao Xiaoyi asked, her demeanor suddenly alert. "Still speaking of marriage? You have already ascended to the status of a sage emperor. How could the family still consider such a union for you? Moreover, do you think that if your father had not secretly protected you, you could have escaped from the Zhao family right under the ancestor's nose?" Li Xianling retorted, her tone sharp. Zhao Xiaoyi's expression grew complex at these words. She had not anticipated that her father had aided her escape from the Zhao family all those years ago. Indeed, the marriage arrangement had been decreed by the ancestor, and escaping from under the watchful eye of a sage emperor seemed nearly impossible. As Zhao Xiaoyi contemplated her next words, Zhao Wutian produced a gleaming communication jade talisman. The moment it connected, the voice of Zhao Wuji resonated through. Elder brother, our family is under siege by the Xue family. Do not return. What is happening? Zhao Wutian exclaimed in a rush, but the jade talisman fell silent, leaving him in a state of anxiety. He resolved to return immediately. Zhao Xiaoyi and Li Xianling, upon hearing this, felt a surge of urgency. Zhao Xiaoyi's expression changed as she made a firm decision. She intended to seek assistance from Lu Xunxian. At that moment, a figure appeared before Zhao Xiaoyi. Let us go. My master has instructed me to assist you with your family matters. Li Xianling and Zhao Wutian were unfamiliar with the figure, Fu Qitian, but upon seeing him, Zhao Xiaoyi felt a wave of relief. She was well aware of Fu Qitian's formidable strength. With his help, the Xue family should pose no threat. Without the time to explain to her mother and uncle, Zhao Xiaoyi quickly spoke, I am grateful for your assistance, Senior Fu. Let us depart. In the next instant, Fu Qitian enveloped Zhao Xiaoyi and they sped towards the Zhao family in the eastern domain. Li Xianling and Zhao Wutian, seeing this, hurriedly followed. Yet within the blink of an eye, Zhao Xiaoyi and her companion vanished from their sight. That person is a sage emperor. Zhao Wutian finally comprehended, his face etched with astonishment. He had not expected his niece to be acquainted with such a powerful being, one who appeared even mightier than their family's ancestor. With such an ally, he believed the Zhao family's crisis could be effortlessly averted. However, contrary to Zhao Wutian's elation, a frown lingered on Li Xianling's face. Only she was concerned about where her daughter had encountered such formidable beings, and the fact that a person of such caliber claimed to have a master raised troubling questions. Did this imply that her daughter had paid some price to obtain their assistance? However, despite the tumult of doubts swirling within Li Xianling, she could only seek clarity from her daughter upon their reunion. At that moment, above the eastern domain, the ancestral figure of the Zhao family, Zhao Tianxian, was locked in a standoff with the patriarch of the Xue family, Xue and Nian. Xue, are you truly intent on waging war against the Zhao family? Is there no room for reconciliation? Zhao Tianxian's countenance was dark, for he had been in seclusion when he was unexpectedly assaulted by Xue and Nian and his kin. Looking down, the members of the Xue family were mercilessly slaughtering the Zhao clan. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the Zhao family had already suffered significant casualties, compounded by the fact that the Xue family was considerably more powerful overall. Thus, it seemed inevitable that the Zhao family would face annihilation. In response, Xue and Nian let out a cold laugh. Old Zhao, do not blame me. Rather, place the blame on the remarkable prodigy your family has produced. As for you, prepare to embark on your journey. I shall ensure your kin will join you soon. With those words, Xue and Nian lunged at Zhao Tianxian. Seeing this, Zhao Tianxian could only retaliate, but it was evident that he was no match for Xue and Nian. After all, Xue and Nian was younger and on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of the Sacred Emperor realm, leaving Zhao Tianxian at a distinct disadvantage. Xue, my family is willing to surrender that prodigy. Shall we put an end to this matter? Zhao Tianxian attempted to negotiate, but Xue and Nian remained unmoved. What use could a member of your Zhao family possibly be to us? Instead, it is your family that shall accompany that individual to the afterlife. Below Zhao Wujia, as the patriarch of the Zhao family, found himself beset by three peak sacred emperors from the Xue family, despite his own pinnacle status. Struggling to fend off their relentless assault, he pondered how to escape. Under the current circumstances, preserving the entire Zhao family was impossible. He could only aim to save as many of his kin as possible, safeguarding the essence of their lineage for future retribution. Among the three peak sacred emperors attacking Zhao Wujia was the Xue family's leader, Xue Xinjiang. Sensing Zhao Wujia's thoughts, Xue Xinjiang sneered. Zhao Wujia, abandon any hope. Before engaging, our ancestor set up a grand formation outside your Zhao family's domain. None of your kin can hope to escape. As for those outside, we shall track them down with our curse techniques and deliver them to you one by one. Listening to Xue Xinjiang's taunts, Zhao Wujia felt a surge of fury and roared, You Xue family seek your own demise. Zhao family warriors, heed my command. Fight to the bitter end. With that, Zhao Wujia began to burn his own essence, attempting to break through to the sacred emperor realm. Should he succeed, perhaps the tide of this dire situation could be turned. Yet, it was clear that the members of the Xue family would not grant Zhao Wujia such an opportunity. Chapter 178. The divine weapon descends before them. General Xue, accompanied by two peak sacred emperors of the Xue family, unleashed a mighty palm strike that abruptly interrupted Zhao Wujin, sending him hurtling through the air. Witnessing this scene, the Zhao family members were consumed by anxiety. The patriarch, although they yearned to rush to Zhao Wujin's aid, they found themselves ensnared in their own predicaments, leaving them helplessly anxious. Lying on the ground, Zhao Wujin felt a wave of desolation wash over him. Was fate truly determined to extinguish the Zhao family? Fortunately, his wife, elder brother, and Xiao Yi were not present in the clan. Given Xiao Yi's innate talent, with a bit more time, she would undoubtedly rise to avenge their family. In the distance, General Xue strode toward Zhao Wujin, each step echoing like the tolling of a death knell, instilling profound dread within Zhao Wujin's heart. Soon, General Xue stood before him, a sinister grin adorning his face. Time to depart. In response, Zhao Wujin's expression hardened, fury surging within him. Even if you seek to end my life, I shall ensure your demise as well. With that declaration, Zhao Wujin prepared to self-detonate, intending to take General Xue down with him. At that moment, however, Xue and Nian, who had been locked in battle with Zhao Tianqian in the skies, abruptly halted. A piercingly clear sound resonated, drawing everyone's attention. Following the sound, they beheld the previously fortified barrier set by the Xue family ancestors, now fracturing with visible cracks. With a thunderous crash, the entire barrier shattered. Who dares? Xue Enian's countenance darkened as he gazed outward. His expertise in formations was profound. He had meticulously crafted this barrier to ensure the complete annihilation of the Zhao family, rendering it impervious to anyone below the sacred emperor level. Thus, the breach indicated that their adversary wielded power on par with the sacred emperor. Zhao Wujin, who was on the verge of self-detonation, witnessed this scene unfold, only to behold an unforgettable sight. Xiao Yi emerged from beyond the formation like a divine weapon descending from the heavens, flanked by Fu Qitian. Is that Xiao Yi? Upon seeing his daughter, Zhao Wujin struggled to believe his eyes, astonished that she had grown so formidable. Yet, it seemed the true force was not his daughter, but rather the middle-aged man beside her. Indeed, in the next moment, Xiao Yi, her eyes aflame with determination, turned to Fu Qitian and respectfully implored, I beseech you, Uncle Fu, to strike down the Xue family members. Understood, Fu Qitian nodded gently. With the assistance of Lu Xunxian, he had also ascended to the pinnacle of the sacred emperor realm, awaiting the conclusion of the heavenly saint competition to join Li Xiaoyao and others in transcending to the immortal realm. Upon seeing Fu Qitian, Xue and Nian felt an overwhelming and terrifying aura emanating from him. His instincts warned him that this individual was a great terror, beyond his capacity to confront. Just as Xue and Nian intended to exchange pleasantries with Fu Qitian, the latter suddenly vanished. In an instant, Xue and Nian was enveloped in darkness, consciousness slipping into a chaotic void. Yet, onlookers were left in utter astonishment. Fu Qitian abruptly vanished, only to reappear before Xue and Nian, delivering a single devastating blow that claimed Nian's life. Witnessing this act of violence, the members of the Xue family below immediately recognized that he was an ally of the Zhao family, their faces filled with terror as they sought to flee. However, it was evident that Fu Qitian would not grant them such an opportunity. He produced a flower, gently blowing upon it. The blossom disintegrated into countless shards that surged towards the Xue family members, each fragment finding its mark with deadly precision, annihilating them. Upon witnessing this carnage, Xunxian cast a furious glance at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji, even in death. But before Xunxian could finish his words, Fu Qitian obliterated him. Thus, every member of the Xue family who had intruded upon the Zhao estate met their end at Fu Qitian's hands. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyi, disregarding the plight of her kin, hurried to Zhao Wuji's side to assist him. Father, are you all right? Yet, at that moment, Zhao Wuji bore a complex expression. Sensing the aura of a mid-stage sacred emperor emanating from his daughter, he spoke, I am fine, but what about your cultivation, and that esteemed elder in the heavens? Upon hearing her father's inquiry, Zhao Xiaoyi's expression grew complicated. After a lengthy pause, she recounted the events that transpired in the Tiannan secret realm. Upon learning that his daughter had become a servant to an elder, Zhao Wuji was immediately incensed. After all, no father could accept his daughter becoming a maid. Especially not he, Zhao Wuji. However, upon hearing that this elder was even more powerful than a celestial king, Zhao Wuji fell silent. Eventually lifting his head with utmost seriousness to declare, Daughter, being a maid is indeed a privilege. You must embrace it. Very well, father, as long as you are unharmed. I have something else to discuss upon my return. Zhao Xiaoyi noted her father's sentiments, not particularly surprised, as anyone would consider it an honor to serve a master of such strength. Soon, she disclosed her intention to accompany Lu Xunxian to the celestial realm after the conclusion of the Tiansheng Grand Tournament. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji rose, swallowed a healing elixir, and with a solemn expression stated, If this is your choice, then I support you. Once you reach the celestial realm, you must exercise utmost caution. It is far less secure than the Tianshan continent. Of course, should you ever wish to cease serving that elder, you are always welcome to return to the Zhao family, where I shall care for you for life. Father. Overwhelmed by her father's words, Zhao Xiaoyi could no longer contain herself and embraced him tightly. Meanwhile, Fuqishan's voice echoed in Zhao Xiaoyi's mind. I shall take my leave now. Manage your time wisely. In the skies above, Zhao Tianxian intended to approach Fuqishan to express his gratitude, but regrettably, Fuqishan vanished before he could do so. At that moment, Li Xianling and Zhao Wutian hurried back. Upon witnessing the devastation wrought upon the Zhao family, Zhao Wutian's eyes turned crimson, a furious aura rising from him. Cursed Shui family. I demand blood for blood. Amidst the throng, Li Xianling frantically searched, and upon seeing that Zhao Wuji was unharmed, she finally exhaled in relief. Soon, she gleaned the truth of the matter from Zhao Wuji. With an expression of reluctance, Li Xianling turned to Zhao Xiaoyi, pleading, My daughter, could you not reconsider? Yet Zhao Xiaoyi merely shook her head and replied, Mother, this is my decision. I hope you can respect it. Acknowledging her daughter's resolve, Li Xianling reluctantly chose to acquiesce. With only 2 days remaining until the conclusion of the Tiansheng Grand Competition, it meant that Zhao Xiaoyi could still linger in the Zhao household for one last day before embarking on her ascent to the celestial realm alongside Lu Xunxian and the others. Chapter 179. The Awakening of the Dao Spirit before the Ancient Sacred Land. Feng Qingyu gazed at the sight with a heart full of conflicting emotions. However, for the sake of her future, she resolutely pressed forward. Yet, before she could step into the sacred grounds, she was halted by the disciples of the Ancient Sacred Land. Halt! Entry to the Ancient Sacred Land is forbidden for those unworthy. The two disciples stood as embodiments of the King realm. Under ordinary circumstances, Feng Qingyu would have dismissed them, yet the pressing situation left her no choice but to clasp her hands and declare, I am Feng Qingyu, the mother of your sacred son. I kindly asked for permission to enter and convey a message. The two disciples exchanged glances, one of them sneering, What nonsense is this? The sacred son has never mentioned a mother. Who are you to claim such a title? Begone. The other added, If you truly were the sacred son's mother, you wouldn't need to plead, you could simply enter. Feng Qingyu's expression darkened. Recognizing that a gentle approach was futile, she resolved to take a more forceful stance. With determination in her heart, she prepared to act. Just then, a figure appeared before the two disciples. What is going on here? It was Wu Nian, the sixth elder of the ancient sacred land, a peaked saint emperor. With a furrowed brow, Wu Nian inquired, Sixth elder, your arrival is timely. This individual falsely claims to be the mother of the sacred son, and we were about to expel her. As the disciples hurriedly reported, Wu Nian turned his gaze toward Feng Qingyu, his brow knitting in concern. Leave now, and I may overlook your crime of impersonating the sacred son's mother. But should you persist in this folly, do not expect me to show mercy. But I truly am. Before Feng Qingyu could finish her sentence, Wu Nian scoffed and, with a mere gesture, sent her flying. To his credit, he showed a modicum of mercy, inflicting only minor injuries. If anyone else dares to claim to be the sacred son's mother, throw them out without hesitation. Wu Nian instructed the two disciples with a serious demeanor. Understood, sixth elder. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyu, having been cast aside, wore an expression of disbelief, clearly taken aback by his audacity to strike her. Damn it. Once I reunite with Xiaoyao and the others, I will ensure they exact vengeance upon you. She vowed fiercely within her heart. Soon, she contemplated returning to demand an explanation. However, upon rising, waves of pain coursed through her body, causing Feng Qingyu to ultimately abandon this thought. Perhaps it is best to head to the Ancient Wood Sanctuary. Qingyun is my daughter, and as a woman, she will surely understand and forgive me. Turning her gaze towards the Ancient Wood Sanctuary, she set off. Yet, it was unlikely that her fate would change. Within the Chengtian mountain, everything that transpired with Feng Qingyu was observed by Lu Xunxian. His heart remained unperturbed as he redirected his attention to the ultimate battle unfolding within the small world, the confrontation between Luo Qianxue and Lu Qingyun. Sister Qianxue, I shall show no mercy, so you might as well concede, Lu Qingyun said gravely. Had it not been for the necessity of the fight, she would not have wished to engage Luo Qianxue. However, Luo Qianxue shook her head, her expression earnest. Qingyun, you have yet to experience a full exertion of your strength. If that is the case, let us battle. With that, Luo Qianxue struck first, and the two engaged fiercely. The moment they clashed, a terrifying aura erupted, prompting the small world's heavenly laws to intervene, preventing its collapse. Both wielders possessed strength far beyond the typical peak of a holy emperor. And having refined the legacy of the immortal king, their powers were evenly matched, making it evident that a victor would not emerge easily. Lu Xunxian had already glimpsed the future, foreseeing that Luo Qinxue would ultimately defeat Lu Qingyun. This was to be expected, as Luo Qinxue boasted nearly 300 more years of combat experience than his daughter, which naturally conferred upon her a slight advantage. Thus, Lu Xunxian chose not to focus on their battle any further. However, while Lu Xunxian diverted his attention, countless powerful beings within the starry realm were astounded, having never anticipated the extraordinary prowess of these two combatants. Among them, the masters of the Thunder Sanctuary and the Radiant Sanctuary wore expressions of shock. These two, Luo Qinxue and Lu Qingyun, likely surpass my own strength. It seems imperative to seek an opportunity to forge an alliance with them, pondered the master of the Radiant Sanctuary. Tianguang. Though he too was a peak holy emperor, he could keenly sense that should he face either of them, the odds would be heavily against him, his chances standing at 4 to 6. Beside him, Fengyu, the master of the Thunder Sanctuary, shared similar thoughts. Father, who do you believe will emerge victorious? Asked Lu Xiaoyao. His curiosity piqued as he turned to Lu Xunxian. Upon hearing that Luo Qinxue had ultimately triumphed, Lu Xiaoyao finally exhaled in relief. What a farce. My sister only won through cunning. If she had claimed the title of champion, I would have surely been vexed. Noticing his father's gaze directed towards Chengtian Mountain, Lu Xiaoyao felt a surge of curiosity. He promptly closed his eyes, extending his consciousness towards the mountain. Soon, he arrived before the Fusion Immortal Cave. Is that the Fusion Immortal Cave? It seems the source of immortal power within has become even more tumultuous, he remarked with intrigue, having not forgotten his past experience within the cave. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian nodded. That thing is about to emerge. That thing. Lu Xiaoyao was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, his breath quickening. He vividly recalled his father mentioning that there were other entities hidden deep within the Rongsan Immortal Cave. At the time, he had dismissed it. But now that his father had spoken of it, it was likely that this entity would not be trivial. Just then, a golden radiance erupted from the Rongsan Immortal Cave atop the Chengtian Mountain, illuminating the entire Tianxin continent. Even the vast expanse of the continent could not conceal this golden light, which spread throughout the 33 heavens of the immortal realm. In an instant, countless powerful beings abruptly opened their eyes, all gazing towards the direction of the golden light. This commotion heralded the imminent emergence of a Dao Spirit. Quickly hasten forth. If we can seize the Dao Spirit, our power will be fortified for eons at the pinnacle of the immortal emperor. Those who attain the Dao Spirit shall inherit the world. Numerous mighty beings rushed towards the first heaven, eager to claim the Dao Spirit. Observing this, Lu Xunxian furrowed his brow, realizing that it could no longer be concealed. He could only resort to some physical means to dissuade them. However, the Dao Spirit would not emerge for another day, and the radiance it emitted could not be completely obscured, even by himself. Rather than allowing future troubles to arise, it would be better to resolve them now. With this thought, Lu Xunxian descended in a single step, appearing in the first heaven, prepared to confront the multitude of powerful beings in the immortal realm. Chapter 180. A sword strike slays 19 immortal emperors at Tiandao Mountain. The ancient Taoist, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes and gazed towards the first heaven. This aura, could it be the Dao Spirit? No, there is also the presence of Xunxian Taoist. The ancient Taoist, with keen perception, discerned that within the first heaven, there was also the aura of Lu Xunxian. Realizing this, he could no longer ignore the implication that the Xunxian senior was likely also vying for the Dao Spirit. However, he found it surprising that one who had broken through to the Taoist realm should ascend to the Dao realm. Why could the Xunxian Taoist remain in the immortal realm? Perhaps he had employed some secret method? Yet, one thing was clear. The Dao Spirit was beyond their reach, and without having ascended to the Taoist realm, he was already no match for Lu Xunxian. Now that Lu Xunxian had advanced to the Taoist realm, he was even less capable of contending. Furthermore, the Dao Spirit, in the current context, held little significance for him. With these thoughts in mind, the ancient Taoist closed his eyes once more, returning to his meditative state. Meanwhile, the leaders of the other 9 powerful clans sensed the emergence of the Dao Spirit and were instantly filled with excitement. Should they acquire the Dao Spirit, it would undoubtedly provide tremendous assistance to their respective clans. Thus, the leaders of the 9 powerful clans hastened towards the first heaven, their sights set firmly on the Dao Spirit. The first heaven, the ascension node of the Tianxin continent. Master, upon seeing Lu Xunxian appear, Lin Chongtian hurriedly approached. His tone grave. He was well aware of what the current phenomenon signified and understood the challenges that lay ahead. Nevertheless, he stood resolutely by Lu Xunxian's side. As readiness enveloped him, Lu Xunxian nodded gently, dismissing the forces drawn by the Dao Spirit as inconsequential. Yet, he remained vigilant. Should the number of peak immortal emperors exceed 9, he would need to employ considerable effort to vanquish them. At that juncture, Lin Chongtian would be called upon to safeguard the heavenly sacred continent. Complying with Lu Xuanxian's request, Lin Chongtian prepared to await the arrival of the immortal emperors alongside him. Meanwhile, Lu Xinyuan, in pursuit of Lu Xuanxian, was similarly captivated by the stir caused by the emergence of the Dao Spirit. Intrigued, he mused, if I could acquire it and receive its guidance, perhaps I could attain the realm of Dao Sovereign. With this thought, he hesitated not a moment longer, stowing away his compass and hastening towards the first heaven. At that moment, several figures materialized before Lu Xuanxian and his companion. Upon spotting Lin Chongtian, they scoffed disdainfully. Youngster, step aside and relinquish the Dao Spirit. Those who dared to seize it were predominantly mid to late-stage immortal emperors. Well aware of the Dao Spirit's immense value and potential to elevate one to the peak of immortal emperor status in a short span. Thus, they regarded Lin Chongtian with indifference, dismissing Lu Xuanxian, who exuded no discernible aura, as merely Lin Chongtian's servant. As Lin Chongtian readied himself for confrontation, Lu Xuanxian calmly descended a step and addressed them with an unwavering tone. Depart, or face your demise. The assembled immortal emperors were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Observing this, Lu Xuanxian sighed in resignation. It seems you have chosen the path of death. With that, he unleashed his full might, summoning a supreme immortal weapon, a sword. In an instant, a terrifying wave of sword energy surged forth, seemingly poised to rend the very fabric of the first heaven. The moment the immortal sword was revealed, the laughter of the immortal emperors abruptly ceased, for before they could react, Lu Xuanxian merely gestured with a flick of his wrist. In that fleeting moment, a cataclysmic torrent of sword energy engulfed them, extinguishing the lives of all 19 immortal emperors. As their defeat echoed through the celestial void, a mournful wailing resonated throughout the immortal realm, akin to the weeping of the heavens. This phenomenon, known as the Cry of the Dao, was said to occur whenever an immortal emperor perished. Lin Chongtian, his expression grave, remarked, I have never witnessed the Cry of the Dao before. This is my first encounter. As the lamentation spread across the immortal realm, countless powerful beings lifted their gazes, their faces etched with terror. They understood the significance of the Cry of the Dao. Yet another immortal emperor had fallen. The last occurrence had been during the demise of the eerie Thunder immortal emperor, and it had not been long since. Almost immediately after Lu Xuanxian dispatched the 19 immortal emperors, 9 formidable figures appeared before him, revealing themselves to be the patriarchs of the 9 dominant clans. Upon laying eyes on Lu Xuanxian, Lin Wangu's pupils dilated sharply. Clearly, he recalled the terror he experienced when dominated by Lu Xuanxian that day. However, upon noticing the presence of 8 peak celestial emperors beside him, he felt considerably reassured. Indeed, he acknowledged Lu Xuanxian's formidable strength. Yet, no matter how powerful Lu Xuanxian might be, it was improbable that he could contend with 9 peak celestial emperors. Meanwhile, the true dragon celestial emperor and others at the peak of celestial emperors gazed at Lu Xuanxian with utmost gravity. They sensed an incredibly terrifying aura emanating from him, a feeling they had only previously encountered from the ancient Taoist. Contemplating this, the true dragon celestial emperor respectfully addressed Lu Xuanxian. Dare I ask, fellow Taoist, were you not the one who debated with the ancient Taoist atop Tiandao Mountain? If so, what then? If not, what then? Listening to Lu Xuanxian's tone, which bore no denial, the true dragon celestial emperor chuckled. Ah, it turns out to be fellow Taoist Xunxian. I have long heard of your esteemed name. Since you have taken a liking to this Dao Spirit, we shall not contend with you. Please proceed as you wish. With that, the true dragon celestial emperor spread his hands and stepped aside voluntarily. After all, anyone capable of debating with the ancient Taoist would certainly not be weaker than him. He was unwilling to risk his life over a mere Dao Spirit. Upon witnessing the true dragon celestial emperor's withdrawal, Lin Wangu was utterly astonished. Wait, old dragon. You were not like this before. You used to be incredibly arrogant. Why have you now turned so timid? However, to his surprise, upon seeing the true dragon celestial emperor voluntarily retreat, the remaining peak celestial emperors, too, wore solemn expressions. After a moment of contemplation, they chose not to linger and withdrew as well. For them, while the Dao Spirit was indeed precious, one must have life to enjoy it. Soon, only the celestial emperors of the 4 divine beast clans remained. Noticing their departure, the vermilion bird celestial emperor stepped forward first, urgently requesting Lu Xuanxian's assistance. Esteemed fellow Taoist Xunxian, might I implore you to aid my vermilion bird clan in resolving our territorial issues? Hearing the anxious tone of the vermilion bird celestial emperor, Lu Xuanxian furrowed his brows. What does your clan's territorial issue have to do with me? To be candid, our vermilion bird clan's territory has been besieged by a certain force, and even if I were to summon the ancient Taoist, it would be of no avail. You, fellow Taoist Xunxian, possess the strength to debate with the ancient Taoist, and he has expressly stated that your prowess far surpasses his. Therefore, I beseech you to lend your hand and examine the situation. Furthermore, this force is exceedingly strange. If our territory is compromised, I fear it may spread throughout the celestial realm. At that point, everyone will be in peril, and there will be no peace in the celestial realm. Addressing Xunxian, the vermilion bird celestial emperor's previously arrogant demeanor vanished, replaced by a rueful smile. Witnessing this transformation, Lin Wangu was left utterly speechless. This is not the vermilion bird celestial emperor I know. The vermilion bird celestial emperor I am acquainted with would dare confront even the ancient Taoist. How has she now adopted such a submissive demeanor? Chapter 181. The reincarnation of the Dao ancestor. How stunning. How could there be such a handsome person in the world? At this moment, the vermilion bird celestial emperor's heart was racing. After all these years, she had never encountered a man as striking as Xunxian. Moreover, given Xunxian's extraordinary prowess, it comes as no surprise that he has captured the heart of the Zhuge Immortal Emperor. Yet, due to his own reserved nature, the Zhuge Immortal Emperor has not overtly displayed his sentiments. Listening to the Emperor's grave description, Xunxian found himself deep in contemplation. If the situation is truly as the Zhuge Immortal Emperor has portrayed, that force could indeed erode the entire immortal realm, thereby necessitating his intervention. However, glancing at the heavenly Saint continent, Xunxian continued, I can take a look, but not at this moment, perhaps in 6 months. As Xunxian offered his response, Lin Wangu anticipated an outburst from the Zhuge Immortal Emperor. To his astonishment, the Emperor merely nodded, very well, Lin Wangu. But, Zhuge Immortal Emperor, your ancestral land is on the brink of being devoured. Can you truly afford to wait 6 months? Clearing his throat, he added, if possible, Xunxian, I hope to accompany you during this time, and when you are free, we shall journey together to my Zhuge clan's territory. The Zhuge Immortal Emperor regarded Xunxian with earnestness. Faced with the Emperor's request, Xunxian pondered briefly before acquiescing. After all, the Zhuge Immortal Emperor had extended goodwill towards him, and it might prove beneficial to have him nearby in the future. At that moment, as if sensing something, Xunxian turned to Lin Wangu and the others, stating, Gentlemen, if there are no further matters, we shall disperse. Agreed. If possible, Xunxian, you are welcome to visit my Qinglong clan's territory. My White Tiger clan also extends an invitation to you, Xunxian. Both invited him. Recognizing that forming an acquaintance with someone of Xunxian's caliber was undoubtedly advantageous. In response to their invitations, Xunxian nodded in acceptance. Then, as if recalling something, he turned to the true dragon Immortal Emperor and inquired, might you possess a method for the transformation of a flood dragon into a true dragon? What purpose does this serve, Xunxian? To be candid, my son has a flood dragon steed, yet its strength has become somewhat inadequate. Thus, I wish to facilitate its transformation into a true dragon. Xunxian did not conceal his intentions, as Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyu would inevitably appear before the mighty figures of the immortal realm. Hence, it was prudent to mention this to the true dragon Immortal Emperor and others at the earliest opportunity. The true dragon Immortal Emperor, not one to refuse such a request, produced a method sufficient for the flood dragon's transformation into a true dragon and presented it to Xunxian. Thank you. Receiving the method, Xunxian expressed his gratitude earnestly. No need for thanks. It was a mere trifling effort. Very well, Xunxian, until we meet again. With that, the true dragon Immortal Emperor took his leave, accompanied by Lin Wangu and the White Tiger Immortal Emperor. Once they departed, Xunxian intended to directly connect with the spirit of the heavenly Saint continent. However, at that moment, a voice interrupted, interesting. Surrender the spirit, and I can escort you out of the immortal realm, bestowing upon you the surname Lu. Following the sound, upon seeing Lu Xianyuan, Xunxian's brow furrowed slightly. As the vermilion bird Immortal Emperor beheld Lu Xianyuan, his expression grew somber. He approached Xunxian and cautioned, Friend of the profound immortal, this individual hails from the Lu family of the Dao realm, and should not be trifled with. Just as the vermilion bird Immortal Emperor intended to persuade Xunxian to surrender the Dao spirit, he was taken aback by Xunxian's calm demeanor. I apologize, but I have little interest in the Lu family you speak of. As for this Dao spirit, if you possess the strength, then come and seize it from me. You. In that case, do not blame me for being ruthless, Lu Xianyuan retorted, unable to contain his frustration at Xunxian's lack of discernment. He brandished a spear and charged at Xunxian. Although he was merely at the late stage of the Immortal Emperor realm, one minor realm below Xunxian, Xuanyuan, equipped with numerous techniques, did not regard Xunxian as a worthy opponent. even if he were at the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor stage. With a swift thrust of his spear, a colossal dragon formed from concentrated immortal energy surged toward Lu Xunxian in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it reached Lu Xunxian, enveloping both him and the vermilion bird Immortal Emperor. Perish. This is my innate divine ability, the celestial dragon swallowing heaven, which I comprehended after breaking through to the Immortal Emperor realm. Not even the peak of the Immortal Emperor could hope to contend with me. Yet, as the celestial dragon dissipated, Lu Xunxian and the vermilion bird Immortal Emperor stood unharmed. What? Lu Xianyuan exclaimed in shock. Even when battling those at the peak of his own family, he had never executed this technique with such ease as Lu Xunxian had displayed. At that moment, Lu Xunxian turned his gaze toward Lu Xianyuan, his tone unruffled. Now that you have made your move, it is time for me to respond. Dao Ancestors Cycle. With a mere gesture, a colossal apparition of an elderly man clad in a blue ancient robe materialized behind him. The elder raised his hand, summoning a massive wheel, seemingly embodying myriad paths and cycles. With a gentle wave of his hand, the wheel unleashed an immense gravitational force, drawing Lu Xianyuan into its depths. Friend of the profound immortal, Lu Xianyuan is a member of the Lu family in the Dao realm. If you were to slay him, it would undoubtedly cause considerable trouble. The vermilion bird Immortal Emperor implored upon witnessing Lu Xuanyuan's absorption. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian pondered briefly before responding, "What is the strength of the Lu family? I am not certain, but I know that even in the Dao realm, the Lu family stands at the pinnacle of power. It is said that within the family, there are several formidable Dao sovereigns, so I urge you to think carefully," the vermilion bird Immortal Emperor advised, his tone tinged with urgency. Acknowledging the vermilion bird Immortal Emperor's concerns, Lu Xunxian chose not to further complicate matters for Lu Xianyuan. He raised his hand and released Lu Xianyuan from the wheel, understanding that he was seeking him out, and perhaps he might prove to be an ally in the future. Thus, he spared his life. After being freed, Lu Xianyuan collapsed to the ground, utterly disheveled. "So, will you continue to make a move?" As Lu Xunxian observed Lu Xuanyuan's apparent intention to strike again, he promptly resolved to eliminate him. After all, he had already afforded the other party an opportunity, and if they chose not to cherish it, he could not possibly spare them any longer. Lu Xianyuan rose, gazing at Lu Xunxian with evident wariness, yet he refrained from making any further hostile moves. "As a member of the Lu family, I have always accepted defeat with grace. Losing to you is merely a reflection of my own inadequacy. However, one day, I shall exact my vengeance and cleanse the humiliation of today. If you possess the capability, do introduce yourself," Lu Xianyuan remarked with a cold huff, directing his inquiry at Lu Xunxian. Seeing Lu Xuanyuan's demeanor, Lu Xunxian could not help but display a hint of amusement. "I am known as Xunxian." Given that the previous celestial emperors were already aware of his title, it would not take much for Lu Xianyuan to uncover it through a little investigation. "Xunxian, is it? I, Lu Xianyuan, shall remember this day. You must ensure your survival, for only I can claim your life." With that, Lu Xianyuan turned and departed without a backward glance, entirely unaware that the compass within his storage ring was pointed directly at Lu Xunxian. Once Lu Xianyuan had left, the nearby Zhuge celestial emperor displayed a trace of concern. "Xunxian, this matter could escalate significantly. The Lu family is a formidable presence within the Dao realm, and being targeted by Lu Xianyuan is worrisome." But, seemingly recalling something, the Zhuge celestial emperor chose to remain silent. It had been over 31 billion years since anyone had ascended to the Dao realm, which had seemingly transformed into a mere legend. Were it not for the occasional appearances of beings from the Dao realm descending into the celestial realm, they would have no way of knowing that a realm even more powerful than the celestial emperors existed. In response, Lu Xunxian spoke in a calm tone, clearly unperturbed by the Lu family. "No matter, as long as they do not provoke me, I shall refrain from meddling with them." He then turned his gaze towards the direction of Changtian Mountain. Within the melting body of the celestial cave, the luminous sphere dimmed, revealing its true form, a pristine white egg. In the next moment, Lu Xunxian stepped forward, appearing before the egg. The Zhuge celestial emperor hastily followed suit. Upon witnessing the egg of Dao Ling, she could not help but exhibit a nostalgic expression. "This is my first time witnessing the birth of a Dao Ling," surprised by the Zhuge celestial emperor's words. Lu Xunxian remarked, "Oh, Zhuge, you are at the pinnacle of the celestial emperor stage. How could you not have witnessed the emergence of a Dao Ling? Indeed, the Dao Ling is a product of the heavenly Dao's natural order. It may not manifest even once in 100 million years," the Zhuge celestial emperor replied slowly. However, she quickly regained her composure, her face flushing slightly. "And besides, I am still quite young. I have only lived for 37,332,000 years. Oh, I see now, Lu Xunxian responded with enlightenment. One could not deny the Zhuge Celestial Emperor's remarkable talent. To have ascended to the pinnacle of Celestial Emperor status in just over 37 million years, perhaps only the prodigy from the ancient Dao era could surpass her. As if recalling something, the Zhuge Celestial Emperor addressed Lu Xunxian with a serious tone. And please, refrain from calling me Zhuge Dao friend, if you do not mind. You may call me Zhu Qingyan. Zhu Qingyan is the true name of the Zhuge Immortal Emperor. In response to the request of the Zhuge Immortal Emperor, Lu Xunxian nodded in agreement. Very well, Taoist Zhuge. After acknowledging, Lu Xunxian turned his gaze toward the white egg. In an instant, a drop of blood flew from his fingertip, landing upon the egg, whereupon it was absorbed. This act signified the recognition of a master. Prior to the hatching of the egg and the emergence of the Dao Spirit, it was essential to infuse one's own blood into the egg to establish a bond. Should this method be employed after the Dao Spirit's birth, it would prove ineffective, as the Dao Spirit would possess its own consciousness. After Lu Xunxian infused his blood, the egg trembled slightly, followed by a series of crisp sounds. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the egg. The Dao Spirit was about to be born. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xunxian waved his hand and swiftly erected a barrier within the immortal cave. Otherwise, the terrifying aura unleashed at the moment of the Dao Spirit's birth would obliterate the entire Tianxin continent. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Xunxian and Zhu Qingyan, a flawless little figure soon emerged from the egg. The figure, no larger than a palm, caused the shell that fell to the ground to slowly levitate, subsequently being absorbed by the little being. After assimilating the shell, the figure grew at a visible pace, soon taking on the appearance of a human child. The little one gradually opened its eyes and, guided by a peculiar connection, gazed at Lu Xunxian, seemingly oblivious due to its recent birth. The Dao Spirit struggled to control its own power, stumbling as it walked. After much effort, it finally approached Lu Xunxian and spoke. I have met my master. Glancing at the Dao Spirit, Lu Xunxian turned to Zhu Qingyan, perplexed. Does the Dao Spirit require cultivation techniques? Not at all, Zhu Qingyan elucidated. The Dao Spirit is born with its own techniques and spells. After a moment of reflection, she continued. However, other aspects must be taught, such as daily habits. Although the Dao Spirit is born of heaven and earth, it is quite similar to humans. If there is a difference, it is that the Dao Spirit's innate gifts far exceed those of humans, surpassing even the talents of ancient beings. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian nodded and, with a gesture, imparted certain human traits into the Dao Spirit's mind. Thank you, Master, the Dao Spirit replied, kneeling in gratitude. Lu Xunxian then recalled something and addressed the Dao Spirit. You likely have no name. Therefore, from this day forth, you shall bear my surname, Lu. As for your given name. He paused, contemplating. By the way, does the Dao Spirit possess a gender? None at all. The Dao Spirit is genderless. Zhu Qingyan interjected promptly. Lu Xunxian bowed his head in thought. In that case, let us consider you male. After determining the gender of the Dao Spirit, Lu Xunxian finally bestowed a name upon it, choosing to adopt his own surname, thus naming it Lu Dao, as it was indeed a Dao Spirit. Thank you, Master. For the name, Lu Dao said, kneeling and bowing deeply in gratitude. All right, follow me, Lu Xunxian commanded, raising his hand to transport them into the Star Realm. At that moment, within the Star Realm, the battle between Lu Qingyun and Luo Qinxue was still ongoing, though the tide of victory appeared to be turning in favor of Luo Qinxue. Chapter 183. The conclusion of the Heavenly Saint Tournament and Luo Qinxue's sense of crisis. Before long, Luo Qinxue successfully positioned her sword against Lu Qingyun's throat. Qingyun, you have lost. She gazed at Lu Qingyun, who looked utterly defeated, clearly affected by the blow of her first setback. Observing this, Luo Qinxue felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, she had no alternative. It was ultimately for Lu Qingyun's own good, as an unbroken string of victories was hardly beneficial. At that moment, the masters of the four great holy lands approached Luo Qinxue and addressed the powerful beings observing the Heavenly Saint Tournament within the Star Realm. I hereby declare that the champion of this Heavenly Saint Tournament is Luo Qinxue of the Wandao Academy. Furthermore, the top 50 competitors of this tournament shall be rewarded by our 5 great holy lands. However, after making this announcement, Yi Wushuang suddenly recalled something and turned to Chao Tianin and Lei Fengyu, saying, after this Heavenly Saint Tournament, the Qingfeng Holy Land is likely to be disqualified. Judging by the earlier commotion, it seems that someone from the Qingfeng sect has arrived. Moreover, as Lu Xunxian mentioned, someone will take action, indicating that the Qingfeng sect has likely been eradicated. Consequently, they will not be spared within the Heavenly Saint continent, and it is expected that they will be dealt with after the tournament concludes before ascending. Upon hearing this, Chao Tianyin and Lei Fengyu's expressions grew serious. What do you mean by that, friend Yi? They inquired. Nothing more than the literal interpretation, Yi Wushuang replied, spreading his hands and refraining from elaborating further. A knowing glance passed between Chao Tianyin and Lei Fengyu, revealing their understanding of the implications. Nevertheless, the immediate priority remained to present rewards to the top 50 competitors of the Heavenly Saint tournament. Soon, each of the top 50 contestants received their respective prizes. Naturally, those who made it into the top 50 were predominantly the talented offspring of powerful factions. As for Feng Qingyu and Gu Tiansheng, they had been defeated by Luo Qinxue and Lu Xiaoyao, failing to even secure a spot in the top 50. After the tournament concluded, as Chao Tianyin and Lei Fengyu intended to approach Luo Qinxue for an introduction, she abruptly vanished from sight. Despite their slight dissatisfaction, they refrained from expressing it, acknowledging Luo Qinshue's formidable strength. At this moment, Luo Qinxue had already arrived beside Lu Xunxian, accompanied by Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. Upon seeing the woman in the crimson ancient robe beside Lu Xunxian, a surge of intense crisis welled up within Luo Qinxue, prompting her instinctively to probe into Zhu Qingyin's condition. Sensing someone prying into her, Zhu Qingyin let out a cold snort, declaring, seeking death. Having spoken, Zhu Qingyin intended to directly eliminate Luo Qinxue. However, she was halted by Lu Xunxian. Upon being stopped, Zhu Qingyin finally reacted, glancing at Luo Qinxue with a slight frown. Was no one ever told that prying into others' affairs is rather impolite? My apologies. Despite her grievances, Luo Qinxue managed to utter an apology, acknowledging the impropriety of the situation. As this unfolded, everyone present turned their gaze toward Zhu Qingyin. Father, who is this? Lu Qingyun inquired, her curiosity piqued by Zhu Qingyin's enchanting presence. This is the leader of the Zhuke clan, seeking my assistance on a matter. For now, let her be, Lu Xunxian replied. At his words, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng stood momentarily stunned, and after regaining their composure, they swallowed hard, their apprehension toward Zhu Qingyin palpable. They were well aware of the Zhuke clan, one of the 10 formidable clans in the celestial realm, and Zhu Qingyin, as its leader, stood at the pinnacle of the celestial emperor tier. It was no exaggeration to say that if Zhu Qingyin desired the annihilation of the ancient sect, a mere word from her would summon countless powerful beings eager to act, eager to curry favor with the Zhuke clan. What surprised them, however, was that even such a powerful entity sought the favor of Lu Xunxian. Is Senior Lu truly just at the pinnacle of the celestial emperor? Meanwhile, Su Ruoshan and Chen Wangu, unfamiliar with Zhu Qingyin, felt little trepidation as they regarded Zhu Qingyin. Upon hearing Lu Qingyun refer to Lu Xunxian as father, their hearts sank. How could such a handsome celestial friend have a partner? Glancing around, they noted that only Luo Qinxue was female. Could it be that Luo Qinxue was the celestial friend's partner? No, that seemed unlikely. If she were, she would have likely stood beside him at once. Suddenly, Zhu Qingyin grasped the situation. If Luo Qinxue were indeed Lu Xunxian's partner, she would have been by his side rather than standing a distance away. By the way, father, who is this? At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao turned her attention to Lu Dao, who stood beside Lu Xunxian, her brow furrowed in confusion. Everyone's gaze shifted to Lu Dao. This is the guardian I arranged for your sister, Lu Xunxian disclosed candidly, revealing that his primary intent in accepting Dao Ling was to serve as a protector for his daughter. After all, Dao Ling's extraordinary talent meant that reaching the pinnacle of the celestial emperor could be achieved in merely a century. With that, Lu Xunxian directed his gaze toward Lu Dao. From today onwards, she will be your new master. At Lu Xunxian's command, Lu Dao approached Lu Qingyun, bowing respectfully. I have met my master. Lu Qingyun, however, wore a puzzled expression. She had never had anyone call her master throughout her life. Thus, it felt somewhat awkward for her to be addressed in such a manner by Lu Dao. Just accept her, Lu Qingyun conceded, recognizing her father's authority, albeit with some reluctance. Nevertheless, she did not regard Lu Dao as a servant. Her nature simply would not allow for such a dynamic. Ahem, old Lu, are we to prepare for ascension now? Chen Wangu interjected, unable to contain his excitement any longer. Upon exiting the realm, he could ascend directly, having acquired the inheritance of the celestial sovereign from Lu Xunxian. Were it not for his stringent restraint, he would have likely ascended long ago. Now that the Heavenly Saint competition has concluded, he is naturally eager to ascend. With matters resolved, let us ascend, Lu Xunxian announced, as Chen Wangu made his inaugural journey beyond the Starry Realm. The Starry Realm is a diminutive world. To ascend to the celestial realm, one must first depart from the confines of the Starry Realm. Chen Wangu released his cultivation, instantly summoning the wrath of heavenly thunder. Almost simultaneously, not far away, the extreme void Holy Emperor soared into the sky, unleashing his full cultivation to breach the realm of immortals. Oh, it seems someone shares my aspirations. Are we all destined to ascend to the celestial realm following the heavenly saint competition? The extreme void Holy Emperor was momentarily captivated by the thunder tribulation of Chun Wangu nearby, but he quickly redirected his focus to his own tribulation. What others do is irrelevant. His own ascension is of utmost importance. Yet soon, the extreme void Holy Emperor found himself unsettled. Chapter 184. Parting. As the extreme void Holy Emperor concentrated fully on overcoming his ascension tribulation, he was taken aback by the sudden proliferation of tribulations in the vicinity. 1, 2, 3, 8 tribulations. 8 individuals were undergoing tribulations. This had never been witnessed before. The extreme void Holy Emperor was astonished, momentarily distracted, and suffered a blow from the thunder. Fortunately, it was not grievous. Including the extreme void Holy Emperor, there were a total of 9 ascendants. A spectacle that astonished all the powerful beings across the heavenly saint continent. At this moment, outside of Qingtian Mountain, Feng Qingyu, in utter disarray, stumbled to the edge of the tribulation. She beheld Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun beneath the thunder. Witnessing their plight, tears streamed down her face. Xiaoyao, Qingyun, I am your mother. I implore you not to forsake me. Take me with you to the celestial realm. The onlookers, captivated by Feng Qingyu's outburst, recoiled upon hearing her words. What madness is this? How could she claim to be the mother of those ascendant beings? Clearly, she seeks to exploit the situation. Best to keep our distance lest we be caught in the fallout. Feng Qingyu's words reached the ears of Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, but alas, they failed to elicit any emotional response from them. Soon, the group vanished amidst the tribulation, journeying towards the celestial realm, leaving Feng Qingyu alone atop Qingtian Mountain. Her heart heavy with regret. Had she known the extent of Xiaoyao and Qingyun's formidable gifts, she would never have left their side. Yet, now, her remorse is futile. I must strive diligently to cultivate, to ascend to the celestial realm, and reunite with them. With a newfound determination gleaming in her eyes, Feng Qingyu resolved to cultivate fervently. With her exceptional spiritual root, ascending should pose no challenge. She would exert herself to reach the celestial realm and once again bestow upon Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun the love of a mother. Upon this contemplation, Feng Qingyu resolved to seek a tranquil haven, where she could enter seclusion and strive to attain the realm of the Saint Emperor. Meanwhile, atop the peak of the Chengtian Mountain, Lu Xunxian gazed towards the direction of the Qingfeng sacred land, murmuring, "You may blame yourselves for provoking me." With these words, Lu Xunxian conjured a thought, and in an instant, the entire Qingfeng sacred land was obliterated. Having accomplished this, Lu Xunxian's mind shifted, transporting him to the first heaven. On the other side, within the Bone Demon Mountain, the thunderous tribulation gradually dissipated, and the Bone Demon Immortal King let out a triumphant roar. "Ha ha, I have succeeded. I have ascended. Congratulations, Master, on your breakthrough to the Immortal Emperor," exclaimed the two figures of Tunshin and Shidi as they appeared before the Bone Demon Immortal King. Their expressions fervent. As servants of the Bone Demon Immortal King, his newfound strength naturally benefited them. "Rise, and accompany this emperor to the heavenly saint continent for vengeance." The Bone Demon Immortal King fixed his furious gaze towards the first heaven, not forgetting the one who had slain the heavenly demon Saint Emperor. His enemies must perish. In the next moment, the Bone Demon Immortal King soared into the sky, heading towards the first heaven. Ascension note. After their elevation, Chun Wangu and Su Ruishan surveyed their surroundings with wide-eyed wonder. Neither had ventured into the immortal realm before, so their curiosity was piqued. Lu Xunxian appeared considerably more composed. Addressing Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng, "You both should return to your respective sects with Xiaoyao and Qingyun." Upon hearing Lu Xunxian's words, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng had no objections. However, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun expressed a hint of confusion. "Father, do you have matters to attend to?" "Indeed. I must first assist the Zhuke clan with some issues." Lu Xunxian did not conceal his intentions. Yet, since he was unaware of the circumstances within the Zhuke clan, it would be best not to take his son and daughter along. Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun did not insist on accompanying him, but they still expressed their concern. "Father, be careful." "Yes, I shall be cautious," Lu Xunxian reassured them with a comforting smile. At that moment, Luo Qinshua spoke up. "Master, I wish to accompany you." Surprised by her request, Lu Xunxian did not refuse. After all, Luo Qinshua was indeed his disciple, and it would be beneficial for her to broaden her horizons. Upon learning that Luo Qinshua was Lu Xunxian's disciple, Zhu Qinyan felt a sense of relief. However, an instinctive feeling warned her that Luo Qinshua harbored ulterior motives towards Lu Xunxian, prompting her to remain vigilant. Turning to Chun Wangu and Su Ruishan, They recognized their own limitations and strength and understood that accompanying him would only serve as a burden, thus refraining from insisting on following. Old Lu, let us part ways here. I have my own path to tread. We shall meet at the pinnacle of immortality, Chen Wangu said with a serious tone, bowing to Lu Xunxian in gratitude. Take care, and should you require my assistance, simply think of my true name, and I will sense it, Lu Xunxian replied. Knowing Chen Wangu was one of his few friends worthy of help, turning his gaze to Su Ruoshan, he found Su Ruoshan smiling as well. Senior Lu, the rivers and lakes are vast. May fate bring us together again. Qingyu, it is imperative that you diligently learn while in the presence of Senior Lu. I understand, Master. The martial world is fraught with peril. You must exercise caution as well. Very well, I shall take my leave. Su Ruoshan's and Chen Wangu exchanged glances, pairing up and disappearing from Lu Xunxian's sight. As for Wang Kai and Jiaolong, they accompanied Lu Xiaoyao to the ancient sect, as they felt a closer affinity towards him. At this moment, Zhu Qingyan noticed Lu Lin standing nearby, somewhat surprised. To her astonishment, it turned out that the fellow Xunxian possessed a Qilin steed. It was a fortunate encounter, and thus, I accepted it, Lu Xunxian replied with a smile. Turning his gaze back to Lu Lin, he observed the latter's spirit had dimmed, having relinquished all resistance. Upon witnessing the close ties between the leader of the Zhuge clan and Lu Xunxian, and that the leader even sought assistance from him, Lu Lin surmised that the likelihood of being rescued by his kin was exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope lingered within him. What if the clan leader grew bold and managed to rescue him from Lu Xunxian's grasp? With this thought in mind, Lu Lin began to prepare for a clandestine communication with his clan. Strangely, upon arriving in the celestial realm, Lu Xunxian had lifted his restrictions. However, Lu Lin did not dwell on this, attributing it to Lu Xunxian's momentary oversight. Just as Lu Lin was about to contact his kin, Lu Xunxian cast him a glance, expressing his dissatisfaction. Your strength is woefully inadequate. Here, take this as a legacy from the Celestial Emperor and refine it. Chapter 185. The Supreme Honor of the Ancient Sectahem. Thank you, Master. Faced with the Celestial Emperor's legacy bestowed by Lu Xunxian, Lu Lin's demeanor remained composed as he expressed his gratitude, simultaneously discreetly terminating the communication with his clan. He even transformed into his true Qilin form. Master, please ascend. I shall guide you to the Zhuge clan's territory. What a jest. That is a legacy from the Celestial Emperor, even within the clan. One might not attain such a treasure in a lifetime. Yet, Lu Xunxian had casually tossed it to him, as if discarding refuse. In a favorable setting, the wise would make the correct choice. In light of Lu Lin's enthusiastic invitation, and given that Lu Xunxian was not in haste to venture to the Zhuge clan, preferring instead to appreciate the scenic vistas of the celestial realm along the way, he decided to accompany Lu Lin. Upon arriving in the celestial realm, Lu Lin's cultivation level was restored to the pinnacle of true immortal, just a step away from breaking through to the immortal king realm. As they were about to set off, Lu Xunxian turned to Lin Chongtian and Hua Ryu. Continue to develop the immortal court. When the time comes, I shall naturally summon you. Understood, Master. The two responded and promptly departed. With their departure, Lu Xunxian then issued further commands to Lu Lin. Let us proceed. Yes, Master. At this moment, Lu Lin was exceedingly obedient to Lu Xunxian, akin to a devoted follower. After all, who wouldn't be a sycophant when casually bestowed with a legacy from the Celestial Emperor? Meanwhile, in the 17th heaven, Lu Xinyuan halted. A look of resentment still etched upon his face from his defeat at the hands of Lu Xunxian. Just wait. Once I cultivate to the pinnacle of Celestial Emperor, I shall seek you out for a rematch, and I will surely defeat you. Moreover, where on earth are these people? I feel as though I've scoured the entire celestial realm. Lu Xinyuan lamented helplessly as he retrieved the bloodline compass. Unbeknownst to him, the needle of the compass subtly shifted. Meanwhile, at the Ascension node, Lin Chongtian and Hua Ryu had just departed, and Lu Xunxian and the others were also preparing to leave when they beheld a vast darkness sweeping across the horizon. Before long, the Bone Demon Immortal Emperor surged forth, coming to a halt at the Ascension node. Upon seeing Lu Xunxian and the others, the Bone Demon Immortal Emperor frowned slightly. Although he could not discern their true identities, it was conceivable that those who appeared at the Ascension node had recently ascended from the Holy Celestial Continent. With this thought, a cruel smile crept across the Bone Demon Immortal Emperor's face as he materialized before Lu Xunxian and the others, intent on directly absorbing and refining them. However, upon gazing at the Bone Demon Immortal Emperor, Lu Xunxian furrowed his brow. With a mere thought, he suppressed the Bone Demon Immortal Emperor. With a wave of his hand, he probed the essence of the Bone Demon Immortal Emperor's soul and unraveled the entire sequence of events. How intriguing! The Celestial Demon Holy Emperor is your disciple. To be more precise, a cauldron? The bone demon Immortal Emperor, now pinned to the ground, wore an expression of terror, clearly unprepared for the overwhelming might of the figure before him. It seemed only those of the late-stage Immortal Emperor rank could achieve such suppression. Furthermore, upon hearing the name of the celestial demon Holy Emperor, a wave of intense unease surged within him. "Spare me, Senior. I do not know the celestial demon Holy Emperor. I merely happened to pass by. It appears you are not being entirely forthright. Very well, continue to feign ignorance." With that, as Xunxian concluded his words, the bone demon Immortal Emperor was reduced to mere dust, his essence extinguished. Turning his gaze to the two figures nearby, the devourer of heaven and earth, Xunxian did not neglect them, kindly sending them down to reunite with the bone demon Immortal Emperor. Having completed this, Xunxian then commanded Lu Lin to escort them to the ancestral land of the Zhuge clan. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. After a journey of 3 days, Yi Wushuang finally returned to the ancient wilderness sect with Lu Xiaoyao. Gazing upon the ancient wilderness sect before him, a nostalgic expression graced Yi Wushuang's face. After all, the last time he had stayed at the ancient wilderness sect was over 10 millennia ago. Just as Yi Wushuang was preparing to contact his master, he sensed something amiss and abruptly raised his head to look towards the forbidden area of the sect. A terrifying thunderstorm was visibly coalescing above the forbidden ground, soon shrouding the entire sect. In the next moment, Su Long soared from the forbidden ground to confront the heavenly tribulation. The elders and disciples within the sect hastily distanced themselves from the storm. The sect is about to break through to the Immortal Emperor rank, Yi Wushuang remarked with surprise, yet he was struck by the calmness of his tone. It seemed that after spending time with Lu Xunxian, the Immortal Emperor no longer held the same significance in his eyes. Just then, a familiar figure spotted Yi Wushuang and Lu Xiaoyao standing beside him. "Junior apprentice, you have ascended." The individual who recognized Yi Wushuang was a seemingly unremarkable young man, who happened to be Yi Wushuang's third senior brother. Having encountered his third senior brother, he felt fortunate to have ascended. Yi Wushuang promptly clasped his hands in greeting, his tone respectful. "Junior brother, there is no need for such formalities. May I ask, who is this?" His third senior brother, Su Nian, was a powerful being at the late stage of true immortal. He had shared a close bond with Yi Wushuang in the past. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Wushuang found himself reminiscing about those bygone days. At that moment, Su Nian's attention shifted to Lu Xiaoyao, sparking his curiosity. "Are you not going to introduce this one?" "Third senior brother, this is the holy son from the lower realm, Lu Xiaoyao." Yi Wushuang finally remembered and hastily introduced Lu Xiaoyao. Su Nian's face broke into a faint smile, preparing to speak, but suddenly he appeared incredulous. "Wait a moment, junior brother. If my memory serves me right, this holy son seems to be around 20 years old, does he not?" "Yes, indeed. Holy son, this is my third senior brother. You may address him as Sushiti." Yi Wushuang explained to Lu Xiaoyao. Upon ascending to the main sect, they would revert to their identities as disciples, and the etiquette would naturally follow the customs of discipleship. Yi Wushuang had previously discussed Lu Xiaoyao's matters with their master through the communication array, and even upon arriving at the Celestial Realm's main sect, Lu Xiaoyao remained the holy son. "Greetings, Sushiti." Lu Xiaoyao smiled gently and spoke. "Greetings, holy son." Su Nian finally recovered from his astonishment, looking at Lu Xiaoyao with a complex expression before returning the gesture. He had never anticipated Lu Xiaoyao's talent to be so formidable, a celestial being at merely 20 years of age. Few could attain such a status in the celestial realm. As news of Yi Wushuang and Lu Xiaoyao's ascension to the celestial realm and their return to the main sect spread, they soon found themselves surrounded by the elders of the ancient sect. The elders regarded Lu Xiaoyao with expressions akin to that of viewing a rare beast. After all, not only were 20-year-old celestial beings exceedingly rare, but even those under a millennium in age were a rarity in the celestial realm. Ascending at the age of 20 demonstrated that Lu Xiaoyao's talent was indeed extraordinary, a gift that would overshadow the ages. To accept Lu Xiaoyao as the holy son was undoubtedly a supreme honor for the ancient sect. Chapter 186. The Chaos Celestial Emperor Scripture Ahem. Everyone disperse. Remember, the matter of the holy son must remain confidential. At that moment, an elderly man, appearing rather aged, cleared his throat and sternly addressed the surrounding elders. He was the grand elder of the ancient sect, Feng, at the late stage of Celestial King. His actions were entirely justifiable. A prodigy who ascended to the celestial realm at the age of 20, if the news were to leak, it would undoubtedly provoke a frenzy among various powers, some of whom might resort to destructive means if they could not possess him. After all, in the celestial realm, the law of the jungle prevails, and many would not wish to see a prodigy rise and subsequently suppress them. However, Yi Wushuang coughed lightly, hesitatingly voicing his thoughts. "Master, I feel it may not be necessary." Yi Wushuang's master was indeed the grand elder of the ancient sect. In a moment of revelation, Wushuang articulated her understanding. You do not comprehend. Although I am aware that the father of the Holy Sun is a celestial king, in the realm of immortals, innate talent is considered original sin. Even a celestial king cannot safeguard the Holy Sun. But Master, Senior Lu is an immortal emperor. And what of an immortal emperor? Wait, are you referring to the immortal emperor? The surprise was evident on Feng's face, quickly followed by disbelief as he swallowed hard. Indeed, Senior Lu is an immortal emperor. And even the leader of the Zhuge clan holds him in profound reverence. Wu Shuang's words fell like a colossal stone into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. The surrounding elders were thrown into disarray. After all, it was the Zhuge clan. One need only think of annihilating the ancient sect to make it so. Wu Shuang, you cannot be jesting, can you? Master, do you truly believe I would make light of such matters? Wu Shuang shook her head, her tone imbued with utmost seriousness. Hearing this, Feng fell into silence, and after a considerable pause, he sighed deeply. I find myself questioning what fortune the ancient sect possesses to have attracted such a prodigy. Holy Son, if you do not mind, I would be honored to be sworn brothers with you, where you may take the lead, and I shall follow. Feng's demeanor shifted as he turned earnestly towards Lu Xiaoyao, his tone betraying no hint of jest. To forge a bond with the progeny of such a formidable being would be undeniably advantageous for him. However, Lu Xiaoyao merely offered an awkward yet courteous smile. The Grand Elder is jesting. Not surprised by Lu Xiaoyao's refusal, Feng sighed again. It seems I lack the fortune. Very well. The sect master is currently undergoing tribulation. The sect is temporarily inaccessible. I must ask the Holy Sun to wait here for a moment. The entire sect was enveloped by the sect master's thunder tribulation. Although the tribulation did not harm the sect, anyone entering the area would be instantly targeted by its wrath. Lu Xiaoyao, however, was undeterred, seizing the opportunity to cultivate outside the sect. Observing Lu Xiaoyao begin his practice, Feng pulled Wu Shuang aside, eager to glean more about Lu Xunxian. Yet Wu Shuang had limited knowledge regarding Lu Xunxian. In any case, Master, should we manage to secure a close association with Senior Lu, our ancient sect may not be incapable of becoming a dominant force in the celestial realm. Understood. Feng inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his inner excitement. In the celestial realm, only one force could be deemed a hegemon, the one with an immortal emperor at its helm. As for powerful clans, they were characterized by having a peak immortal emperor overseeing them. The ancient sect did not aspire to reach the level of a powerful clan, but rather simply wished to become a hegemon. Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded at the ancient Wit sect, where sect master Gu Qingyu commenced his tribulation to become an immortal emperor. Upon learning that Lu Qingyu had ascended to the realm of immortality at merely 20 years of age, and with the protection of a Dao spirit, the elders were eager to revere her as a revered ancestor. Nevertheless, Lu Qingyu remained exceedingly humble, taking the time to connect with the elders before embarking on her own path of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. As the thunderous tribulation gradually dissipated, Su Long emanated a brilliant golden light, successfully ascending to the realm of the Immortal Emperor. Congratulations, Sect Master, on your breakthrough to the Immortal Emperor realm. Upon Su Long's successful advancement, the elders, including Feng, hurried forward to extend their felicitations. Su Long merely waved his hand, and then cast a glance toward Lu Xiaoyao. Despite having undergone the tribulation, he remained attentive to the circumstances outside, and was naturally aware of Lu Xiaoyao's identity. It seems our ancient sect has indeed allied with a formidable branch. Junior Lu Xiaoyao pays his respects to the sect master. Lu Xiaoyao, unfazed by the accolades, addressed Su Long before continuing, Sect Master, may I have a word? There are certain matters I wish to discuss with you. Of course, Su Long replied, gesturing to draw Lu Xiaoyao into his domain. Following his breakthrough to the Immortal Emperor realm, the power of the laws within him had grown increasingly refined. Coupled with his formidable strength, many powerful beings would carve out a small world within themselves, and Su Long was no exception. This place is my domain. Unless one's cultivation far surpasses mine, it is impossible to perceive the happenings within. Feel free to speak, Holy Son. It is not of great importance. My father simply instructed me to deliver this item to you upon meeting the sect master, Lu Xiaoyao stated. Lifting his hand as a sphere of light shot forth from his fingertips and entered Su Long's mind. Upon assimilating the essence of the light sphere, Su Long's expression turned to one of astonishment. It was a cultivation method, one far more compatible with the ancient saint body than the Heavenly Emperor Scripture. The technique was named the Chaotic Heavenly Emperor Scripture, a product received after Lu Xunxian had delivered the Heavenly Emperor Scripture to Feng Qingyu. Ah, Holy Son, thank you. This indeed places our ancient sect in a position of great indebtedness to your father, Su Long remarked, his complexion reflecting the complexity of his emotions. He had a premonition that had he begun cultivating the chaotic Heavenly Emperor scripture from the outset, he would have at least reached the status of an immortal sovereign by now. It is of no consequence. My father mentioned that I would be staying in the ancient sect for an extended period and tasked me with cultivating it into a dominant force in the immortal realm. Lu Xiaoyao declared with a wave of his hand. This task was assigned by Lu Xunxian to gauge his capabilities, and Lu Xiaoyao naturally would not refuse it. Upon hearing this, Su Long felt an even greater complexity within his heart, sensing that the ancient sect would owe Lu Xiaoyao a lifetime of gratitude. All right, sect master. There is no need to dwell on other matters. Perhaps we should step outside first. I am still unaware of the current state of the Holy Sun Peak within the ancient sect. Very well, then let me escort the Holy Sun, Su Long smiled. And the two emerged from the small world. Meanwhile, Feng and the others surrounding them were exceedingly curious about the conversation between the sect master and the Holy Sun within the small world. Alas, it was evident that if the sect master wished to keep it private, no one would unravel its secrets. Chapter 187. Arrival at the Zhuge clan's territory at this moment. Within the ancient Wood sect, Qingyu, having advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm, also received a cultivation method from Lu Qingyu, one far superior to the 10,000 Wood scripture and more compatible with the 10,000 Wood saint body, the everlasting 10,000 Wood scripture. After a series of promises, Lu Qingyu made her residence within the sacred Maiden Peak. Meanwhile, the leaders of the two major sects, having acquired the cultivation techniques, eagerly commenced their practice to master superior methods. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Soon, news of the annihilation of the Qingfeng sect and the fall of the Bone Demon Immortal Emperor reached them. It was unexpected that both the Qingfeng sect and the Bone Demon Immortal Emperor had been eradicated. Surely, it must have been the work of Senior Lu. Indeed, both entities bore enmity towards Senior Lu, and it was only natural for her to eliminate them. The formidable individuals of the two sects attributed this event to Lu Xunxian. For aside from her, who would have the leisure to obliterate them? On another front, Lu Xunxian, accompanied by Lu Lin and others, traversed the immortal realm. Along their journey, the powerful beings they encountered cast sympathetic glances at Lu Xunxian, astonished that she chose to ride a Qilin. To dare to use a Qilin as a mount was akin to courting death. Nevertheless, Lu Xunxian remained unfazed, exploring the immortal realm while drawing closer to the 33 heavens. Finally, after 2.5 years, they arrived at the ancestral grounds of the Zhuge clan. Upon their arrival, a terrifying wave of heat engulfed them. Those beneath the immortal realm were surely doomed. However, with a mere gesture, Lu Xunxian cast a protective barrier around her companions, shielding them from the oppressive heat. Gazing upon the Zhuge clan's territory, it resembled that of the Qilin clan, a distinct microcosm. The landscape was dominated by a blinding crimson hue, emanating an intense warmth. In the distance stood a towering mountain of fiery red. Could it be a solid block of solar stone? No wonder the Zhuge clan experienced such sweltering temperatures. Xunxian, one of the elders, chuckled. The Zhuge clan thrives in proximity to the sun and is untroubled by heat. In fact, such warmth is exceedingly pleasant for us. Zhu Qingyan smiled in agreement. Lu Xunxian shook her head, choosing not to pursue the matter further. At that moment, two figures hurried towards them. Clan leader, you have returned. The newcomers, both powerful immortal emperors, were ancestors of the Zhuge clan. Sensing Zhu Qingyan's presence, they rushed over. Upon hearing their tone, Zhu Qingyan furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is the situation with that matter?" The two ancestors hesitated to answer directly, casting glances at Lu Xunxian and appearing to contemplate their words. However, it is of no concern. This esteemed elder is the savior that I have brought back, Zhu Qingyan declared. Acknowledging her words, one of the ancestors hastily spoke up. The situation is not favorable. The formation laid by Elder Ouyang is on the verge of being eroded. If the formation collapses, within 3 days, our ancestral grounds will be completely devoured. Currently, Elder Ouyang is working with the other 5 ancestors to stabilize the formation, awaiting your return, clan leader. I understand, Zhu Qingyan replied, nodding slightly before turning to Lu Xunxian. Her tone tinged with hesitation. After all, Lu Xunxian had just arrived and now had to rush over to handle matters, which left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, Lu Xunxian paid no heed to these feelings. Let us depart. Upon entering the land of the Zhuge clan, he immediately sensed the peculiarities within. With a single step, Lu Xiaoyao vanished without a trace, leaving Luo Qianxue and the others behind. Observing this, Zhu Qingyan raised her hand to summon a clan member, her expression grave. These esteemed guests are under my care. Ensure they are well taken care of. Should anything go awry, I shall hold you accountable. Yes, Clan leader, the Immortal quickly replied. As Zhu Qingyan prepared to leave, she recalled something and turned to Luo Qianxue, her tone laced with a hint of provocation. I shall attend to matters with your master now. You may watch us. Having said this, she vanished without allowing Luo Qianxue any time to respond. Once she regained her composure, Luo Qianxue's expression reflected her frustration. Damn it, I am too weak. If only I were stronger, I could accompany my master. Just wait. The one standing beside my master will ultimately be me. During the 3.5 years spent wandering the immortal realm, Zhu Qingyan gradually discerned Lu Xunxian's circumstances, divorced, with a son and a daughter, and currently, the only suitor was Luo Qianxue, while Zhao Xiao's status remained unknown. Thus, Zhu Qingyan naturally harbored animosity toward Luo Qianxue as a rival, yet she remained confident that eventually, she would become the companion of the Xunxian. After all, she possessed beauty, figure, and cultivation, each aspect far surpassed that of Luo Qianxue. Aside from the fact that Luo Qianxue had arrived slightly earlier, she could fathom no reason for Luo Qianxue to triumph over her. Hey, take us to our quarters quickly. I wish to cultivate. Luo Qianxue glared at the Zhuke. Her teeth clenched, due to Zhu Qingyan's instructions. The Zhuke dared not delay, and promptly led Luo Qianxue and the others to the designated cave dwelling for esteemed guests of the Zhuke clan. Upon entering the dwelling, Luo Qianxue wasted no time and began her cultivation. Only by swiftly becoming an immortal emperor could she defeat Zhu Qingyan, that alluring vixen, and stand beside her master. She was genuinely concerned that Zhu Qingyan might surpass her, as she had frequently witnessed Zhu Qingyan attempting to entice her master during these 3.5 years. Thankfully, her master remained unfazed. Surely, her master must still care for her, she thought, and with this belief, Luo Qianxue devoted herself wholeheartedly to her cultivation. Meanwhile, Lu Xunxian had arrived atop the Sunstone. Only standing upon the Sunstone did he truly appreciate its grandeur. On its surface, he felt as insignificant as dust. To call it Sun Mountain would not be an exaggeration. Yet, looking towards the peak of Sun Mountain, he noticed that the Sunstone, which should have radiated brilliance, was shrouded in an ominous darkness, appearing exceedingly eerie. Fortunately, the darkness was contained by a formation and did not spread. Standing at the edge of the formation, Lu Xunxian could distinctly sense that the array was being eroded. Although a few celestial emperors nearby were maintaining it, their efforts would not last long. It was estimated that in 2.5 years, the formation would shatter. Chapter 188. Liao Qianji, the seal noticing Lu Xunxian's pause. Zhu Qingyan felt a surge of anxiety. Senior Lu, I wonder if you could find a solution? If even you cannot resolve this, I am truly at a loss. Lu Xunxian observed for a moment before nodding. The issue was not insurmountable and could be managed with some effort. Had he not yet reached the Taoist realm, his capabilities might have rendered him unable to address the situation. However, he had attained a certain understanding of the Dao, enabling him to perceive that the power within the array was related to the Dao itself, thus allowing him to tackle it with some degree of success. Upon hearing that Lu Xunxian could resolve the matter, Zhu Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. What can I do to assist? Please find me 2 top-tier celestial array masters. Lu Xunxian's approach would also involve the use of formations. Given his current inability to wield the powers of the Taoist realm, doing so would forcibly expel him from the celestial realm. He could only resort to using formations. At this, Zhu Qingyan's eyes brightened as she gazed into the distance. Senior Lu, the leader of the Celestial Array Alliance and 2 vice leaders are currently here. Assisting my Zhuke clan in reinforcing the formations, they can aid you. With that, Zhu Qingyan hurried towards them, and Lu Xunxian followed closely behind, soon arriving before a group of formidable figures. Before him stood a trio of celestial emperors, the foremost among them being a late-stage celestial emperor accompanied by 2 mid-stage celestial emperors. At that moment, they were laboring to stabilize the grand formation. However, the rate of erosion far exceeded their efforts to reinforce it, rendering their work seemingly futile. Nevertheless, it was evident from their proficiency in stabilizing the formation that their mastery of arrays was certainly commendable. Clan leader, you have arrived. As Zhu Qingyan approached, the elders and ancestors of the Zhuke clan gathered around her. Zhu Qingyan merely nodded in acknowledgement, then turned her gaze towards the 3 elders with a solemn expression. Before she could speak, Lu Xunxian stepped forward and, with a wave of his hand, stabilized the array. This display drew the attention of everyone present, particularly the elder at the forefront, whose eyes gleamed with excitement, akin to a robust youth encountering a stunning beauty as he rushed forward. What remarkable mastery of formations! May I inquire your name, esteemed senior? I am Liao Qianji, the leader of the Celestial Array Alliance. A name is but a moniker. You may call me Xunxian. Lu Xunxian waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a notably humble tone, which only deepened Liao Qianji's admiration for him. This was indeed the demeanor one would expect from a true master. Very well, time is of the essence and the task is urgent. You shall follow my lead and assist me in the arrangement, sealing this place. Seal it? Are you suggesting that even you cannot resolve the issues here? Xunxian, standing by, hesitated upon hearing Lu Xunxian's mention of sealing. It cannot be resolved unless you can summon a Taoist master. Otherwise, it is utterly impossible. Lu Xunxian gazed upon the sealed land, observing that the grand formation before him was utterly ineffective, revealing everything within its confines to his sight. At the center of this sealed domain lay a rift in the fabric of space, from which an incessant stream of enigmatic Dao power emanated. Unless one wielded an equally formidable Dao force, resolving this matter was simply unattainable. Given Lu Xunxian's current strength, he could merely manage a semblance of sealing. Upon hearing this, Xunxian fell silent. After all, they were dealing with a Dao sovereign, not to mention, even a Taoist would be beyond their reach. Recognizing that Lu Xunxian could only achieve a seal, Xunxian did not press further. I must rely on you, Taoist Lu, she said, bowing respectfully in her request. Lu Xunxian nodded gently, then turned his gaze towards Liao Qingyu and the two grandmasters of formations. In the celestial realm, formation masters were a rare breed. Let alone top-tier celestial formation masters, Liao Qingyu and his companions stood as paragons within this domain. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xunxian extended his finger, transmitting the intricate formation he intended to establish into the minds of the three. After all, their assistance would be indispensable in the forthcoming endeavor. Upon receiving the transmission of the grand formation, Liao Qingyu and the others' eyes sparkled with brilliance. So that's how it is. I never anticipated such a formidable formation. One of them gasped. Taoist Lu, your mastery of formations far surpasses our own, we humbly concede. However, at that moment, one of the vice leaders, Wu Zhenyan, an intermediate celestial emperor, furrowed his brow. Taoist Lu, your formation is indeed formidable, yet the materials required seem excessively precious. I fear the Zhuge clan may not be able to procure them. With Wu Zhenyan's remark, Liao Qingyu and another formation master, Zhongbanu, also adopted a serious demeanor. Their expertise allowed them to discern that the materials within Lu Xunxian's grand formation were extraordinary, likely beyond what the celestial realm could provide. Yet, Lu Xunxian waved his hand dismissively, reassuring them not to worry. Since I have prepared the grand formation, I shall also provide the materials. After all, this concerns the entirety of the celestial realm, and the items are not exceedingly rare. It is no trouble at all. With that, Lu Xunxian gestured, producing several peculiar stones imbued with an overwhelming Dao resonance. The moment these stones emerged, the very ground of the Zhuge clan trembled, as if unable to bear such a terrifying presence. It was only through Lu Xunxian's subtle formation that the tumultuous phenomenon was quelled. What are these? Zhu Qingyan felt a surge of trepidation within her heart upon seeing the stones. She sensed an immense allure emanating from them. Had she not maintained control over herself, she might have attempted to seize them immediately. Dao stones, embodiments of the great Dao's essence. Only they can withstand the grand formation I am about to establish. Lu Xunxian stated calmly, yet his words sent ripples of unease through Zhu Qingyan and the others present. Is this truly a Dao stone? Could it be that Taoist Lu? It's merely a stroke of fortune, he replied, redirecting the conversation. Now, given the gravity of the situation, let us focus on the formation. Are you all prepared? If you are still unprepared, then let us wait a few more days until you have thoroughly comprehended the formation before we proceed. Liao Qingyu, with a confident demeanor, patted his chest. Rest assured, Senior Lu, although my understanding of formations may not match yours, I can certainly assist from the sidelines. Indeed, Senior Lu, let us commence the formation. Zhongbanu and his companion hurriedly echoed his sentiments. Observing this, Lu Xunxian turned to Zhu Qingyan and the other ancestral figures of the vermilion bird, saying, the forthcoming events are perilous. You should depart. The ancestral figures of the vermilion bird were quick to heed his advice, choosing to place their trust in Lu Xunxian after witnessing his prowess. Zhu Qingyan, however, wore a worried expression. Be careful. Yes, I will. Lu Xunxian nodded in acknowledgement. Once Zhu Qingyan had departed, only he and Liao Qingyu remained atop Sun Mountain. Prepare yourselves. I am about to take action. Chapter 189. The Uprising. The formation completed as Liao Qingyu and the others positioned themselves, Lu Xunxian sprang into action. With a sweeping motion of his hand, numerous stones of Dao flew forth from his being, 3,600 in total, surrounding the grand formation. Each stone was inscribed with intricate runes by Lu Xunxian. Whether in the heavenly sacred continent, the immortal realm, or the Dao realm, establishing a formation necessitates a medium. After inscribing the runes, a central focus must be added to activate it. Some exceptionally powerful beings can conjure formations with mere thought, but such formations are typically of a lower caliber. Even a formation master of Lu Xunxian's caliber requires a sufficiently robust medium to contain the formidable power necessary for sealing the source of the anomalies. As the stones settled into their designated areas, Liao Qianji and his companions began their incantations, gesturing with their hands. The stones before them trembled violently, soon erupting in a dazzling blue radiance. Seizing upon this, the trio meticulously followed their predetermined plan, continuously activating the stones. The activated stones began to interlink, forming a chain of connections, and once all 3,600 stones were energized, the grand formation would be complete. Turning his gaze back to Lu Xunxian, he swiftly ascended to the apex of the formation. Looking down from above, he beheld a void of impenetrable darkness, reminiscent of an endless abyss. Upon reaching the summit, he sensed a shift, his expression abruptly changing. This is bad. The formation that had previously held for 2.5 years was fracturing at an alarming rate. The anomalous power within becoming increasingly frenzied, hastening its erosion of the grand formation. Had the force within sensed the impending danger? There is no time. Hasten your pace. Lu Xunxian urged. Liao Qianji and his companions, acutely aware of the anomaly, wore grim expressions as they quickened their efforts. At the pinnacle, Lu Xunxian was also not idle. With a decisive wave of his hand, 4 small flags appeared in his grasp, colored in azure, blue, white, and black. These 4 items were authentic Dao artifacts, essential for serving as the heart of the formation, capable of sustaining such overwhelming power. As Lu Xunxian infused his power into the 4 small flags, the Dao flags soared into the air, landing in the 4 cardinal directions. A formidable force erupted from the activated Dao stones, swiftly connecting with the 4 flags to form an impenetrable cage. Below, Liao Qianji and his companions, despite exerting their utmost to arrange the grand formation, were far outpaced by the encroaching erosion of the array. Before long, one corner of the great formation was nearly consumed by the bizarre Dao power. This is bad. Lu Xunxian's expression shifted drastically, and he couldn't afford to hesitate. With a series of hand seals, he conjured a doppelganger to continue arranging the formation in place, while his true self hastened towards Zheng Banu, the individual closest to that strange Dao force. Under the deliberate advance of the bizarre power, even Lu Xunxian found himself unable to intervene, helplessly watching as Zheng Banu succumbed to the invasive force. Zheng Banu, unable to resist, was soon overwhelmed, his eyes turning crimson, transforming him into a soulless puppet. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xunxian's expression grew grim. Banu. From a distance, Wu Xinyan was filled with rage. Yet he too could do nothing but hasten his efforts to set up the formation. Liao Qianji, with a serious countenance, turned to Lu Xunxian. As the possessed Zheng Banu advanced menacingly towards him, with a resigned sigh, Lu Xunxian pointed and obliterated Zheng Banu. He could sense that Zheng Banu's soul had been entirely devoured and was beyond salvation. As the bizarre Dao power emerged from Zheng Banu's body, it surged towards Lu Xunxian. Beware, Elder Lu, Liao Qianji quickly warned, realizing the formidable strength of Lu Xunxian. If he were to be consumed, it would spell doom for them all. Witnessing the audacity of the bizarre Dao power, Lu Xunxian snorted coldly, seeking death. In an instant, he conjured a colossal hand that shattered the surging Dao power. Not far away on Sun Mountain, Zhu Qingyin and the other Zhuge ancestors wore grave expressions, having clearly seen the tremendous palm Lu Xunxian wielded. Patriarch, if it were you, could you withstand that palm? One elder inquired, knowing that Zhu Qingyin was the strongest of their clan. Zhu Qingyin shook her head. I cannot withstand it. That palm could likely surpass even Gu Daoshi. What? That is impossible. Isn't Gu Daoshi the foremost figure in the celestial realm? What does it matter if he is the strongest? Do you not remember who once debated with Gu Daoshi? Zhu Qingyin replied, her tone calm, yet piercing. Upon hearing this, the Zhuge elders were taken aback, clearly astonished at the terrifying prowess of the person sought by their leader. However, the more powerful Lu Xunxian became, the more they rejoiced, as it signified an increased likelihood of suppressing this ominous threat. Atop Sun Mountain, both Liao Qianji and his companion were astounded by Lu Xunxian's might, their faces reflecting disbelief. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and set up the formation. It was only upon Lu Xunxian's urging that Liao Qianji and his companion snapped to attention, hastily quickening their pace. They are not significantly more powerful than Zheng Banu. Had that strange Dao force consumed them, they would likely have met a fate similar to his. Fortunately, the tumult of the strange Dao force was momentary. In the ensuing time, it seemed to lose its potency and fell into a calm state. Soon, the grand formation was established. Lu Xunxian appeared atop Sun Mountain, and with a mere gesture, The 4 Dao flags began to revolve slowly around him. Formation, arise. At Lu Xunxian's command, the 4 flags plunged into the enigmatic Dao force, and 3,600 Dao stones surged forth, radiating a brilliant blue light that illuminated the entire realm of the Zhuge clan. In that instant, all the Zhuge turned their gaze towards Sun Mountain. Within her cave, Luo Qingyu seemed to sense something, stepping outside to look towards the summit. However, after a brief glance, she turned back to resume her cultivation, unperturbed by Lu Xunxian's safety. Deep within her heart, she harbored an unwavering trust in him. As long as Lu Xunxian took action, nothing was insurmountable. At the mountain's apex, as Lu Xunxian manipulated the formation, the strange area was sealed off. Senior Lu. Upon seeing Lu Xunxian halt, Liao Qianji and the others rushed forward. Zhu Qingyan and the ancestral elders of the Zhuge clan also hurried over, and upon witnessing the sealing of the strange area, they collectively sighed in relief. Senior Lu, what is the situation? Are you unharmed? Zhu Qingyan approached, deeply concerned for Lu Xunxian's well-being. Lu Xunxian merely waved his hand dismissively. No need for concern. This formation can contain that strange Dao force for 1 trillion years. And what of 1 trillion years hence? In 1 trillion years? I shall personally suppress it. Faced with Zhu Qingyan's apprehension, Lu Xunxian exuded an air of confidence. At merely 40 years of age, he pondered the prospect of Feng Qingyu cultivating for 1 trillion years. One could scarcely imagine the heights of his power. By that time, resolving this crisis would likely be but a fleeting thought. Chapter 190. An increase in followers upon learning of Zhengbanu's demise due to the encroachment of the strange Dao force. Zhu Qingyan turned to Liao Qianji, her expression grave. Daoist Zheng fell for the sake of our Zhuge clan. Thus, we request that our clan compensate your Immortal Array Alliance. Yet, Liao Qianji waved his hand. There is no need. This incident is Zheng's calamity. Furthermore, this matter transcends your Zhuge clan. Should that force breach the barrier and enter the immortal realm, no one will be spared. Regardless of Zhu Qingyan's entreaties, Liao Qianji refused compensation. Seeing this, Zhu Qingyan had no choice but to relent. Very well. Since the matter is resolved, Xunxian, let us depart. Yes, Alliance leader. Soon, Liao Qianji and Wu Xunxian left the territory of the Zhuge clan. They had stayed among the Zhuge for several years, and it was time to return to the Immortal Array Alliance. As they exited, Lu Xunxian prepared to follow suit. For his purpose in the Zhuge territory had solely been to address the crisis mentioned by Zhu Qingyan. With that resolved, it was time to leave, and he could check on how his son and daughter fared within their sect. Senior Lu, you are the savior of my Zhuge clan. Had it not been for your intervention, our lineage would have certainly faced annihilation. Therefore, from this day forth, you shall be regarded as the esteemed ancestor of the Zhuge clan. I present to you this token. Merely displaying it will ensure that any force within the celestial realm grants you due respect. With a grave expression, Zhu Qingyan produced a crimson token, the size of a palm, adorned with the emblem of the Zhuge clan. Upon receiving the token from Zhu Qingyan, Lu Xunxian felt no embarrassment and accepted it without hesitation. The moment he grasped it, Zhu Qingyan even playfully scratched his palm, her gaze towards him laden with significance. However, Lu Xunxian remained unfazed, his attention fixated on the token. Instantly, he sensed a gentle warmth emanating from it, alongside a formidable power contained within, one that, when unleashed, could effortlessly vanquish even an immortal emperor. Noticing that Lu Xunxian acknowledged this power, Zhu Qingyan smiled and remarked, "This token is far from ordinary. It harbors the strength of our clan's ancestors, immensely powerful. Once activated, it could potentially slay even a late-stage immortal emperor. Nevertheless, it may not serve you greatly, Senior Lu." Indeed, Lu Xunxian did not refute her words. After accepting the token, he turned to depart. Yet, at that moment, Zhu Qingyan called out to him. Confused, Lu Xunxian turned, only to feel a fleeting brush of soft lips against his cheek before parting. Glancing back at Zhu Qingyan, he noticed her cheeks flushed, while the surrounding Zhuge ancestors discreetly withdrew. Ahem, do not misunderstand. This is a token of gratitude. If it weren't for your assistance, my Zhuge clan would likely have been obliterated. Thus, a kiss is a reasonable reward, is it not? Zhu Qingyan asserted with a bold demeanor. Lu Xunxian regarded her with a bemused expression. Meanwhile, Zhu Qingyan's face continued to redden visibly, until she could no longer endure the embarrassment and hastily turned to leave. This led Lu Xunxian to question whether Zhu Qingyan had truly lived for over 37 million years. Her innocent demeanor seemed even less worldly than that of Luo Qingyu. However, he did not dwell on it, focusing instead on the abode of Luo Qingyu and the others. With a single step, he appeared before them. "Master, has the matter been resolved?" Upon seeing Lu Xunxian, Luo Qingyu promptly concluded her meditation, rising respectfully to inquire. "As your master, There is no problem I cannot resolve. Since the issue has been addressed, let us depart. Yes, master. Luo Qingyu nodded in agreement, and the group prepared to leave the Zhuge territory. However, just as they were about to exit, a striking figure clad in red intercepted them. Zhu Qingyan. Ahem, I spoke with the ancestors, and they believe I should travel and gain experience, so they have permitted me to accompany you. Zhu Qingyan stated nonchalantly, her demeanor suggesting that everything was as she claimed. Had it not been for Lu Xunxian's ability to observe the current state of the Zhuge clan's hall, wherein the ancestors had been thoroughly beaten by Zhu Qingyan, one might have been inclined to believe her. Nevertheless, he chose not to expose her. Very well, if you wish to accompany us, then so be it. Let us depart. Upon sensing Lu Xunxian's acceptance, Zhu Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to follow. Thus, the group exited the Zhuge clan's territory. Meanwhile, within the hall of the Zhuge clan, several ancestors slowly regained their composure, wearing expressions of helplessness. Do you think the clan leader has taken a liking to that senior Lu? Otherwise, why would she insist on traveling with him? Surely not. The clan leader has never shown interest in men. That may not be the case. However, if the clan leader could forge a bond with senior Lu, it would undoubtedly be a boon for our Zhuge clan. Recalling the earlier display of power by Lu Xunxian, they bore expressions of lingering dread. Should the clan leader succeed in bringing senior Lu back, it would undoubtedly elevate the Zhuge clan to the pinnacle among the top 10 powers of the celestial realm. In the depths of the ancient sect, Su Long suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing a terrifying aura. The Chaos Heavenly Emperor's scripture is indeed formidable. I fear I am now invincible among my peers. Feeling the transformation within himself, Su Long's heart surged with excitement. While the ancient sacred body had previously allowed him to be unmatched among equals, that was only in the absence of a special physique in his opponents. Now, even against those with unique attributes, he was confident in his ability to vanquish them. With this thought, Su Long eagerly sought to test his prowess against an early-stage celestial emperor. He stood up, took a step, and promptly headed towards the central domain. Before long, he arrived at a magnificent city. Upon entering, he wasted no time in approaching an imposing pavilion adorned with the words Refining Immortal Pavilion. Chapter 191, Su Long vs. Xunxian. Congratulations. I did not expect you, fellow Daoist Su, to have also ascended to the Celestial Emperor realm. Inside the Refining Immortal Pavilion, Su Long was warmly received deep within its confines. There, a robust middle-aged man regarded him with a sense of nostalgia. This man was Xunxian, the pavilion master of the Refining Immortal Pavilion, possessing early-stage Celestial Emperor cultivation. The Refining Immortal Pavilion is a significant force within the Celestial realm. Unlike other factions, it specializes in providing sparring partners. From those at the spirit gathering stage to Celestial Emperors, one can find training opponents within the pavilion. Su Long's purpose for visiting was to seek an early-stage Celestial Emperor to assess his current strength. Fellow Daoist Cheng, let us dispense with pleasantries. I have come to gauge my own capabilities, and I hope you can arrange for me to face an early-stage Celestial Emperor. Since it is your request, allow me to engage you, Xunxian replied with a smile, rising to reveal his incredibly solid physique. Seeing Cheng stand, Su Long's demeanor grew solemn. He was well aware of Xunxian's formidable strength, yet he felt no fear. Haha, since it is you, fellow Daoist Cheng, I shall give it my all. Let us proceed. The two individuals departed together, hastening towards the lower chambers of the Alchemy Pavilion. Beneath the pavilion lay numerous miniature worlds, meticulously crafted by a master of formations hired at great expense, each capable of withstanding battles at the level of celestial kings. The news of the impending clash between Su Long and Xunxian spread swiftly, prompting the elders within the Alchemy Pavilion to rush towards the underground arena. Before long, the spectator seats were filled with cultivators, each brimming with anticipation as they gazed towards the battlefield. The arena was vast, with Su Long and Xunxian positioned 1,000 miles apart, yet feeling remarkably close. Su, my friend, since you have recently ascended to the rank of Celestial Emperor, you may commence, Xunxian suggested. Su Long, recognizing the courtesy, did not hesitate. In the next moment, he summoned his innate celestial weapon, the ancestral celestial spear, a genuine mid-grade celestial artifact. Be cautious, Cheng, Su Long warned, before launching his assault. In an instant, he appeared before Xunxian, thrusting the spear directly towards his chest. To Su Long's astonishment, Xunxian raised his hands defensively, astonishingly blocking the ancestral celestial spear with sheer strength. The spectators were left in awe, their expressions a mixture of shock and admiration, though some familiar with Xunxian's formidable physique were unsurprised. Xunxian's path was that of physical cultivation, and having ascended to the Celestial Emperor realm, his body was now comparable to a mid-grade celestial artifact. Su Long's expression turned grave. He was well aware of the strength Xunxian possessed, yet he had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. However, there was no time for contemplation. As Xunxian swiftly retaliated, the two figures became mere shadows, their battle invisible to the untrained eye. Only those at the Celestial King level could barely perceive their movements. Within the fray, Su Long felt an overwhelming pressure. He did not expect that even with the cultivation of the chaotic Celestial Emperor scripture, he would find himself struggling against Xunxian. Unbeknownst to him, Xunxian felt an even greater weight upon his heart. His foundation was profoundly deep. And with the cultivation of the Overlord battle scripture, he knew that most early Celestial Emperors would not last long against him, likely falling in mere moments. Su, be careful, Xunxian cautioned, suddenly unleashing his full power. In an instant, he was enveloped in a crimson aura, his form rapidly expanding until he towered to a height of 10,000 meters, casting a shadow across the battlefield. This was Cheng's innate divine ability, the emergence of the giant deity. Some cultivators recognized this technique, known for its legends of Xunxian's body swelling to a formidable size, capable of obliterating realms with a single strike. Most critically, while utilizing the emergence of the giant deity, all of Xunxian's attributes were significantly enhanced, rendering him terrifyingly powerful. Without holding back, Xunxian unleashed a relentless barrage upon Su Long. Even due to Xunxian's formidable strength, the formation within the battle zone appeared to be trembling on the brink of collapse. Witnessing this scene, everyone presumed that Su Long was destined to fail. However, at that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted within the battle zone. Su Long surged forth from the ruins, manifesting in midair, enveloped by a radiant golden aura. Xunxian, sensing a faint yet undeniable pressure emanating from Su Long, was left in disbelief. How could this be? Hadn't Su Long merely just ascended to the rank of Immortal Emperor? Dismissing his thoughts, Xunxian unleashed his most potent strike, heaven-shattering fist. Yet, when this full-force punch struck Su Long, it was repelled by the golden light. What? The onlookers, mighty figures, were astounded, unable to believe their eyes. They had not anticipated that someone could withstand Xunxian's blow unscathed while at the same cultivation level. Chung, since you have made your move, it is now my turn, Su Long said with a faint smile, forming hand seals as the ancient immortal spear soared into the sky. The golden light enveloping Su Long dissipated and merged with the spear. Ancient Annihilation Strike. As Su Long's words echoed, the ancient immortal spear expanded and lunged towards Xunxian. Sensing the terrifying power contained within the spear, Xunxian's expression grew grave. His instincts warned him that this strike was beyond his ability to block. Nevertheless, he resolved to try. With a fierce roar, he unleashed the celestial energy within him, conjuring an immense phantom of the black tortoise that enveloped him. This was a high-grade celestial technique, the indestructible body of the black tortoise. Xunxian was confident that, unless faced with an opponent from a higher realm, he could not be defeated. In the next moment, as the spear struck Xunxian, the resulting force nearly shattered the celestial formation. At the critical moment, an elder from the refining immortal pavilion intervened to stabilize the formation, barely maintaining its integrity. The two forces clashed, locked in a stalemate with no clear victor in sight. Yet, at this juncture, Su Long voluntarily withdrew. He retracted the ancient immortal spear with a gesture and offered Xunxian a smile and a respectful salute. Friend Xung, your strength is indeed formidable, I concede. The onlookers displayed expressions of anticipated confirmation. In their minds, Xunxian was an invincible figure of his rank. Su Long had only just broken through to the Immortal Emperor realm. How could he possibly rival the Pavilion Master Chung? Chapter 192, The Defeated Retreat to Silence. Arriving at the ancient sect. However, no one noticed the complex emotions etched on Xunxian's face. Only he could sense that Su Long's strike possessed the potential to end his life. It was merely that Su Long had chosen to hold back at a critical moment, likely to spare him embarrassment in front of so many witnesses. Thank you. I owe you a favor for today's events, Xunxian acknowledged. For it was he who had initially suggested the sparring match. Should he have been defeated, it would have been a considerable disgrace. Yet Su Long simply shook his head. Having concluded our discourse, I shall take my leave now. Should you require any assistance, dear Su, do not hesitate to seek me out. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Long departed from the alchemy hall. Once he was gone, Xunxian wore a grave expression. He had not anticipated that Su Long, having just ascended to the initial stage of the Celestial Emperor, possessed the power to threaten his life. Moreover, he sensed that Su Long had not revealed his full strength. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. If such terrifying prowess could be displayed without drawing upon his complete capabilities, what magnitude of strength would he wield if he unleashed his full potential? Surely, Even those at the mid-stage of the Celestial Emperor would be no match for him. Bring forth a formation master from the Celestial Array Alliance to maintain the grand formation, Xunxian commanded, dismissing the unsettling thoughts. Shortly thereafter, a figure entered the alchemy hall. "Old Gu, what brings you here?" Xunxian inquired, perplexed by Gu Qingyuan's presence. However, upon sensing Gu's aura, his expression shifted to one of mild astonishment. He had not expected even old Gu to have broken through to the realm of the Celestial Emperor. Gu Qingyuan, catching the essence of Xunxian's words, quickly grasped the pertinent detail. "Who else has arrived?" he asked, intrigued. "Sulong, of course. He too has reached the Celestial Emperor realm and has come to spar with me," Xunxian replied, exasperation evident in his tone. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to look at Gu Qingyuan inquisitively. "You aren't also planning to challenge me to a duel, are you?" "Cough, cough. You are quite perceptive, Chung." Gu Qingyuan responded without a hint of embarrassment. Like Sulong, he had significantly enhanced his strength after changing his cultivation method and was eager to test his current abilities. Upon hearing this, Xunxian sighed in resignation. "While I would relish the opportunity to engage in combat with you, alas, I have just finished a bout with Sulong and my condition is less than optimal. Furthermore, the protective grand formation within the alchemy hall is on the verge of collapse. I must await the formation master's repairs before I can spar with you." Gu Qingyuan, though disappointed, did not press the issue, exhaling a sigh. "Very well, I can afford to wait for a time. Please do contact me later. Rest assured, I shall reach out," Xunxian assured him. After bidding Gu Qingyuan farewell, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Despite his formidable power, the encounter with Sulong had taken a considerable toll on him. Another bout with Gu Qingyuan would likely lead to an inevitable defeat. "I cannot afford to delay. I must enter seclusion until I ascend to the mid-stage of the Celestial Emperor," he resolved fiercely, rising abruptly and committing to his decision, disregarding his promise to Gu Qingyuan. Shortly after leaving the alchemy hall, Sulong returned to the ancestral ancient sect. However, he soon noticed something amiss, his brow furrowing in concern. Before the sect stood a throng of individuals, and more alarmingly, a Qilin among them, which they were treating as a mout. "This is not good," Sulong exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. The entirety of the celestial realm is well aware that the Qilin clan places great importance on their reputation. Should they become aware of this matter, even if the ancient sect remains uninformed, it is likely they would face severe repercussions. Contemplating this, Sulong felt compelled to intervene and halt the unfolding events. "Is this not the ancient sect? Master, shall we proceed directly inside?" Zhao Xiaoyi inquired respectfully. Standing before Lu Xunxian, having undergone significant training under Lu Xunxian, her cultivation had greatly advanced, and she had attained the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor realm. "Isn't that obvious? Let us enter directly," Zhu Qingyan scoffed, showing no regard for the ancient sect. "Oh, this is the sect that Xianyao belongs to. Should you act so discourteously and enter uninvited, it would indeed tarnish our master's reputation," Zhu Qingyan retorted. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue cast a disdainful glance at her. "You." Zhu Qingyan felt a surge of anger, but ultimately restrained herself, wary of diminishing her standing in Lu Xunxian's eyes due to Luo Qianxue's status. "Enough. Contact Xianyao and have him come out to greet us." Lu Xunxian waved his hand, settling the matter. However, before they could reach out to Lu Xianyao, a figure appeared, blocking Lu Xunxian and the others. "Esteemed guests, I kindly ask that you keep your distance from our ancient sect," Sulong said softly, his tone as gentle as possible. He had discerned Lu Lin's cultivation level as that of an early-stage immortal king. Capturing a Qilin of that caliber indicated the formidable strength of Lu Xunxian and his companions, at least at the level of Immortal Emperor. Nevertheless, Sulong did not believe they possessed the strength to confront the Qilin clan, especially considering the lingering fear instilled by the immortal sovereign who had been vanquished long ago. Yet Lu Xunxian appeared unfazed by Sulong's words, regarding him with a playful expression. "You must be Sulong. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Xunxian." "Lu Xunxian, you say? Wait, you are Senior Lu." Sulong's brow furrowed as he was about to speak, only to suddenly realize, a look of disbelief crossing his face as he regarded Lu Xunxian. He was well acquainted with the name Lu Xunxian. Thus, upon hearing this self-introduction, his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. "Ahem, Senior Lu, I apologize for not recognizing your identity. Please forgive my rudeness." Were it anyone else, Sulong would certainly have questioned their strength. However, the person before him was Lu Xunxian, a being who commanded immense respect even from the leader of the Zhuge clan, someone capable of effortlessly wielding power beyond that of the Heavenly Emperor. It was likely only Lu Xunxian who could stand undaunted before the Qilin clan. "No matter, it is a trivial matter. Since you are here, please lead us into the ancient sect," Lu Xunxian remarked nonchalantly, not one to act arrogantly. He preferred reasoned discourse. Should reason fail, he was also well-versed in martial arts. Hearing that Lu Xunxian wished to visit the ancient sect, Su Long's eyes lit up with excitement. If they were to treat Lu Xunxian well, even a mere drop of his essence flowing through his fingers would suffice for their ancient sect to ascend in one fell swoop. After all, he had learned from Yi Wushuang that Lu Xunxian casually bestowed others with the pinnacle of immortal sovereign inheritance. In Chapter 193, The Secret Realm of the Heavens, the disciples and elders of the ancient sect witnessed a remarkable scene. Lu Xunxian, mounted upon a qilin, was treated with the utmost deference by their sect leader, who even appeared to be flattering him as he escorted him to the sect's rear grounds. Before long, Su Long led Lu Xunxian and his companions to a celestial abode. Senior Lu, if you do not mind, this celestial terrain shall henceforth be your exclusive domain. This sanctuary was meticulously crafted by Su Long for the purpose of hosting esteemed guests. However, in a bid to curry favor with Lu Xunxian, he generously offered it to him. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian accepted it with an unchanging demeanor. The act of gifting Su Long the Chaos Celestial Emperor scripture far outweighed the value of a mere celestial abode. After surveying the celestial terrain, Fu Qitian directed Zhao Xiaoi and others to begin organizing it. Su Long, meanwhile, gazed at Lu Xunxian with an expression of ingratiating admiration. Senior Lu, would you like me to inform the Holy Son of your arrival? Yet, before Lu Xunxian could respond, a figure hurriedly approached from a distance, his face brimming with uncontainable joy. Father, what brings you here? It was Lu Xiaoyao. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyao had been cultivating within the ancient sect for some time, and his progress was nothing short of astonishing. He had ascended from the early stages of the immortal realm to the late stages in a mere 3.5 years. Although this seemed like a modest leap, it was essential to recognize that such advancements often took hundreds or even thousands of years in seclusion, and success was not guaranteed. Lu Xiaoyao had not been in a constant state of cultivation. In just 3.5 years, he had achieved 2 significant breakthroughs. Had this news spread, it would undoubtedly have caused a sensation throughout the immortal realm. I came to see how you were faring within the sect, Lu Xunxian replied with a smile, genuinely pleased with his son's rapid development. Meanwhile, Wang Kai and Jiaolong had progressed at a considerably slower pace. Wang Kai had barely reached the mid-level of the Holy Emperor, while Jiaolong was still at the pinnacle of the Holy Monarch. Sensing their auras, Lu Xunxian furrowed his brow. What is the matter with you two? Why are your realms so low? Cough, cough. Father, it is not their fault. They have had little time to cultivate, as they have been accompanying me, which is why their realm's Haven tea improved much, Lu Xiaoyao interjected, a hint of self-reproach in his tone before either Wang Kai or Jiaolong could speak. Hearing his son's words, Lu Xunxian found it difficult to reprimand them further and could only sigh. Son, even if they are to accompany you, you must ensure they reach the immortal king realm first. I understand, father. I will make certain to allow them more time for cultivation moving forward, Lu Xiaoyao declared earnestly. With this, Lu Xunxian chose to let the matter rest. As a thought crossed his mind, Lu Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and he hastily inquired, Father, how long do you intend to stay in the ancient sect? Let us stay for 20 years, and after that, I shall visit your sister's sect. Lu Xunxian mused briefly before speaking. However, recalling something, he turned to Lu Xiaoyao with a serious expression. You need not remain by my side for these 20 years. Focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the immortal emperor as soon as possible. I understand, Father, Lu Xiaoyao nodded earnestly. He had no concerns regarding his son's innate talent. Breaking through to the immortal emperor was merely a matter of time. His only worry was whether he could transcend to the Taoist realm. As time progressed, he would inevitably need to venture into the Dao realm, and before that, he must ensure that his son and daughter possessed sufficient strength to protect themselves in the immortal realm. Meanwhile, on the Tianxin continent, Feng Qingyu had not remained stagnant either. She had advanced to the late stage of the Holy King realm, alongside Lu Xunxian, who ascended to the late stage of the Taoist realm. However, due to the inability to exert power beyond the immortal emperor within the immortal realm, their cultivation was constrained at the pinnacle of the immortal emperor. Ahem, senior, since you have graced my ancient sect with your presence, we should extend our hospitality. Would you care for a grand feast? Su Long interjected inopportunely, wearing an obsequious expression. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian pondered for a moment before shaking his head in refusal. There is no need. I prefer a more tranquil environment, free from disturbances. Understood, senior, Su Long replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice, yet he hastily acquiesced. After some pleasantries, Su Long was dismissed by Lu Xunxian, while the latter and his companions settled into the ancient sect. Upon learning of Lu Xunxian's stay within the sect, Yi Wushuang hurried over to greet him. Noticing that Yi Wushuang was still only at the initial stage of the immortal realm, Lu Xunxian furrowed his brow. Old Yi, You are not progressing as expected. Senior Lu, you jest. How can my talent compare to that of the Holy Sun? Yi Wushuang replied with a wry smile. Shaking his head. It had not been long since he began, and he was not the kind of prodigy like Lu Xiaoyao, where breakthroughs were as effortless as eating or drinking. With his talent, he would consider himself fortunate to reach the true immortal realm within 10,000 years. Seeing his expression, Lu Xunxian contemplated for a moment before speaking. In a month, a secret realm will open. You should enter it together with Xiaoyao. At this, Yi Wushuang was taken aback, his breath quickening as he recalled the incident involving the ancient immortal secret realm. He swallowed hard, cautiously inquiring, Senior Lu, what kind of secret realm is it? It is not particularly advanced, merely a secret realm known as the Xunxian secret realm, Lu Xunxian replied in a calm tone. However, the revelation left Yi Wushuang in a state of agitation. Senior Lu, you cannot be jesting. Oh, when have I ever joked with you? Lu Xunxian asked, amusement dancing in his eyes. Yi Wushuang fell silent. The Xunxian secret realm was renowned as one of the 50 greatest secret realms in the immortal realm. Brimming with countless resources, an entry was solely permitted for immortals. Within the mysterious realm of Xunxian, countless legacies of formidable beings exist, including those of celestial emperors and revered immortals. Indeed, even the inheritance of celestial sovereigns is far from scarce. However, the opportunities to enter the Xunxian secret realm have been monopolized by the major powers of the celestial realm, allowing only those of sovereign caliber to gain access. Under the name of the ancient sect, one would naturally never be granted entry, but under the name of Lu Xunxian, it should pose no significant issue. Contemplating this, Yi Wushuang promptly knelt before Lu Xunxian. Elder Lu, if you do not mind, may I directly recognize you as my father? Chapter 194. The method for elevating sacred roots. Elder, might it be possible for that fellow Gu Feng to accompany us as well? Although they were now separated by a great distance, the bond forged over the years on the Holy Continent had not allowed Yi Wushuang to forget his old friend. Certainly, Lu Xunxian did not refuse, considering that his daughter was still at the Ancient Wood sect, and this would serve as a favor for Gu Feng. Hearing this, Yi Wushuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, I shall take my leave. With some time remaining before the Xunxian secret realm opened, Yi Wushuang refrained from further disturbing Lu Xunxian. After departing, he retrieved a communication jade talisman to contact Gu Feng. Meanwhile, within the Ancient Wood sect, Gu Feng, possessing the sacred body of 10,000 woods, had been imparted the evergreen 10,000 Woods Classic by the esteemed president of the ancient Qingyuan Academy. Just as he was immersed in comprehending the key points of the classic, he was interrupted by Yi Wushuang's message, a flicker of anger crossing his brow. You promised to give me an explanation, otherwise, I would not hesitate to pay a visit to the ancient sect myself. Cough. Good news, old Gu. Elder Lu. You know him, right? He has taken residence in our ancient sect. The voice of Yi Wushuang emanated from the jade talisman, though he could not be seen. The pride in his tone made his excitement evident. Gu Feng immediately lost his composure. What? Elder Lu is staying at your ancient sect? Indeed. And that's not all. There's another piece of good news. You must be aware of the Xunxian secret realm? The Xunxian secret realm? Naturally, I know. What of it? A look of contemplation crossed Gu Feng's face, and he seemed to grasp something, his tone becoming somewhat animated. Could it be? Precisely. Elder Lu intends to take me, along with the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden, to the Xunxian secret realm. Originally, Elder Lu had no intention of bringing you along, but due to my repeated entreaties, he reluctantly decided to include you. So how about it? You should be grateful for my magnanimity. Without my intervention, you would never set foot in the Xunxian secret realm. On the other end of the jade talisman, Yi Wushuang spoke with an air of pride. Gu Feng quickly deduced the underlying truth, retorting with a hint of annoyance. You, my friend, are once again speaking nonsense. The Holy Maiden resides in my Ancient Wood sect, and given my attentive care towards her, Elder Lu would naturally take me along. Where is your so-called desperate pleading? You are truly uninteresting. Never mind, you must be busy, so I shall not disturb you. Do remember to prepare for the journey to the Xunxian secret realm with Senior Lu in 2 months. That will be all for now. With that, Yi Wushuang ended the communication abruptly, leaving no room for Gu Feng to respond. After stowing away the communication jade talisman, Gu Feng could hardly contain his excitement. The Xunxian secret realm, after all, was said to grant those who emerged from it, provided they did not perish, the least achievement of becoming an immortal emperor. Calming himself, he resolved to inform the Saintess of this matter and deliberate with her. Gu Feng composed himself and made his way to the Saintess Peak. Before long, he arrived at the foot of the peak, only to be intercepted by 2 Saint King maidens. Halt! Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering Saintess Peak. Gu Feng furrowed his brow, intending to speak, when he heard Lu Qingyuan's voice. He is not an unauthorized person, allow him to enter. Yes, Saintess. The two Saint Kings, sent by Gu Qingyu to protect the safety of the Saintess Peak, naturally followed Lu Qingyun's command. Granted permission, Gu Feng proceeded into the Saintess Peak. Upon reaching the summit, he beheld an extraordinarily luxurious dojo. Pushing open the grand doors, he found Lu Qingyun seated in the center, her eyes closed, emanating a subtle air of detachment. I have come to pay my respects, Saintess. Gu Feng hurried forward, but Lu Qingyun halted him. There is no need for such formalities. You may simply call me Qingyun. Nevertheless, Gu Feng remained resolute, insisting on addressing her as Saintess. Seeing this, Lu Qingyun relented, not wishing to press the matter further. What brings you here today, Saint Lord? Upon discussing serious matters, Gu Feng's expression grew solemn. He revealed that Lu Xunxian had taken residence in the ancient sect and would accompany him to the Zhangtian secret realm in 2 months. I understand now. Lu Qingyun nodded gently, then continued. If you do not mind, let us gather at Saintess Peak in 2 months and proceed together to the Zhangtian secret realm. Very well, I appreciate it, Saintess. Gu Feng agreed and wasted no time in returning to contemplate the Eternal Greenwood Sutra. After Gu Feng departed, Lu Qingyun gazed towards the direction of the ancient sect, murmuring, Father has gone to Brother's side. Is it because of Brother's superior performance? No, I must strive harder. Lu Qingyun thought to herself, intensifying her training. Yet, her cultivation remained stagnant in the mid-stage of the immortal realm, unable to break through to the later stage. Meanwhile, within the ancient sect, Lu Xunxian seemed to share a telepathic connection and turned his gaze towards the direction of the ancient Wood sect. Despite the considerable distance, he could clearly discern Lu Qingyun's dejected expression. It seems I must devise a means to enhance the talents of my daughter and son, Lu Xunxian pondered. The immortal grade spiritual root is somewhat of a hindrance. With this thought, Lu Xunxian closed his eyes, seeking methods to elevate the spiritual root from within the inheritance of the Dao Emperor. Before long, he discovered a way to enhance the spiritual root. The only method to elevate one's spiritual root to the sacred tier appears to be a formidable challenge, as the divine spiritual root presents an insurmountable barrier that cannot be surmounted through mere effort. Nevertheless, a sacred root shall suffice. However, it must be complemented upon emerging from the celestial secret realm. Lu Xunxian mused quietly, primarily concerned about the extensive duration required to ascend from a celestial spiritual root to a sacred one. Thus, it would be prudent to await his emergence from the celestial secret realm before proceeding with any enhancements. The celestial secret realm is set to open in 2 months, remaining accessible for a full century before it inevitably closes. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Xunxian closed his eyes once more, attuning himself to the surrounding energies, and then slowly spoke. The celestial secret realm will commence in 2 months. Should you wish to partake in this journey, do not hesitate to inform me. Simultaneously, Chen Wangu and Su Ruoshan, who were traversing the celestial realm, paused as they perceived Lu Xunxian's voice resonating within their minds. Their expressions were filled with astonishment, clearly taken aback by the formidable extent of Lu Xunxian's power, enabling him to communicate across such vast distances. Upon regaining their composure, Su Ruoshan was the first to respond, without a moment's hesitation, affirming his intent to join. If it were merely a trivial secret realm, it is unlikely that Lu Xunxian would have reached out to them. The celestial secret realm must indeed possess extraordinary significance. Thus, a visit is undeniably warranted. As for Chen Wangu, after a period of contemplation, he too did not decline, nodding in agreement. The primary motivation was his desire to strengthen rapidly, having already embraced the legacy of the celestial sovereign. An additional opportunity within the celestial secret realm would certainly be advantageous.